Chapter 1. Asgard. Within the resplendent palace, an enraged roar echoed. Thor, accompanying the voice, a figure wielding a hammer, soared out of the palace. I'm sorry, Lulin. I truly didn't mean to. As soon as Thor's words fell, a streak of starlight shot forth from the palace, hurtling towards him. Fortunately, Thor's extensive combat experience allowed him to deftly evade the celestial projectile midair. Ha ha! Lulin, you still need more practice. Just as Thor was about to finish his sentence, the starlight he had dodged suddenly reversed direction and struck him squarely in the face, sending him plummeting to the ground. Inside the palace, Lulin watched Thor fall, a smile gracing his lips. He marveled at how effortlessly he had begun to wield his newfound powers. Lulin was not of this world. He was a traveler from a mundane realm who had crossed over into the Marvel Universe, becoming a son of Odin, a lineage that had never existed before. If one were to account for Hela, sealed in the realm of Hell, Lulin would be the fourth prince of Asgard, the god of the sky who commanded the power of the cosmos. Considering the days, the system should awaken today. As a traveler, Lulin possessed his own unique Bundes system that had fallen dormant after bringing him to this world. Each year, he could observe a progress bar growing ever so slowly. After 8 centuries, the moment had finally arrived. Sign-in system successfully restored. Current sign-in count, 1. Would you like to commence the sign-in? As the system awakened, its voice resonated in Lulin's mind. Sign-in. Lulin was well aware of the system's functions. Signing in at different locations yielded different rewards. Now, he was eager to discover what treasures the palace, which he had inhabited for 6 centuries, would bestow upon him. Sign-in initiated. Sign-in location, Lulin's divine palace. Sign-in successful, rewards obtained, a portion of cosmic power, a golden cloth. Upon seeing the rewards, Lulin's heart, honed over 8 centuries, nearly faltered with excitement. The cosmic power was as vital to Lulin as the power of thunder was to Thor. It represented their very essence. While the exact enhancement from a portion of cosmic power remained unknown, it was undoubtedly substantial. The subsequent golden cloth hailed from the renowned manga Saint Seiya, specifically the 12 golden armors and the serpent bearer's armor. Most importantly, the golden cloth came with a method for cultivating the small universe. What a marvelous cultivation technique. The golden cloth transformed into a box and materialized before Lulin, while the cultivation method for the small universe entered his mind. The portion of cosmic power equated to 2 decades of accumulation for Lulin. Perhaps due to his command over cosmic power, upon acquiring the cultivation method of the small universe, Lulin almost instantaneously reached the level of the 6th sense. When the small universe was developed to the 6th sense, one could manipulate elements, fly freely, and possess atomic disintegration abilities. Thanks to his cosmic power, Lulin acquired these extraordinary abilities as he reached the 6th sense. Gazing at the golden cloth before him, Lulin waved his hand, and the Gemini armor soared from the box, adorning him. The influx of power from the golden cloth surged into Lulin's being for him. It was a significant augmentation. After donning the armor, Lulin felt as though his strength now surpassed that of Thor. Wow! I never anticipated that a single sign-in would grant me such formidable power. It was worth noting that Thor had accumulated his current strength over 15 centuries, whereas Lulin had only existed for a mere 800 years. Though Lulin was inherently gifted, the time required to catch up to Thor was typically considerable. Yet now, with the cosmic power and golden cloth acquired through signing in, Lulin's strength was nearly on par with Thor's. Your Highness Lulin, King Odin requests your presence. As Lulin reveled in the newfound power of the small universe, a guard entered from outside. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lulin transformed into a streak of starlight, soaring towards Odin's palace. Upon arrival, he discovered he was not alone. Thor, Loki, and Sif were also present. Seeing Lulin, Odin spoke. The frost giants of Jotunheim have appeared on Asgard's territory. You are to expel them. As soon as Odin's words fell, Lulin sensed impending trouble. Indeed, upon hearing merely to drive away the frost giants, Thor erupted in fury, roaring at Odin. Father, how can we let them go so easily? Odin's single eye fixed on Thor, questioning. What would you have us do? Observing the imminent argument between the two, Lulin turned to Sif's side. He had long since grown accustomed to the disputes between Thor and Odin. For centuries, they had quarreled over matters of concealment, their divergent views on warfare a perennial source of contention that the others had learned to accept. Let's go, it seems they will argue for a while longer. Approaching Sif, Lulin remarked. Sif and the others nodded, following Lulin towards the site of the frost giant's disturbance, ready to expel them, while Loki remained behind to relish the spectacle of Thor's reprimand. Loki took great pleasure in such scenes. Lulin's eagerness stemmed from a recent notification from the system. Repel the frost giant army. Reward: 1 sign-in count. Previously, Lulin was uncertain how to accumulate sign-in counts now. With this task, he finally grasped how to achieve them. Exiting the hall, Lulin soared towards the location of the frost giants. Chapter 2. Near a farmstead in Asgard, a rift in space opened, and a multitude of frost giants emerged. Asgardian soldiers clashed with the frost giants. Although the Asgardian soldiers were formidable, they were still outmatched by the frost giants. Were it not for their superior weaponry and equipment, the ordinary Asgardian soldiers would likely require 4 or 5 of their number to overcome a single frost giant. Due to their lack of flight capability, Schleifer and her companions could only ride the Pegasus, trailing closely behind Lulin. They observed the fierce battle below between the frost giants and the Asgardian soldiers. Lulin summoned the Gemini cloth and charged towards the location of the frost giants. As he approached them, Lulin swiftly positioned his hands. Galactic star explosion. A phantom of the galaxy materialized around Lulin, and as stars shattered, a tremendous energy enveloped the frost giants. The once formidable bodies of the frost giants disintegrated under Lulin's strike. Schleifer and the others, landing behind Lulin, stared in disbelief at the scene before them, particularly surprised since Lulin had never been known for his prowess in close combat, but rather for his magical abilities. However, they did not hesitate one by one. They descended from the sky and began to assault the frost giants, driving them towards the rift in space. Meanwhile, Lulin's small universe surged within him, each punch carrying cataclysmic power. The speed of his attacks left the frost giants with no means of defense, forcing them to retreat. As the last of the frost giants vanished from Asgard, Schleifer quickly approached Lulin, while the rift in space beckoned the mages of the Celestial Palace to seal it. I never expected you to become so strong during this time. Although Lulin had always possessed formidable magic, he could not compare to Schleifer and her companions in hand-to-hand combat. Hence, upon hearing Schleifer's words, Lulin chuckled in response. Now, even if I were to join you in the arena, I would have no qualms. In the past, Lulin had refrained from participating in the arena battles, as his focus was primarily on magic, leaving little room for the study of close combat. However, that was no longer the case. Both his small universe and the golden cloth had significantly enhanced his melee capabilities. Schleifer raised an eyebrow at Lulin's declaration and nodded in agreement. Very well, then let me see how skilled you have become. In this world, perhaps due to Lulin's influence, Schleifer was not destined to be Thor's queen as she was in the original realm, instead growing remarkably close to Lulin. Vostag and the others glanced at the chatting duo before departing. The invasion of the frost giants was not particularly alarming to anyone, as such events occurred a few times each year. This was also the source of Thor's quarrels with Odin, as Thor believed that Odin's mercy allowed the frost giants to encroach further. Amidst their light-hearted banter, they reached the arena. Upon entering, Lulin completed his sign-in. Sign-in successful. Sign-in location: Asgard Arena. Sign-in reward: intentional punch. Upon seeing the system's reward, Lulin felt a spark of curiosity. The intentional punch was a skill from a character in a game he played in his past life, and he was intrigued to see how this ability would manifest in his hands. Intentional punch. Damage taken is converted into divine power stored within, consuming all divine power to unleash a devastating punch in a specified direction. The overall transformation of this ability was not drastic. It merely shifted from its original might to divine power. Nonetheless, Lulin perceived this change as quite favorable, for his divine power far surpassed mere might. What are you standing around for? Come on. Donned in her armor, Schleifer emerged with her longsword. Upon seeing the splendid figure of Schleifer, Lulin summoned the Leo cloth. Though surprised by the sight of Lulin clad in the sacred armor, Schleifer remained silent. Lulin, give it your all. Don't lose to Schleifer. The news of Lulin's impending duel with Schleifer had spread throughout Asgard, and Thor, brimming with excitement, shouted from the stands. It seemed he had finished his quarrel with Odin and appeared at the arena. As the two prepared for battle, Schleifer swung her sword with precision. Lulin's hands moved swiftly, unleashing a flurry of radiant punches that enveloped Schleifer. Plasma light speed punch. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Schleifer was sent flying. Fortunately, she managed to block the attack with her longsword in time. As a weapon blessed by Odin, Schleifer's sword was formidable. Even so, she sustained considerable injury. You've grown incredibly strong, Lulin. Rising from the ground, Schleifer took a deep breath, clearly affected by Lulin's powerful strike. Meanwhile, Thor and the others in the stands stared in astonishment. When did Lulin become this strong? Lulin's lightspeed punches were so swift that even Thor could not discern their trajectory. He would not have known how to counter such an attack either. Back in the arena, Schleifer engaged Lulin once more. Now aware of Lulin's strength, she unleashed her full potential. Intentionally testing Lulin's intentional punch, he refrained from using lightspeed punches and instead fought using his physical prowess. During the battle, Lulin felt the divine power within him accumulating, though it could not be directly utilized. Chapter 3. As the battle raged on, Lulin could sense that the divine power accumulating within him was nearing its peak. Observing Schleifer charging towards him, Lulin suddenly unleashed a flurry of punches. Boom! A tremendous surge of divine energy erupted from Lulin's body, wreaking havoc upon everything in its path. The entire arena was enveloped in a swirling mist, and Schleifer's figure was the first to emerge from the haze. Lulin had refrained from directing his attack at Schleifer, as he was uncertain of its true potency. After all, this blow bore genuine damage. As the fog dissipated, a fan-shaped trench appeared in the center of the arena, with spatial rifts manifesting in the heart of the destruction, a direct consequence of the real damage inflicted. What kind of attack is this? Schleifer marveled at the aftermath wrought by Lulin's punch, his mind swirling with astonishment. Reflecting on it, Schleifer felt a twinge of fear. He pondered whether his longsword could withstand such a formidable assault if it were to strike him. In the stands, Loki and Thor stared in disbelief at Lulin's display of power, their mouths agape. Thor, can you cause such devastation? Loki regarded Lulin merely as a younger brother, acknowledging his magical talents, yet he was equally astounded to witness Lulin's prowess in close combat. However, beneath Loki's surprise lay a sense of melancholy. He had initially perceived Lulin as a fellow mage, equally inept in battle, only to discover that he had transformed into such a formidable warrior. This transformation inevitably sparked a feeling of loss within Loki. Thor, in contrast, was less contemplative. Witnessing Lulin's current strength ignited a desire within him to engage in combat. Yet, Lulin lacked the enthusiasm to continue fighting. In the ensuing days, Lulin triggered numerous quests, garnering several opportunities for sign-ins. However, he remained perplexed by the patterns of quest assignments. Some tasks merely required him to drink with Thor, while others demanded he lead the Asgardian army to quell local rebellions. Over the span of 6 months, Lulin had amassed 3 chances for a lottery. However, as he found himself on the outskirts of Asgard, devoid of suitable sign-in locations, he decided to reserve these 3 opportunities. With the rebellion of the mountain giants now quelled, Lulin resolved to return to the celestial palace. Your Highness, we are prepared. A flash of golden light heralded the arrival of a towering man before Lulin. Taurus, a Ludaba, was the first among Lulin's subordinates to achieve the 6th sense, earning him the bestowed name and the sacred armor of Taurus. In the past 6 months along the border, Lulin has mastered the techniques contained within the golden cloth. Now, even without donning the golden cloth, he can execute moves such as the galaxy star explosion. Presently, Lulin commands nearly 200 Asgardian warriors who have cultivated their small cosmos, alongside fighters from various other races. In terms of sheer quality, only the Valkyries could pose a challenge to Lulin's reserve of saints. Let us embark. In Asgard's celestial palace, Odin observed Thor's unusually grim demeanor. This time, he had deliberately dispatched Lulin to address the unrest at the borders, keeping Thor by his side to instruct him in the governance of Asgard. To his dismay, this scoundrel had followed Loki to Alfheim, provoking the Light Elves. These Light Elves not only wielded formidable technology, but also possessed exceptionally unique magic, resulting in Thor's solitary return, while Loki and the 3 warriors were captured. I never anticipated their magic could disrupt the Bifrost, otherwise, we would have certainly returned. Thor's voice brimmed with indignation. He believed that had it not been for the interference of the Light Elves' magic with Heimdall's Bifrost, he could have safely brought Loki and the others back. You have yet to grasp your error, Odin remarked with palpable disappointment. Thor, however, remained oblivious to Odin's tone, his impatience bubbling forth as he exclaimed, "This is not the time for such discussions. Loki is still waiting for my rescue." Just then, Lulin entered, catching Thor's urgent voice. "Lulin, you've returned just in time. Let us go rescue Loki and the others." Upon seeing Lulin, Thor's expression transformed into one of joy. He was convinced that with Lulin's assistance, their combined strength would surely wreak havoc in Alfheim. However, upon noticing Odin's darkening countenance, Lulin foresaw trouble for Thor. "Enough. Indeed, as Odin's authoritative command resonated, a beam of light shot forth from the eternal spear, transforming into a chain that ensnared Thor. I shall send someone to retrieve Loki and the others from the Light Elves. For now, you shall remain in the celestial palace for reflection. With a wave of his hand, the chain swiftly bound Thor and propelled him away. Once Thor was dealt with, Odin's expression softened. He held great expectations for Lulin, a son not foretold in the prophecy of Ragnarok, particularly in the past year. Lulin's rapid growth and strength convinced Odin that he might indeed be the one to bring an end to the twilight of the gods. A predicament has arisen in the realm of Midgard. One of Mephisto's progeny has clandestinely arrived, and the Supreme Sorcerer requests that we send someone to oversee this extraordinary malevolent night. Odin unexpectedly interjected, his words leaving Lulin momentarily taken aback. Having resided in this world for many years, the memories of his previous life have grown somewhat hazy. However, based on the information divulged by Odin, Lulin recalled the malevolent night from Marvel's early works. Why does the Supreme Sorcerer not handle this himself, but instead enlist our assistance from Asgard? Unlike Thor and Loki, Lulin possesses a deeper understanding of forces beyond Asgard, both from the recollections of his past life and the knowledge acquired in this one. Lulin is acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. Chapter 4. The Dark Dimension is gradually encroaching upon Midgard, necessitating vigilance from the Supreme Sorcerer and his disciples against Dormammu and his followers. Upon hearing Lulin's words, Odin patiently elucidated the situation. Lulin's understanding of Dormammu is limited, as that entity has always concentrated his efforts within Midgard. I comprehend now. I shall journey to Midgard shortly. Lulin harbored a keen interest in visiting Earth, for it seemed to offer more suitable locations for his endeavors compared to Asgard. However, there was one task he needed to complete first: the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Sign-in location: Asgard Celestial Palace. Sign-in reward: instant transmission, Dragon Ball version. Upon discovering this sign-in reward, Lulin was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated receiving the ability of instant transmission within the Celestial Palace. In his previous sign-ins, while the rewards were random, they bore some relation to their respective locations. This time, however, he was surprised to obtain an ability entirely unrelated to the Celestial Palace. Lulin had assumed the reward would align more closely with mythological themes. Nevertheless, this instant transmission was undeniably advantageous, particularly the Dragon Ball variant. For someone of Lulin's prowess, standard instant transmission holds little utility, as his own speed already surpasses the sound barrier. However, the Dragon Ball version is distinct. It allows for instantaneous travel across star systems as long as one can sense energy. Even Odin requires the Bifrost to accomplish such feats. Arutuba, join me on a journey to Midgard, Lulin proclaimed as he exited the Celestial Palace, glancing at Arutuba, who trailed beside him. Certainly, my lord. Arutuba, the Taurus saint, responded in a subdued tone. This time, Lulin intended to reward Arutuba, as the other saints remained ensnared at the threshold of the sixth sense, rendering their contributions limited even if they were to accompany him. Moreover, Lulin recalled the so-called son of Mephisto, a quintessential case of a tiger father begetting a dog son. Thus he felt little concern. Heimdall, transport us to Midgard, Lulin declared into the air after dismissing the Saint Seers. He was aware that Heimdall's watchful gaze was ever upon the Nine Realms, and his words would undoubtedly reach him. A beam of rainbow light descended, and in the next moment, the figures of Lulin and Arutuba vanished without a trace. In Midgard, amidst the majestic Himalayas, a beam of rainbow light fell, from which Lulin and Arutuba emerged. Heimdall must surely be grumbling about my previous theft of his wine, just as they landed on the Rainbow Bridge. Had it not been for Lulin's adept control over his body, he would have certainly tumbled to the ground. Arutuba, on the other hand, remained silent, which was characteristic of his demeanor. Otherwise, Lulin would not have entrusted him with the Taurus Saint cloth. At that moment, a spark appeared before Lulin, and as it began to swirl, a portal connecting to another realm unfolded. The teleportation magic of Kamar-Taj was indeed breathtaking. Guests from Asgard, I am Mordo. The Sorcerer Supreme has been awaiting your arrival. Upon seeing the figure before him, Lulin recognized it as Mordo, the sorcerer who accompanied the Ancient One. He recalled that later, after the Sorcerer Supreme utilized the Time Stone, Mordo had succumbed to despair and darkness. However, the present Mordo was evidently still a diligent student of the Sorcerer Supreme. Together with Arutuba, Lulin stepped through the portal, which led them to Kamar-Taj. The ancient and elegant architecture dazzled Lulin. Although the structures of Asgard were exceptionally grand, prolonged exposure rendered them somewhat monotonous. Upon entering Kamartaj, Lulin immediately proceeded to check in. As the sanctum of sorcery, Kamartaj was undoubtedly the place he most desired to sign in. Check-in successful. Location, Kamartaj. Reward, the complete Harry Potter spellbook. In an instant, a vast array of magical knowledge surged into Lulin's mind, with numerous spells imprinting themselves in his memory. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment regarding this check-in reward. While the magic within Harry Potter was indeed wondrous, it primarily leaned towards functionality, with the drawback of lacking substantial power. As thoughts flowed through his mind, Lulin followed Mordo to the chamber of the Sorcerer Supreme. Master, the guests from Asgard have arrived, Mordo announced respectfully upon entering the room, addressing the Ancient One. Welcome to you both, Prince Lulin. The Ancient One gestured, and two chairs materialized before them. After the two took their seats, Ancient One began to elucidate the recent events to Lulin. The Dark Heart Demon seeks to forge a new hell amidst the crevices of Earth through the Vatican contract, while Mephisto has dispatched the Ghost Rider to thwart his ambitions. Upon hearing Ancient One's words, Lulin pondered for a moment before inquiring, what is the true strength of the Dark Heart Demon? Lulin found it hard to believe that, as the son of Mephisto, the Dark Heart Demon would be as feeble as portrayed in the films of his past life. After all, this entity has descended onto Earth in its true form. The Dark Heart Demon wields the powers of the hellish dimension, while not as formidable as Mephisto. He certainly possesses considerable strength. Were it not for Mephisto's restrictions on the hellish dimension's might, the Dark Heart Demon would be able to unleash far greater power on Earth. It was then that Lulin comprehended the situation. The Dark Heart Demon was indeed powerful, surpassing the Ghost Rider, yet Mephisto, in his paternal oversight, had effectively hampered the Dark Heart Demon's ability to harness the strength of the hellish dimension. This ultimately led to the Dark Heart Demon being so easily subdued by the Ghost Rider. Having grasped these revelations, Lulin resolved to take action. He too was intrigued by the Vatican contract, as it promised the potential to open a small hellish dimension, its power undoubtedly formidable. After bidding farewell to Ancient One, Lulin and his companions activated the mage's teleportation to head towards Mexico. Chapter 5. Your Highness, I sense the presence of dark power. Upon arriving in Mexico, Eludibus spoke up. In truth, Lulin had already felt the overwhelming surge of dark energy even before Eludibus' remark. It seems we have arrived too late. Such power is certainly beyond what a restricted Dark Heart Demon could wield. Let us proceed and discover what has transpired. With that, Lulin placed his hand on Eludibus' shoulder, and in the next moment, the two vanished from their location. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit town, Johnny looked around at his companions with a face full of despair. I have already stated that transforming into the Ghost Rider is beyond my control. Why do you believe you can safeguard the Vatican contract? At Johnny's words, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Coulson's face. With the emergence of demons and the fiery rider in Mexico, SHIELD felt compelled to intervene. Upon learning that the so-called Vatican contract could indeed construct a hell, they seized it under the pretense of protection. We did not anticipate that this so-called water demon would possess such formidable power. After witnessing Johnny effortlessly dispatch the wind demon, Coulson and his team had underestimated the remaining demons. To their astonishment, a special agent team was utterly decimated within mere minutes at the hands of the demon. I have long warned you, these so-called agents are utterly untrustworthy. Shire cast a disdainful glance at Coulson and his companions. As the former Ghost Rider, he possessed extensive knowledge, understanding that Mephisto's reluctance to enter Earth was not due to these agents, but rather the sorcerers. Mr. Shire, you may harbor some misconceptions about us. SHIELD has always been committed to maintaining global stability. Coulson noted the implications in Shire's words, yet before he could inquire further, flames engulfed Shire, transforming him into the Ghost Rider. No time for idle chatter. The demons are upon us. The Sanctum Sanctorum's contract had fully unfolded, and the powers of the infernal dimension had begun to infiltrate the area. Swarms of bat-like demons soared through the sky, shrieking as they dove toward Coulson and his team. Attack! Coulson reacted swiftly, shouting orders to the agents behind him. Clinton swiftly knocked an arrow, bringing down one of the diminutive demons. At that moment, the spirit of vengeance within Johnny regained control, allowing him to transform into the Ghost Rider. A chain swung from his grasp, and any demon struck by it burst into flames, plummeting from the sky. Beside him, Shire wielded an antique shotgun, and their combined assault was sufficient to fend off the swarm of minor demons. Has it escalated to this extent? A sudden voice startled Shire and Coulson. Upon turning, they beheld the flamboyantly dressed Lulin and Eludibus. Who are you two? Coulson raised his weapon, directing it at Lulin and Erudaba, only for Erudaba to crush the gun in an instant. Enough, Erudaba, don't frighten them. Lulin regarded Johnny, the most unique Ghost Rider, while silently registering his presence. Sign-in successful. Sign-in location, Sanctum Sanctorum. Sign-in rewards. Ebony, white ivory, 2 handguns, 1 black and 1 white, materialized in Lulin's hands. He felt a twinge of disappointment at the reward, having expected something more valuable in such a remarkable place as the Sanctum Sanctorum. Although ebony and white ivory were indeed weapons designed to combat demons, they were entirely superfluous for Lulin. May I inquire who you are? Coulson, noticing Lulin's silence while brandishing the handguns, felt a tinge of unease. We are here to deal with the Blackheart demon. Lulin held no particular sentiment towards Coulson. To him, Coulson was merely a familiar agent. At that moment, a fierce gale swept through, and 3 figures emerged before the crowd. These were the wind demons, resurrected by the malevolent sorcerer. Observing these entities, Lulin raised his dual pistols and relentlessly pulled the triggers, unleashing divine energy that transformed into bullets. In an instant, the newly appeared wind demon was pierced through its body. At that juncture, Johnny charged forward, ensnaring the wind demon with his chains, intent on delivering judgment through the eye of judgment. However, a surge of water suddenly erupted from the ground, propelling Johnny backward and interrupting his incantation. Eludaba, Lulin exclaimed, casting a glance at his companion. In the next moment, Eludaba transformed into a beam of golden light, appearing before the water demon. With arms outstretched, he bellowed, "Golden Horn." A formidable surge of small cosmos erupted from Eludaba's wrist, and before the water demon could react, it was obliterated by the explosive force. Even the nearby wind demon was caught in the aftermath, losing half of its corporeal form. As the Golden Horn's eruption subsided, the ground lay ravaged. The remaining half-demon gazed at Eludaba with palpable terror, while the wind demon weakly uttered, "You are a god of Asgard. How did you come to be here?" As notable figures in the underworld, the wind demons possessed knowledge of Asgard. They had sensed Lulin's divine power at the moment of Eludaba's eruption. Yet, Lulin paid no heed to the wind demon, instead focusing intently on the disturbances within this space. At the instant the water demon was vanquished by Eludaba, Lulin perceived a tumultuous shift in the stability of this realm. He speculated that perhaps this miniature hell was not solely established by the Sanctum of Gonsak, but was also intertwined with the wind, earth, and water demons. Chapter 6. Earth, Water, Fire, and Wind. These are the 4 fundamental elements that constitute the world in Western alchemical tradition. Earth demon, wind demon, water demon. Lulin internally recited these names, sensing an underlying anomaly. Something was amiss. Earth, water, fire, wind, yet fire was absent. Lulin had not overlooked Johnny, for the fiery blaze that engulfed the skull of the Ghost Rider was undeniable, revealing the connection between the rider and flames. Nevertheless, Lulin refrained from associating this with the Ghost Rider. After all, the Ghost Rider was fundamentally an angel, a servant of the Almighty. If there were any link between the opening of this hellish realm and the Ghost Rider, it felt fundamentally discordant. Ultimately, the Ghost Rider and demons could be considered archenemies. Whenever a demon encounters the spectral night, it flees in terror. These 2 forces, completely opposite and starkly distinct, seem utterly incapable of coalescing. Demons. Sin. The grotesque skull of the spectral night slowly gaped open, emitting a howl that uttered words incomprehensible to mere mortals. Confronted by evil, the spectral knight could no longer contain himself and charged forward. He grasped the head of the earth demon, raising it before his eyes. "Behold your sin." The eye of judgment activated, unleashing the deepest flames of hell, which instantaneously began to sear the soul of the earth demon. Fueled by sin, the infernal fire engulfed the demon's essence, leaving not a trace behind. In the midst of this fiery consumption, the spectral knight found immense gratification. Yet, his dissatisfaction lingered. He seized the wind demon, now reduced to a mere husk, and brought it to his gaze. "Demon, I do not seek your pleas." The wind demon's feeble supplications elicited not a shred of compassion from the spectral knight. Its soul swiftly transformed into sustenance for the night. As a being that feasts on sin, the more souls the spectral knight devoured, the more formidable he became. Following the annihilation of 2 demon souls, the knight's power reached an alarmingly terrifying zenith. These were 2 demon lords capable of instilling dread in countless fiends even in the depths of hell. Otherwise, the heartless demon would not have brought these 3 minions to the mortal realm. Observing the spectral knight's surge in power, Lulin's eyes flickered with realization. This was his ascendancy on the 5th tier, while the heartless demon lingered on the first. He had overcomplicated matters. Ultimately, the source of the spectral knight's power was divine, though he had succumbed to Mephisto's temptation and fallen. However, the glimmer of light deep within his soul would prevent him from being rejected by the sacred pact of Von Gas. The hellfire within his strength would perfectly serve to fill the void of the missing element in this space. The inferno of hell blazed fiercely, shattering the equilibrium of the realm. In that instant, this small space was suffused with the malevolent energies of hell. The powers of the demons tainted the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, infusing them with the essence of the infernal. The barrier between the mortal realm and hell began to wane at this moment. Do not mention Lulin. Even someone as ordinary as Coulson has noticed that the surrounding atmosphere seems somewhat amiss. What could be the cause of this? Coulson's complexion was ashen, and his eyes were bloodshot. The encroaching aura from the depths of hell had rendered him incapable of maintaining his composure. The muzzle of his weapon was even beginning to aim at his comrades, including Lulin. Alas, ordinary humans are indeed troublesome, Lulin sighed softly. Aludaba immediately grasped the situation. As the most competent henchman under the Fourth Prince, one must be adept at reading the room. In an instant, Aludaba struck, swiftly incapacitating the agents. As for Clinton, he may have been skilled in the presence of ordinary individuals, but when faced with the gods of Asgard, his abilities fell short. At the SHIELD headquarters, the dark figure watched helplessly as the screen before him displayed a loss of signal, venting his frustration. Where on earth did these individuals spring from? Why have so many oddly dressed ruffians suddenly appeared on Earth? Who can enlighten me on what exactly is transpiring? Lulin paid no heed to the unconscious Clinton and the others, for the true mastermind had finally made his appearance. Splendid, splendid. The bats in the air gradually coalesced, revealing the pallid figure of the Darkheart demon. Thanks to you, my plans can be executed flawlessly. Under the influence of the hellish aura, the Darkheart demon was now able to unleash a portion of his true power, emanating a dark essence so formidable it instilled despair. How could Slay lower his weapon? A palpable aura of hopelessness surrounded him. Such overwhelming strength. How could we possibly stand against him? Now it's merely a step away. The Darkheart demon sneered, taking a stride forward to instantly appear before the Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider attempted to retaliate, but his strength proved inconsequential in the face of the Darkheart demon and was effortlessly seized. The Darkheart demon held the Ghost Rider as if he were but a fledgling chick. As he exerted his power, the hellfire surrounding the Ghost Rider was drawn forth. In the blink of an eye, the flames extinguished, returning him to his form as Johnny. The Darkheart demon nonchalantly cast him aside. At this moment, the hellish aura within this space had reached its zenith. The Darkheart demon produced the Sanctum Gonsachi contract and began to recite the incantation. With the power of the Ghost Rider from heaven now mingled within, the contract could no longer discern the infernal energies. Without any resistance, the Darkheart demon successfully activated it. Your Highness, Aludaba cast a glance at Lulin, and upon receiving his approval, he surged forward with fervor. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was repelled back. This was not solely due to the formidable strength of the Darkheart demon, but rather because the ritual had commenced. To disrupt the ritual, one must contend not only with the Darkheart demon, but with the entire hellish dimension, even if this was merely a fragment of the hellish realm. Aludaba was no match for it. Seemingly undeterred, Aludaba unleashed his small cosmos and charged once more, determined to confront the entirety of the hellish dimension with his own power. Chapter 7. While Aludaba's prowess was indeed commendable, his small cosmos stood out among Lulin's numerous subordinates. However, to rely on his small cosmos to confront the hellish dimension was akin to a fool's errand. Even if it were but a corner of that dimension, it was still beyond Aludaba's capacity to challenge. It would be futile. The Darkheart demon laughed arrogantly, declaring, once the fusion of the mortal realm and hell begins, it cannot be halted. Do you, insignificant insects, truly believe you can contend with the entirety of the hellish dimension? With a sneer, he commanded, now kneel. Show your submission to me, and perhaps I shall pardon your transgressions. Lulin, gazing at the floating Darkheart demon, responded with a cold smile. You may rely on the power of the hellish dimension to safeguard yourself now, but what will you do once the fusion is complete? The Darkheart demon paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter. Did you think that once the dimensions merge, the true power that I wield would not surpass you? He scoffed at the gods of Asgard, warning them not to be overly arrogant. In hell, I am invincible. His boast was not mere bravado. His confidence was well-founded. Were he to appear in his true form, he would never dare utter such claims. After all, his father alone would be enough to instill fear. However, The situation was entirely different with the Sanctus Vanguard's covenant in play. This segment of the hellish dimension was shared by both the mortal realm and hell. Thus, without the key of the Sanctus Vanguard's covenant, no one could enter this territory without the Darkheart demon's consent. Only those acknowledged by him could traverse freely, otherwise, one would need to forcibly breach the hellish dimension to approach the Darkheart demon. The Darkheart demon had meticulously orchestrated everything. Moments later, all were expelled from this space. Save for Lulin. You were so confident that you dare to face me alone? Lulin remarked with a faint smile. The Darkheart demon was indeed formidable. Bolstered by the Sanctus Vanguard's covenant, even Mephisto might not stand a chance against him. However, if the malevolent demon believes that he can completely dominate Lulin in this manner, he is gravely mistaken. The dark-hearted demon slowly descended from the air, adopting an air of superiority as he proclaimed, "The gods of Asgard grant you an opportunity to submit to me. Crawl at my feet, become my hound, and perhaps when I conquer Asgard, you might even ascend to be its king." "You talk too much," Lulin retorted. Before the demon could finish his sentence, half of his body vanished. Lulin had struck with a single punch, shattering half of the dark-hearted demon's form. Fortunately, as a bat demon, the remnants of his body dissipated into black smoke. Otherwise, the scene would have been quite inappropriate for younger audiences. "I miscalculated. I should have aimed for the heart," Lulin remarked, shaking his hand nonchalantly. His earlier punch had been slightly misdirected, not targeting the demon's vital point. Thus, he had merely severed half of its body, not obliterating it entirely. This seemingly ordinary strike was, in fact, infused with the power of his own miniature realm, making such an outcome unsurprising. Beyond the barrier, Aludaba observed Lulin's triumph, pursing his lips. Indeed, the prince's strength had grown substantially. In his lifetime, he feared he might never match even a fraction of the prince's prowess. Yet, rather than succumb to despair, Aludaba felt a surge of motivation within him. He resolved to train diligently. Otherwise, one day he might find himself unworthy to stand beside Lulin. After all, the king of Asgard would not require the presence of a worthless individual. In stark contrast to Aludaba's fervor, Shrey was utterly astonished. At that moment, he had yet to revert to his human form, but the flame of his soul flickered dimly. The remnants of the vengeful spirit's power within him were already scant. This would be his last transformation. This was also the reason the dark-hearted demon had not targeted Shrey. The meager hellfire emanating from him was less substantial than the flesh of a mosquito, prompting the demon to disregard him entirely. At this moment, the hellfire atop Shrey's skull wavered violently, revealing his inner turmoil. As a vengeful spirit, he had dispatched countless formidable demons to the depths of hell in his lifetime. Yet, beings of the caliber of Mephisto's offspring remained an unfathomable terror to him. As the guardian of the sacred Gonsachi contract, he understood the significance of this pact. He could scarcely imagine the immense power the dark-hearted demon would wield upon acquiring the complete sacred Gonsachi contract and bringing the hellish dimension into reality. It seems even Mephisto is rendered powerless in this situation. Yet, how could such a formidable and terrifying entity, capable of inducing suffocation merely by being gazed upon, be so effortlessly vanquished? This unadorned punch, from which Shrey could discern no hint of threat, left him bewildered. Are the deities of Asgard truly this fearsome? Shrey pondered. Perhaps he could grasp why the inhabitants of Asgard were revered as gods. No, it is merely the prince's strength that is remarkable, Aludaba remarked nonchalantly. Do not employ your foolish reasoning to assess the prince's might. No sooner had Aludaba spoken than Lulin was forcibly expelled from that realm. It is over. This time it is truly finished, Shrey despaired. Having failed to eradicate the Blackheart demon at the earliest opportunity, granting it time to slowly consume the world, it would likely become increasingly powerful. Surely, no one could thwart it now. Not so fast. Do not jump to conclusions, Lulin replied coolly. He then gradually advanced towards the edge of the barrier. What? Impossible. You cannot be contemplating a forceful breach of hell's boundaries. Shrey muttered incessantly. This is inconceivable, absolutely unthinkable. This is the boundary of hell, and even as a god of Asgard, you cannot achieve such a feat. The chasm between dimensions appears minuscule, yet it is an insurmountable abyss for any being. Is that so? Lulin cast a fleeting glance at Shrey. Regrettably, I am a god, not a mere mortal. With that, wisps of pale blue light coiled around his hand. The ethereal glow emitted no trace of energy. Chapter 8. Shrey could scarcely discern the nature of the power at play. Indeed, the luminescence enveloping Lulin's hand was the manifestation of his microcosm. He had mastered the application of this small world to an extraordinary degree, syncing his thoughts with his movements. These streams of light were the corporeal representation of his microcosm. Though the gap between dimensions seemed but a thin veil, it remained an impassable chasm for countless beings. Even Odin would expend considerable effort to forcibly enter another dimension. Hence, Asgard devised the Rainbow Bridge. The greatness of the Rainbow Bridge, and its status as Asgard's strategic weapon, lies in its ability to effortlessly transport Asgardian forces to other dimensions. Even Odin requires the assistance of the Rainbow Bridge to traverse to other realms, while Mephisto can only covertly send avatars into the mortal realm. Neither Shirley nor the Heartless Demon had ever contemplated that someone could forcibly shatter the chasm separating the realms of the living and the infernal. In the midst of Shirley's astonished gaze and the mocking laughter emanating from the Heartless Demon as it gradually reconstructed its form, Lulin's right hand, adorned with flowing light, inched ever closer to the brink of the hellish dimension. A faint smile graced Lulin's lips. However, in the next heartbeat, he unleashed a powerful punch. The onlookers, caught in a moment of bewilderment, imagined they heard a sharp crack akin to shattering glass. Yet, this was merely an illusion. The fracturing of space occurred silently, unheard by any ear. The sound of glass breaking they perceived was merely the space before Lulin transforming instantaneously into shards resembling glass. Yet this was insufficient for Lulin to charge in and deliver a thorough beating to the Heartless Demon. He exhaled a heavy breath. Lulin's arms morphed into mere afterimages as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. The barrier before him disintegrated as if composed of paper, turning to dust in an instant. Remarkably, Lulin persevered against the chaotic currents of space to stand before the Heartless Demon. What manner of creature is this? The Heartless Demon felt its capacity for thought slipping away. To fulfill its ambitions, it had long ago intertwined its existence with this small fragment of the hellish dimension. As long as this dimension persisted, it would achieve immortality. With the expansion of this infernal realm, its power would grow ever stronger, ultimately aspiring to become the second Lord of Hell. Conversely, damage to this dimension would be reflected upon its corporeal form. After just a few circles, the Heartless Demon found itself on the brink of collapse. No, this cannot be. The Heartless Demon remained unwilling to accept its fate. It had believed its plans were infallible, yet the unfolding events before its eyes were utterly beyond its comprehension. How could you possibly possess such strength? The Heartless Demon clung to disbelief until its last breath, unable to accept that a deity from Asgard could wield such formidable power. Lulin exhaled softly. The process of vanquishing the Heartless Demon appeared deceptively simple. However, as Lulin engaged his own microcosm in a direct confrontation with the hellish dimension, it exacted a considerable toll upon him. He did not appear as effortlessly at ease as he seemed. Yet, within mere moments, he regained his peak form. Only the microcosm suffered considerable damage from its confrontation with the hellish dimension, necessitating careful recovery upon his return. Just when everyone believed that the matter had reached its conclusion, a figure gradually emerged among the crowd. Mephisto, Slay exclaimed in surprise. As the infernal monarch who transformed him into the Ghost Rider, Slay felt a mix of hatred and fear towards him. While he might have dared to confront the Blackheart if he were present, merely seeing Mephisto rendered Slay's legs weak. He possessed absolutely no courage to strike against Mephisto. Yet, even in such a state, he still dared to oppose Mephisto, even going so far as to conceal the covenant of Sanctum Gonsac. This is what makes Slay truly remarkable. Very good, very good. It appears that Asgard has promising successors. Mephisto remarked with a slight smile, bowing gentlemanly to Lulin. I wonder if His Highness the Prince is interested in making a deal with me? Lulin ignored Mephisto and walked directly towards the covenant of Sanctum Gonsac, which floated in midair. His instincts told him that obtaining this covenant would bring him considerable benefits. However, just as Lulin reached for the covenant, another hand, clad in a black leather glove, intercepted him. No, 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 my dear prince, that covenant belongs to me. You must not simply take it away. Mephisto sneered. If you truly desire this covenant, we could arrange a transaction. Remove your hand, Lulin replied coolly. I have no interest in playing your childish games. The scent of sulfur emanating from you nauseates me. Do not assume that because you are Odin's son, I would refrain from acting against you. Mephisto's expression darkened instantly. At that moment, Lulin's thoughts shifted, and he signed in. Sign in successful. Sign in character. Mephisto, sign in reward. Hellfire. This marked Lulin's first sign in with a character. It seemed that not only renowned locations, but also celebrated figures could be signed in. However, it was somewhat disappointing that Mephisto, of all beings, yielded merely a single instance of Hellfire upon sign-in. Lulin found little use for Hellfire. While it appeared quite impressive, capable of transforming one into a skull and allowing the alteration of desired weapons, The infernal power inherently clashed with the existing power system that Lulin possessed. To wield hellfire, he would have to relinquish his other abilities. Yet, both the small cosmos and the divine powers of Asgard far surpassed hellfire in magnitude. Even if this hellfire stemmed from the most profound depths of sin in hell, it could only be described as utterly superfluous. Yet the disdain reflected in Lulin's eyes led Mephisto to mistakenly believe that Lulin was mocking him. As a demon of hell, he could hardly endure such indignity. It seems I must take it upon myself to enlighten Odin's son on the true essence of decorum. Mephisto exuded a multitude of black smoke, which surged directly into Lulin's body. I say, have you perhaps misjudged the situation? Lulin's voice emerged from the swirling smoke. Chapter 9. How dare a mere demon exhibit such audacity before me? Lulin scoffed. Do you truly believe that your insignificant abilities can rival mine? With a slight tremor of his form, the black smoke dissipated as if confronted by a natural enemy. Mephisto, witnessing this scene, found it hard to believe. At such close proximity, and with a sudden ambush, even Odin himself would hesitate to assert he could effortlessly escape from Mephisto's grasp. It is essential to remember that the Sanctum Gonzac contract still held sway here, and this domain was indeed a realm of hell. In other words, this was Mephisto's territory. Within the infernal dimension, he could unleash 120% of his power. On his own soil, he could even muster 150%. Although the Sanctum Gonzac contract was not in his possession at present, even so, in this place, Mephisto could wield unparalleled might, let alone the Ghost Rider. Mephisto was confident that even if Odin himself were to appear, he would not dare to gaze directly upon his brilliance. Yet, Mephisto's confidence was shattered as his attack was effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. He could hardly believe his own eyes. Meeting Lulin's mocking gaze, Mephisto let out a shriek, transforming into a formless cloud of smoke that scattered with the wind, vanishing into the air. What is happening? Has he departed? Shrey spoke with difficulty. Having reverted back to his human form, merely looking at Mephisto left him breathless and drenched in cold sweat. No, he remains. Eludiba scoffed disdainfully. The devil only toys with trivial and unscrupulous tactics. Nothing of substance. No sooner had Eludiba uttered these words than Mephisto reappeared behind Lulin, his right hand silently creeping onto Lulin's shoulder, aiming straight for his neck. Be careful. Seeing Lulin seemingly unaware, Shrey panicked, stumbling forward and raising his voice in warning. Mephisto, seemingly unassuming at this moment, was nonetheless ruthless, intent on bringing Lulin to his demise. For Mephisto, or more broadly for the realms of hell and heaven, Odin was sufficient in singularity. In his youth, Odin, brimming with vigor and unparalleled might, had united with his daughter to conquer the 9 realms. Had it not been for their subsequent internal strife, Odin would not have been left alone, and as he aged, his interest in external conquests waned. It was likely that both hell and heaven would find themselves in peril. Thus, Odin needed only one of himself. Mephisto could scarcely fathom the implications of a new Odin emerging. The very thought unsettled him. In the past, he had indeed crossed paths with the spirited Odin of yore, and he was certain that Odin, at this age, was nowhere near as formidable as he was now. The prospect of a god from Asgard, far surpassing Odin's prowess, weighed heavily on Mephisto's mind. Consequently, even if it meant instigating war between Hel and Asgard, Mephisto was determined to eliminate this unpredictable variable in its infancy. Whether as a mortal or a deity, self-awareness is of utmost importance. Lulin's voice gradually reached Mephisto's ears. It is a pity that you lack self-awareness and your intellect seems rather deficient, foolishly attempting to assassinate me through ambush. If the demons of hell possessed minds akin to yours, it is no wonder that hell has been consistently subjugated by heaven. No sooner had he spoken than Lulin seized Mephisto, who was engulfed in black smoke. Mephisto, taken aback by Lulin's unexpected strength, found himself forcibly extracted from that state. Caught off guard, he was rendered defenseless as Lulin grasped his head and pressed it to the ground. "Ah, I've got you now," Lulin remarked with a faint smile and then raised his fist. Shrey could hardly believe his eyes as he rubbed them in disbelief. The formidable Lord of Hell, the great Mephisto, the demon king who instilled terror in countless hearts, was now being held down and subjected to slaps? Was this world truly so fantastical? Or had the pace of change become too swift for him to grasp? "So, you wish to kill me, do you? To teach me a lesson?" Lulin showed no mercy, delivering slap after slap to Mephisto's face with rapid succession. In mere moments, Mephisto had transformed into a grotesque visage. Only when it became evident that Lulin's onslaught was purely cathartic did he finally relent. It was not that he wished to spare Mephisto. Rather, even if he were to beat Mephisto to death, it would serve no purpose. as the cunning and astute devil. Mephisto would never easily allow his true form to manifest in the mortal realm. This so-called true form is merely a fragment of his essence. Even if this fragment were to be destroyed, the actual Mephisto would remain largely unaffected. Depart now. I shall personally visit you in hell for a chat over tea when the time is right. Lulin spat disdainfully and casually tucked away the St. Vongasa contract beside him. The moment the contract was in his possession, Lulin comprehended its true application. With a mere thought, he absorbed the contract into his being. While the overlapping dimension of hell gradually receded, Lulin delivered a kick to Mephisto's near-death shell, sending it back into the infernal realm. That will suffice. We're done here, Lulin declared with ease. Asgard. Odin, who had been anxiously observing the unfolding events on Earth, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It seems our child possesses far greater strength than we anticipated, he remarked with a smile directed at his wife, Frigga. Now you must have faith in my decision. He continued. Just moments ago, you were on edge, prepared to intervene personally. Frigga cast him a sidelong glance. You are correct. Lulin is indeed an exceptional child. Alas, if only Thor could possess even half of his prowess, or better yet, a mere fraction, we would have far fewer concerns. Do you think we ought to subject Thor to some trials? Odin pondered thoughtfully. Trials? In the 9 realms, where could Thor possibly undergo such testing? Frigga sighed. If he were to venture there, it would be a blessing if he didn't create chaos for us. Chapter 10. Is that so? Odin's eyes narrowed slightly. I believe Midgard would serve as an excellent arena. Midgard? Frigga exclaimed, astonished by Odin's suggestion. Both Midgard and the term used interchangeably signify Earth. In distant galaxies, some refer to Earth as the blue planet. Have you lost your mind? How could Midgard be a suitable place for Thor's trials? It would undoubtedly lead to devastation and could even ignite a conflict between the Supreme Sorcerer and Asgard. I absolutely cannot agree to such a decision, Frigga declared passionately. No. I believe you have misunderstood my intentions, Odin hastily clarified. I recognize that Midgard is not an appropriate venue for trials, especially for Thor at this juncture. However, I believe you have misconstrued my meaning, he said calmly. Thor's reckless nature, combined with his formidable strength, is destined to result in calamities. However, if I were to seal his power for the time being, perhaps he would come to understand the true essence of strength. Frigga's emotions stabilized somewhat. Yet, if that is the case, I believe the Supreme Sorcerer would still be willing to assist us, Odin stated calmly. As for the governments and soldiers of the mortal realm, Odin paid them no heed. Who truly cares for such individuals? A gathering of the inept is merely a rabble. Only the true strong are worthy of Odin's regard. Do not be misled by the benevolent visage Odin presents in films. He appears kind only in the presence of his own son. To others, even formidable beings like Agamotto, Odin reveals the demeanor befitting the ruler of the 9 realms. At this moment, far away on Earth, Thor remained unaware that his future had been meticulously orchestrated by his father. Odin had even incorporated Lulin into the trial scheme. He trusted that Lulin would be more than willing to aid his brother's growth. Upon acquiring the Sanctum Sanctorum contract, Lulin was astonished to discover its remarkable compatibility with his own small world. After a brief hesitation, he absorbed the contract into his being. The question of whether to integrate it could be addressed later. However, it was unnecessary to relinquish such a clearly valuable treasure. Yet, after taking only a few steps, Lulin found Coulson and Clinton aiming their weapons at him. Surrender the Sanctum Sanctorum contract. It is now under the custody of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson stated with tension. If you refuse to cooperate, we shall consider it a provocation against all of human civilization. A provocation against all of human civilization? Lulin replied with a faint smile. Do not wear such a grand hat. Mortal, you do not represent all of humanity. You are certainly unqualified to demand the contract from me. I beg your pardon, sir. I do not comprehend your meaning, Coulson responded slowly. If we are unqualified, then who possesses such qualifications? Lulin raised his chin. The one qualified has arrived. A golden portal opened, and Agamotto emerged from within. What is this? A bald woman in a monk's robe? Coulson exclaimed, incredulous. What trickery accompanies this golden ring? You should maintain at least a modicum of respect for the powerful, Lulin frowned. If you persist with this attitude, you shall inevitably face consequences. So who exactly is she? Coulson felt profoundly shaken in his worldview. He even despondently laid down his weapon. Acutely aware that the small handgun in his grasp would be utterly ineffective against these abominations. The act of holding the weapon was merely a psychological comfort he sought for himself. She is the true guardian of human society's safety, not you self-righteous agents. Lulin remarked coolly. Thank you very much, Prince from Asgard. Gu-E smiled. Might I request that you entrust the Sanctum Sanctorum contract to me for management? I believe Asgard possesses both the capability and justification to safeguard this document. Lulin narrowed his eyes and replied, in my view, it would undoubtedly be a more prudent action to secure it far from Midgard. Very well, that is agreeable, came the response. What did you say? Lulin looked at Gu-E in astonishment. He had anticipated that persuading Gu-E to agree to hand over the Sanctum Sanctorum contract for his safekeeping would require considerable effort, perhaps even a trial of strength. Yet, he never expected Gu-E to acquiesce so readily. Indeed, you heard correctly. I too believe it is a wise choice for the Asgardians to manage the Sanctum Sanctorum contract. Lulin gazed deeply at Gu-E. He could not fathom that Gu-E would so willingly place such a powerful artifact in his hands. This contract was capable of forcibly opening a hellish dimension on Earth. Gu-E had spent her life combating dimensional demons. Any such beings that attempted to infiltrate would be met with her merciless wrath, reduced to ashes without hesitation. To the dimensional demons, particularly those from the infernal realms, the Sanctum Sanctorum contract was akin to a key that unlocked the gates of Earth. Once possessed, access to Earth would be as simple as coming and going at will. In this context, how could Gu-E confidently entrust the contract to an Asgardian like himself? Lulin felt a profound sense of unease. Do not be misled into thinking that the relationship between Asgard and Midgard is particularly cordial. It is crucial to remember that Midgard is also a part of the Nine Realms and was once under Odin's dominion. After ruling Midgard for so many years, did Gu-E truly believe she could simply sever ties with Odin's rule? Did she think Odin was ineffectual? To ensure Midgard's liberation from Asgard's control, Gu-E and Odin had engaged in considerable conflict. Ultimately, both parties had to compromise, with Odin maintaining the faade of dominion over Midgard while refraining from interfering in its internal affairs. The realm of Midgard may enjoy complete autonomy, yet it is imperative that the Ancient One occasionally exhibits a demeanor of submission, particularly during external interactions. Chapter 11. One party gains face while the other secures substance, resulting in mutual satisfaction. This peculiar equilibrium has persisted until the present. Only a simpleton like Thor, whose head is filled with muscle, could perceive the relationship between Midgard and Asgard as consistently harmonious. In reality, both sides merely maintain a faade of peace. Should the Ancient One unexpectedly meet her demise, it is likely that Odin would not hesitate to reassert his dominion over Midgard, unless a supreme sorcerer of equal prowess to the Ancient One were to arise. Furthermore, this supreme sorcerer must not wield the Eye of Agamotto, which is, in fact, the Time Stone. With the Time Stone in play, Odin would find himself powerless against Midgard and the Ancient One, for no matter how formidable Odin may be, he ultimately pales in comparison to the might of the Infinity Stones. However, the strength of the Infinity Stones is contingent upon the wielder. Should the Ancient One harness the Eye of Agamotto, she could effectively govern alongside Odin. Conversely, if another supreme sorcerer were to wield the Eye, they would be left helpless as Thanos extracted the Time Stone. The disparity is self-evident. Thus, does the supreme sorcerer truly wish to bestow this contract upon me? Lulin regarded the Ancient One with skepticism, probing once more. Indeed, the Ancient One nodded slightly, yet added, I require a modest favor from you first. A chill ran through Lulin's heart. Indeed, the Ancient One would not relinquish the contract so easily. I do not believe there exists a dilemma that even a supreme sorcerer cannot resolve. Lulin spoke cautiously. If even you cannot address this issue, how could you expect me to remedy such a predicament? Fear not. The matter is not overly grave, the Ancient One replied with a gentle smile. I am merely occupied with the encroachment of the dark dimension and cannot spare the time at present. If it were you, I am confident you would handle it effortlessly. The Ancient One assured him, and with a slight smile, a portal materialized beneath Lulin's feet. He could only curse under his breath. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself grounded. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lulin discovered a scene of devastation, filled with cries of agony and despair. Before him loomed a colossal beast, wantonly wreaking havoc upon the city. At the creature's feet lay another green-skinned monster, barely clinging to life. Lulin instantly recognized the figure sprawled on the ground as the Hulk. At this moment, despite its fearsome and unrecognizable appearance, the only entity that could be present alongside the Hulk is undoubtedly the legendary abomination. This matter was not meant to fall upon your shoulders, came the voice of the Ancient One from beyond the heavens. Yet, among the multitude present, it seemed that only Lulin could perceive her words. However, due to the imminent approach of the dimensional demon, a minor mishap had inadvertently occurred, the Ancient One expressed with a hint of exasperation. Thus, In order to quell this impending disaster, I find myself compelled to beseech your assistance. What reward shall I receive for aiding you? Lu Lin replied slowly. Do not tell me that your compensation is merely the contract, for that is inherently mine. Are you not at all perturbed by the notion that you would barter with something that rightfully belongs to me? A trace of surprise colored the Ancient One's voice. If that is the case, then assist me in resolving this predicament, and I shall refrain from obstructing your retrieval of the contract. How does that sound? A playful note laced her tone. Very well. Do not be so miserly. The Ancient One continued. I shall grant you the reward you deserve. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin nodded in satisfaction. Externally, the Ancient One appeared quite solemn, but in truth, she harbored a rather malicious disposition, as evidenced in the original film. Lu Lin had long been prepared and was not overly perturbed. Now, let me discern what manner of creature you truly are. Lu Lin stretched his limbs slightly and began to approach the monster ahead. It seemed that the distinct aura of Asgard emanating from him provoked the beast, the abomination, which had been wreaking havoc upon the city, abruptly turned its gaze toward Lu Lin, who was steadily advancing. Surrounding the creature were numerous police officers, armed with handguns, pouring their firepower upon the abomination. Regrettably, even if their bullets were to strike its eye, they would scarcely elicit a blink. What are you doing? Get back, quickly. Damn it, a civilian clad in peculiar attire is advancing towards that monster. Is there any backup? Where's the support? Countless officers were frantically calling into their radios around Lu Lin. During this chaos, some even attempted to forcibly pull him back. Leave this to me. You may clock out now. Lu Lin turned to see a dedicated reporter beside a police car, trembling as he filmed the scene. A smile crept across Lu Lin's lips, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight, reappearing above the abomination. Just then, the camera captured his perfect profile, broadcasting it nationwide. What Lu Lin was unaware of was that this photograph of his, slightly blurred and unclear, had become the ultimate source of amusement for countless American high school girls as a bedtime entertainment. Upon confronting the abomination, Lu Lin discovered that its state was exceedingly peculiar. The abomination's eyes blazed with a crimson glow, emanating an ominous aura from its entire being. Furthermore, Lu Lin noticed a symbol on the abomination's forehead, one that belonged solely to the dark dimension. What had transpired? Lu Lin pondered silently, questioning how the abomination could possibly be linked to the dark dimension. As he observed the delectable little figure approach him, the abomination could no longer suppress the desires within, raising its hand in an attempt to grasp Lu Lin. For an ordinary person, the abomination's speed was astonishingly swift, even outpacing missiles. However, in Lu Lin's eyes, the abomination's speed and reflexes paled in comparison. To Lu Lin, the abomination appeared merely as a punching bag, just waiting to be struck. Perfect. I shall use you to test my newfound abilities, Lu Lin thought with a subtle smile. Having finally found a resilient target, he was determined to experiment with all the powers he had recently acquired. Let us begin with the magic from Harry Potter. Avada Kedavra. A bolt of green energy shot towards the abomination's eyes. Chapter 12. The Killing Curse is one of the most terrifying spells in the Harry Potter universe. Virtually no one survives this curse, save for the protagonist who has defied great odds. Yet, after receiving Lu Lin's killing curse, the abomination merely hesitated for a moment before charging at him with undiminished ferocity. Lu Lin was somewhat astonished. The might of the killing curse, to some extent, relies on the caster's formidable magical prowess and the intensity of their murderous intent. Having undergone centuries of cultivation, Lu Lin's willpower was undoubtedly strong enough. He was certain that the spell he had cast was sufficiently potent. However, the question remained, why had the abomination suffered no effects whatsoever? Lu Lin cast a curious glance at the creature. Moments later, he finally comprehended the situation. The abomination before him had long been corrupted by the dark energy of the dark dimension, transformed into a monster enslaved by its forces. As for its soul, it had been taken by the dark dimension, no longer belonging to the realm of the living. The abomination standing before him was merely a shell driven by the instincts of destruction, devoid of even a fragment of its former soul. No wonder a spell specifically targeting the soul had no effect on the abomination. Despite its howls, the abomination continued its relentless assault on Lu Lin. However, with his cumbersome physique and sluggish speed, he could only serve as a mere plaything for Lu Lin. Lu Lin deftly dealt with the abomination while experimenting with various spells upon him. Fell to the ground. Disarm you. Invisible blade. Heart-piercing. Bone-crushing. Within a mere span of 10 minutes, Lu Lin had nearly exhausted the repertoire of well-known spells. The ultimate result could only be described as mediocre. While the direct offensive spells indeed possessed considerable destructive power, even against a creature like the abomination, Notorious for its high magical resistance, their efficacy paled in comparison to the divine energy Lulin expended. Had he employed Asgardian magic or alternative combat methods, he could have inflicted greater and more widespread damage. Thus, soul-based magic, which directly affects the enemy's body, proved less effective. Conversely, spells designed to aid combat demonstrated remarkable utility. For instance, Transfiguration, under the enhancement of Lulin's divine energy, transcended the realm of the mundane. Even in the face of the abomination, it exhibited commendable restraining capabilities. Additionally, minor tricks like the eye disease spell yielded unexpected results. Overall, the magic from the Harry Potter universe cannot be deemed entirely useless. Rather, its practical applications were somewhat limited. Perhaps, at unforeseen moments, it could play a pivotal role. When it comes to sheer lethality, relying on one's own inner cosmos remains far more convenient. Enough of this, Lulin declared, clapping his hands with a slight smile. Big fool, the game is over. Go home and find your mother to sleep. As the abomination charged once more with its fists, Lulin stood firm, delivering a punch in return. Boom. The sound wave exploded, and Lulin's cloak rustled in the wind generated by the collision of fists. Delightful. Bring it on. A golden glow began to emanate from Lulin. He was certainly not the inept brother he was often compared to, having lived in Asgard for many years. Lulin had not only followed Frigga to learn magic, but had also diligently honed his physical prowess. While it is true that the strength of the Asgardian gods increases with age, consistent effort and training remain crucial. If one were to, like Thor, indulge in revelry and neglect the study of governance or the cultivation of personal strength, relying solely on innate talent, Lulin would certainly not be able to contend with the enhanced abomination through mere physical strength alone. Had Thor dedicated even half of his millennia-long existence to earnest training, he would undoubtedly have been capable of thwarting Thanos when the latter emerged. Although he proclaims himself the god of thunder, he has, in truth, languished for over 1,000 years as merely the god of the hammer, which is indeed a rather lackadaisical approach to self-betterment. It is precisely due to Thor's cautionary tale that Lulin has relentlessly pursued self-improvement over the past few centuries. Once more, Lulin's fists collided with those of Abomination. A grotesque giant towering several meters above him, while Lulin, a robust man of just under 2 meters, stood in stark contrast. The juxtaposition was undeniably jarring, yet this seemingly diminutive figure was, against all odds, overpowering Abomination. This astonishing spectacle left many in utter disbelief. Who is this creature? What nation has birthed such a biological weapon? I must obtain his genetic material. Unbeknownst to Lulin, external currents were swirling with intrigue. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. After all, as a member of the Asgardian pantheon, why should he be concerned with the machinations of mere politicians? Lulin was lost in the exhilarating clash of flesh against flesh. In truth, Thor had long ceased to pose any challenge for him. Consequently, during their encounters, Lulin had been tempering his strength, fearful of inadvertently incapacitating Thor. Now, with a worthy opponent in Abomination, he was not about to hold back. Having inherited Hulk's genes, Abomination also possessed the capacity to grow stronger with his anger. As the battle progressed, Abomination's fury reached its zenith. Excellent, Lulin bellowed. At this moment, the golden radiance enveloping him reached its apogee. He unleashed a deliberate, thunderous punch, channeling his amassed divine energy into a magnificent golden dragon's head, which roared as it charged towards Abomination. In that instant, half of New York City echoed with the resounding dragon's roar. As the smoke cleared, Abomination was left with but a single leg. The remainder of his body had been reduced to ash, vanishing without a trace. Was that it? Lulin felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a more exhilarating combat experience from Abomination, only to discover he was rather fragile. Just as Lulin prepared to depart, Hulk, who had been unconscious for an extended period, finally awoke. Lulin's spirit soared. Abomination was finished, and here stood the noble Hulk. However, upon a mere glance, Lulin's hopes were dashed. The Hulk before him had yet to fully mature. Chapter 13. At present, the Hulk remains in his infancy, unable to contend even with a mere Abomination tainted by dark energy. It is inconceivable that he could engage with Lulin. Thus, Lulin merely cast a glance at the Hulk before turning to depart. However, while Lulin intended to spare the Hulk harbored no such intentions towards Lulin. Awakening from his stupor, the Hulk's rage had yet to be unleashed. With Lulin as the sole figure in his line of sight, the Hulk's fury surged forth, directed solely at him. In the face of the Hulk's thunderous roar, Lulin sighed in resignation. The emergence of the Hulk, or rather, the transformation of Dr. Banner, is primarily incited by emotional turmoil. Should the Hulk sense danger, or if Banner's emotions fluctuate too drastically or his heart rate escalate, the Hulk is summoned forth. To stabilize the Hulk's emotions and revert him back to Dr. Banner, it suffices to instill a sense of calm within him. Without delving into the myriad of calming spells from the world of Harry Potter, one can find numerous means of emotional stabilization within the magical framework of Asgard. Llewellyn raised his right hand slightly, and faint golden particles began to materialize in his palm. These particles, as if imbued with life, swiftly penetrated the Hulk's mind. As the golden particles multiplied, the Hulk's eyelids grew heavier, ultimately leading him to collapse to the ground and revert to Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner, now transformed back, appeared dazed, utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired. The Hulk's massive form had torn asunder all of Dr. Banner's clothing, leaving him entirely unclothed. Observing Banner's awkward attempt to cover himself, Llewellyn casually retrieved a pair of trousers from the nearby rubble and tossed them to him. The Hulk is not a curse, but rather an innate gift, Llewellyn remarked with a serene demeanor. If you wish to prevent the Hulk from causing harm to others, you must engage in communication with him, rather than confining him within your being. Who are you? Banner stammered as he hurriedly donned the trousers Llewellyn had provided, his expression one of confusion. How do you know so much about the Hulk? No, I do not truly understand the Hulk, Llewellyn replied, shaking his head gently. It is merely that if every newborn is subjected to violence, cast away and imprisoned, it is unlikely anyone would greet this world with kindness. Is that so? Banner nodded, his understanding only partial. Utilize your power wisely, and do not betray him, Llewellyn concluded, turning to leave. In the original narrative, many years later, Banner indeed reconciled with the Hulk, achieving a harmonious fusion of their identities. However, Llewellyn harbored reservations about such a union. The ambiguous form that Banner assumes might prove beneficial for him. He no longer has to worry about the Hulk wreaking havoc intermittently. Yet he has not lost the power of the Hulk, creating a situation of mutual satisfaction. However, it is equally true that both the Hulk and Banner have forfeited their limitless potential for growth, whether as the pure Hulk or as a fully integrated entity. Neither represents the most complete form of existence. Llewellyn believes that the Hulk is the Hulk, while Banner is Banner. They are entirely distinct and independent beings. Their fusion would be a perversion of nature, utterly foolish. Similarly, if the Hulk remains external while Banner is trapped within, the Hulk merely becomes a mindless brute, unable to fully exert his true strength. Should an opportunity arise, Llewellyn might impart some unique techniques to Banner, aiding him in harmonizing with the Hulk residing within. Llewellyn holds a profound appreciation for the formidable Hulk. Setting aside his shortcomings, in terms of combat prowess, he is undeniably powerful. The Earth is too confined a stage for the Hulk to showcase his abilities to the fullest. To allow the Hulk to unleash his true potential, perhaps the cosmos would serve as the most suitable arena. By the way, there are Eastern practices concerning energy cultivation that you might consider studying. Those monks and Taoists can assist you in stabilizing your emotions, which may address your pressing concerns. After leaving this piece of advice, a flash of golden light enveloped Llewellyn, and he vanished from sight. Although Banner was unaware of the identity of the man before him, he sensed that the individual bore him no ill will. He, too, was quite adept at heeding the counsel of others. Casting a glance at his surroundings and the helicopter circling above, Banner committed Llewellyn's advice to memory and swiftly departed. He understood that this place was not conducive to lingering. Should he tarry too long, he feared another desperate escape would soon unfold. As the brilliance of the Bifrost faded away, in a different dimension, the Ancient One observed the receding glow of the Rainbow Bridge with a faint smile. Change may indeed be a positive occurrence. With that, the Ancient One donned her yellow hood and opened a portal, stepping through it. Asgard. Odin gazed upon his fourth son with satisfaction. Llewellyn, you have done remarkably well. A loving light sparkled in Odin's single eye. I knew I had not misjudged you. Odin stated earnestly, you are indeed my most exceptional son. If only Thor could be half as dependable as you, I could entrust Asgard to the both of you without concern. Odin reflected, you two, one scholarly and one martial, will undoubtedly lead Asgard to prosperity. You flatter me, father. Llewellyn softly remarked, I have merely fulfilled my duties. Moreover, I believe Thor is simply a bit naive. He is not as incapable as one might think. Odin sighed lightly. However, a nation cannot tolerate a leader of such innocence. Perhaps Thor merely requires some additional trials. Llewellyn hesitated before responding. Once he encounters adversity, he will naturally comprehend what must be done. Odin's eyes brightened. Do you share this sentiment? I have a plan, and I wonder if you would. As he spoke, Odin revealed his thoughts regarding Thor's training. Indeed, as Llewellyn had anticipated, Odin's plan mirrored exactly what Llewellyn had learned in his past life. I find this plan to be fraught with flaws, Lu Lin said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Merely sending him to Earth lacks challenge. It would be better to instill a sense of urgency. In his heart, Lu Lin silently apologized to Thor. Forgive me, my dear brother. In order for you to grow swiftly, you must first endure some hardships. Chapter 14. Not bad, not bad. This plan is splendid. It is perfect. Odin nodded incessantly, continuously praising the proposal. Let us proceed according to your plan. At this moment, Thor, still confined in the small dark room, remained oblivious to the extent to which his future would be jeopardized by his brother. Meanwhile, the father-son duo, engrossed in their plotting, failed to notice Loki eavesdropping from the shadows. As the youngest son of Asgard, Loki was supposed to be cherished. However, Lu Lin's arrival altered everything. Loki was not a biological child, and with Lu Lin's birth, he was no longer Odin's youngest son, leading to an increased neglect of Loki compared to the original narrative. Unbeknownst to him, Loki was not Odin's true offspring, and he had always yearned for his father's approval. Although Thor remained as troublesome as in the original tale, Lu Lin's presence acted as a buffer, causing Odin to direct his attention away from Thor. This shift alleviated some of Loki's jealousy, for he perceived Lu Lin as exceptionally talented. In both combat and the study of magic, Lu Lin surpassed both him and Thor significantly. Even in matters of social conduct, Lu Lin excelled beyond him, not to mention his brother, who seemed to possess only brawn. Thus, with Odin's focus on Lu Lin, Loki should have felt resigned to this reality. Yet, upon overhearing the conversation between Odin and Lu Lin, he could no longer conceal the disappointment festering within him. Throughout the exchange, Loki had not heard a single word from Odin that pertained to himself. He remained oblivious to the truth of his origins, unaware that he was neither of Asgardian lineage nor truly Odin's son. Loki simply believed that Odin harbored a disdain for him, even to the point of neglecting his existence. This conviction only intensified his desire to forge his own destiny. As he listened to Odin and Lu Lin's plans, a bold scheme began to take shape in Loki's mind. It had been 6 months since Thor emerged from confinement, a prolonged period that had left him restless and frustrated. Upon his release, his foremost intention was to engage in a vigorous sparring session with Lu Lin. However, despite searching high and low throughout Asgard, he could not find Lu Lin's whereabouts. Nor could he locate Sif, who had vanished alongside him. In his desperation, Thor sought out Lu Lin's subordinates, the valiant warriors who were diligently training. Alas, even they were unaware of Lu Lin's location. Reluctant to approach Odin with his inquiries, Thor found himself sulking in the training grounds, honing his combat skills. Fortunately, Lu Lin's warriors were present, or else Thor might have succumbed to boredom. In his idle moments, he would also engage in light conversation with Loki. However, while Loki dabbled in the arcane arts, Thor held little interest in magic. Although Loki could hold his own in combat, Thor was not particularly fond of dueling against sorcerers, which diminished his enthusiasm for playful banter with Loki. Thus, Thor continued to invest his time predominantly in training or indulging in revelry. Meanwhile, Lu Lin had been on Earth for several months, taking the lead in devising a training regimen specifically tailored for Thor. It was true that Odin had entrusted this plan entirely to Lu Lin. In due course, all of Asgard would collaborate in this theatrical endeavor, awaiting the opportune moment to act. Since the plan required execution on Earth, it was essential to notify the sovereign of the realm, the Ancient One. Should the Ancient One disallow the plan's execution on her domain, the undertaking would likely encounter significant obstacles. However, the Ancient One proved to be accommodating, readily granting Lu Lin's request. She appeared eager to witness the deepening ties between Asgard and Earth. Although Lu Lin could not discern her true intentions, he remained unconcerned, indifferent to the machinations at play as long as they did not impede his objectives. After completing his reconnaissance, Lu Lin did not return immediately to Asgard. While Asgard was deemed a realm of deities, its prowess was undeniably formidable. Otherwise, they would not have earned their illustrious reputation across the cosmos. However, the skill points of Asgard have predominantly been allocated to the mystical realm, particularly in relation to magic and divine power. Although technology has been touched upon, the Asgardians fundamentally believe in the strength that resides within themselves. Consequently, their lifestyle leans more towards tradition. Having lived in Asgard for several centuries, Lu Lin has naturally grown accustomed to this more traditional way of life. Yet, as the years have passed, he finds himself yearning for the life he once led on Earth. Thus, seizing this opportunity, he intends to immerse himself in earthly existence for a while. After all, the forms of entertainment in Asgard seem rather primitive to him. Alternatively, one could argue that their pastimes are excessively sophisticated for Lu Lin's tastes. Generally speaking, the leisure activities of ordinary Asgardians are quite varied. There are unique board games to engage in, elegant poetry and drama to appreciate, and the intense, brutal spectacles of gladiatorial combat to witness. However, none of these appeal to Llewellyn. The gladiatorial contests hold no allure for him. Even if he were to participate, finding suitable opponents would be a challenge, not to mention the question of whether it would adhere to the rules. As for the board games, he finds them exceedingly tedious. The poetry and drama are even less suited to his sensibilities, as he does not possess the inclination to appreciate such art forms. Therefore, aside from his training, Llewellyn spends his days idly teasing Sif and sharing lighthearted banter with her. Had he not been unable to concoct a proper excuse to venture to Earth, he likely would have visited long ago. The primary reason for his delay was the lack of intriguing pursuits on Earth. For centuries, what would Llewellyn have sought on Earth? To witness a throng of people queuing to be executed with flintlock pistols? Initially, Llewellyn planned to embark on this journey alone, but to his surprise, Sif insisted on accompanying him. With no alternative, he acquiesced to her company. Upon arriving in Midgard, Llewellyn's first order of business was to indulge in a month-long feast of the exquisite cuisines reminiscent of his past life. Sif, too, enjoyed the rich and profound culinary culture of the East. While Asgard boasts an abundance of resources, its inhabitants have never had to worry about food. Over millennia, Asgard has cultivated a deep-rooted culinary tradition. Thus, Sif is certainly no stranger to fine delicacies. However, the culinary arts of Asgard and Midgard represent entirely different gastronomic systems. Even Sif, accustomed to the finest delicacies, was swiftly captivated by the flavors from the East. After a month of exploring the scenic beauty of the East, Llewellyn returned to the West. If given the opportunity, Llewellyn would undoubtedly be inclined to settle in the East. However, it is regrettable that significant events with renowned names transpire predominantly in the West. Thus, if Llewellyn wishes to accumulate more attendance records, he must establish his residence in the West. Ultimately, he resolved to open a quaint bar in the bustling heart of Manhattan, which he aptly named the Bar of Light. This title was inspired by a television series from his past life that he held in high regard. In a world devoid of superheroes, Llewellyn harbored no concerns about potential infringement. To secure this bar, he expended a considerable sum. As a member of the esteemed Asgardian pantheon, it would be unbecoming for Llewellyn to labor for his earnings. Although the sorcerers of Camartage were not impoverished, they found themselves powerless to meet Llewellyn's substantial financial demands, which amounted to several million. After all, their entire community of sorcerers had never incurred such expenses over the years. In reality, their basic living needs were adequately met. And astonishingly, the most significant annual expenditure for Camartage was merely the cost of broadband. Faced with this predicament, Llewellyn had no choice but to return to Asgard to exchange some gold, thus acquiring a modest bar in the costly expanse of Manhattan. With the bar newly opened, the only staff members were Llewellyn and Sif. Fortunately, the clientele was not overly abundant, allowing the two to manage adequately. Although Llewellyn referred to it as a bar, he actually sold a variety of items: sunflower seeds, beverages, bottled water, and even egg-fried rice. Given that Stark Tower was just next door and numerous white-collar workers populated the area, Llewellyn's bar quickly gained considerable popularity. The quality of the offerings and reasonable pricing were merely one aspect of its appeal. Typically, those who worked in the vicinity were not lacking in funds. The primary allure was undoubtedly the presence of a handsome proprietor and a stunning hostess. Countless lonely men and women found solace in visiting Llewellyn's bar after work, hoping for a chance to connect with the charming owner. Regardless of the prospect of catching the eye of the dashing proprietor, the possibility of encountering someone with shared interests promised an evening devoid of solitude. The ignorance of mortals regarding propriety was indeed astounding. Observing a couple engaged in a passionate embrace not far away, Sif silently scoffed. Even after a month of being here, she still struggled to adapt to the unrestrained behavior of mortals in public. Sif was far from a naive young girl. She would not be bothered by a simple kiss. Yet, the hands of that couple had already ventured beyond comprehension, and it is no wonder that Sif found it distasteful. There were even occasions when inebriated patrons nearly engaged in a raucous brawl, and had it not been for Llewellyn's timely intervention to sober them up, the establishment might have witnessed a scene reminiscent of a lascivious spectacle. At times, Llewellyn would realize that even after assisting patrons in regaining their sobriety, it bore little fruit. It became evident that some individuals committed indiscretions not merely due to intoxication, but rather because they harbored the desire to indulge in such behavior, prompting them to drink. The ephemeral nature of mortal life renders the pursuit of immediate gratification an intrinsic trait, immutable and deeply ingrained. Llewellyn cast a glance at the couple in the corner, shaking his head with a smile. One cannot expect a race whose average lifespan barely reaches 70 years to ponder matters of great consequence. It is worth noting that a mere century ago, their entire race had an average life expectancy of less than 40 years. 40 years? Sif appeared astonished. Is it truly that scant? For the Asgardians, 40 years signifies little. They consider one to be fully mature only at the age of 1500, while Lulin, at over 800, is still regarded as a mere youth. 40 years, to the Asgardians, is but a fleeting moment, a mere blink in time. Even Sif, now surpassing 1500 years in age, embodies this truth. Indeed, Lulin affirmed with a nod. You see, your inability to accept certain realities stems from a profound lack of understanding of them. Lulin cautioned, do not allow the arrogance of being an Asgardian to consume you, Sif. Remember to remain perpetually humble. Sif hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. Lulin could discern that Sif had not fully absorbed his words, yet he chose not to elaborate further. In due course, as Sif's experiences broadened, she would naturally come to appreciate the necessity of maintaining a sense of reverence. Never underestimate any race. Lulin smiled faintly, remarking, this is precisely why I have chosen to open a bar here. Apologies, young one. If you are lost, the police are outside, if you seek to drink. I regret to inform you that we do not serve minors. Lulin smiled at a boy who had just entered. I'm sorry, I'm Peter Parker, and I'm not here to buy alcohol. I saw your poster advertising part-time positions, and I thought I might give it a try if you were willing. The young man, freckled and somewhat nervous, explained his intentions. Wait, did you say your name is Peter Parker? Lulin could not help but interrupt. Yes, that is correct, sir. Parker looked anxiously at Lulin, gazing at the visage before him, which bore no resemblance to the face from his past life. Lulin found himself uncertain whether this individual truly embodied the Spider-Man he remembered. I apologize, young man, but we cannot hire minors here. All right. I'm sorry to have disturbed you, sir, Parker replied, somewhat disheartened, as he turned to leave. Wait a moment. After a brief contemplation, Lulin retrieved a business card from beneath the table and pushed it forward. This is a Chinese restaurant I frequent. I've heard they are currently in search of delivery personnel. If you happen to own a bicycle, I believe they would be quite eager to have you give it a try. By the way, mentioning my name might facilitate your chances of securing the position. Lulin shrugged, adding, if you don't mind, it could be worth a shot. My name is Lulin. Really? Parker exclaimed, excitement evident as he accepted the business card. Thank you, Mr. Lulin. Chapter 16 You're welcome, Lulin replied with a slight smile. I hope your interview goes smoothly. Parker nodded vigorously and pushed open the door to leave. As he exited, he brushed past a figure clad in black. You seem to have quite a leisurely disposition, the man remarked with a smile as he entered. It was none other than the renowned Nick Fury. Accompanying him were Coulson and Hawkeye, Clint Barton. You don't seem the least bit surprised by my arrival, Fury stated as he settled into a chair. I am somewhat surprised, Lulin replied coolly. Rather, I find it quite astonishing that you choose to arrive at such a late hour. Would you care for a drink? 3 glasses of ice water, please, Fury responded, surveying the surroundings as he stood. Your establishment appears to be quite well appointed. He nodded appreciatively. Indeed, your decor reflects a certain taste. I quite admire it. Thank you, Lulin said with a faint smile. I infused a touch of Asgardian style into the renovations. Fury took a sip of the ice water from the table. I am curious, he said, crossing his arms and fixing an earnest gaze upon Lulin. What is your purpose in coming to Earth? What do I wish to achieve? Lulin smiled slightly. That seems to concern you little, mortal. No, since you have arrived on Earth, within the territory of the United States, it indeed pertains to me. Fury replied, his expression serious. If I cannot ascertain your intentions clearly, believe me, I may resort to some drastic measures and reactions. Such a scenario is surely undesirable for all parties involved. Wouldn't you agree? Do you truly believe that your so-called tactics hold any sway over us? Sif raised her chin defiantly, locking her gaze onto Fury and his companions. Asgardians never yield to threats or compromise. You dare to threaten the Prince of Asgard. Sif, Lulin remarked with a hint of indifference. You may take your leave now. Sif cast a glance at Fury, scoffed softly, and removed her attendant's attire before retreating into the inner chamber. You see, I am not like my haughty kin, therefore. I expect you to reciprocate with the respect I deserve. Shall we engage in an open dialogue? Fury snapped his fingers. I find this proposal most agreeable. Perhaps you could commence by introducing us to Asgard, for I am quite curious about the nature of you so-called deities. Deities, you say? Lulin responded with a subtle smile. Let us begin at the very start. Pouring himself half a glass of iced vodka, Lulin commenced his narrative. Centuries ago, Midgard, known as Earth, was under the dominion of Asgard. The Earth harbored various indigenous magical forces, such as the sorcerers. Yet, Among these sorcerers, an anomaly emerged, the Ancient One. She successfully vanquished all dark forces on Earth and subsequently challenged Odin. The outcome of that battle remains shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, it is clear that, on the surface, Midgard continued to exist under Asgard's rule. In reality, however, Earth had long since ceased to be under Asgard's administration. So, you imply that there exists a sovereign of Earth unknown to us? Fury could not help but question. In the event of any significant occurrence, do we mere mortals lack the right to be informed? Indeed, Lulin replied coolly. In comparison to the Ancient One, who safeguarded Earth for centuries, you are, in truth, inconsequential. It must be acknowledged that the Ancient One was, without a doubt, a guardian of humanity. At least during Asgard's reign, Earth was not as peaceful. Why is that? Fury inquired. Are you not the gods of Earth? Should you not protect its inhabitants? A smirk of derision played upon Lulin's lips. Your politicians are also supposed to safeguard their people. Yet, what is the reality? Fury fell silent. Although Midgard was under Asgard's governance, it did not imply that Asgard was responsible for everything that transpired there. In the event of a large-scale invasion by dimensional demons, Odin would indeed intervene to shield humanity from annihilation. However, petty crimes occur daily across the globe, and they are simply beyond management. Much like your own nation, Lulin mocked, with the multitude of shootings that take place each day. Have your politicians ever sought to prevent such incidents? What they do is merely tend to the aftermath, Lulin remarked. The actions of Asgard mirror those of your politicians in essence. Fury's complexion flushed slightly. He could hardly believe that this Asgardian possessed far greater knowledge about Earth than he had ever imagined. Yet, the Ancient One was different. She had indeed succeeded in keeping all dimensional demons at bay. Lurian's tone took on a serious gravity. Of course, some exceptionally powerful and cunning demons were still able to operate on Earth through their avatars. For instance, the character Mephisto, whom you encountered last time, is a prime example of this. Despite your relentless efforts to combat crime, it is inevitable that evil will fester in the darkest corners. However, this does not diminish the greatness of the Ancient One. Due to her overwhelming strength, even within the multiverse, the Ancient One's reputation is considerable. Lurian smiled at Fury. Now, perhaps you can understand why we find it rather tedious to engage with mortals like yourselves. Compared to an ancient and formidable sorcerer, the lifespan and authority of mortals are exceedingly brief. If we were to reach any agreements, they would likely become obsolete within a mere 30 to 50 years. And for Asgardians, 30 to 50 years is akin to 1 month for you humans. Thus, those who truly possess the right to comment on my actions on Earth are not you so-called politicians, nor the so-called United Nations Security Council. The only one truly entitled to intervene in my affairs is the Ancient One herself. Lurian's words were unflinching, brutally exposing Fury's illusions. Fury fell silent, struggling to accept the stark reality that humanity was, in fact, insignificant, especially in light of everything he had previously held pride in. At that moment, before Lurian, his beliefs lay in tatters. Chapter 17. Ultimately, Fury was a seasoned politician, well-versed in the nuances of the political arena, and he quickly composed himself. You share this with me not merely to belittle humanity, do you? Fury inhaled deeply. So what is it you desire? What do I desire? Lurian smiled faintly. My wishes are quite simple. Withdraw your damned agents and cease their surveillance of my patrons at my bar. Lurian's tone was menacing. Fury's gaze wavered. How did you discover this? They were practically wearing the word agent on their foolish faces. Lurian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Consider yourself fortunate. My subordinates are not particularly astute, or they would have found themselves with broken limbs and disposed of long ago. So what do you truly want? Fury replied calmly. If you wish for me to withdraw these agents, I must know your intentions. Noticing Lurian's unfriendly demeanor, Fury hastily clarified, this is not a threat. I merely need to provide an explanation to my superiors. After all, I merely serve as a facilitator for others. You must comprehend the difficulties we face. It is rather straightforward. Lulin snapped his fingers and remarked with a nonchalant air. Should you harbor any doubts, feel free to send someone to inquire of me whenever I am available, or if any troubles arise, you may likewise seek my assistance. Asgard was once the sovereign of Midgard, and I am quite willing to lend a hand for such trifles. What is it that you require from us? Fury questioned, his gaze fixed warily upon Lulin. He could scarcely believe that Lulin, of all beings, would extend such kindness to earthlings. A bold thought flickered in Fury's mind. Could it be that the Asgardians sought to reclaim dominion over Earth, prompting such an offer? Lulin silently mocked this notion. Indeed, humanity rarely values that which comes too easily. Years hence, when Thor graces the Earth, Fury will likely implore him to join his avengers. Yet, in this moment, when I extend an offer of aid. Fury suspects ulterior motives. Truly, the times have turned, and human nature has deteriorated. My demands are quite simple. Withdraw your insufferable agents and refrain from interfering with my endeavors on Earth. Lulan stated calmly, rest assured. I would never engage in actions detrimental to humanity. After all, the Ancient One remains, and I have no desire to confront her. As for my other requirements, I have yet to formulate them. I will convey them when the time is right. However, when my needs arise, I hope you can provide me with resources, including but not limited to intelligence and financial support. Oh, and if possible, I recall that you have a position for an advisor. I believe I could serve in that capacity, though the remuneration must not be lacking. Moreover, I require a legitimate identity. Otherwise, venturing outside becomes exceedingly troublesome. Fury hesitated. Lulan's requests appeared numerous, yet they posed little threat. These matters were trivial for S.H.I.E.L.D. The conditions Lulan presented were so favorable that Fury found it hard to believe such a stroke of fortune could exist. Your terms present some challenges for us. I shall need to return and deliberate thoroughly. Lulan rolled his eyes. Oh, please. Am I to be oblivious to your little schemes? Do not delude yourself. This opportunity is fleeting. If you cannot meet these modest demands, I fear there is no basis for our collaboration. Lulan waved dismissively. Guests may depart without further ado. And do ensure that I do not see your agents surveilling me again. Otherwise, I shall not remain cordial. Certainly, if you seek a conflict. Asgard is more than willing to oblige, Lulan remarked with a calm demeanor. It is believed that even the Supreme Sorcerer would not interfere with the Asgardians' quest to reclaim their dignity. There is no need for Lulan to impose threats. Lu Dan comprehended the significance of a civilization capable of interstellar travel centuries ago within the contemporary human society. Whether or not Lulan was indeed issuing threats, Lu Dan dared not take the risk, for he could not gamble on whether Asgard would truly initiate a war. Very well, I concede to your terms. Fury replied with an unwavering expression, immediately acquiescing. It was about time, Lulan said with a smile. Let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. Having successfully achieved his objective, Lulan appeared quite elated. The reason is simple. Earth possesses an abundance of iconic moments. However, after residing in Asgard for several centuries, Lulan had nearly forgotten the memories of his past life. How could he possibly recall the intricate details of films he had seen centuries ago? Moreover, the system's requirements for him to sign in at various significant scenes posed a risk. Should he mistakenly recall the timing and miss the opportunity to sign in, it would be a considerable loss. Thus, by forming an alliance with S.H.I.E.L.D., Lulan would be promptly informed of any occurrences, enabling him to arrive at the scene in time for the signing. An experience boost of 3, or rather, a signing increment of 1. How delightful that would be. This was, in truth, Lulan's genuine aim. As for Fury, he too had his own calculations. From what he discerned, Lulan was unlikely to be lying. What does this imply? It signifies the existence of a deity who harbors goodwill towards humanity, and perhaps, even the potential to assist humankind. This, undoubtedly, is a rare treasure for the current state of humanity. Fury was well aware that the world was not as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. Many decades prior, when he was merely a novice agent, he had already witnessed the perilous aspects of this universe. Fury understood that Earth is not only not solitary within the cosmos, but also fraught with danger. Thus, he maintained a profound sense of vigilance. If possible, he would exploit every available resource, resorting to any means necessary to protect his homeland. Likewise, he would not forsake any personnel or resources he could potentially utilize. By the way, where does the Ancient One reside? Fury inquired with curiosity. If possible, I would like to meet her. Where does she dwell? Lulan pondered for a moment. If she wishes to meet you, there is no need for you to seek her. She will come to you. However, if you truly wish to test your luck, perhaps you could venture to Nepal and inquire with the locals about a place called Kamartaj. Chapter 18. Kamartaj. Fury nodded thoughtfully, casting a sidelong glance at Coulson. Poor Coulson remained blissfully unaware that he was about to embark on a most unfortunate journey. If the Ancient One truly wished to meet Fury, she would have manifested herself by now. The absence of her presence could only suggest that she had no desire to encounter these agents. Thus, let the dim-witted send someone to seek out the so-called Kamartaj. Although in the original tale, Strange indeed discovered Kamartaj in Nepal, who exactly was the individual in question? She was none other than the chosen successor of the Sorcerer Supreme. It would be quite peculiar if she were not found. Yet, what sort of inept individuals did Fury command? Among 10, 9.5 were Hydra operatives, and the remaining half was on the verge of joining their ranks. Under such circumstances, it would truly be astonishing if his motley crew managed to locate Kamartaj. After Fury's departure, the number of patrons around Lulin's bar significantly dwindled, and the lingering sensation of being watched finally dissipated. However, Lulin felt somewhat disheartened, for without the surveillance of the agents, the clientele of his bar also diminished considerably. It turned out that the once thriving business had largely relied on this band of agents. On the third day following Fury's exit, a fiery-haired temptress entered the bar. "Hello, my name is Natasha, and I am here to apply for the position of waitress," she said with a smile, extending her right hand towards Lulin. Lulin was well aware of the identity of this woman, the illustrious Black Widow, the object of countless youthful fantasies. Seeing Natasha's beaming smile stirred something within him. Sign-in initiated, sign-in character, Black Widow Natasha. Sign-in successful, reward obtained. Mastery of martial arts. Mastery of martial arts? What a paltry sign-in reward. Lulin couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration wash over him. Glancing at the system panel, which now displayed 0 remaining sign-in attempts, he felt utterly speechless. Had he known, he would not have signed in with Natasha, squandering a valuable opportunity. "Saijin, come forth and train the newcomer, from this day forth. Your duties will be shared," he declared, his annoyance evident. In his vexation, he naturally did not offer Natasha a warm reception. Moreover, the cleaning responsibilities could also be entrusted to the newcomer. As for the salary, it could be a mere token amount. Natasha, bewildered, could not fathom what had displeased her new employer. She had not anticipated that she would breeze through the interview so effortlessly. Prior to her arrival, she had even fabricated a sob story in hopes that Lulin would take pity on her. Yet, all her carefully concocted tales proved utterly futile. Heaven knows that Lulin merely cast a fleeting glance at her before deciding to employ her. This left Natasha with a sense of profound futility, akin to striking a fist against cotton, powerful yet utterly ineffective. Lulin intended to exploit her to the fullest. After all, Natasha had come to interview with him, most likely drawn by his own allure. Regardless of how much he pressed her, she would certainly not resign. Given this understanding, Lulin felt no compunction about utilizing her as he saw fit. As for her salary, as long as it was sufficient, it mattered little. The S.H.I.E.L.D. would provide her with additional remuneration anyway. Soon, Natasha officially commenced her duties. She had anticipated that this position would be relatively leisurely, at least not overly exhausting. However, just days prior, while escorting an Iranian nuclear physicist, Natasha encountered an ambush by the Winter Soldier in Odessa. She was grievously shot through the abdomen, and the physicist met a tragic fate. Due to the severity of her injuries, she was unable to undertake missions for an extended period. Consequently, Fury assigned her to surveil Lulin, hoping to extract more useful intelligence. This role was quite effortless, requiring her neither to engage in combat nor exposing her to danger under Lulin's watch, since it allowed her to earn extra income while enjoying a break. She was more than willing to comply. Yet, she did not foresee that her days at the light bar would be anything but easy. Beyond contending with a myriad of eccentric patrons daily, she was also responsible for maintaining the bar's cleanliness. Had it not been for Lulin's inability to bear the sight of her toil, resulting in the hiring of a cleaner, Natasha might have worn herself thin to the point of reopening her wounds, necessitating another hospital visit. Nevertheless, after acclimatizing to this lifestyle, Natasha surprisingly found herself rather enjoying it. She arrived punctually for work each day, busily occupied until the end of her shift, after which she could soon succumb to deep slumber in her bed. It had been years since she had experienced a restful night's sleep. If not for the occasional need to report her progress to Fury, she might have begun to believe she was merely an ordinary person. "Shall we continue the tale of the Dark Elves today?" Lulin remarked with a faint smile. "I had thought you would be quite weary of it after hearing it so many times. I only heard it from my father, and his knowledge pales in comparison to yours. Please, recount it once more for me." Sif persisted, urging Lulin to share more about the Dark Elves. The power of the Dark Elves stemmed from darkness. Long ago, they sought to plunge the entire universe back into shadow using the ether particles. However, they were swiftly vanquished by the 9 kingdoms representing the forces of light. Their sacred artifact, the ether particles, was sealed away. As for the Dark Elves, they embarked on a path of exile under the leadership of their chieftain, Malekith, and subsequently vanished from existence. In truth, the knowledge possessed by Lulin was gleaned from the tomes of the Asgardian library. The intricate details were supplemented by Odin, a first-hand witness to the war of that era. This conflict has long been a topic of discourse in Asgard, with many being familiar with the legendary Battle of Ur. The version of the tale known to Sif was relayed to her by her father. However, it is evident that her father, who did not partake in the war, lacked the comprehensive understanding that Odin possessed. Thus, from a tender age, Sif had taken a liking to pestering Lulin for various stories. Despite having recounted tales of the Dark Elves dozens of times, Lulin found that even at the age of 1,500, Sif still delighted in hearing him narrate the stories. Unbeknownst to Lulin, Natasha listened intently, yet he paid her no mind. If she wished to eavesdrop, so be it. After all, it was not a matter of grave secrecy. As she absorbed Lulin's fantastical narratives, Natasha couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Who would believe such absurd tales? How ludicrous. Indeed, Natasha remained oblivious to Lulin's true identity. Chapter 19. Natasha was entirely unaware that the man before her was the infamous superhero who had recently caused quite a stir. Lulin's dossier was classified information held by Fury. Apart from the trusted agents Clinton and Coulson, no one knew that Lulin operated a bar in this location. Fury had ordered his agents to monitor Lulin for a simple reason. He had placed Lulin on a watch list of individuals deemed dangerous. However, the specifics of why Lulin was considered a threat were never disclosed to anyone. At this juncture, Natasha had yet to earn a place on Fury's list of trusted individuals. Consequently, she remained ignorant of the fact that her surveillance target was, in fact, an extraterrestrial prince. Thus, each time Natasha heard Lulin recount tales of cosmic adventures, she was left in a state of bewilderment. What? People actually believe such things? How foolish must one be to accept such nonsense? This was the truest reflection of Natasha's inner thoughts. However, her perspective soon shifted. She realized that she was the true fool. In reality, Sif was indifferent to the substance of Lulin's stories. She cared not for their veracity. Her sole desire was to hear Lulin narrate tales. Sif relished the moments spent in Lulin's company. As for storytelling, it is merely an excuse. In truth, Sif does not care at all about what Lulin's tales entail. She is solely concerned with the storyteller himself. When Natasha came to this realization, she felt utterly disheartened. Initially, she had scoffed at the notion, questioning how foolish this woman could be to believe such absurd narratives. However, Natasha soon understood that it was not the woman who was foolish. Rather, it was a mutual understanding between the two individuals engaged in role-playing. One pretended to be naive enough to be deceived, while the other spun fanciful tales. What appeared to be two eccentric individuals was, in reality, a delightful exchange of flirtation in their own unique manner. Thankfully, Lulin remained oblivious to Natasha's thoughts. Otherwise, he might have remarked, "Truly, a spy. Your imagination knows no bounds. Is there not a possibility, may I suggest, that what we speak of is indeed true?" Natasha, believing she had unraveled the playful antics of these two, began to relish Lulin's storytelling. At the very least, the tales he spun were quite entertaining. There were moments when Natasha felt as if Lulin were an eyewitness to these events, rendering them extraordinarily vivid. Should Lulin choose to pen a novel, it would surely become a bestseller. As Lulin frequently regaled Sif with various stories during his idle moments, gradually, other patrons of the bar began to listen to his tales as well. This unexpectedly evolved into a distinctive feature of the light bar. "Hey, your storytelling is quite impressive," remarked a blonde woman seated at the bar, gazing intently at Lulin. "It would truly be a waste of talent if you do not write a novel. Is that so?" Lulin shrugged. "Unfortunately, all I share is the truth, drawn from my own experiences." "Including your battles with dark elves?" Christina inquired, arching an eyebrow mischievously. "Indeed, including my encounters with dark elves. I recall you mentioning this transpired 3,000 years ago. Does that mean you are already 3,000 years old?" Christina struggled to contain her laughter. "That is merely the illustrious legacy of my father," Lulin responded with a smile. "When I speak of battles with dark elves, I am merely referring to encounters with a few rascally thieves roaming the cosmos. Furthermore, I am not over 3,000 years old." Lulin chuckled. "In fact, by Earth's standards, I am merely 851 years young. In my realm, I am still but a youth." "Is that so? A youth?" Christina blinked, her tone laden with significance. "Indeed, a youth," Lulin affirmed. "By your earthly standards, I am actually only 10 years old." Lulin solemnly remarked. "Please refrain from your flirtatious glances, madam. You are teetering on the edge of illegality." "Is that so?" Christina replied playfully. "Perhaps I rather enjoy a more thrilling game." Lulin cleared his throat twice. Although he personally would not mind a dalliance with the journalist before him, he was acutely aware that should he dare to indulge, his ever-watchful companion, Sif, would undoubtedly not let it slide. While Lulin considered Sif not his equal in combat, he understood that in such situations, the measure of strength and reason mattered little. It is well known that one cannot reason with women, especially those in love. Thus, he knew he must avoid any transgressions that might provoke turmoil in his life. "Cough. Mind your words, miss," Please maintain your decorum. Lu Lin cleared his throat again. Is there anything else you require? I am a journalist, Christina said with a smile. Is that so? And what of it? I find your story quite intriguing. Christina tore a piece of notepaper from the bar and inscribed her number upon it. Should the opportunity arise, I hope to conduct an exclusive interview with you. She cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Lin, leaving a faint imprint of her lips upon the note. From her bosom, she produced some cash, affixing the notepaper to the bills and slowly pushing them towards Lu Lin. Naturally, I am also quite interested in your past. I hope we can engage in a more profound dialogue. She particularly emphasized the word profound. To be frank, Christina could be classified as a beauty, especially with her alluring figure, which few men could resist. As Lu Lin beheld the note she offered, a flicker of recognition stirred within him. He recalled that this journalist had appeared in a film he had seen in a past life. Truth be told, Lu Lin was genuinely curious about the depth of the profound dialogue she proposed. Thus, while Sif's attention was elsewhere, he discreetly accepted the notepaper along with the cash. Observing Lu Lin's actions, the journalist smiled mischievously. At that moment, a gasp erupted from the entrance. The door to the light bar swung open, revealing a dapper gentleman with a small mustache. Ah, splendid decor. I am quite fond of the ambience here, Stark remarked, standing at the bar's entrance and surveying the interior with appreciation. As Stark's gaze fell upon Sif, he whistled. It seems I have indeed chosen the right place to visit today. Look at all these beauties. He strode forward confidently, lightly tapping the bar. Waiter, summon your boss. With a glance at Tony Stark, whose gaze wandered restlessly around the bar, Lu Lin could not help but smirk. After becoming acquainted with Tony, one might perceive him as a commendable companion. However, to strangers, Tony is nothing short of a complete scoundrel, especially in this phase of his life. Tony Stark epitomizes a rogue among rogues, utterly irredeemable. Consider the myriad of adversaries and tragic incidents that arose from Tony's notoriously vile character during this period. Self-centered, utterly indifferent to the feelings of others, disdainful of the ordinary, and dismissive of rules. At first glance, he might seem like a mere hopeless playboy, not particularly detestable. Yet, when you find yourself the disabled individual left on a rooftop by Tony in the biting cold for an entire night, your perspective shifts dramatically. Forgive me. I am indeed the proprietor of this establishment, Lu Lin stated coolly. What is it that you require? What is it that you require? Tony echoed Lu Lin's words, his disbelief palpable as he scrutinized him. Good heavens, are you an alien? Surely, you must recognize me. I do recognize you, despite being an extraterrestrial. I am well aware of your so-called playboy persona, Lu Lin replied nonchalantly. So what is it that you need? What did you just say? Tony questioned incredulously. Did you claim to be an alien? Indeed, Christina interjected with a smile. Allow me to remind you. This is an alien prince of the grand age of 831, and he has a brother, the legendary Thor, god of thunder. His father is none other than Odin, the king of the gods. To clarify, I am 851, Lu Lin remarked coolly. Though I do not mind you reducing my age. My apologies, my mistake, Christina chuckled, raising her hands in mock surrender. I shall drink to my error. Huh. Tony clapped his hands together. Is this some sort of role-playing soiree? I am beginning to like you. Therefore, the illustrious Mr. Tony Stark, what brings you here? Lu Lin inquired with an indifferent demeanor. If you desire refreshments, please place your order swiftly. If you require nothing, feel free to find a place to rest. We do not deny entry to those without funds. Without funds? Tony regarded Lu Lin with a piercing gaze. Well, you have successfully ignited my ire. At this stage in his life, there are three things Tony cannot tolerate. First and foremost, he cannot abide anyone questioning his charm. As a man who has shared the company of cover girls month after month, he will not permit anyone to challenge his allure. Moreover, he absolutely forbids anyone from questioning his innate talent. As a prodigy who rose to fame at a young age, the greatest genius in the world, he will not tolerate any doubts cast upon his intellect. Lastly, he insists that no one challenge his affluence. Lu Lin's words struck precisely at the fragile and sensitive core of his pride. How much for your bar? I'll buy it, Tony stated nonchalantly. I'm sorry. It's not for sale, Lu Lin replied without lifting his gaze. $50 million. Not for sale. Lu Lin frowned. If you continue to disrupt, I shall have to ask you to leave, Mr. Stark. Splendid. I admire your spirit, Stark remarked, his expression unchanged. Yet those familiar with him could sense that Stark was beginning to feel a bit embarrassed. I intend to purchase this building and evict you, Stark said coolly, soon. You shall no longer be the owner of this establishment. You may attempt it, Lu Lin chuckled. If you can acquire this building, by all means try. Pepper. Do you know to whom the building across from our skyscraper belongs? Which company owns it? Stark immediately dialed his secretary. Now, instantly, Procure it for me. Tony, have you lost your mind? Why the sudden urge to buy such a building? Pepper's voice echoed through the earpiece. No need for discussion, just buy it. Tony replied, somewhat impatiently. Pepper sighed. Though she had long grown accustomed to her boss's erratic decisions, Tony's current impulsiveness still caught her off guard. Yet, what could she do? He was the boss, after all. Pepper complied with Tony's command. Soon, the call connected, and she tried to reach the owner of the building. Before long, Lulin's phone rang. I'm sorry, it's not for sale. Lulin raised his head to look at Stark. What about now? Indeed. The ownership of the building beneath Lulin had long since been transferred to him by S.H.I.E.L.D., and he had spent not a single cent. This was not difficult to comprehend, for it was part of Lulin's dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D. At this juncture, Fury was willing to expend any necessary resources to court an extraterrestrial being friendly to humanity. He hoped to glean information about aliens from Lulin and even expected Lulin's assistance should problems arise that he could not resolve himself. Thus, he was always ready to fulfill Lulin's requests. A mere building was inconsequential. If it was to be given, then so be it. After all, it wouldn't cost S.H.I.E.L.D. a dime. Although the S.H.I.E.L.D. of the present does not yet wield the immense power it would later possess. Bearing the title of the Department of Homeland Security and Resource Management, the requisition of a building is hardly a formidable task. Surely, you do not believe that money is omnipotent, capable of resolving all dilemmas? Why not? Stark remained obstinate. Did you not assert that you would purchase my bar with your wealth? Lulin chuckled. Come now? I am eager to witness the means by which you intend to acquire my establishment. Tony's expression stiffened. He had never anticipated that the man before him was, in fact, the proprietor of the very building he sought. Consequently, he found himself utterly incapable of purchasing it. Naturally, he could not buy the entire bar and evict Lulin. Observe, money is not an all-encompassing solution. Lulin remarked. At the very least, you cannot procure my bar, can you? Chapter 21. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Tony gazed at Lulin with a somewhat malevolent expression. Once you declare bankruptcy, I shall effortlessly acquire your bar. He retorted, and I will soon ensure your financial ruin. Very well, even if I were to face bankruptcy, then what? Lulin laughed heartily. Even if I were to declare insolvency tomorrow? No, even if I were to become bankrupt tonight, you still cannot purchase my bar. At this very moment, whether it be 10 million or 1 billion, it makes no distinction for you. You cannot buy my bar. Does this not illustrate that money is not omnipotent? Poor Stark, remember that a person's success in life is not measured solely by their wealth. How absurd. If wealth cannot gauge a person's success, then what can? Stark looked at Lulin with derision. Could it be academic credentials? He erupted into loud laughter. I apologize. But I graduated from MIT with a Ph.D. in physics, a Ph.D. in engineering, and a Ph.D. in electrical engineering, 3 doctoral degrees. The inventions and accomplishments I have made throughout my life are countless, and the accolades I have received are too numerous to even consider. And you, my friend, tell me, what achievements have you accomplished? Are these not sufficient to prove my superiority over you? Indeed, Lulin gently applauded. You are indeed remarkable. I regret to inform you that I have never attended school. My education has been solely familial. Lulin smiled. Your accomplishments are indeed unparalleled. But have you made any contributions to humanity? If the contributions you speak of are those weapons you have invented and manufactured, then I can only say you are truly pitiable. Pitiable? Stark found this notion perplexing. The weapons I have invented and produced have maintained peace for the United States across the globe. You deem me pitiable? Can my contributions to peace not suffice to demonstrate my commitment to humanity? The world's largest arms dealer claims that his contributions to peace are unparalleled. Lulin chuckled, remarking, I have never encountered anything more ludicrous. By the way, perhaps this young lady beside us possesses pertinent information and news. Why not inquire with this journalist? Christina gazed curiously at the 2 men embroiled in an inexplicable dispute, perceiving them as rather unreasonable. How did the situation escalate to this point? However, when Lulin shifted the conversation towards her, Christina felt as though she had been struck by a bolt of fortune from the heavens. Recently, she had been following news regarding Stark Industries arms sales in the Middle East. It was rumored that the weapons utilized by terrorists in that region were manufactured by Stark Industries. Christina had amassed considerable evidence to substantiate that this was no mere rumor. Her intention in visiting this place was to seek an opportunity to infiltrate Stark Tower and possibly interview a few high-profile individuals. It would be even better if she could obtain evidence regarding Stark Industries arms dealings with terrorists. Little did Christina expect that her mere stroke of luck at the entrance of Stark Tower would lead her to encounter Stark himself. More importantly, she now had the chance to interview Mr. Stark. Indeed, Mr. Stark, I possess evidence indicating that certain terrorists in the Middle East are using weapons produced by Stark Industries. How do you explain this? Christina hastily produced the evidence she had gathered, including photographs and even video footage. What? This is impossible, Stark exclaimed in disbelief. Absurd, utterly absurd. How could Stark Industries possibly engage in transactions with terrorists? Even if the two of you intend to frame me, such tactics are far too primitive. Stark sneered, refusing to even glance at the materials presented by the female journalist. Just as Stark prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed Lu Lin's side where the journalist's phone number, marked with her red lipstick, lay. Upon seeing this, Stark abruptly changed his mind. He had come to this bar in search of amusement. He had heard whispers of an exceptionally alluring woman here. Yet, upon entering, he only beheld the journalist at the bar and Sif, who was mixing drinks. The dim lighting obscured Sif's features, and her physique was not at all to his liking. His attention was swiftly drawn to Lu Lin. He could not tolerate the idea of someone possessing a charm that surpassed his own. Even Stark had to concede that, in terms of demeanor alone, he was utterly eclipsed by Lu Lin. After all, Lu Lin was a prince of Asgard, possessing a noble elegance that had been cultivated over centuries. Such refinement was undoubtedly beyond the reach of a mere mortal like Stark. This disparity also accounted for Stark's inexplicable animosity towards Lu Lin. Furthermore, Lu Lin's merciless tongue exacerbated Tony's hostility, leading to their immediate and intense confrontations. Although Stark faced defeat in their initial clash, compelling him to contemplate withdrawal, he sensed a flicker of opportunity for retaliation. Meanwhile, the female journalist cast a glance at the note beside Lu Lin, then at Tony, and her astute mind quickly connected the dots. Christina offered Lu Lin an apologetic smile, expressing her regret. Subsequently, she reclaimed the note, tearing it into shreds. Might I have the honor of exchanging insights on interview experiences with you? Christina inquired, adjusting her hairstyle with a smile. Quite well, Tony replied, sizing up Christina. I could indeed offer you an opportunity to understand that your inquiries are nothing but baseless accusations against Stark Industries. With a charming smile, Stark wrapped his arm around the journalist's waist, and Christina obediently followed him as they departed. Before leaving, Stark shot Lu Lin a provocative grin, silently declaring, I have triumphed. Lu Lin observed Stark's mouth forming those words, contemplating the playful encounter. As he watched the two retreating figures, Lu Lin suddenly recalled that this woman was the very journalist who had interviewed Stark at the outset of Iron Man. Upon this realization, his interest in her waned significantly. Chapter 22. He had no inclination for items previously handled by others. Moreover, while the woman's physique appeared quite alluring, it did not particularly appeal to Lu Lin's taste. The fleeting sensation of attraction had existed only in that brief moment. Simultaneously, at the exposition not far away, Peter Parker was unexpectedly bitten by a spider on his neck. Initially indifferent, he later succumbed to unconsciousness upon returning home. When he awoke, he discovered that he had acquired superpowers. As for the subsequent events, they need not be elaborated upon, for it is well known that your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man has arrived. His life experiences were not markedly different from before. After all, without those experiences, it remains uncertain whether Spider-Man could truly become the hero he is meant to be. The little spider, endowed with extraordinary abilities, endeavored to leverage these powers for personal gain. Unbeknownst to him, this pursuit inadvertently led to the injury of his dearest kin, who narrowly escaped death. The reason for the narrow escape lay in Lu Lin receiving a mission from the system to save Peter Parker's uncle. Previously, Lu Lin refrained from intervening due to his ignorance of when the little spider would be bitten by the spider or when calamity might strike. He could not possibly monitor the little spider incessantly, for that would be quite peculiar, wouldn't it? Upon receiving the system's task, Lu Lin promptly rushed to the scene. Rescuing a gravely injured ordinary individual might pose an insurmountable challenge for mortal medical resources, yet for Lu Lin, a mere incantation would suffice. Thus, with Lu Lin's timely assistance, Uncle Ben sustained only severe injuries and managed to hold on until medical personnel arrived. Though a prolonged period of convalescence awaited him, his life was spared. Listen, Peter Parker. Should you wish to converse, I stand ready at any moment, Lu Lin stated earnestly, gripping Peter's hand firmly. Peter hesitated for an extended time, ultimately opting not to reveal the truth of the situation. He believed it best to keep such matters from his family, for Peter had resolved to utilize his abilities to aid the innocent. With great power comes great responsibility, were Uncle Ben's words as he hovered near death. Peter Parker could scarcely fathom the potential outcome had Mr. Lu Lin not arrived in time. He could not bear to imagine the despair of losing Uncle Ben due to his own actions, nor could he envision the trajectory of his future under such circumstances. Peter contemplated the multitude of individuals in this world, suffering for various reasons. Among them might be others like himself, grappling with the anguish of familial loss. He resolved to employ his abilities to assist these souls, even if he could save but one individual or salvage a single family. Such an endeavor would be a noble pursuit. With this determination, the citizens of New York suddenly beheld a figure clad in a tight suit, gracefully leaping through the city on webs. This peculiar being harnessed his powers to aid the populace, combating crime and offering assistance. Gradually, the residents began to perceive the presence of this eccentric figure in a more favorable light. How curious, Llewellyn mused as he observed the speculations surrounding Spider-Man's identity on television. I failed to comprehend why one would adorn themselves in a tight suit and mask, swinging between skyscrapers. Tony languidly lamented the Spider-Man depicted on the television screen. If one aspires to be a hero, why then conceal one's identity? It is rather foolish. Were it me, I would never hide who I am. He took a considerable sip of his drink. The reason for Tony's presence in Llewellyn's bar, where he maintained a surprising camaraderie with Llewellyn, is a tale worth telling. Ever since that fateful day, Tony believed he had outwitted Llewellyn, returning the following day to boast about his perceived victory. However, he soon discovered that Llewellyn was utterly indifferent to his bravado, which left Tony feeling quite vexed. He still wished to fulfill his initial promise of purchasing Llewellyn's building, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not elicit even the slightest reaction from Llewellyn. This ignited a newfound intrigue within Tony towards Llewellyn. Since his youth, he had never encountered such a sense of defeat. Llewellyn even jested. If you were a woman and interested in me, I might find joy in that. But as you are a man, let us not entertain the notion. Llewellyn's dismissal did not deter Tony. Rather, it fueled his fascination further. Consequently, his daily leisure now consisted of visiting Llewellyn's bar to engage in witty banter, attempting to assert his superiority over Llewellyn in every conceivable aspect. Yet, time and again, Llewellyn would leave him speechless. Thus, Tony persisted with renewed determination, eventually becoming a regular patron of the bar. However, what truly left him feeling defeated was not Llewellyn's mockery, but rather Sif's disregard. After numerous visits to the bar, Tony finally became aware of Sif's captivating Valkyrie aura, prompting him to pursue her. Yet, as a member of the Asgardian pantheon, Sif was unlikely to be interested in a mere mortal, especially as her affections were firmly fixed on Llewellyn. Therefore, it would be more accurate to say that Tony frequented the bar not merely to vex Llewellyn, but in earnest pursuit of Sif. Regrettably, all his efforts and flirtations went unnoticed by her, as her gaze was solely reserved for Llewellyn. This left Tony exceedingly frustrated. He had, after all, found himself bested in the realm of charm. Perhaps it was this very circumstance that led Tony to develop a sense of camaraderie with Llewellyn, as if they were now merely adversaries engaged in their daily exchanges. Is that so? Llewellyn nodded affirmatively. What do you mean by that? Tony retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction coloring his tone. How can one claim to be a hero while hiding behind a mask? He scoffed at a street interview where someone hailed Spider-Man as a hero. Perhaps this hero hails from an ordinary family, Llewellyn remarked nonchalantly. It is important to note that although he possesses extraordinary abilities, his family does not share the same gifts. Llewellyn chuckled, questioning, otherwise, what would that be? A family of superheroes? He was referring to a film about a family endowed with superpowers who combat villains. Perhaps, Tony replied uncertainly, for he too held a fondness for that particular movie. This shared interest was one of the reasons he often engaged in conversations with Llewellyn. He found that beyond shared hobbies, Llewellyn consistently resonated with his thoughts and humor during their exchanges. Chapter 23. Tony found this sensation to be quite extraordinary. Never before had he experienced anything akin to it. This was also a compelling reason for his frequent visits to chat with Llewellyn. Heaven knows how arduous it is to converse with ordinary individuals. To Tony, those people bore little distinction from monkeys. Meanwhile, those who could keep pace with his thoughts, such as various scientists, were often exceedingly dull. Tony's greatest aversion was to banality. The rigid and tedious nature of many of his peers rendered him disinclined to engage with them. Moreover, in his eyes, the so-called peers were not significantly different from the monkeys he so disparaged. If he were an ordinary person, his confrontation with various criminals would undoubtedly be perilous. Llewellyn remarked softly, especially for his family. Tony, are you aware that in that Eastern nation, laundry detergent is banned? Llewellyn suddenly interjected. To safeguard their families, these individuals may sacrifice their lives on the job, yet they are denied a dignified burial. For if the dealers of laundry detergent were to uncover their identities, their families would face the most brutal retribution imaginable. Why? Tony asked, somewhat dumbfounded. They cannot ascertain whether the deceased were connected to them, can they? Why would they care whether the individuals they kill are innocent? Lulin replied matter-of-factly. They merely seek to vent their frustrations. Lulin cast a glance at Tony. Imagine, when criminals targeted by Spider-Man discover his true identity, what might they do? For instance, if a gang's lieutenant is incarcerated due to Spider-Man's intervention, do you think the gang's leader would hesitate to strike at Spider-Man's family for revenge? Surely, you cannot expect such criminals to possess a sense of morality. Tony fell silent, realizing that Lulin's words rang entirely true. Even if, hypothetically, you, Tony, were to become a hero and remain unafraid of retaliation, what of your family, your loved ones? Oh, rest assured, I no longer possess any family or loved ones, Tony remarked nonchalantly. If I were to become a hero, those criminals would realize they have no one to exact their revenge upon. How ironic. Is that truly the case? Lulin replied with a faint smile. You genuinely have no one you cherish? I have heard that your relationship with Obadiah is rather amicable. What if he were to face retaliation? Lulin chuckled. And what about your little secretary? Ha ha ha, don't speak of her that way. I have no connection with my secretary. Tony hastily clarified, visibly uneasy. Is that so? Lulin shrugged. Then let us not mention your little secretary. In any case, you claim to have no one dear to you now. Shall it remain so eternally? Lulin continued, his tone serene. Those who seek revenge will invariably find an opportunity, so do not let your guard down. This world has never been safe, Tony, especially for the ordinary. Is that so? Tony replied dismissively. I think you're being overly paranoid. No, you shall soon understand. Lulin indicated the television where Spider-Man soared through the skies. Now there's a bizarre entity flying above us. Who knows what else may emerge in the future? Look, a living extraterrestrial prince stands before you. Enough already, Tony rolled his eyes. Spare me the extraterrestrial prince nonsense. I refuse to believe your tall tales. What comes next? A demon? Or perhaps a devil? Tony erupted into loud laughter. At that moment, Peter Parker entered the room. Hey, Peter Parker, what brings you here? Lulin greeted with a smile. I have come to express my gratitude, Peter said, somewhat shyly. He retrieved a handmade cookie from his backpack. These cookies were made by Aunt May. She is at the hospital caring for Uncle Ben and couldn't thank you in person, so I have come in her stead. Peter rubbed his hands together. If you hadn't helped me save the ambulance that day, I truly don't know what would have happened. You are a hero, Mr. Lulin. Oh my goodness, you still consider me a hero, Tony applauded. I was unaware of such matters. Truly remarkable. It was merely a trifling effort, no need for concern. Lulin responded with a calm demeanor. Also, thank you for introducing me to the job. I am now much more financially secure, Peter said, scratching his head and smiling. You are indeed my great benefactor. Do not mention it, Lulin replied with a gentle smile as he accepted the cookie from Peter. I shall gladly accept the cookie. Should you ever wish to converse, I am always here to oblige. Lulin gazed deeply at Peter Parker. Lulin discerned that Peter Parker's demeanor had recently been somewhat amiss, as heavy dark circles adorned his eyes. It was evident that being Spider-Man was no trivial matter. For Peter Parker, it appeared increasingly challenging to balance his dual identities as Spider-Man and the ordinary individual he was. Uncertain whether Lulin had perceived something amiss, Peter felt a pang of anxiety. Oh, haha, I have nothing to discuss, he said, his voice tinged with nervousness. Hey, kid, you practically wear your secrets on your face, Tony teased. You're not very good at lying. It was only then that Peter realized the illustrious Mr. Stark had been sitting beside him all along. My goodness, you are Stark, Peter exclaimed, astonished. Shoo, calm down, kid, Tony said, his smugness barely concealed. I know you're excited to see me, but there's no need for such fervor. My goodness, I'm just overwhelmed. You are my idol. Peter gushed. You have no idea how much I admire you, he continued, speaking at a rapid-fire pace, akin to a machine gun. This was the first time Tony encountered such an enthusiastic young fan, one who wasn't among the typically mindless admirers. This child's admiration stemmed from Tony's remarkable achievements rather than his wealth, greatly satisfying Stark's vanity. He even took a moment to cast a sidelong glance at Lulin. The implications unmistakable. Chapter 24. As Peter Parker exited the bar, he felt lightheaded. He could hardly fathom that he had just met his idol. In his excitement, he completely forgot to share the good news he had intended to tell Lulin until he stepped out the door. Well, perhaps he would save that for another time. Glancing at the time, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Recently, he had secured an internship opportunity under the renowned Dr. Octavius. For a high school student, this was an extraordinary achievement. Others his age could hardly boast such remarkable accomplishments. Most high schoolers were still grappling with the trials of secondary school mathematics. Securing this internship in Dr. Octavius's laboratory was immensely significant for Peter Parker, as it would greatly aid his future college applications. If Dr. Octavius could embellish his self-assessment with a few commendable remarks, it would undoubtedly simplify his aspirations for his ideal university in the future. Hence, Peter Parker places great significance on this internship opportunity. Recently, Octavius has been engaged in the research of a mechanical arm assistance system, purportedly capable of transforming the world. Simultaneously, he is delving into artificial nuclear fusion, the legendary project often referred to as the artificial sun. Should this venture come to fruition, humanity would have access to an inexhaustible supply of clean energy. Each of these projects represents an impressive intellectual endeavor for Peter Parker, who merely assists Dr. Octavius in his tasks. Nevertheless, this association is a source of pride for him. It is worth noting that not only high school students, but even many accomplished graduate scholars struggle to earn the esteem of Dr. Octavius. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for Peter Parker to take pride in this experience. Today marks the day when Dr. Octavius tests his assistant arm. After years of development, he has finally crafted a mechanical arm capable of assisting him in his experiments. This arm incorporates cutting-edge nanotechnology, significantly enhancing its flexibility. To augment its convenience, Octavius has even programmed a specialized assistance protocol for the arm. However, unbeknownst to Octavius, a flaw in the underlying code has endowed his mechanical arm with an innate propensity for destruction. This is dictated by the logical principles established in the foundational code. While it is not impossible to alter, the arm's malevolence largely hinges on the user's psychological state. Should the user harbor a troubled mindset or lean toward mania, the mechanical appendage could become the most nefarious tool imaginable. This arises from Octavius's intention to enhance convenience by granting the appendage a degree of autonomous thought during coding. Without restrictions, the appendage would inevitably evolve into an uncontrollable instrument of evil. Fortunately, Octavius's prudence has served him well. He had preemptively devised a protective protocol. In the absence of Dr. Octavius's consent, the mechanical appendage exhibits no aggression whatsoever. "Hey, Dr. Octavius, it seems your experiment has succeeded," Peter Parker exclaimed breathlessly upon arriving at the laboratory, looking at Octavius with delight. "That's amazing. May I touch it?" "Of course. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." "Doctor," Octavius replied with a gentle smile, "I wish for your assistance in installing and initiating this device. As you are aware, Parker, should this experiment prove successful, it shall greatly benefit countless individuals with disabilities. Concurrently, my research will advance significantly, saving an immense amount of funding for my experiments." In Dr. Octavius's vision, mechanical appendages could restore normalcy to those with impaired limbs. Even able-bodied individuals might harness these mechanical tentacles to accomplish tasks beyond their usual capabilities. Dr. Octavius envisions a future where these mechanical limbs could even supplant natural ones, akin to the importance of a tail for certain primates. In his conception, these mechanical appendages will ultimately serve as humanity's new tail, becoming indispensable tools for everyday life. This innovation holds significance nearly equivalent to the first stone axe crafted by early humans. However, Dr. Octavius's fervor has blinded him to the most pressing issue of cost. The expense of the mechanical appendages has soared to nearly $1 million. This singular research endeavor has consumed almost half of Dr. Octavius's experimental budget. Even if mass production were feasible, the lowest possible cost would still hover around several $100,000. What does that figure represent? A cost of several $100,000 is an amount that 99% of the world's population cannot possibly bear. Therefore, it is destined that these mechanical appendages will become nothing more than toys for the affluent and lethal weapons for the military. Moreover, there is no room for further reduction in the cost of this product. During the manufacturing process, Dr. Octavius incorporated advanced nanotechnology. In this era, nanotechnology undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of scientific advancement. Countless researchers and scholars remain in a state of ignorance, while Dr. Octavius has already put it to practical use. This underscores the brilliance of Dr. Octavius. Were Tony to meet Dr. Octavius, I am certain they would find much common ground for conversation. Meanwhile, Peter Parker, who has been captivated by Dr. Octavius's grand vision, remains unaware of the darker realities of the capitalist world. After all, he is merely an ordinary high school student, blissfully absorbed in the joy of witnessing such groundbreaking technology come to life. Soon, all preparations are complete. Peter Parker's fingers hover over the computer keyboard, anxiously watching the progress bar on the screen. With a gentle press of the Enter key, the entire system of the appendages will be activated. As this technology connects directly to the brain via the spinal cord, It is designed to allow for seamless and expedient control of the appendages by the human mind. Ultimately, Dr. Octavius's initial objective was to regard the mechanical tentacles as supplementary extensions of the human body. Throughout the course of the experiment, there were numerous instances where the researcher needed to act swiftly, either by pausing the experiment or executing operational tasks. In Chapter 25, even a slight delay could result in the experiment's failure or the emergence of various irreparable accidents. Thus, any postponement was unequivocally intolerable for Dr. Octavius. This led him to directly connect the mechanical tentacles to the brain via the spinal nerves. Consequently, should the experiment falter, it would inevitably inflict irreversible damage upon the human nervous system. Proceed, Peter Parker. Dr. Octavius encouraged loudly from his bed. Rest assured, I have taken all necessary precautions and conducted dozens of simulations. The experiment is bound to succeed. Rather than merely encouraging Parker, he was, in fact, bolstering his own resolve. Dr. Octavius held great optimism for this young man, seeing in Parker a reflection of his own youth. Thus, he was willing to entrust this pivotal task to Peter Parker. Otherwise, why would so many researchers in his laboratory resort to the involvement of a high school student? It was precisely due to his unwavering confidence in the experiment that Dr. Octavius chose to delegate this responsibility to Parker, despite the fact that a mere high school student lacked the capacity to manage emergencies. Peter Parker swallowed hard, nodding firmly. Dr. Octavius, I am ready, he shouted, seemingly rallying himself as he struck the keyboard with determination. With a resounding click, the indicator lights behind Dr. Octavius began to illuminate one by one. The bionic spine seamlessly adhered to his back, while silver needles connecting to the nerves simultaneously emerged, piercing into his spine with force. In the next moment, all the indicator lights lit up once more, pulsating in tandem with Dr. Octavius's breath, as if they possessed a life of their own. The four mechanical arms resembling tentacles behind Dr. Octavius sprang into action. However, due to the initial connection to the nervous system, the mechanical arms appeared somewhat uncontrollable, flailing about in the air. Doctor, do you need me to press the emergency button? Upon witnessing this scene, Peter Parker felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety and shouted, his fingers hovering uncertainly over the keyboard. Should anything amiss occur, he would immediately terminate the experiment. Yet, he was hesitant to act hastily, fearing that any unforeseen incident might ultimately jeopardize Dr. Octavius's spinal nerves. It is crucial to acknowledge that this place remains a forbidden zone for humanity. Should any unforeseen incident occur here, there would be no means to rescue him. A hasty termination of the experiment could very well condemn Dr. Octavius to a lifetime in a wheelchair. No, there's no need to cease the experiment. He merely felt a tinge of unease. Dr. Octavius turned around, wearing a gentle smile. Under his soothing presence, the four mechanical arms soon settled into tranquility, obediently lingering by Dr. Octavius's side and gently swaying. You nearly frightened me to death, Peter Parker exclaimed, still shaken. I thought we were on the verge of failure. He circled around Dr. Octavius, meticulously examining the mechanical appendages and showering him with praise. Doctor, with your current appearance, you resemble an octopus. Perhaps I should henceforth refer to you as Dr. Octopus. Doctor. Octavius echoed Peter's words, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. He nodded slightly, declaring, I like that name. You may call me Dr. Octopus from now on. A peculiar smile emerged on Dr. Octavius's face, one that instilled a sense of discomfort, as if his very demeanor had shifted with the advent of the mechanical arms. However, Parker, preoccupied with the appendages, failed to notice this transformation. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Peter Parker's mind. His spider sense had been triggered. This extraordinary sensation, discovered after he acquired his powers, allowed him to sense impending danger. He surmised that it mimicked the vibrations produced when a spider's web is disturbed, granting him the ability to perceive threats before they materialized. In simpler terms, it was a premonition of peril. Yet, the spider sense was ephemeral, fading almost as swiftly as it had emerged, leading him to doubt its validity. However, such a sensation does not arise without cause. Something must be amiss. Doctor, since your experiment has succeeded, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Parker announced, gathering his belongings in preparation to depart. Very well. If you have urgent business, you may go. I'll elaborate on the experiment's details with you later, Dr. Octavius replied. Peter Parker nodded and swiftly departed from the laboratory, eager to unravel the mystery behind the activation of his spider sense. However, as soon as Peter left, a peculiar smile once again graced the lips of Dr. Octopus. Ah, Peter. My dear Peter Parker, it appears that you are no ordinary individual. After connecting with the tentacles, Dr. Octopus realized that his nervous system had undergone a remarkable enhancement. His perception of the surrounding environment reached an extraordinarily acute level. Initially, this heightened awareness proved quite uncomfortable. Yet, upon acclimatization, he discovered that this sensation was, in fact, delightful. Dr. Octopus astutely noted that just moments ago, when the tentacles first went awry, Peter Parker exhibited a reaction speed far exceeding that of an average person. Meanwhile, after Peter left the laboratory, his spider sense vanished entirely, never to reappear, leaving him quite despondent. Parker had always placed immense trust in his spider sense. Whenever it activated, it signified that something noteworthy was afoot. There had never been exceptions, until now, when it vanished without warning, leaving Peter perplexed. Chapter 26 concurrently. Lulin's magical research had hit a stalemate. During his brief time on Earth, he had remained industrious. Although he could no longer engage in physical training daily, his studies in magic continued unabated, contributing to his formidable prowess. He had never relinquished his desire for strength. However, his recent magical endeavors encountered a significant obstacle. He discovered that a crucial magical material had been depleted. This material was exceedingly rare, and even Odin's treasure hoard contained but a scant supply. During his visit to Earth, Lulin had nearly exhausted his entire stock. What was he to do? Lulin found himself in a quandary. To procure these materials, he had but one option left: to venture personally into the void to purchase the magical supplies. The void served as the black market of the universe, where anything could be acquired. There existed nothing beyond the realm of possibility. If you could conceive it, it could be obtained. Thus, Lulin resolved to enlist Sif's assistance in managing the bar for a couple of days while he embarked on his journey to the void in search of magical materials. Sif, unfazed by the request, readily agreed. After all, overseeing a bar for a few days was hardly a burden. Just as Lulin was preparing to set off, Tony walked in. "Oh, dear friend, observing your frenzied packing, are you perhaps planning an extensive journey?" Tony, clearly inebriated, bore the unmistakable signs of recent indulgence. "I am preparing for interstellar travel." "What? Do you intend to accompany me?" Lulin chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes. A mischievous thought sparked within him. He was curious to see what might transpire if he were to whisk Tony away into the cosmos at that very moment. Should Tony find himself amidst the vast expanse of space, witnessing its wonders and encountering its advanced technologies, how would it transform him? "Huh, you still cling to your fanciful notions about princes and divine races?" Tony mocked. "I am eager to see how long your deception can endure." Lulin smirked slyly. "In that case, follow me. Asgard possesses vessels capable of interstellar travel." However, Lulin and his companions typically favored the Rainbow Bridge for their journeys, rendering various ships and warcraft largely obsolete. Even ordinary individuals had access to magical creatures such as Pegasi. Thus, despite Asgard's fleet of spaceships, they generally lay dormant in storage, gathering dust. For the sake of amusement, Lulin had decided to bring one out for this occasion. As they boarded the ship, Tony continued his jests. This scene hardly seems fabricated. He ran his hand over the vessel, belching slightly. "I never expected you to invest so much effort in maintaining your ruse. Buckle up. We are about to depart." Lulin replied with a serene smile, pressing the ship's ignition button. An intense sensation of acceleration surged through them instantaneously. The advanced technology of Asgard rendered the journey into space effortless, sparing the human body from excessive gravitational strain. At that moment, Tony remained somewhat incredulous about the unfolding events. In mere minutes, the ship had breached the atmosphere. "Wait a moment," Tony exclaimed, rubbing his eyes vigorously. "Am I hallucinating? How is it that we are in space? Strap in. Secure your seatbelt. We are about to traverse a wormhole." Tony clutched a trash bin, feeling as though he might expel his very insides. At that moment, the spaceship drifted through the cosmos. "How does it feel?" Lulin inquired with a calm smile. "Have you given me some sort of drug?" Tony replied with great difficulty. "Why do I feel so wretched?" "It's quite normal. This sensation often accompanies a human's first wormhole traversal." As they conversed, the ship gradually came to a halt. "Be cautious. It can be rather perilous here, especially for someone of your ordinary earthly constitution." As Tony descended from the spacecraft, he beheld an array of sights that would forever be etched in his memory. A multitude of peculiar extraterrestrial beings and an exquisite array of ornaments dazzled his senses. The subtle sensation of weightlessness served as a poignant reminder that they were no longer on Earth. While some of the alien figures might be mere actors donning elaborate costumes, the disorienting feeling of weightlessness was undeniably genuine. The constellations twinkling in the sky were instantly recognizable to him, affirming that he had indeed departed from his original place in the universe. This was astonishing. Tony gazed incredulously at the wonders surrounding him, feeling as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. The captivating alien technology held him spellbound, rendering his previous notions of remarkable design utterly insignificant amidst the vastness of the cosmos. Meanwhile, Lulin, brimming with enthusiasm, tugged at Tony, eagerly exploring the void. Although he was a prince of Asgard, he had never ventured into such an extraordinary realm, as the black market was hardly a desirable destination. In the original narrative, Thor had not traversed this void either. Had it not been for the necessity of acquiring magical materials, Lulin might have avoided such places for centuries to come. It was evident why this locale was regarded as the universe's most disreputable hub. A myriad of illicit goods were available for trade. In the distance, Lulin even observed individuals engaged in the trafficking of extraterrestrials. Regrettably, these individuals did not align with Lulin's aesthetic sensibilities. The sight of those bound by collars, rendered powerless, suggested that they were formidable adversaries. Naturally, Lulin harbored a deep disdain for such practices as human trafficking, yet he would not intervene to rescue them. He was no savior, nor did he possess any connection to the enslaved races or aliens. Such atrocities occurred daily throughout the cosmos, with countless extraterrestrials subjected to trade. Asgard would not extend its compassion for these occurrences. If one were to embark on a rescue mission, it would entail saving not just millions, but potentially billions. As long as those being sold were neither Asgardians nor Earthlings, Lulin remained indifferent to their plight. Amidst Lulin's observations, a daring escape unfolded before his eyes. A seemingly gentle and adorable creature suddenly broke free from its restraints, revealing a menacing visage. After wreaking havoc at the auction market, it departed with an air of nonchalance. In the eternal struggle between hunter and prey, who could truly ascertain the victor? A sudden meow interrupted the scene, drawing Tony's gaze to a curious orange cat observing him. A kitten? Tony felt a surge of surprise. He smiled faintly and crouched down. Chapter 27. How could such a creature as a kitten exist here? Under Tony's gentle caress, the orange cat emitted a soothing purr, appearing to relish the moment. Observing Tony pampering the kitten, Lulin gradually sensed a discord. In the void, how could an orange cat, a creature of Earth, possibly exist? This seems to resemble a devourer, Lulin remarked, uncertainty lacing his tone. The orange cat tilted its head, gazing at Lulin with an expression of bewilderment. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? It inquired, lowering its head to lick its paws, disregarding Lulin's presence. It seems you're not favored by the little one. Tony chuckled. Lulin shook his head, preparing to depart. Put that little creature down. You can never be certain what beings inhabit the cosmos. No way, you're being overly cautious. Tony retorted, a hint of discontent in his voice. Have you forgotten what we just witnessed? Lulin shot Tony a sidelong glance. Recalling the earlier encounter with that adorable, yet fearsome being, Tony silently set the cat down. However, as the two moved forward, the orange cat followed suit. Do you wish to accompany us? Tony exclaimed, his heart swelling with kindness. Meow meow. The orange cat leapt onto Lulin's shoulder with a sudden spring. Lulin regarded the kitten with wary eyes, yet the cat seemed unconcerned, tilting its head and gazing at Lulin with a pitiful look. Perhaps we should take it along. It appears quite docile, Tony suggested uncertainly. You little rascal. Lulin sighed in exasperation at the sight. He reluctantly patted the orange cat's head. Come with me. Let us bestow upon you a name. How about Deju? The cat mewed twice, seemingly in agreement with this designation. Subsequently, Deju purred contentedly, rubbing its head against Lulin's neck, displaying a charmingly obedient demeanor. Though uncertain whether this orange cat was indeed the fabled devourer, its gentle nature was undeniable. Not only Tony, but even Lulin felt his resolve soften. Thus, Lulin decided to adopt it. Following this, Tony cradled the orange cat in his arms, playfully teasing it. At that moment, a burst of fire shot up from a distance, instantly throwing the entire void into chaos. Hey, clear the way. Make way. Star-Lord shouted as he brushed past Lulin. Suddenly, Star-Lord realized something and turned to face Tony. Wait a minute, you're from Earth? Is that something we can disclose? Tony glanced at Lulin. Indeed, I am from Earth, Lulin replied nonchalantly. Oh, Star-Lord's eyes lit up with intrigue. Could it be that you were also captured by someone? Was this the doing of the Asgardians? Star-Lord regarded Lulin with a hint of suspicion. Well, how should I put it? We are, in a sense. Here on a journey of exploration, Lulin replied with a smile. I brought my Earth friend along to expand his horizons. Is that so? Star-Lord nodded, albeit with a trace of skepticism. In that case, what is the most popular song in the United States right now? Is it still that one about being away from home? His eagerness to glean news about his homeland was palpable. "Hey, Star-Lord, that guy is coming after us," shouted a green-skinned alien. At that moment, Star-Lord had yet to depart from Yondu's ship, still navigating life under Yondu's command. "Wait a moment. Let me catch up with my fellow countrymen," Star-Lord exclaimed. "I will be right behind you." "What were we discussing? How is that person faring? My goodness. He won a Grammy?" Star-Lord's excitement surged as he inquired about terrestrial matters. Just then, his companions, who had seemingly left, returned unexpectedly. Star-Lord was genuinely touched upon seeing them. "Did I not say I would catch up? You all actually came back for me. I'm so moved." Tears welled in the corners of his eyes. However, one of his companions promptly delivered a punch to his arm, leaving a dark bruise under his right eye. "Fool, that person is closing in. We must hurry." Gripping Star-Lord, the group swiftly departed the scene. "Wait, what is going on? How can there still be Earthlings in the universe?" Tony was bewildered. "How rare, an Earthling," Lulin shrugged. "There are always various individuals who, due to unforeseen circumstances, find themselves stranded. It's quite normal." Yet Lulin mused inwardly. This individual was anything but ordinary. "Are you suggesting that Earth has been thoroughly infiltrated?" Tony's expression grew grave. "Not exactly," Lulin shook his head. "In fact, some aliens have forged cooperative relationships with humans, such as certain refugees who have lost their homes. Just like in the movie Men in Black." Tony exclaimed, wide-eyed. "I thought that was science fiction. And now you tell me it's a documentary?" No. The differences from Men in Black are quite pronounced," Lulin replied, shaking his head. "At least it's not as exaggerated." "Wait, where's Big Orange?" Tony suddenly cried out. It was only then that Lulin realized Big Orange had vanished without a trace. "Oh well, if he has managed to survive in a place like this for so long, I wouldn't worry about his safety." Lulin waved his hand and spoke. Upon hearing this, Tony couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Given the perilous nature of their surroundings, Tony had yet to become Iron Man, and Lulin was reluctant to let him wander freely. Thus, when procuring magical materials, Lulin took Tony along with him. Additionally, he purchased various technological marvels that piqued Tony's interest. Although Tony felt a sense of reluctance to leave, it was indeed time for them to depart. However, shortly after exiting the void, a fierce battle unfolded before them. Not far away, the Guardians of the Galaxy, whom they had encountered moments ago, were engaged in a fierce struggle against a colossal beast. "What in the world is that creature?" Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed at the monstrous being. He had never fathomed that such creatures existed in the cosmos. It was utterly unscientific. "I am not entirely certain," Lulin replied, shaking his head. "We are too far away to see clearly. Let us move in closer for a better look." With that, Lulin piloted the spaceship towards the fray. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Turning around, he discovered a large orange cat. "When did you board the ship?" he inquired. The orange cat stretched lazily and nonchalantly climbed onto Lulin's shoulder. "How did you manage to hide?" "I didn't see you at all." Lulin reached out and scooped up the feline. "You haven't pilfered my materials, have you?" Lulin regarded the cat with a skeptical expression. As he playfully ruffled the cat's head, it offered no resistance and remained obediently nestled in his embrace. Yet, its eyes were fixated intently on the distant battle. "What is this? Do you wish to join the fray?" Lulin gently shook his head. "That area is far too dangerous for you." "Absolutely not." The orange cat meowed twice in response. Lulin felt an unsettling power emanating from the creature. A brief glance had left him uncertain, but now, cradling the cat, he could distinctly sense the immense strength within it. Clearly, this was no ordinary creature. A mere animal could not possess such terrifying power. Lulin concluded that this orange cat was the legendary Devourer. "Well, I suppose I forgot. You are the Devourer," Lulin sighed, affectionately stroking the little creature's head. "What Devourer?" Tony said, a note of dissatisfaction in his voice as he looked at Lulin. "This is clearly just an adorable orange cat." Lulin, however, was too preoccupied to respond to Tony. His curiosity now lay in determining whether this Devourer was the same one featured in Captain Marvel. If that is the case, does it not imply that Fury's eyes were indeed blinded by this individual? Contemplating this, Lulin resolved to adopt it. Despite being a Devourer beast, its adorability was simply irresistible. Moreover, the prospect of it performing delightful antics in the future made Lulin unable to refuse the idea of taking it in. Furthermore, he instinctively perceived it as a feeble and helpless kitten. To Lulin, even a Devourer beast was merely an innocuous little feline. Perhaps aware of this, the orange cat displayed exceptional obedience in Lulin's presence. It meowed softly a couple of times, and, using its charming white-pawed limbs, climbed onto Lulin's head. Cats, after all, are creatures that possess a liquid-like quality. Even in the diminutive space atop Lulin's head, it could curl up snugly, perched comfortably, its front paws tucked lazily in. It gazed nonchalantly at the distant skirmish. The battle soon concluded, prompting Lulin to activate his spacecraft and pursue. Their next destination was Sovereign Star, where Lulin sought another magical material essential to him. Owing to Lulin's status as a Prince of Asgard, they received a personal audience with the High Priest of Sovereign. Upon arriving at Sovereign Star, Tony resembled an awestruck visitor in a grand estate, eagerly observing his surroundings. Due to Lulin's generous dealings, an agreement was swiftly reached between them. Meanwhile, Tony busied himself, seemingly captivated by the resplendent beings inhabiting the planet. At that moment, he was attempting to charm a palace maid, yet she paid him no heed, leaving Tony feeling rather foolish. Lulin, on the side, couldn't help but chuckle at Tony's misfortune. The sovereign inhabitants had genetically designed traits, rendering primitive reproduction unnecessary. In their perspective, the concept of desire, as understood by Earthlings, did not exist. Hence, Tony's flirtations were destined to be in vain. Just as Lulin was enjoying Tony's embarrassment, an extraordinarily graceful maid approached him. Mighty Prince of Asgard, the High Priest wishes to speak with you privately. The High Priest Agatha? Lulin paused momentarily. A private conversation? An instinctive sense of foreboding washed over him. Nevertheless, bolstered by his confidence in his own abilities, he accepted the invitation with eagerness. Perhaps the High Priest merely sought to convey goodwill towards Asgard through this opportunity? After all, Asgard's might was a universally acknowledged truth. The entirety of Sovereign Star gleamed in gold, with its architecture reflecting the same brilliance. Under the guidance of a maid, Lulin traversed the lengthy golden corridor. At the end of the corridor lay a spacious chamber, adorned in a harmonious blend of gold and pale yellow. The maid silently turned and departed, leaving Lulin to survey the opulent decor before him. The embellishments within this room exuded an air of extravagant grandeur. At the heart of the room rested a low, inviting bed, its covers and pillows resplendent in gold. Lulin approached gently, his fingers brushing against the bed's surface. The moment he made contact, he was met with a softness, accompanied by an alluring fragrance that wafted towards him. This delightful aroma was irresistible, beckoning him to sink into the bed and indulge in a languorous slumber. Lulin was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a unique material for bedding. "Do you fancy this bed?" A voice startled him, and he turned to find a captivating woman before him. The former High Priestess, adorned in lavish regalia, had once been confined to her throne in perfect symmetry. In truth, she was never to Lulin's taste. However, at that moment, Aisha had shed her peculiar attire. Her golden hair cascaded down her shoulders, flowing with an exquisite grace. Apart from her golden skin, she bore an undeniable beauty akin to that of any human enchantress. Without the ostentatious embellishments, Lulin realized that, even by his discerning standards, Aisha was indeed strikingly beautiful, setting aside the uniqueness of her skin tone. After all, there were those on Earth who embraced darker complexions. In comparison, golden skin seemed less formidable. The genes of the Sovelins had been meticulously engineered, ensuring that upon reaching adulthood, every Sovelin's physique would conform to an impeccable standard. Each one, while retaining personal characteristics, epitomized the essence of beauty. The golden skin, rather than being a flaw, symbolized their noble lineage. Aisha glided towards Lulin, draped only in a sheer nightgown that accentuated her figure, rendering it both alluring and ethereal. It must be said, from Lulin's aesthetic perspective, Aisha's proportions were nothing short of perfect, neither excessive nor lacking. "What is it you seek by summoning me?" Aisha inched closer, her finger lightly tracing the contours of Lulin's lips. This gesture left him momentarily parched, as the intoxicating scent emanating from her enveloped him, rendering him almost unable to maintain his composure. "I would like you to assist me in reviewing some historical knowledge." Lulin, perplexed, inquired. "What historical knowledge can I help you with? I am completely unfamiliar with the history of your kind, the civilians." Chapter 29, As a Prince of Asgard. "You should be aware, right?" Aisha's lowered gaze revealed an inadvertent charm that stirred one's heart. Lulin found himself swallowing hard. He had to admit that the civilians indeed possessed a certain distinctiveness. Their lineage had been meticulously engineered, leading them to abandon traditional means of reproduction long ago. Thus, Lulin surmised the historical knowledge Aisha sought his assistance with. He felt his lips growing parched as he labored to swallow. "Are you implying that you wish for me to help you review such knowledge?" "Precisely," Aisha affirmed, suddenly leaping into Lulin's embrace. "I read in a book that prior to engaging in such matters, certain preliminary steps are typically undertaken. Shall we commence?" Aisha stood at a height of 175 centimeters, yet before Lulin's robust figure, She appeared as a delicate little rabbit. With her eyes closed and her head slightly raised, she urged, "You may begin now." A hint of tremor colored her voice. Lulin, gazing at Aisha nestled in his arms, found himself in a quandary. The moral dilemma of yielding to base instincts loomed large. Should he indulge in the temptation presented to him? He wrestled with his thoughts. Would pushing Aisha away now render him excessively callous? The status of being a prince of Asgard seemed to afford him an undeniable allure, prompting such advances. "Why did you choose me?" Lulin whispered. "Because of your divine genetics as a member of the Asgardian pantheon. What else could it be?" Aisha replied matter-of-factly. Lulin was momentarily at a loss for words. In that moment, he was uncertain whether to regard Aisha as Na'vi or something else entirely. Such a declaration at this juncture was undeniably a mood killer. However, in the cosmic realm, uttering such sentiments was akin to complimenting someone for their appearance on Earth. After all, extraterrestrials often defied conventional human aesthetics, rendering the notion of beauty subjective. In the vastness of the universe, genetics might very well be the singular attribute worthy of praise. Ultimately, Lulin resolved to heed the call of his own desires. To turn away from the enticing offering before him would be a grave folly. Certainly, the primary reason behind Lulin's decision was the undeniable allure exuded by Aisha. Before outsiders, Aisha maintained the imposing dignity of a high priestess. Yet, in Lulin's presence, she appeared as a young girl in love, evoking an irresistible sense of compassion. Frankly, few could resist such a person. After all, the Severlin had undergone genetic modifications, a trait that significantly stirred the desires within one's heart. Lulin gently enveloped Aisha in his embrace. A fleeting moment of intimacy is worth a fortune. "You may take your leave now," Aisha remarked softly from her perch by the window. In that instant, she seemed to revert to her regal self, seated atop her throne. Lulin was momentarily taken aback, observing the restored haughtiness of Aisha sitting at the edge of the bed. A sense of displeasure welled within him. "Do you speak so defiantly once clothed?" Lulin chuckled helplessly. "You hold no value to me any longer," Aisha declared, rising with a chilling resolve to depart. "I can forego any payment for the prior agreement I made with you." Lulin felt a surge of anger at her words. What nonsense is this? His hands, paused mid-dress, reflected his disbelief. "What do you take me for? What does this imply?" He was a divine being from Asgard, a prince no less. To suggest a post-transaction payment was tantamount to insinuating Lulin had been trifled with. How could he endure such indignity? "Today, I shall show you the true colors of an Asgardian," Lulin declared fiercely. Just then, Aisha, having taken merely a few steps, soared back to the bed. Lulin harnessed his divine power to restrain her. "Come now, let me demonstrate what it means to be of Asgardian lineage." "What again?" Aisha gasped in shock. She had indeed been satisfied moments before, yet now, fatigue overcame her. She had no desire for another round. Simply put, Aisha was in a state of wisdom. Hence her high priestess demeanor. There is no land that cannot be cultivated, only weary oxen. However, to Lulin, such rationalizations were inconsequential. As long as he willed it, he could fight without rest. The prowess of Asgardians transcended mere physical combat. In various realms, their ferocity was equally formidable. However, Aisha seemed to harbor some lingering defiance, stubbornly resisting even after the conclusion. Lulin was not one to indulge her demeanor. Had it been anyone else, Aisha might have summarily dismissed them with a call for a maid. Yet, throughout the battle, Lulin observed no attempts from Aisha to summon her attendants, which clearly indicated that her words belied her true feelings. Lulin was not the type to disregard another's consent. He had shown restraint during their encounter. Had Aisha genuinely wished to resist, she would not have needed to summon the genetically enhanced powers within her. A mere exertion of additional strength would have easily liberated her. Although she outwardly appeared to struggle, it was merely a fade. After several rounds of this back and forth, Aisha finally relinquished her bravado. She shed her haughty demeanor and nestled quietly in Lulin's embrace, profoundly docile and still. It was not that she lacked the desire to move, but rather she had been utterly depleted. Aisha was truly exhausted. Heaven knows how this man possessed such abundant stamina, resembling an indefatigable machine. Did he require no respite at all? Now, was she still so stubborn? Lulin regarded Aisha with a hint of pride. Stubbornness was not a commendable trait, and certainly needed to be amended. Lulin had no interest in sharp tongues. It was simply a matter of desire. Either one wanted it, or one did not. Why engage in such unnecessary pretense? As Lulin became accustomed to Aisha's visage, he began to appreciate her beauty. Chapter 30. Lulin believed he might now comprehend the fascination that some humans held for various skin tones. When a lure reaches a certain threshold, complexion becomes trivial. At the very least, Lulin found Aisha increasingly pleasing to the eye. Moreover, upon discarding preconceived notions, he could not deny that, purely in terms of facial features, Aisha was undeniably exquisite. Were it not for the peculiar religious garb and the chaotic array of adornments, anyone encountering Aisha would undoubtedly be captivated by her beauty at first glance. The adage that a person is defined by their attire holds some truth. No matter how striking one might be, they could not withstand such degradation. Whoever was responsible for her current state would not appear particularly appealing. Even those modified through genetic enhancements struggled to transcend the bizarre attire, let alone others. Perhaps these garments and embellishments were designed to evoke a sense of estrangement from the individual. These garments and ornaments were originally designed to create a distinction between the high priest and the common people, and thus could not possibly align with the aesthetic sensibilities of the masses. I can no longer bear to be without you, Aisha gasped softly. As she uttered these words, her eyes sparkled with allure, stirring something deep within Lulin's heart. Having experienced the pleasures of the moment, she had come to fully appreciate the joy that accompanied such intimacy. In other words, she had liberated her true nature. Following this awakening, she no longer concealed her yearning for happiness or her fascination with Lulin in his presence. In truth, she had harbored a certain infatuation for him from the very beginning, though she had not outwardly expressed it. Just come with me. How simple can it be? Lulin smiled gently. With me by your side, do you fear that your life would be anything less than splendid? But I am the high priest. How can I leave so easily? Aisha firmly declined. As the high priest of the Suvlan people, she bore the responsibility for her planet. Although her daily duties consisted merely of sitting idly upon her throne, if she were not so dreadfully bored, she likely would not have entertained such audacious thoughts as revising historical knowledge with Lulin. What is the big deal? Don't you have a backup high priest? Lulin remarked nonchalantly. Positions like that of a high priest typically come with one or more alternatives. Should any issues arise, there would be someone ready to step in. Lulin was acutely aware of this. If necessary, they could always appoint another. Besides, you don't seem to have much to do anyway. Would the Suvlan collapse without you? The role of high priest isn't that significant, is it? Although reluctant to admit it, Aisha reflected carefully and realized that her own role seemed rather inconsequential. The Suvlan people had long since achieved a level of productive freedom. Even warfare with outsiders felt akin to mere play for them. Thus, her position as high priest was, in essence, nothing more than a symbolic one. There were indeed alternative candidates for the role, but she lacks experience. I fear she may not be capable of fulfilling the responsibilities of a high priest. Aisha hesitated once more. If an external threat were to arise at that moment. As the high priest of the Suvlan, Aisha's path had been predetermined since birth. The education she received throughout her life instilled in her the importance of prioritizing the Suvlan above all else. To abandon her responsibilities and forsake the convictions she had upheld since childhood seemed to be an insurmountable challenge. Indeed, all the inhabitants of Suvlan are destined with predetermined roles from the moment of their birth. The pursuits they undertake embody the very essence of their existence. However, it is time for you to contemplate your own path. Lulin gazed quietly at Aisha, understanding that even fledgling hawks require rigorous training before they can soar. This truth is indelibly etched within the vast cosmos. It is time for them to embrace the trials that await. Lulin softly remarked, if all else fails, remember that I am here, along with Asgard. Can you truly still be concerned about the safety of Suvlan? With my presence, Suvlan shall never encounter peril, nor shall it suffer the onslaught of invaders. Even if you doubt my strength, can you not place your trust in the might of Asgard? To put it plainly, Aisha's resolve was not as steadfast as she portrayed. She merely sought an excuse, one that would allow her to depart from Suvlan with a clear conscience. How vexing. Aisha gently rested her head against Lulin's chest, a tender blush gracing her cheeks, and he felt it was time for another venture. Shortly thereafter, the two arranged their attire and stealthily departed from the rear of the Grand Hall. As they left, Lulin noticed Star-Lord engaged in trade with the Suvlan people. To avert implicating Star-Lord in their escapade, Lulin effortlessly led him and his companions aboard the spacecraft. Star-Lord rubbed his foggy head, bewildered by the unfolding situation. What is happening? Why are we here? Why are we escaping? Who is pursuing us? Blue lasers zipped past the windows. Lulin piloted the ship, executing perilous maneuvers to evade the relentless attacks. The tumultuous spins rendered all aboard unable to maintain their balance, leaving their heads spinning in confusion. What was transpiring? Tony clutched the ship's railing tightly, while everyone cast their gaze upon Lulin. Lulin, glancing at the poised Aisha beside him, offered a sheepish smile. Following his gaze, the others noticed an unexpected guest aboard their vessel. Aisha, Star-Lord exclaimed in surprise. What on earth? How did she end up on the ship? Who is Aisha? What is going on? Why are we being pursued? Tony inquired, his anxiety mounting. Aisha is our high priestess, Star-Lord explained, rubbing his temples. To facilitate his companion's understanding, he likened her to the President of the United States. Chapter 31. From this moment forth, Aisha shall be our companion, Lulin stated with a calm demeanor. Ahem, well, you understand, right? The kind of companion that you are all familiar with. And you, Star-Lord, you ought to be grateful that I brought you along, otherwise you would likely have been torn to shreds by the sovereigns by now. At this moment, Star-Lord was too preoccupied to dwell on Lulin's interruption of his transaction. Goodness, you are truly remarkable. Star-Lord flashed a knowing smile that only men understand. You actually managed to conquer the High Priestess. Do tell me, how did you achieve such a feat? As he spoke, Star-Lord leaned in cheekily toward Aisha. I never would have guessed. However, before he could finish his sentence, Aisha swiftly seized Star-Lord by the throat. Her strength was surprisingly formidable, leaving Star-Lord with no capacity for resistance as she pinned him to the ground. Mind your tone, Aisha said coldly. You ought to possess the most fundamental respect for me. Lulin feigned ignorance to Star-Lord's pleading gaze. He even calmly whistled. I advise you not to provoke her. Lulin then beckoned to Aisha. She cast a disdainful glance at Star-Lord before releasing him, rising to join Lulin, and obediently sitting beside him. Only in Lulin's presence did she adopt that delicate demeanor. Yet, before others, Aisha remained the exalted high priestess. This is utterly absurd. Star-Lord wore an expression of disbelief, struggling to accept what was unfolding before him. Is this the allure of the Asgardian pantheon? Have you brainwashed her? How on earth did you manage this? Lulin shrugged. I can only say that such matters cannot be learned. It is a gift. Even Tony had to concede to some extent, considering he couldn't even win over a palace maid. Meanwhile, Lulin had successfully charmed the high priestess. Teach me, Star-Lord exclaimed with eagerness, unable to contain himself. If I could learn that trick. Lulin offered no reply, instead gazing out at the hail of gunfire, growing somewhat impatient. After all, these are merely drones. A little damage here, and there should be inconsequential, right? Before taking action, Lulin sought Aisha's opinion. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. It matters not. Proceed as you wish. Lulin snapped his fingers. Understood. In the next instant, countless spells materialized, and the fleet, caught off guard, was instantly reduced to a shower of fireworks. In a mere moment, the multitude of ships behind him dwindled to the final drone. Witnessing the miraculous scene before him, Tony's mouth fell agape. How did you accomplish that? Beep, beep, beep. Lulin remained silent, opting instead to connect to the communication system of the last drone he had deliberately left behind. After all, what was a mere high priest? It was hardly a matter of great significance. Lulin sighed, stating, I have taken the person away. You must not pursue any further. On the other end of the communication device, the high-ranking officials of Sovlan Star were nearly driven to madness. Is this even human speech? They exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, Aisha's visage appeared on the screen, regaining her previous air of haughty superiority before the gathered assembly. Did I not leave a message? Why do you not comply with my orders? Aisha's expression was grave. On the other side, the officials of Sovlan Star wore uncomfortable expressions, although they were filled with discontent. They dared not express it openly. High Priest, we are concerned for your safety. We cannot be without you. I am merely taking a short excursion. What harm is there in that? Aisha replied nonchalantly. No, High Priest, absolutely not. How can you associate with these lowly individuals? They protested. Aisha scoffed coldly. When have I ever allowed you to dictate my actions? Should anyone dare to disregard my commands and act independently? Aisha's demeanor turned frostbitten, a chill radiating from her that even Tony could perceive. Of course, I am not entirely neglecting matters of Sovlan. Should any insurmountable issues arise, you may still reach out to me. Aisha pressed her lips together, adding, Asgard will provide you with assistance. With that, she decisively severed the communication. Subsequently, the last drone was effortlessly obliterated by Lulin's gesture. On Sovlan Star, the high officials exchanged glances, finding the situation somewhat absurd. Yet, if this led to an alliance with Asgard, it might not be an entirely unfavorable outcome. Naturally, a brief period of disarray was inevitable, given that the High Priest had vanished at will. However, none of this concerned Lulin or Agatha in the slightest. Lulin stretched languidly, relinquishing the pilot's seat to Tony. Keep an eye on things for me. I've set the destination. I shall retire for now. With that, Lulin embraced Aisha and strode confidently into the room. Star-Lord looked on enviously as Lulin departed, his mind racing with schemes. Wait, I have a question to ask you. Lulin glanced at Tony and shrugged. He bestowed a gentle kiss near Aisha's lips, saying, You go in first. I will join you shortly. Aisha nodded obediently and slowly returned to the room. From beginning to end, she never cast a glance at the people aboard the spacecraft. This demeanor was not particularly amiable, yet none of the others seemed to mind. After all, there were only a handful of individuals present. Moreover, Aisha was the high priestess of an entire civilization, the supreme leader. No one among the assembly could rival her immense stature. Her attitude, thus, was entirely customary. Curious, Tony approached. How did you manage to conquer this woman? Share some tips with us, would you? At that moment, Tony was genuinely convinced. He finally acknowledged that he was indeed inferior to Lulin, considering the latter was the Prince of Asgard. Indeed, Tony had now accepted Lulin's words. Are you certain you wish to know? Lulin inquired, a peculiar expression gracing his face. Tony nudged Lulin with his shoulder, a strange smile adorning his features. Come on, impart some wisdom to us. Don't keep it to yourself. Star-Lord, having overheard, also drew near, eager to understand how one could possibly conquer a figure like the High Priestess. Lulin glanced at the assembly. All right, I shall enlighten you. He cleared his throat. To achieve this, it is actually quite simple. First and foremost, you must be a Prince of Asgard. Both men rolled their eyes. Merely fulfilling the first condition was utterly impossible for them, let alone the subsequent requirements. Yet, Lulin did not cease. Alternatively, you must be able to endure for 10 hours. Star-Lord's jaw dropped, his eyes wide in disbelief. What? 10 hours? Are you kidding me, brother? How is that even possible? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I've only spoken the truth, Lulin shrugged. Is she truly capable of that? Star-Lord questioned, incredulity etched across his face. 10 hours? Is that something a normal being can achieve? Just look at the physical constitution. Lulin responded nonchalantly. Well, her genes have been optimized over thousands of years. Such endurance is quite reasonable. It's only normal. If you cannot manage it, don't doubt that others can. He shot a gleeful glance at Star-Lord. As for you, that is a personal attack. Star-Lord retorted, indignant. That is racial discrimination. What is wrong with normal Earthlings? Can't they manage in a shorter time? This is an affront to normal humanity. Though I may only last 2 to 3 hours, I assure you, humanity possesses its own dignity. Wait, how long did you say? 2 hours? Tony exclaimed, astonished. What? Brother, you can't be joking. What does it mean? Is this not the standard norm? The excited Star-Lord fell silent at once. Are you truly a human from Earth? Tony gazed incredulously at Star-Lord. How could a normal person possibly endure such a duration? You realize that, according to conventional biological theories, this constitutes a dysfunction, a malady that requires treatment. Tony exclaimed with indignation. Humanity could never attain such a level. Wait, are you implying? Star-Lord looked at Tony with a peculiar expression. Buddy, how long has it been for you? Don't concern yourself with my duration. Tony retorted, forcibly removing Star-Lord's hand. He is not human. He belongs to the so-called Asgardian pantheon, which I can fully comprehend. However, if you were indeed human, you could never reach this stage. Enough, Star-Lord said, sympathetically patting Tony's shoulder. Yes, you are correct. That is indeed the standard level of a normal human. In the films of Lulin's previous life, Star-Lord appeared to be a mere jester, a quintessential underdog. Yet, in truth, Star-Lord possesses his own merits. Otherwise, in the original narrative, Aisha would not have chosen to remain with him. After all, what manner of individual has Aisha not encountered that she would willingly spend a night with this fellow? Furthermore, if Star-Lord were truly inept, how could Gamora be so utterly devoted to him? If Gamora's personal charm is to be acknowledged, then prior to encountering her, Star-Lord was already a somewhat renowned charmer in the cosmos. The number of extraterrestrial species he shared intimate moments with could be compared to the models Tony has been with, to an exaggerated extent. This illustrates that Star-Lord indeed possesses his own allure. Naturally, his background is also of significance. After all, Star-Lord's father was an ancient stallion, sowing his seeds across the universe. If his abilities were not formidable, he would have likely been depleted by the women of various races long ago. Like father, like son, a mouse's offspring will dig holes. In this context, it is entirely reasonable that Star-Lord surpasses normal humans in certain aspects. You know nothing, Tony exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Either you are ill, or you are simply not human. There are no other possibilities. Tony's confidence was profoundly shaken. Upon entering the cosmos, he realized that what he once regarded with pride was utterly insignificant. After all, he was not yet the Iron Man capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with deities. At present, he was merely a somewhat clever ordinary man. When all that he once took pride in became inconsequential in the vastness of the universe, Tony felt utterly despondent. Especially in terms of nightlife, as he found himself outmatched even by a fellow Earthling, a reality he was wholly unable to accept. I am truly a genuine Earthling. Beyond any doubt. Star-Lord swore to the heavens. I was abducted from Earth when I was merely a teenager. How could I not know my origins? Tony, momentarily at a loss for words, still refused to concede. All right, fine, I admit it. Does that suffice? What do you mean, does that suffice? Tony retorted indignantly. You are clearly not one of us. Llewellyn observed the bickering duo with amusement. Star-Lord fancied himself a typical human, yet the truth was far from it. His father belonged to the celestial race, making his otherworldly traits perfectly natural. Indeed, among those present, Tony was the sole genuine human. Enough of this. I shall take my leave to attend to my young lady, Llewellyn remarked, departing with a casual wave, leaving the others in silence. Soon, enchanting melodies resonated from his room, stirring the imagination of those outside. Initially, the others scoffed, but after 6 hours, Star-Lord wore a dazed expression. How many times has it been now? Is this truly within the capacity of any normal being? Tony rubbed his throbbing temples. Damn it, this is excruciating. Next time I accompany her, I must ensure his room is soundproofed to the highest standard. From a biological perspective, this was utterly unscientific, he muttered to himself. He resolved that upon returning, he would embark on developing human enhancement technologies. He envisioned a world where men would no longer fret over their dimensions or performance, a noble endeavor for the benefit of humankind. To this end, he had covertly collected a sample of Star-Lord's genes, eager to discern what set him apart from ordinary humans, enabling him to endure such prolonged encounters. Llewellyn emerged from his room, satisfaction evident on his face. Why are you all staring at me? He asked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Next time, keep the noise down, Star-Lord sighed. We are all quite tormented. Even Llewellyn, possessing a thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment at that moment. Next time we go out, I will install new soundproofing for you, Tony remarked with an eye roll, exasperated. Chapter 33. I know. Tony is merely suffering from a bout of insecurity. Star-Lord laughed heartily from the side. What insecurity? How can normal human experiences be deemed as such? Stark's face flushed with indignation. Besides, compared to Llewellyn, you are hardly in a better position. This was soon followed by a lively discussion on the limits of humanity and the nature of normal biological functions, filling the spacecraft with a buoyant atmosphere. On this outing, Llewellyn was undoubtedly filled with abundant gains. In addition to the necessary magical materials, he even managed to bring back a high priestess. However, the challenge of accommodating the high priestess became a source of concern for Llewellyn. Firstly, she certainly could not be brought to Earth. Not to mention Aisha's stringent requirements regarding her environment and sustenance. Her golden skin was altogether unsuited for Earth, at least for now. Perhaps in the future, a decade or so hence, when superheroes and supervillains have become commonplace, such peculiarities might not raise an eyebrow. Otherwise, Aisha's presence on Earth would undoubtedly attract attention, even the covetous gaze of those with ulterior motives. Despite her esteemed position as a high priestess, Aisha's personal prowess was rather ordinary. In truth, a mere team of agents from Hydra could easily capture her. Of course, Llewellyn could conceal Aisha's golden skin. However, it was evident that she would never accept such a notion. After much contemplation, Llewellyn resolved to first arrange for Aisha to reside in Asgard. He intended to remain on Earth for a while longer, but with the Rainbow Bridge at his disposal, he could swiftly return to Asgard to meet with Aisha, alleviating any concerns regarding their encounters. Moreover, having Aisha reside in the royal palace of Asgard was hardly a slight against her, given the magnificence of Asgard itself. Llewellyn felt no apprehension about Aisha potentially clashing with Odin and others. Though Aisha was somewhat haughty, she possessed a clear understanding of boundaries. All things considered, placing Aisha in Asgard was an astute decision, and it certainly was not due to Llewellyn's fear of confronting both Sif and Aisha in a tumultuous scenario. Absolutely not. Shortly after departing from Sovereign, Llewellyn parted ways with Star-Lord. Star-Lord had no intention of returning to Earth, as there was nothing left there that he held dear. With no father and a mother who had passed away long ago, he felt no attachment to Earth. Moreover, Yondu would not allow Star-Lord to leave so easily. Although Star-Lord had long desired to venture out independently, he was still too young to fully escape Yondu's grasp. He had attempted to flee multiple times before, but each endeavor had ended in failure. Thus, this time, he planned to devise a meticulous strategy before ultimately breaking free from Yondu's control. On the other hand, Aisha harbored no objections regarding her arrangement in Asgard. After all, it was Asgard, the dominion of the Nine Realms, a name renowned throughout the universe. The royal palace of Asgard would undoubtedly surpass her previous existence as a high priestess. Moreover, Asgard is graced with the Rainbow Bridge, allowing the two to meet at any moment, a fact that Aisha regards with indifference. Odin and Frigga remain silent, yet amused by the woman their son has brought home. They are genuinely pleased that their child has matured. Among their offspring, it is Lulin who brings them the most satisfaction. His siblings, alas, have proven to be quite troublesome. The goddess of death, Hela, is a case in point, having been directly subdued. Thor is perpetually engaged in battles, while Loki is ever the schemer. None of them provide a moment's peace. Only Lulin stands out as exceptionally sensible. His return with a woman further delights Odin and Frigga. The prospect of an heir is indeed a boon for all of Asgard, given its traditional hereditary governance. Although Asgard currently has an heir, the potential for unforeseen events looms large. Thus, the existence of an heir is undeniably advantageous. Consequently, Odin and Frigga's satisfaction with Lulin requires no further elaboration. As for the minor flaws in Aisha, they are of no concern to them. In fact, such traits confer an air of authority, befitting a mother of the realm. Overall, Odin and Frigga harbor considerable contentment towards Aisha. Once Lulin has settled Aisha, he departs with a reluctant Tony, who yearns to remain in Asgard to delve into its magic and technology. Yet, at Lulin's insistence, Tony obediently returns to Earth. Lulin is unwilling to babysit Tony. Should any chaos ensue in Asgard, he would be left to clean up the mess, a task he wishes to avoid. Upon returning to Earth, Tony immerses himself in his laboratory, exploring the various technologies he has encountered. This cosmic journey has profoundly impacted him. He has grown considerably more humble and less arrogant. However, a sense of urgency has also emerged within him. His experiences in the cosmos have made him acutely aware of Earth's vulnerabilities. Thus, he embarks on the research of weaponry, aimed at equipping humanity for self-defense. Not long after returning to Earth, Lulin receives a call from Fury. What? Have you lost your mind? An octopus is battling lizard people? Several question marks materialize over Lulin's head. Enough with the chatter. Hurry and assist me in dealing with those monsters. My team is overwhelmed. Fury's voice booms from the other end of the line. Lulin rubs his throbbing head and rises to take flight. From a distance, Lulin caught sight of the billowing black smoke in the heart of the city. Upon arriving, he was taken aback. Fury had indeed underestimated the situation. This was not merely a battle between an octopus and a lizard man. Rather, it was a chaotic melee involving dozens of octopuses and lizard men. Where on earth did these monsters emerge from? Lulin was aware of Dr. Octopus and the lizard men, yet the sheer number of them was perplexing. He could comprehend the presence of the lizard men, perhaps spawned by the notorious villain Dr. Connors, but the multitude of octopus creatures was baffling. If Lulin recalled correctly, there should only be one Dr. Octopus, yet here were countless destructive mini-versions of him. Furthermore, judging by the current tumult, this Marvel universe resembled the cinematic realm Lulin had previously observed. However, the Marvel Cinematic Universe did not feature the Lizard Men or Dr. Octopus as its prominent antagonists. It appeared that this universe diverged significantly from any that Lulin was familiar with. The limited narrative he had known was rapidly becoming obsolete. Witnessing the fray among the monstrous entities left Lulin speechless. Were they not all supervillains? Should they not unite against Spider-Man? Why then? Were they clashing in New York City? As injuries mounted and Fury's agents began to falter, Lulin recognized that it was time for him to intervene. In an instant, he dashed into the throng of monsters, unleashing a surge of crimson magic from his palm. The moment the magic made contact, the limbs of the afflicted monsters disintegrated, releasing a foul scent of charred flesh. Even the slightest brush with it caused excruciating pain, rendering these creatures incapacitated. Where had these monsters come from? Lulin exclaimed in frustration, "How long have I been away from Earth for it to descend into such chaos?" If he was not mistaken, these were the products of a laboratory. Fury's voice crackled through his earpiece. First the Hulk, then octopuses and lizard men. Fury sounded resigned. The only way to eradicate these threats would be to shut down all illegal biological laboratories worldwide. Oh, and those legal but unsafe ones must be shut down too. Even that isn't foolproof. It would be best to close all labs entirely to eliminate any potential danger. Hearing this, Lulin felt equally disheartened. This was an utterly impossible task. The largest and most conspicuous laboratory in all of New York was situated within Stark Tower. To dismantle the laboratory in New York, one must first eliminate the facility within Stark Tower. However, the current state of Stark is fraught with crisis. At this juncture, forbidding him from weapon development is tantamount to a death sentence. Yet, Lulin soon cast this concern aside, deeming it irrelevant to his own affairs. Nevertheless, could he trace the origin of those monstrous beings? In no time, Lulin eradicated the creatures entirely, to prevent any future threats. He resolved to locate the lair of these beings and eliminate them comprehensively. The only identifiable source at present pointed towards the sewers. Fury had sent Lu Lin a location. The sewers? Lu Lin furrowed his brow slightly. Regardless of the sewer in question, the odors within are seldom pleasant. The refuse from various creatures, waste, and all manner of unspeakable substances can be found in such places. While this did not mean he could not endure it, no one relishes the prospect of combat in such a foul environment. Nonetheless, the chaos before him required resolution. Lu Lin employed his search magic, traversing the entirety of New York City, yet he found no clues. This perplexed him. He had distinctly witnessed these creatures emerging from the sewers, indicating that Fury's provided coordinates were indeed accurate. However, Lu Lin was unable to trace their source. Sensing something amiss, he retraced his steps, diligently investigating the direction from which he first encountered the creatures. Soon, he detected an anomaly. Following the subway lines of New York, Lu Lin swiftly discovered traces of the creature's presence. Pursuing these leads, he ultimately located the production base of the monsters. It was nestled within a narrow passage adjacent to the subway tracks, where a small room appeared to serve as a storage for maintenance tools. Now, this space had been entirely cleared and expanded, transforming into a vast factory for the creation of monsters. Inside the base lay numerous unconscious humans, beside whom loomed several grotesque machines. Periodically, one of the unconscious individuals was injected with a yellow-green serum. Moments later, they would metamorphose into a bloodthirsty lizard-like creature. After a brief period of unconsciousness, these lizard beings would scuttle through the adjacent tunnel, wreaking havoc above ground. It became evident that these lizard creatures were once human. Lu Lin was instantly engulfed in a fury. This was an affront he could never tolerate. Previously, he could mercilessly strike down without hesitation, and no one knew the true identities of these lizard men. However, upon discovering that these lizard men were transformed from innocent humans, a surge of anger welled up within Lu Lin. He certainly did not believe he was to blame for the demise of those individuals. Only a fool would think that way. The true culprits behind their deaths were those who had metamorphosed them into lizard-like monstrosities. In an instant, Lu Lin obliterated the base responsible for producing these creatures. Given that the lizard men emerged in such a manner, it was highly likely that the countless octopus-like monsters had been created through a similar process. Lu Lin was confident that if the production facility for the lizard men was situated here, then the base for the octopus monsters could not be far away. As expected, following the clues along the subway line, Lu Lin soon located Dr. Octopus's production facility. After dismantling these production devices, a sense of unease settled over him. While the immediate problem appeared resolved, questions lingered. Who had constructed these devices, and who had placed them here? What was their purpose? Moreover, shouldn't the lizard men and Dr. Octopus be at odds with Spider-Man? How had matters escalated to this point? Was this what they referred to as the butterfly effect? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Lin decided to dismiss such chaotic thoughts. Pondering them alone served no purpose. The pressing concern was to locate Dr. Octopus and the lizard man, who knew what kind of trouble they might unleash. Exiting the subway tunnel, Lu Lin re-established contact with Fury. Is the situation resolved? Fury exhaled in relief. What exactly transpired? Lu Lin relayed his experiences in the underground tunnel. What? Such a thing actually occurred? Damn it. Do you know something? Lu Lin inquired, furrowing his brow. I have a hypothesis, though I'm not entirely certain. Fury replied hesitantly. In any case, you need not concern yourself with this matter any longer. It no longer falls within your jurisdiction. Leave the rest to me. Lu Lin immediately sensed that military or governmental personnel were involved. Since this was an internal issue for them, it bore no relevance to him. Chapter 35. Upon returning to the bar, Lu Lin felt an involuntary sense of guilt when faced with Sif. After all, he had come back with a woman, and importantly, Sif was entirely unaware of this. Observing Sif busily tidying up the bar, Lu Lin suddenly felt a pang of remorse within. As he grappled with how to navigate the relationship between Aisha and Sif, he hesitated, contemplating whether to confess to Sif. In the depths of Manhattan's sewers, Dr. Octopus and the lizard were engaged in a clandestine discussion. You assured me this plan was foolproof, and now look. Everything has been exposed, including us. The lizard bellowed, his sharp claws glinting ominously, poised to strike at any moment. Kurt Connors, Dr. Octopus hissed, his tone menacing. Mind your demeanor. If there remains a shred of rationality in that pitiful brain of yours, you ought to show me some respect. The temperamental Dr. Octopus was not one to tolerate insolence. Though the lizard's current state raised concerns about his intellect, he still possessed a modicum of judgment. His outburst was merely a venting of frustration. After a couple of roars, he fell silent. Be quiet, Dr. Octopus snapped, There are hunters everywhere outside. If you wish to avoid becoming a test subject, you must learn to control your emotions. All right, I'll heed your words, the lizard replied, casting a deep glance at Octavius before gradually transforming back into his human form. Damn it! Dr. Octopus cursed under his breath, then used his tentacles to confine the transformed Dr. Connors. What is happening? Why am I here? Connors awoke, his face a mask of terror, utterly bewildered by the situation. The sight of the octopus-like figure before him heightened his fear to its zenith. Blast it! I knew this would happen, Dr. Octopus muttered angrily. Fool, think carefully about what has transpired. You know the truth. While many might be familiar with the tale of Dr. Connors, in this universe, his life story took a slight but significant turn. Kurt Connors was originally a distinguished military surgeon, making notable contributions in the medical field. During wartime, he was responsible for surgical operations, notably in the infamous Vietnam War. Soon after, Connors suffered irreparable injuries during an attack, leading him to the reluctant decision of amputation, after which he was sent back to the United States to recuperate. Consequently, Connors dedicated himself to research at a university, abandoning surgical studies after discovering the remarkable regenerative capabilities of reptiles. He fervently pursued research on reptiles, convinced that their extraordinary ability to regenerate lost limbs could potentially restore his own arm. His aspirations extended beyond personal restoration. He envisioned the creation of regenerative limbs for medical use in humans. This endeavor was undertaken with minimal funding, as all his experiments were conducted within the university's laboratory. Ultimately, he succeeded in developing a plasma extracted from reptiles. Subsequently, Connors eagerly conducted an experiment on a rabbit that had lost a foot. The results were remarkably successful, as the rabbit swiftly regenerated its lost limb. At that moment, he learned of Dr. Octavius's development of tentacles that could entirely replace human limbs. Intrigued, he reached out to Octavius. However, Connors soon discovered a significant flaw in the octopus doctor's research. It was prohibitively expensive. Such a cost was far beyond the means of an ordinary university professor. Yet, witnessing the convenience of Octavius's limbs, which surpassed those of able-bodied individuals, Connors could not deny his longing for them. He presented his own research findings to Octavius, who quickly recognized the shortcomings of Connors's work. Influenced by the tentacles, Octavius had transformed from the genteel scholar he once was into a sharp-tongued figure. He dismissed Connors's research as worthless. In a bid to validate his findings, Connors, without conducting another successful experiment, injected the extract into his own body. The ensuing events were predictable. The extract mutated within Connors, and in a mere half-hour, he transformed into a lizard man. Once transformed, Connors was consumed by a singular thought: to prove the validity of his work, for indeed, his arm had regrown. When Dr. Octavius encountered this lizard creature at his doorstep, his instinct was to retaliate. Thus, an unexpected acquaintance was formed between the two. After Connors reverted to his human form, they engaged in a profound dialogue. Had it been the pre-tentacle Octavius, he would have surely dissuaded Connors from continuing his experiments, for upon returning to his human state, Connors's arm returned to its original form. He had succeeded, yet not entirely. However, he was no longer the genteel Dr. Octavius. He had become Octopus Doctor. Under Octopus Doctor's reassurance, Connors injected himself with a substantial dose of the extract, granting him complete arms even in his normal state. Yet, the excessive extract birthed an alternate persona, an evil, lizard man identity. At present, Connors's condition of dissociation was not exceedingly severe. Upon regaining his human form, he quickly recalled past events. Nevertheless, if this situation were to persist, the two personas would either merge or completely divide, with the lizard man remaining distinct from Dr. Connors. Connor shall lose all recollections of the lizard people. This phenomenon may be linked to the body's inherent defense mechanisms. However, Dr. Octopus is utterly disinterested in such inquiries. After all, it is not he who is harmed, as long as Connor remains functional. Drink this reagent, and you may feel somewhat better, Dr. Octopus said, extending a vial of the substance towards Connor. After a moment's hesitation, Connor consumed it. Although Dr. Octopus feigned indifference, there lingered within them a fragment of what could be deemed a conscience. Similar to the grotesque creatures they had previously created, the subjects utilized were condemned criminals rather than innocent individuals. This, perhaps, constituted the remnants of their moral compass. Chapter 36 reveals that, despite Dr. Octopus's claims of disinterest in Connor's predicament, he had nonetheless taken the effort to concoct an emotional relief reagent for him. Admittedly, given that Dr. Octopus primarily delves into the realm of physics rather than biology, the efficacy of his concoction is rather limited. Nonetheless, it suffices for Connor's current state. Upon imbibing the reagent, Connor regained a semblance of rationality. My heavens, what have we done? Reflecting upon his past actions, Connor felt a wave of despair wash over him. Transforming living beings into such abominations, regardless of their status as death row inmates, was an affront to his principles. Be quiet, Dr. Octopus said with a hint of impatience. The reality is that Connor had consented to these actions, and even the machine capable of converting humans into lizard and octopus monstrosities had been created with Connor's assistance. Indeed, while the octopus creature bore a resemblance to mechanical technology, it was fundamentally a product of genetic modification. Given the exorbitant cost of Dr. Octopus's octopus appendages, it was impossible for him to allocate a mechanical limb to each entity. These monsters were wholly products of biological engineering. As for their motives, the answer is rather straightforward. It was a demonstration of military capabilities, primarily aimed at showcasing the fruits of their biotechnological research. With Dr. Octopus's funding depleted, an external party had approached them, offering financial support for their research on the condition that they disclose all their findings. Connor was indifferent. Yet Dr. Octopus could not acquiesce to such terms. After some negotiation, the external party agreed to procure their research outcomes, provided they demonstrated their results. The condemned criminals were also supplied by this party. However, the outcome was evident. Their experiments encountered a minor setback. The biological weapons crafted by the two individuals not only lack any form of intelligence, but also possess an exceedingly brief lifespan. In the heat of battle, the longevity of these subpar creations diminishes rapidly. It is unnecessary for anyone else to intervene. Mere vigorous activity suffices, and within a mere 3 hours, these monstrosities will perish on the spot, dissolving into a mere puddle of muck. Clearly, such creatures do not meet the expectations of their creators. Furthermore, their actions have drawn the attention of Fury, which ultimately led to the cessation of collaboration with them. To prove their worth and to potentially re-establish partnerships, ensuring the continuity of funding for their research, Dr. Octopus resolved to conduct another experiment. Success in this endeavor would provide them with the prospect of further exploration. Otherwise, they would be compelled to resort to forceful means to secure funding and research materials. After ingesting the serum, Connors appeared considerably more composed, his demeanor gradually shifting to one of cold severity. Thank you. I feel much better. So have you discovered who is behind this? Connors struggled to rise from his seat. Not yet. This individual is exceedingly enigmatic. We have no inkling of where he originated, Dr. Octopus replied, feeling a twinge of frustration. To showcase their experimental results once more, the ideal subject would undoubtedly be the one who had obliterated all their previous specimens. What manner of creature is this? Could it truly be human? Dr. Octopus's brow furrowed in contemplation. Perhaps it is a human endowed with extraordinary abilities. After years of research, you must have encountered a few, Connors remarked casually. The depths of this world are far more profound than we imagine. I know, yet I have never encountered someone so formidable. Dr. Octopus lamented. Could he be a mutant? A mutant? Connors nodded slightly. He had heard some news regarding mutants, likely akin to a super mutant like Magneto. If he is indeed a mutant, it simplifies matters, Dr. Octopus mused. Those individuals provided me with a serum capable of suppressing genes. With this, we might be able to inhibit his mutant genes. Genes? What are those? Connors inquired. Puzzled. The concept of mutants remains relatively obscure in society. Many individuals are still unaware of their existence. Moreover, research on mutant genes represents cutting-edge technology, with few possessing any substantial understanding of the subject. Genes are currently one of the most avant-garde fields of study, largely unknown to the public. It is entirely natural for Connors to be unfamiliar with this domain. Found it, Dr. Octopus exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let me see who you truly are. Oh, a bar owner. Dr. Octopus cackled malevolently. Things have taken an intriguing turn. What? Are you saying that those monsters have re-emerged and are now heading to my bar? Luland erupted in anger. Did you not assure me that it was no longer my concern? What have you all been doing for so many days? Luland was not at all surprised that these creatures could track him down. After all, he never concealed his identity when he initially intervened. Besides, he had no significant connections on Earth. Even if those individuals sought revenge, they could only locate him directly. Moreover, being covert was hardly the manner of Asgardians. What infuriated Luland was that Fury had informed him to refrain from involvement, yet here it was a week later, and they had failed to capture these monsters. Most aggravating of all was the fact that these creatures had come blatantly seeking retribution against him. Is this what you meant by not needing to intervene? Luland cursed vehemently. You should first ensure the safety of your patrons in the bar. Meanwhile, Fury was equally troubled. Throughout this past week, he had not been idle. Yet he sensed an invisible resistance obstructing his investigative efforts. Consequently, he had achieved no tangible progress in his inquiries. At this juncture, Fury had come to realize that there was an infiltration of enemies within their ranks. However, the immediate priority was to address the assault by these monsters. Matters beyond that could be dealt with later. He instructed Sif to evacuate the bar's guests, while Lulin charged out of the establishment. Although he was now affluent, he remained reluctant to engage in battle within the confines of the bar. After all, the decor had been meticulously chosen by both him and Sif, and he had no desire to see it utterly ravaged. Once outside, the monsters quickly followed suit, prompting a simultaneous sigh of relief from both Lulin and Fury. Yet, as the skirmish progressed, Lulin sensed something amiss. Chapter 37. Though these monsters were still no match for him, their strength had evidently increased significantly, and they exhibited a certain level of intelligence. During the fray, Lulin noticed that they seemed to be attempting to lure him to another location. "Let me see what schemes you are concocting." Lulin feigned ignorance, allowing himself to be led outside the city. "So it is you," Lulin remarked with a wry smile at the two figures before him. "Oh no, two monsters." Connors hissed coldly, flicking his forked tongue. "Do you know us? If you know me, why should I not recognize you?" Upon seeing these two creatures, all the memories from Lulin's previous life came flooding back. One was Dr. Octopus, and the other was Dr. Lizard. How could he possibly forget such iconic figures? Lulin even recalled their names, Octavius and Connors. "If I recall correctly, both of you are esteemed doctors, yet how could you stoop to such underhanded tactics? This matter does not concern you." Dr. Octopus let out a cold chuckle, stating, "However, you are now obstructing our path, and for that, I regret to inform you that you must perish. What grants you the audacity to consider yourselves my adversaries?" Lulin's gaze was frigid. Regardless of their tragic pasts, they now sought to turn against him. Since they intended to attack, Lulin would show them no mercy. "Presumptuous fools, you will soon discover the folly of your arrogance." Dr. Octopus's tentacle discreetly pressed a key on the computer keyboard. Instantly, a mist-like reagent was sprayed onto Lulin's face. Lulin curiously wiped his face, inquiring, "What is this substance?" Observing Lulin's unmoving demeanor, the lizard man couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Would this truly be effective? "It must be effective. I have calculated precisely." Dr. Octopus spoke confidently. "I have conducted experiments and gathered ample data. This reagent is undoubtedly effective, so there shall be no issues." However, Dr. Octopus had never entertained the possibility that Lulin might not even be a mutant. Disappointed, Lulin shook his head, saying, "If this is all you have, I shall not hold back. Do not be hasty. The real spectacle is yet to come." Dr. Octopus grinned sinisterly. To ensure success, he had prepared numerous traps in addition to the gene-suppressing reagents awaiting Lulin. In the next moment, he activated the traps. Simultaneously, several devices surrounding Lulin began to charge, and in an instant, waves of electromagnetic pulses surged through his body. In the following moment, countless offensive measures were unleashed upon Lulin. Lasers, toxic gases, explosives, firearms, everything imaginable, one after another. These traps bombarded Lulin for over 10 minutes. Among them, the specially formulated suppressants played a pivotal role. These traps were filled with unique suppressants to ensure that even the traps designed for ordinary individuals could be effective. Whether inhaled or injected, even the slightest trace of these suppressants could swiftly reduce a mutant's genetic capabilities to a negligible level. It could be said that when mutants encountered such suppressants, it was akin to Superman facing kryptonite, utterly devoid of any ability to resist. Furthermore, Dr. Octopus had infused the toxic gas with a substantial amount of neurotoxins and anesthetics. His singular aim was to ensure Lulin's absolute demise. As for the combat data of his experimental subject, it had already been collected during their journey. What he now needed to contemplate was solely the collection of Lulin's lifeless body for the purpose of conducting comprehensive genetic experiments. "Is this all you have at your disposal?" Lulin emerged from the smoke, his form unscathed. The electronic pulse traps designed to confine him appeared as insubstantial as air before him, having no effect whatsoever. "This grand spectacle you orchestrated, is this all there is?" In the next moment, every trap surrounding them shattered into fragments. It must be said, after transforming into a monster, "Your intellect has evidently diminished significantly, dear doctors." Lulin stated coolly, "Surrender now." "No, this cannot be." Dr. Octopus, seemingly deranged, charged directly at Lulin. It was clear that he could not accept the utter collapse of his meticulously crafted plans. Yet, how could Dr. Octopus possibly contend with Lulin? In a single exchange, he was subdued and lost consciousness. The tentacles behind him attempted to act autonomously, but in the face of Lulin's magic, they appeared as laughably feeble as the arms of a child. In an instant, Lulin subdued them all. However, in the following second, as he regarded Dr. Octopus, Lulin found himself at a loss regarding how to handle him. To kill him would be unwarranted. Dr. Octopus had not committed any egregious acts, or rather, he had not yet had the opportunity to perpetrate any heinous deeds. As for the so-called transmuter, Lulin was already aware from Fury that those transformed were merely death row inmates. Lulin did not care for the fates of these condemned criminals. Thus, in Lulin's eyes, Dr. Octopus was certainly not deserving of death. Yet, allowing him to escape was an impossibility. After much contemplation, Lulin resolved to hand Dr. Octopus over to Tony for resolution. If memory served him right, in a previous life, Dr. Octopus had returned to normal with the aid of the high-tech manufacturing devices left by Tony. With Tony himself present now, restoring him to his former state should not pose much difficulty, one would presume. If restoration proved unattainable, further considerations could be made later. Moreover, judging by Dr. Octopus's technology, Tony would likely draw considerable inspiration from it. Damn, I knew that guy was unreliable. The lizard seethed in his mind, cursing Dr. Octopus vehemently. This companion was utterly untrustworthy. Touted as infallible, he was easily vanquished without resistance. As for him, he had sensed danger early on and had seized the opportunity to escape the moment Lulin freed himself from the trap. Just when the lizard believed he had evaded disaster, Lulin slowly descended from the sky, appearing before him. Did you think you could escape? Lulin smiled faintly. Long before encountering the two individuals, Lulin had already inscribed a mark of tracking upon them, ensuring that they could not elude his grasp. I surrender, Dr. Lizard implored, kneeling in abject submission, devoid of any semblance of villainous pride. This unexpected display rendered Lulin momentarily bewildered. Very well, I accept your surrender. Chapter 38. Lulin had no intention of relinquishing the two to Fury. The S-H-I-E-L-D, or rather, what should now be referred to as the Hydra Shield, would undoubtedly exploit the contributions of Connors and Dr. Octopus for their own nefarious purposes. While Lulin harbored no fear of the so-called Hydra, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, he resolved to entrust these two to Tony for resolution. Although he was uncertain whether Tony could address the issues plaguing them, Lulin deemed these challenges to be trifling. After all, Tony was a genius among geniuses. Even if he had yet to reach his full potential, Lulin was confident that deciphering their technology and rectifying its flaws would pose little challenge for Tony. Upon arriving at Stark Tower, Lulin found Tony deep in slumber, evidently having enjoyed an exhilarating night. Hey, wake up! Lulin snapped his fingers, and Tony jolted awake. With bleary eyes, he gazed at Lulin, voicing his displeasure. Hey, Lulin, you can't just barge into my room with two men. Tony paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. Wait, how did you get in here? Lulin smiled and gestured towards the adjacent window. No way, this is the 81st floor. Tony rubbed his temples. All right, what do you want? Lulin pointed to the two unconscious figures on the floor. I need your assistance in resolving the situation with these two. What happened to them? Tony inquired, curiosity piqued as he examined the motionless bodies sprawled on the floor. Who are they that you would seek my help? They are not my associates, Lulin replied, shaking his head. They are merely two unfortunate souls who have strayed from the right path. I wish to lend them a helping hand. He continued calmly. Of course, if you are unwilling to assist, I shall have no choice but to turn them over to S-H-I-E-L-D. S-H-I-E-L-D? Lulin slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing that Tony was still unaware of its existence. Think of it as akin to a government or military entity, you know, those kinds of people. You can imagine what fate awaits their technology and knowledge in the hands of such individuals. My dear friend, you have certainly presented me with a conundrum, Tony mused, rubbing his temples. Although he is arrogant and cold-hearted, he is certainly not the type to remain indifferent in the face of visible suffering. Whenever matters cross his moral threshold, he takes action. What do you think I am? Why should I help them? Tony exclaimed, visibly agitated. There are countless individuals in need of assistance. Can I possibly help them all? Despite his words, Tony rose from his seat and began to examine the tentacles behind Dr. Octopus. Quite intriguing technology, he remarked, as he scanned the appendages. The artificial intelligence is rudimentary, with some programming issues. Can you resolve it? Lulin inquired, glancing at Tony. Hey, that's an insult. Tony retorted, displeased. You ought to ask how many hours it will take me to solve it, rather than if I can. All right then, how many hours will it take? Lulin continued. Approximately 3 hours, Tony shrugged. It merely requires a slight modification of the circuit connections and a reprogramming of the tentacles. Lulin nodded, somewhat understanding. So, what exactly is the issue? It's a matter of neurology, Tony explained as he worked. His programming is so poor that the tentacles do not respond properly. The technology is quite primitive, directly linked to his spine and extending into his brain. Each time he employs the tentacles, the excessive bioelectrical currents stimulate his cerebral cortex, akin to dozens of voices buzzing in one's ear. Tony smacked his lips. I'm rather surprised he hasn't turned into a vegetable by now. Furthermore, the artificial intelligence of these tentacles is outdated, which combined with their operation, is enough to drive even the most steadfast individual to madness. Thus, all that is needed is to add a minor resistor and restructure the system to resolve the issue. Tony glanced at the time. 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 3 seconds. How does that speed sound? In the midst of their conversation, he had managed to solve the issue with Dr. Octopus's tentacles. Although this would result in a 30% reduction in output power, safety is paramount, is it not? And what about this fellow? Lulin pointed to Connors, who was slumped nearby. What is wrong with him? As they spoke, Connors had succumbed to unconsciousness, transforming once again into the green lizard creature. However, barely having completed his transformation, Lulin delivered a punch to the creature's head. The lizard man exhibited no resistance and fell back into unconsciousness. You see? Lulin remarked calmly. This is becoming somewhat troublesome. Tony furrowed his brow, expressing, I am not an expert in genetics. I require some time to thoroughly investigate this matter. At that moment, Connors awakened and, upon hearing Tony's words, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, Give it up. It is impossible. There is no hope for me to return to my former self. With a hint of despair, Connors lamented, I will ultimately become nothing more than a mindless brute, consumed by a thirst for bloodshed. Do not measure the world of genius by your standards. Tony replied calmly, If you doubt, we might as well wager. However, Connors fell silent for a moment, stating, As for my arm, do not hold any hope. It will most likely need to be amputated. Tony stretched lazily, remarking, I believe the root of the problem lies within that arm of yours. Just moments ago, Tony had fully grasped Connors' past, thus enabling him to form some foundational judgments. I shall await your good news. To ensure Tony's safety, Lulin had been staying at Tony's home for the past few days, observing his research on Connors. Previously, Tony's exploration into genetic technologies had not been extensive, as his primary focus had been on mechanical physics. Nevertheless, being a genius, he often applied principles of biomimicry in the development of new weaponry and occasionally engaged in genetic research. Therefore, the challenges Connors faced were, in Tony's view, not insurmountable. In just 2 days, Tony resolved all the issues, indicating that Connors could soon return to his carefree self. However, the only concern remained the arm that had mutated due to lizard genes. It was unlikely to be salvaged. Yet, this was still speculative. The specifics would only become clear after experimentation. In stark contrast, Dr. Octavius found himself in a state of complex emotion. He had dedicated himself to the research of small-scale controllable nuclear fusion. However, to date, nuclear fusion had not been fully mastered, let alone the challenges of small-scale controlled fusion. Upon witnessing the large controllable nuclear fusion reactor within Stark Tower, Octavius realized that Tony's research had long surpassed his own understanding by leaps and bounds. Moreover, this was merely a casual endeavor for Tony, not a product of his utmost diligence. In comparison, Octavius's efforts appeared utterly laughable. After a lifetime of toil, he was left with only a mechanical tentacle of utility, yet even that had been comprehensively comprehended by Tony after just a brief examination. Tony even refined and corrected its technical flaws, restoring his own normalcy. Faced with such a situation, it is inevitable for anyone to feel a pang of melancholy. Individuals are inherently distinct. One must learn to come to terms with it. Lulin gently patted Dr. Octavius on the shoulder, offering him a soft reassurance. With a smile, he remarked, In truth, Tony holds you in high regard as well. Your research has provided him with considerable inspiration, Dr. Octavius. Octavius had merely been trapped in a narrow perspective. Witnessing his return to normalcy, Lulin felt no hesitation in extending a hand. Had someone intervened in the original narrative, perhaps Octavius would not have found himself in such dire straits. After absorbing Lulin's comforting words, Octavius appeared significantly more at ease. You may still refer to me as Dr. Octopus, he said with a faint smile, for it serves as a reminder not to forget the mistakes of my past. He sensed that he had achieved a profound clarity. Lulin nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his words had not been in vain. Meanwhile, Connor's treatment was drawing to a close. With Tony's assistance, the lizard genes within him were nearly eradicated, restoring Connors to his former self. However, genetics was not Tony's forte, and certain latent risks still resided within Connors. While this left Connors with a physique surpassing the ordinary, it also posed the potential for him to revert to his lizard form once more. The remaining issues would necessitate Connors' own resolution. Nevertheless, in a gesture of goodwill, Tony did not abandon Connors. He crafted a prosthetic arm equipped with sensory technology. Externally, it was indistinguishable from Connors' original arm. "How does your new arm feel, Connors?" Dr. Octavius inquired, harboring a twinge of guilt regarding Connors' predicament. Had he not persuaded Connors initially, the latter would not have injected himself with so many genetic serums, leading to his current, nearly irreversible condition. However, Connors seemed unperturbed. He marveled at his synthetic arm, exclaiming, "This is astounding. I can hardly tell it is an artificial limb." As he stroked his face, he added, "The sensation is remarkably lifelike. It feels just like my natural arm." Tony observed Connors with pride, stating, "Indeed. I incorporated numerous neural sensors and cultivated synthetic skin tailored to your own." He continued, "Aside from requiring periodic recharging, it bears no difference from your normal arm. Furthermore, it can monitor your heart rate and overall health. In the event of an emergency, a simple command will prompt it to initiate first aid." He boasted, "Adrenaline, anesthetics, choose your treatment, and you can always return to me for replenishment." Listening to Tony's enthusiastic exposition, Connors grew increasingly content. Although this may not be his true arm, its functionality is indistinguishable from that of a normal human limb. As for the flaws he is studying, Connors is confident that, with his research, he will soon rectify them. "Now, let us take a glimpse at your new laboratory." "Our new laboratory?" The two exchanged bewildered glances. "Are you truly willing to provide us with funding to continue our research?" "That is incorrect." Tony pointed at the two. "Surely, you do not think my services come without cost?" Thus, Dr. Octavius hesitated, casting a glance at Tony. "Henceforth, you shall be employed under my command. The contract has been duly signed by Lulin, with a term of 50 years. You need only work for me for that duration, and thereafter, you may depart freely. Until that time, you will be employees of Stark Industries. You must understand that many outside are seeking your retention, and I too bear the risk. Of course, I could overlook this, provided you pay your medical expenses." Tony snapped his fingers, and Jarvis promptly displayed their bills in the air. "Let me see, Octavius. Your bill is relatively modest at $30 million, while you, Dr. Connors, alas, your bill is a staggering $60 million. So what will it be?" "Don't be like this, Tony. We understand your intent." Dr. Octavius chuckled resignedly. "We are willing to become employees of Stark Industries." "That is splendid." Tony nodded. "Come, allow me to show you your new laboratory." Tony gestured for them to follow. Soon, Connors and Dr. Octavius were left in astonishment. It was filled with the most advanced experimental instruments. Standing at the entrance, Tony spread his arms wide. "This laboratory is exclusively yours. This side is for you, and that side is for him." With a grand gesture, Tony added, "I will soon arrange for the relevant researchers to assist you. You need only focus on your studies. There is no need to worry about profitability, nor to ponder the utility of your work. Simply pursue the research you are passionate about." Chapter 40. Of course, I desire more than just this. Should your research fail to meet my expectations, I regret to inform you that you will have to assist Stark Industries in generating profit. Do you understand? "We understand," Connors exclaimed enthusiastically. There could be no more generous terms. Even Octavius was astounded by Tony's financial generosity. Not only had Tony aided him, but even prior to this, for such bountiful terms, Octavius would have willingly come to work for Tony. In response, Tony could only say, "I'm sorry." But wealth does indeed afford one the freedom to act as one pleases. Observing the two individuals who were about to immerse themselves in research, Tony nodded with satisfaction. "So, what do you think of this arrangement? Are you content?" Lulin slightly inclined his head. "You are a good person, Tony." "What good person?" "I merely see their potential and wish to employ them," Tony retorted, his tone stubborn. Lulin smiled faintly, fully aware of Tony's prideful nature. He was already accustomed to the fact that Tony was a man of contradiction, thus refraining from exposing him. "Well, with you around, I feel reassured. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." Lulin gave Tony's shoulder a reassuring pat before turning to leave. "Hey, listen. Lulin, you cannot do this," Coulson interjected, blocking Lulin's way beneath Stark Tower, his tone laced with resignation. "Those two should be under S.H.I.E.L.'s care, not left in Stark Tower to continue their research. You could always request Stark to surrender them," Lulin replied with a sly smile. "What do you think? Will Tony discover your identities and initiate an investigation, ultimately uncovering that his father was indeed one of the founders of H-I-L-D? Let us not delve into past matters. We shall cease discussing this, shall we? Coulson responded, exasperated. Had it not been for Fury's reluctance to involve Tony, he would have dispatched a team to apprehend them long ago. Fury still hoped to enlist Tony's collaboration in the future. If he acted hastily now, any prospect of cooperation would vanish. As for Dr. Octopus and his companion, as long as they did not create any disturbances, they would be left to their own devices. Once their research ultimately failed and chaos ensued, S-H-I-E-L-D could rightfully intervene. For the time being, Tony and Lu Lin were granted a measure of freedom. As Coulson walked away in resignation, Lu Lin nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, after much deliberation and careful consideration, Octavius resolved to focus primarily on nanotechnology. Naturally, artificial intelligence also fell within the scope of his research, as Tony had provided him with ample inspiration. Additionally, he would continue to develop mechanical prosthetics, an area in which he had also gleaned considerable experience from Tony. He believed that one day he would create mechanical limbs that were both practical and affordable. Conversely, Connors decided to pursue his own research. While mechanical prosthetics were a feasible option, their exorbitant costs remained a barrier, and ultimately, they were not his own arms. No matter how closely they resembled genuine limbs, these prosthetics could never truly replace human arms. The necessity of recharging light presents considerable inconvenience to people's daily lives. Thus, in a certain sense, two individuals existing on the same level have inadvertently formed a subtle competitive relationship. The market for individuals with disabilities is indeed quite vast, particularly in this nation where a significant number of disabled soldiers reside. Therefore, the research conducted by these two individuals holds substantial significance. It has come to my attention that a company has recently emerged dedicated to employing disabled veterans, creating quite a stir in the process. Rumor has it that they are also engaging in related genetic development research. With the presence of competitors, motivation naturally ensues. Of course, both researchers could seamlessly transform their findings into military weaponry, akin to the tentacles of Dr. Octopus. Such inventions would be unequivocally formidable on the battlefield. However, neither would allow this situation to materialize. After all, their initial intention was merely to assist disabled individuals in regaining their capabilities. Shortly after Lu Lin's departure, Tony received an invitation, an awards ceremony from the military, accompanied by a signing event. Tony stretched his stiff neck. It was time to unwind. Upon awakening, he found himself inexplicably situated in a cavern, with a battery oddly affixed to his chest. As for what transpired, I believe everyone is already aware. With the assistance of an insider, Tony fell into an ambush. Even though he had armed himself for protection, the energy supply for his weaponry was still somewhat limited. The firepower of the terrorists was overwhelming, and ultimately, Tony was rendered unconscious by a missile and subsequently taken to their stronghold. Tony has been kidnapped? Lu Lin furrowed his brow as he watched the news on television. He had not anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. Lu Lin, we need your assistance. Fury's voice resonated from the other end of the line. Tony cannot die. I need you to help us locate him. Rest assured, Tony will be fine. Lu Lin replied calmly. Nonetheless, he still intended to venture out in search of Tony, hoping to rescue him in advance. This was due to a mission issued by the system. This time, there were 5 opportunities for sign-ins, and Lu Lin was determined not to forfeit them. However, the terrorists were well concealed, and without knowing the target or location, finding Tony's whereabouts in such a vast desert posed considerable challenges. 3 days later, Lu Lin keenly observed an explosion in a corner of the desert and promptly rushed over. Upon arrival, he indeed discovered Tony, covered in dust amidst the sands. Would you like some water? Lu Lin smiled, offering a bottle of mineral water. Damn, I haven't had a decent drink in days. Tony eagerly seized the bottle of water handed to him by Lu Lin and drank it in one gulp. By the way, Dr. Ian's son, you must hurry to save him. Tony exclaimed emphatically. Rest assured, I have made all the necessary arrangements, Lu Lin replied nonchalantly. Upon arriving here, Lu Lin had swiftly dealt with all the terrorists and sent Ethan to a distant American military base for treatment. That's good, Tony sighed in relief. At the base, it was Ethan who had rescued Tony. Had Ethan perished, Tony would likely find it impossible to sleep soundly for the rest of his life. Do you have any cheeseburgers? I am craving one right now. Chapter 41. Tony gazed longingly at Lu Lin. Let's discuss this when you return. After escorting Tony back to Stark Tower, Lu Lin's mission was accomplished, successfully completing 5 check-ins. Soon, news broke on television that Tony intended to disband the weapons department. Can you help me check on Tony? Fury inquired at the bar. He looked at Lu Lin, who appeared impatient. feeling quite helpless. Do you have to keep calling me all day? It's quite bothersome. Lulin rolled his eyes. Am I your babysitter? Why must you come to me for everything? However, Tony had been unusually quiet for quite some time, and given his recent erratic behavior, Fury was genuinely concerned. Can't you send someone else to check on him? Why must you come to me? Lulin sighed, utterly exasperated by Fury's persistence, and eventually decided to stop answering his calls. To his surprise, Fury showed up in person. This guy is extremely on edge now, Fury lamented. We have no way of obtaining any information about him. All right. I'll concede. I will go see what is going on with him, Lulin said, rolling his eyes again as he tidied his clothes and made his way out. I apologize, Mr. Lulin, but Tony is not home right now. Let me guess, Tony asked you to say that, didn't he? Lulin raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Jarvis was not one to tell lies, or rather, he had never told lies, which made his demeanor rather perplexing at times. Tell Tony that if he doesn't open the door, I will find my own way in, Lulin stated calmly. He has sealed all the windows. He must understand what I mean. Jarvis fell silent for a moment, evidently notifying Tony. Moments later, the door creaked open. Upon seeing Tony, Lulin expressed his disdain, saying, What on earth happened to you? After just a few days, how have you changed so much? Surely you haven't gone without a shower since returning from the desert? Tony's beard had grown unruly, and he emanated a rather unpleasant odor. The dark circles under his eyes could easily qualify him to portray a panda. However, these details were trivial, for he was eager to share his latest research findings. This is crucial, for your stench is suffocating. Came the prompt demand for him to cleanse himself. Or shall I assist you? In the past, Tony would have resisted such suggestions, but nudged by Lulin. He could no longer endure his own scent. All right, I'll shower now. The sound of water splashing in the bathroom echoed for over an hour. Yet Tony had yet to emerge. Concern began to creep into Lulin's mind. What could be the matter? He knocked on the bathroom door, only to be met with silence. His worries intensifying. Surely, that fool hasn't gotten into any trouble? Upon entering the bathroom, Lulin discovered that Tony had fallen asleep against the wall. Hey, wake up. You should be in bed. He gently roused Tony from his slumber in the bathtub. Apologies, I'm utterly exhausted, Tony mumbled, still half asleep. After hastily drying himself, he donned nothing but a bathrobe and staggered to bed, collapsing into unconsciousness. You can come back tomorrow, he managed to utter before slipping into a deep sleep. Luis, how long has it been since Tony last slept? Lulin inquired, his brow furrowed. It has been 60 hours and 20 minutes since Mr. Stark last slept, sir, Jarvis responded. In the past 10 days, Mr. Stark has averaged a mere 2 hours and 16 minutes of rest per day. Lulin's concern deepened. Tony, an ordinary man without any enhancements, had pushed himself to the limits of human endurance by staying awake for 3 consecutive days. Were it not for Lulin's presence, he feared Tony might have succumbed to exhaustion. What on earth is he doing? Mr. Stark has been in the underground laboratory, and I am unable to disclose his research findings, sir. My apologies, Jarvis replied. Yet, Lulin could surmise Tony's endeavors. Most likely, he was working on the Mark armor. Although Tony had succumbed to slumber, Lulin remained, worried for his well-being. Fortunately, Jarvis was there. They even engaged in games together, alleviating Lulin's boredom. He took a moment to return a call to Fury and then continued to play games with Jarvis in the villa. One must admit, Jarvis proved to be the ultimate teammate. An artificial intelligence playing games was akin to an overwhelming force against adversaries. In many respects, Jarvis resembled a cheat or a script, rendering the experience all the more exhilarating. Tony slept for a full 26 hours before awakening. Why haven't you left? He asked. You've nearly tortured yourself beyond recognition. How could I possibly leave with such a burden? Lulin replied calmly. So what shall we discuss? Discuss what? Tony languidly reclined on the sofa, and upon hearing Lulin's question, a flicker of warmth surged within him. For it had been quite some time since anyone had shown him such concern. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Huh, pushing hard? I'm not exerting myself at all. Tony replied with a faint smile. This is my normal state. I have always been like this. Lulin responded with a hint of indifference. Be honest with me, Tony. You know you cannot deceive me. After a prolonged silence, Tony sighed. I feel as though I have been betrayed, and those weapons, those terrorists. These matters are not your doing. What are you worried about? Lulin inquired, puzzled. No, you simply do not understand. Tony's emotions flared. Those weapons originate from Stark Industries. Watching those individuals use Stark-produced arms to massacre innocents. Do you have any idea how much that pains and disappoints me? He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Moreover, I have seen signs of extraterrestrial presence within them. I am deeply concerned. If an alien invasion were to occur, how would we protect ourselves? Tony gazed earnestly at Lulin. You should be more aware than I am regarding the matters of the universe. Aliens are already deploying warships. Yet what are we doing? Fighting over oil. How could I possibly sleep soundly? I can never rest easy. Tony breathed heavily as he looked at Lulin. After a considerable time, he gradually calmed down. I apologize. I have spoken too harshly. I never imagined you would apologize, Lulin remarked, somewhat astonished. Truth be told, Tony's words did not incite anger in Lulin. Just half a month ago, Tony had been nothing more than an arrogant, irresponsible playboy. However, after experiencing so much, he had matured significantly. The issue now was that he had matured too much, burdening himself with excessive pressure. It is important to note that Tony had never sold weapons to terrorists. So, the question arises, within Stark Industries, who could possibly sell weapons to such individuals? Who would dare to sell weapons to them? There were few capable of operating under Tony's radar in Stark Industries. Pepper Potts was one, and Obadiah was another. Beyond them, there was no one else. In other words, within Stark Industries, only two individuals could sell weapons to terrorists and allow them to harm their own people, Pepper Potts and Obadiah. Now, the question arises, who is responsible for this act? First and foremost, we can dismiss Pepper Potts. After all, this woman is incapable of deceit. Furthermore, upon his return, Tony immediately conducted an investigation into Pepper, and the results, as one might expect, revealed that she was entirely blameless. Tony was loath to believe that Obadiah Stane could be the culprit. However, as the investigation deepened, he uncovered an increasing number of inconsistencies, and mounting evidence pointed toward Obadiah. Deep down, Tony was reluctant to accept this reality, yet the truth remained, which contributed to his current despondency. If even his own uncle could betray him, who else was beyond betrayal? In this world, who could be trusted? At this juncture, Tony found it hard to place his faith in anyone. Moreover, Lulin had previously introduced Tony to the vastness of the universe and the galaxy. Now, the sense of impending crisis weighed heavily upon Tony, far more than before, and such immense pressure left him gasping for breath. You need to take a proper rest, Lulin remarked nonchalantly. The world has its guardians. Midgard will not suddenly descend into an insurmountable crisis. Do not burden yourself excessively. Is that so? Tony replied with a resigned smile. But since you're here, take a look at my new weapon. He raised an eyebrow, confident that his creation would astonish Lulin. Didn't you claim to have shut down Stark Industries' weapons division? Why are you still developing weapons? Lulin feigned surprise as he gazed at Tony. He was well aware that Tony's so-called weapon was merely the mark armor. It's different, Tony insisted, shaking his head vigorously. I have a grand plan. Following Tony, Lulin accompanied him to his underground garage. Is this what you call a grand plan? A toy? Lulin bluntly criticized the mark armor. What do you mean, a toy? Tony retorted, brimming with indignation. If that's the case, let us have a duel. I'd be delighted, Lulin smirked slightly. This small space is insufficient. Let us head to the desert to fight. Tony scoffed. I'm setting off first. Lulin smiled faintly and followed suit. Unleash your true strength. Are you sure you want me to go all out? Lulin regarded Tony with a peculiar expression. That may be a bit premature for you at this stage. I don't believe it, Tony declared with arrogance. Come on, let me see your true power. Lulin shook his head in resignation. It seemed that Tony had resolved most of the challenges he faced while constructing his armor. His confidence has undoubtedly reached its zenith, leading him to believe he could challenge Lulin. It must be said that Tony has indeed become somewhat inflated in his self-assurance. Ultimately, Lulin decided to employ merely a fraction of his strength, a tenth, to spar with Tony. It is not that Lulin holds Tony in disdain. Rather, given Tony's current state, employing a mere tenth of his power is somewhat exaggerated and demonstrates a degree of respect for Tony. In the desert, Tony's weapon system locked onto Lulin with unwavering precision. Before Lulin could react, Tony decisively opened fire. In that instant, he found himself crashing heavily to the ground, left with nothing but his helmet. The rest of his armor had long been reduced to mere fragments by Lulin. What just happened? Tony, feeling the scorching waves of heat, was utterly bewildered. What transpired moments ago? Jarvis, Mr. Stark, everything occurred within a fraction of a second. Mr. Lulin dismantled your armor into pieces. As the heat enveloped him, Stark gradually regained his senses. He never anticipated that events could unfold in such a manner. His proudest creation, the seemingly invincible mark armor, appeared so fragile before Lulin. How did you achieve this? Tony stared intently at Lulin. Tell me, this defies logic. It is completely unscientific. How could you move so swiftly? It makes no sense at all. Tony gazed at Lulin in disbelief. It is well known that when an object exceeds the speed of sound, a sonic boom occurs. As for speeds beyond that, it is beyond imagination. Approaching the speed of light, the mere motion of a human body would obliterate everything in the vicinity. Yet just moments ago, there was not a sound. This completely contradicts Tony's understanding of the laws of physics. There exists more than just physics in this world. There is also magic, Llewellyn remarked with a shrug. Or perhaps you could understand my speed as sublight, which does not disturb the external environment. Sublight. Tony's helmet retracted, revealing his reddened eyes. Is it possible for you to surpass the speed of light? What would happen if you did? Perhaps time travel, or traversing through space. I am not a physicist, but it is also conceivable that one could venture into parallel universes, Llewellyn replied, shrugging once more. It's akin to what you physicists often refer to as string theory. However, that is merely theoretical. I cannot predict what would follow. For now, this is my limit. In theory, I could reach greater speeds, but I am uncertain how long it would take. In a matter of mere centuries, or perhaps even a couple of millennia, one could find oneself in a vastly different reality. The prospect of 3,000 years left Tony gaping in astonishment. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. The recorded history of humankind spans merely 3,000 to 5,000 years. Yet, 3,000 years seemed but a trifling jest in the presence of Llewellyn, evoking a sense of admiration within Tony. Chapter 43. By the way, you actually know about string theory? Tony exclaimed, his face a mask of surprise as he gazed at Llewellyn. I had presumed that your studies revolved solely around magic, devoid of any physics. Indeed, Asgard exhibited little interest or research in this realm, for the traditional physics of Earth held no relevance in their domain. Llewellyn elucidated. Asgard possesses its own unique physical framework, one intricately intertwined with magic. Are there parallel universes in existence? Tony pondered, his expression a blend of confusion and curiosity. Anything is possible, Llewellyn replied with a smile, aware that within the Marvel universe, parallel universes undoubtedly exist. Countless parallel realms populate the Marvel cosmos. As for the existence of other parallel universes, Llewellyn could not say for certain. Perhaps, in one such universe, you might find yourself as a zombie clad in Iron Man armor, Llewellyn quipped, half in jest. This was not without foundation. The original concept of Marvel's parallel universes includes a zombie universe, where all inhabitants are undead, even Thanos succumbing to the infection. There have even been comics depicting the invasion of this zombie universe into others. In one particular parallel universe, Tony had once achieved a moment of glory by vanquishing the God Team, a pinnacle in the Marvel universe. Ascending beyond them are the embodiments of cosmic rules, entities governing entire dimensions, such as Dormammu, who belongs to this exalted tier. One should not be deceived by the apparent manipulation of Dormammu by Doctor Strange Time Stone. That is merely a manifestation of the protagonist's aura. Nonetheless, the might of Dormammu is indisputable. Herein lies the revelation that Tony's future potential is nearly limitless. Given sufficient time and opportunity to evolve, he may even surpass foes of Dormammu's caliber. However, Llewellyn refrained from articulating this, while Tony exhibited little interest in such notions. At least for the present. Unless he could witness it firsthand, he found it impossible to ascertain its veracity. The foundational principle of scientific inquiry is the quest for verification. A truth Tony was well aware of. He would not delve into theories that remain unprovable and unfalsifiable, akin to the fervent zeal of religious adherents persuading others to embrace faith. The reasoning is that since one cannot prove the non-existence of God, it must follow that he exists. However, if one were to pursue this line of logic further, non-religious individuals might argue that, since one cannot prove that God was not created by another deity, the creator of God must indeed exist. This leads to an endless cycle, ultimately entangling one in the quagmire of nihilism. Thus, Tony would refrain from engaging in such trivial self-tormenting pursuits, unless, one day, he truly witnesses the existence of parallel universes. Only then would he entertain an interest in this matter. Unscientific, he mused, this notion lacks scientific grounding. Soon enough, he found himself intrigued by Llewellyn himself. What constitutes your genes? What is the source of your abilities? From where do you derive the energy to sustain such remarkable speed? Is there a possibility for me to replicate your powers and integrate them into my armor? Abandon such thoughts, Llewellyn gently shook his head. To achieve that, you must first comprehend the essence of magic. Then why not simply tell me what magic is? Tony replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Regrettably, I cannot elucidate the nature of magic, Llewellyn responded with resignation. For instance, you cannot explain the concept of food to a being that does not require sustenance. If you have never tasted an apple, I might describe it as red, sweet, and crisp. But if you have never eaten anything, how can you grasp the concept of flavor? How would I convey the purpose of an apple to you? Do you understand what I mean? Tony nodded, somewhat perplexed. So, do I possess a talent for learning magic? Regrettably, You lack any inherent aptitude for magic in any meaningful sense, Lulin replied, shaking his head. Or rather, you have not met the most basic requirements for learning magic. That cannot be, Tony exclaimed incredulously. How could a genius like me be incapable of learning magic? The art of magic indeed requires a certain gift, Lulin remarked. It is akin to the disparity in intelligence between an average person and you. No one is omnipotent, Tony. Whether you believe it or not, that is the reality. Of course, while you may not be able to learn, sensing the presence of magic is still within your reach. As he spoke, Lulin opened his palm, revealing a luminous yellow orb of light. Looking at this sphere of magical essence, can you feel anything? Tony, curious, reached out to touch the magical orb, only to find he felt nothing at all. Lulin chuckled awkwardly. We can revisit this matter later. Tony rolled his eyes, fully comprehending Lulin's implication. Understood, I will refrain from explanations. Lulin smiled awkwardly. Theoretically, when elements are compressed to such an extent, even an ordinary person should be able to perceive the magical essence contained within. However, despite Tony having immersed his fingers, he felt nothing at all. This raised significant concerns. Tony's predicament was indeed grave. Consequently, Lulin resolved to seize the opportunity to thoroughly investigate Tony's condition. Let us return. Upon our return, I must refine my mech. Tony extended his hand towards Lulin. What are you doing? Lulin regarded Tony with a puzzled expression. You dismantled my mech. How am I supposed to get back? Tony rolled his eyes. Also, remember to retrieve my armor to prevent any technological leaks. Lulin rolled his eyes in response. This time, it seemed to be his fault. Despite his verbal complaints, Lulin still assisted in taking both Tony and his mech back. I shall forego the expressions of gratitude. Once inside, Tony produced a cherished bottle of fine wine he had long preserved. Since you own a bar, here, this is a bottle I have treasured for 7 years. A gift for you. Wow, when did you become so generous? Lulin exclaimed, astonished at the bottle in hand. This is a rare find. It fetched $3 million at last year's auction. Just tell me if you want it. Of course I want it, why wouldn't I? Lulin smiled slightly and waved his hand, causing the bottle to vanish from sight. Chapter 44. How infuriating. Your abilities are incredibly useful. I truly desire them. Tony gazed at Lulin with envy. Care for a drink? Tony opened another identical bottle of red wine. To regard a $3 million beverage as a casual drink is perhaps the epitome of wealth. Now that we have wine, I would be delighted to hear your story. Lulin looked at the glass before him, smiled slightly, and lifted it. Let us converse. I appreciate your manner of speaking. Tony took a hearty sip of the fine wine, but found himself at a loss for words. Lulin did not press him, merely observing Tony in silence. Clearly, his emotional barriers had not yet fully dissolved. Tony required a moment. Until this point, he had been a complete rogue. He possessed nearly no friends with whom he could share his heart. His only friend, Colonel Rhodes, belonged to the military, making him an unsuitable confidant for such matters. Tony could guarantee that once his Iron Man armor was discovered by the military, Rhodes would be dispatched to confront him. Thus, from any perspective, Rhodes was not a suitable outlet for his feelings. To this day, Lulin was the sole individual with whom Tony could truly converse. There is no need for elaboration on Obadiah. Tony has ceased to place his trust in that individual, and Pepper is certainly not suited to hear such matters. Tony has never been one to reveal his vulnerabilities in the presence of others. It is only Lulin, an extraordinary being not of this earth, endowed with remarkable strength and serving as his savior, to whom Tony confides these sentiments. Do you know? I have only just realized how much of a scoundrel I was in the past. As he gulped down his drink, Tony's gaze became clouded. Indeed. What you said that day was true. I am a thorough failure. Regrettably, it has taken me this long to comprehend. Without your assistance, I genuinely do not know what I would have done. You are underestimating yourself, Lulin reassured him. There is no need for such despondency. The past is the past, and the present is now. No. Without your help, Ethan would have perished in that cave, and I, too, would be uncertain of my ability to escape that desert. Tony lamented. What if I hadn't team made it out? What if Ethan had died? He forced a bitter smile. Do you know? Even now, I dare not confront Ethan. Am I a coward? Sometimes I even ponder whether this is divine retribution for my past misdeeds, and those weapons were all sold by Stark Industries to those rogues. Observing Tony's despondency, Lulin furrowed his brow. He seemed to have swung from one extreme to another. How many lives have been lost because of me? You place too much importance on yourself. The world does not cease to turn in your absence. Stark's absence will not hinder the world's operation, Lulin scoffed. What Tony requires now is not consolation, but rather someone to jolt him awake. What do you mean? Although Tony had consumed a considerable amount, his mind remained relatively clear. Do you truly believe that without Stark Industries, there would be no one else to supply weapons to those terrorists? You must understand. These events transpired simply because it was you at that moment, not because of you. Do you grasp this? Simply because it was me? Tony took another hefty swig from his drink. This wild manner of drinking would have led others to intoxication long ago. Even Tony's eyes were beginning to glaze over. Yes, it was just that it happened to be you. Just that it happened to be me, he murmured, before collapsing and drifting into unconsciousness. Llewellyn sighed and stood to leave. Since that day of heartfelt conversation, Tony's attitude towards sparring with Llewellyn has markedly transformed. He even actively sought Llewellyn's assistance in developing and researching the Mark suits. With Llewellyn having little else to occupy his time, he naturally did not decline, especially considering the rapid advancements Tony made in the realm of magic. Although he still cannot wield magic, the enhancements made to Tony's armor now allow it to withstand magical attacks to a certain extent. Simultaneously, the rate at which Tony updates his armor is astonishing. In just a week, Tony's Mark armor has progressed to its 5th generation. In contrast, in the original narrative, it took 8 years for Tony's armor to reach its 50th generation when Thanos arrived on Earth. Currently, Tony's prowess far exceeds that of the original storyline. Ultimately, the improvements to the Mark armor concluded with Llewellyn's refusal. It is sufficient now, no further enhancements are necessary, Llewellyn remarked, exasperated. Initially, the task of improving the armor was quite engaging, but it soon became tedious for Llewellyn. He found himself conducting repetitive tests daily, losing patience as the days wore on. Very well, Tony said, cracking his knuckles. Let us conclude with a demonstration of our strength. Good. Llewellyn nodded without hesitation. After so many days of testing, he finally had the opportunity to unleash the pent-up frustration and anger within him. I will exert half of my strength in earnest. Llewellyn smiled faintly. In the expansive testing ground, the two stood facing each other. Tony donned the nearby Mark suit, and with the sound of mechanical whirring, a red and yellow Iron Man materialized before Llewellyn. It seemed as though magical brilliance flickered across Tony's armor. In the next moment, energy blasts erupted from Tony's palms. His signature move, the repulsor blasts. However, these attacks were trivial to Llewellyn. With a casual flick of his hand, he deflected all of the repulsor blasts effortlessly. In an instant, the two collided fiercely, the force of their clash dispersing the surrounding smoke. The ensuing exchange was vigorous and exhilarating. Ultimately, their sparring concluded in a draw, as Llewellyn refrained from utilizing the abilities acquired from the system, relying solely on the power he had cultivated over the years, albeit only half of it. One must concede that Tony is indeed a genius. In merely a week, he has reached a level equivalent to half of Llewellyn's. It is worth noting that Llewellyn has trained for 800 years. This perhaps illustrates the distinction between technology and innate prowess. Regrettably, Tony can currently produce only one such suit, and its stability is questionable, as it is merely a prototype of experimental nature. Additionally, energy constraints pose a significant challenge for Tony. The reactor in his chest cannot sustain such a substantial energy demand. Chapter 45. Unleashing full potential, he had only half an hour of combat time. After that, the energy within his reactor would be entirely depleted. Yet, this was the utmost limit Tony could attain at present. The constraints of materials shackled Tony's future. Unless he were to receive an abundance of vibranium now, he might ascend to greater heights. However, vibranium and Tony's armor were not particularly compatible. Perhaps certain cold weapons could be forged from vibranium, but in other respects, the opportunities for integrating vibranium into Tony's armor were rather scant. There was little he could do about it. Tony sat in the pitted testing ground, his helmet removed, devoid of dignity. This is my limit. I truly do not know how to surpass you. He felt a wave of despondency. What disheartened him was not the fact that he had not yet surpassed Llewellyn after such prolonged effort, nor did he believe he could eclipse Llewellyn's 8 centuries of cultivation in merely a week. Rather, it was the relentless toil and the numerous iterations he had undergone without any glimmer of hope that truly sapped his spirit. Why not seek breakthroughs in the cosmos? Llewellyn suddenly suggested. The cosmos? Tony echoed, intrigued. Indeed, Llewellyn affirmed with a nod. You have previously accompanied me to the cosmos. The extraterrestrial races within it are countless, and the technology of many civilizations surpasses humanity's by millennia. Exploring the universe may reveal numerous new materials. The resources on Earth are, in fact, quite scarce. Many materials that are exceedingly rare on Earth abound in the cosmos. For instance, vibranium originates from the universe and does not exist on Earth. Moreover, the properties of the same material can vary dramatically in different environments. Without first-hand experience, one can only rely on imagination and conjecture. Sometimes, It may just be a slight difference in temperature or another factor that results in vastly different properties of the final material. Thus, venturing out to broaden one's horizons and encounter the unknown is indeed essential. At the very least, Llewellyn recognized that the remarkable qualities of URU metal were not inferior to those of vibranium and, in some aspects, surpassed it significantly. Many may be unfamiliar with URU metal, yet Thor's later Stormbreaker axe was forged from it. The most astonishing aspect of URU metal is its ability to perfectly absorb any form of magic. That is indeed a splendid idea. Tony nodded slightly, but soon hesitated. But I can't possibly seek your help every time I venture out, can I? Perhaps you could lend me a spacecraft? Llewellyn furrowed his brow at this suggestion. It is not that I am unwilling to lend you a ship, but rather that the vessels at my disposal are quite limited, and those suitable for your journey are even scarcer. The ship that Llewellyn previously took Tony into the cosmos resembles what one might consider a classic car in Asgard. The majority of vessels utilized by the denizens of Asgard are powered by magic, rendering them entirely unsuitable for interstellar voyages. For instance, ships capable of traversing the stars are akin to off-road vehicles on Earth, while the Asgardians predominantly operate high-performance sports cars. These two categories are simply incompatible. As for the ships fit for interstellar travel, they are either large cargo vessels or formidable warships. Beyond these, no other types of ships exist. Large cargo ships are out of the question. Even if Tony were alone, he, along with Llewellyn and Sif, would struggle to operate one. As for warships, the very idea is preposterous. Navigating such a vessel into another's territory would be akin to embarking on a journey in a tank. Would anyone consent to that? Even Llewellyn's ship was unearthed from storage after much effort, a vessel suitable for a handful of individuals embarking on interstellar adventures. Last time, this matter was overlooked, and Llewellyn did not procure any additional ships. Although to the Asgardians, this vessel is considered an old car, its performance in the cosmos remains commendable. Well, let me ponder for a moment. I believe I might be able to acquire a ship without cost. Llewellyn's eyes glimmered. Dear brother, do not say a word, Tony exclaimed, touched as he patted Llewellyn's shoulder. I shall surely repay you in the future. Llewellyn rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond. Tony was not particularly enthusiastic about the cosmos. After all, there were countless matters awaiting his attention on Earth, and venturing into the universe was not truly his nature. However, the prospect of upgrading his armor through interstellar travel piqued his interest immensely. He yearned to elevate his Mark armor to the 800th generation in a single leap. This had become a veritable obsession for him. At the very least, he hoped to withstand a few exchanges under Llewellyn's tutelage. To this, Llewellyn could only express that Tony was overthinking it. Nonetheless, this did not deter Tony from his desire to enhance his armor. Though he regarded those extraterrestrial beings as beneath his consideration, he was nonetheless eager to glean insights from their experiences to improve his own designs. Llewellyn also found the monotony of remaining on Earth somewhat tedious. Thus, venturing out to explore was certainly a welcome change. If this journey could lead them to Thanos and perhaps eliminate him along the way, it would be a fortuitous endeavor, sparing them from future troubles he might otherwise conjure. However, the greatest challenge that Llewellyn faces is locating Thanos. After all, this individual possesses an extraordinary talent for concealment, always lurking in the shadows and never revealing himself. At this juncture, he should still hold the Infinity Stones. Although Llewellyn possesses considerable confidence in his own abilities, he cannot help but feel a twinge of trepidation when confronting Thanos, who wields the power of the Infinity Stones. After all, those stones serve as an unparalleled advantage in this universe. How could an ordinary player hope to triumph over one who has scripted the game? Oh, but I have a system. I am endowed with unique powers, so perhaps it is not a concern. Nevertheless, unless Llewellyn can ascertain that Thanos no longer possesses the Infinity Stones, he would undoubtedly refrain from courting danger. As for the so-called free spacecraft, Llewellyn naturally thinks of the omnipotent supreme sorcerer, Ancient One. As a sorcerer who frequently confronts invasions from other dimensions, Ancient One must have access to several vessels suitable for interstellar travel. Thus, Llewellyn resolves to seek out Ancient One for assistance. If all else fails, surely someone as formidable as the Supreme Sorcerer could procure a few advanced spacecraft for him. Meanwhile, within Stark Tower, Obadiah gazes intently at the computer screen, finally making a resolute decision. What has been lost, I shall reclaim myself. Chapter 46. I never anticipated that the Prince of Asgard would come to me seeking assistance. With a deliberately peculiar expression, he gazes at Llewellyn. You mean to say that all you desire is a modest spacecraft capable of interstellar navigation? Ancient One leans back, incredulous. Surely you jest? Llewellyn offers an awkward smile. Generally speaking, in theory, I wouldn't require your aid. However, I do have a friend in need. So I thought, do you realize that you have severely disrupted the timeline? Ancient One regards Lu Lin with a grave expression. The current history has diverged too greatly. If this continues, I shall be compelled to intervene personally to rectify it. Is that so? Lu Lin raises an eyebrow. Pray tell, esteemed Supreme Sorcerer. What should the original timeline have looked like? He knows that regardless of the historical narrative, his presence should not exist within it. With him in the equation, the so-called original history is certainly rendered insignificant. Ancient One's expression momentarily stiffens. Possessing the Time Stone, she has glimpsed countless potential futures, which are, in essence, events occurring in parallel universes. Yet, no matter how she peers into the future, she is unable to catch even a fleeting glimpse of Lu Lin. Even in this universe, whenever Lu Lin is involved, a veil of uncertainty shrouds the clarity of events. Due to Lu Lin's existence, the future of this universe continues to evolve incessantly. This left the Ancient One in profound confusion. In countless other parallel universes, the figure of Lu Lin had never emerged, which was decidedly unusual. Logically speaking, if an individual holds significant importance within a universe, they would invariably leave a vibrant mark in the annals of history across other parallel realms, regardless of their actions or status. Much like Thor, Iron Man, and Doctor Strange, even if they met untimely ends through various misfortunes, their traces would still be discernible in history. Yet, Lu Lin was entirely different. He had never appeared in any universe. It was as if he existed solely in one among the myriad multiverses. Had it been merely this anomaly, the Ancient One would not have been so perturbed. However, the quandary arose when she attempted to observe Lu Lin's future through the Time Stone or other means, only to find her vision shrouded in a thick fog. In contrast, everything was perfectly clear when it did not pertain to Lu Lin's future. Initially, the Ancient One paid little heed to these occurrences, but as Lu Lin spent more time on Earth, his influence on events there grew increasingly pronounced. Many futures began to blur into obscurity. Had it not been for the unchanging future of Strange that she had witnessed, the Ancient One would have long since expelled Lu Lin from Earth. She could not comprehend the reason behind this phenomenon, but soon, she realized that Lu Lin seemed to possess some knowledge of the situation. Do you understand what I mean? The Ancient One's gaze was peculiar, a blend of skepticism and disbelief. Her thin lips pressed together gently. Tell me, what do you know? What do I know? Lu Lin replied nonchalantly. It seems I know everything, and yet nothing at all. What is it that you wish to know? You do know. The Ancient One lost her composure for the first time. Their exchange felt like a cryptic game of wits, leaving one bewildered. Thanos, the Ancient One uttered softly. If it were possible, I might just eliminate him with ease. Indeed, it is you. The Ancient One stood up in excitement. She was certain that the culprit behind the murky future of their universe was the man before her. Are you truly prepared to take action against me? Lu Lin replied calmly. Should I perish here, you might not need to maintain any semblance of stability on Earth. Asgard would swiftly lay waste to this world. Odin would understand. The Ancient One fixed her gaze intently upon Lu Lin. No, he would only see that you killed me, his most cherished youngest son. Lu Lin stated with an air of detachment. Even if my sister Hela escapes, what difference does it make? He shall still seek vengeance. Do you truly believe Odin would care about some nonsensical predetermined future? At that moment, Ancient One found herself at a loss for words. She understood that Lu Lin was not merely posturing. For if Lu Lin were to perish here, on Earth, at the hands of Ancient One, Odin would undoubtedly unleash his wrath. With his son dead, would he still concern himself with such trivialities as the future? Previously, there was no alternative. 3 children, one not his own. Another a deranged lunatic whom he had confined. The only one he could rely upon was a mindless fool. Just when hope seemed to glimmer, it would be extinguished by you, Ancient One. Could Odin possibly remain composed? Spare me the talk of futures. The present hope has vanished. So what future is left to discuss? First, let us exact the revenge that is due. Have you considered that perhaps I am meant to be here? Lu Lin spoke calmly. Having traversed so many parallel universes, you must have encountered numerous beings that do not exist in this world, correct? Ancient One fell silent. She felt Lu Lin had a point, albeit a small one. Ancient One sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint what it was. I must admit. It seems I have been swayed by your words, she said with a wry smile, taking a seat. Perhaps you were indeed meant to exist in our universe. She sipped her tea gently. So, you genuinely wish to embark on a simple journey? A journey? No. Have you not noticed that I brought Stark along? From a certain perspective, this promotes technological advancement for Earth, contributing to its development. Lu Lin remarked dismissively. Very well. Do not look at me with such eyes. Lu Lin shrugged in resignation. I concede, I am merely bored. I can assist you. Ancient One raised her head, speaking coolly. However, you must assure me that you will not interfere with the timeline. Ancient One stated earnestly, especially with Thanos, you cannot act against him yet. Do you realize the magnitude of the impact that would have on the future if you were to eliminate Thanos now? Observing Lulin's nonchalant demeanor, Ancient One sighed. Have you considered that perhaps in this universe, Thanos is meant to perish by my hand? Chapter 47. You have no idea what Thanos signifies for our universe. Ancient One exhaled gently. Catastrophes are destined to occur in the cosmos, much like the inevitable twilight of the gods that will descend upon Asgard. Thus, hearing Ancient One's words, Lulin's expression grew markedly serious. Therefore, if Thanos were to die, someone would inevitably arise to take his place. Ancient One regarded Lulin intently, speaking with utmost seriousness. Now we both understand Thanos' intentions. You can even prepare in advance. All that is required is to let events unfold as they are meant to. Gu-Yi gazed at Lulin with a calm demeanor. But if Thanos were to perish, do you know who would take his place in the future? Who? Lulin's expression tightened at Gu-Yi's serious tone. I do not know, Gu-Yi replied with composure. I can only envision who or what calamity might succeed Thanos. What I do know is that this individual, this catastrophe, will undoubtedly inflict greater harm upon the universe than Thanos ever did. Surely, you are familiar with the concept of the butterfly effect? If Lulin were to recklessly intervene, the outcome would be singular. The butterfly effect would accumulate relentlessly. The more crises Lulin resolves, the more ferocious the future that descends upon him will be. The retreat of the tide is not a sign of surrender. It merely signifies the gathering of strength for the next surge against the shore. Ultimately, the crises will become insurmountable, leading even to Lulin's demise amidst the chaos. Such a scenario is not entirely implausible. Upon hearing such grave consequences, Lulin hesitated. Gu-Yi was indeed correct. He had not previously contemplated this aspect, having never considered it before. After Gu-Yi's admonition, the realization dawned upon him. I know I cannot deter you. Gu-Yi looked into Lulin's eyes and spoke softly. As long as you are willing, you can entirely alter the future, obliterating all possibilities. However, can you assure me that you can manage the future you create? Gu-Yi's expression remained tranquil as she regarded Lulin. Lulin felt a pang of uncertainty. Truth be told, though his strength was advancing rapidly, potentially surpassing Thanos and even transcending this universe to become a master of dimensions, one could only speculate about the crises that lay beyond. Perhaps the ultimate entity controlling the multiverse might take action personally? Lulin lacked confidence in his ability to evolve into a being capable of contending with the multiverse within merely 8 years, or perhaps even less. The moment Thanos falls, the Time Variance Authority will intervene. The mere thought of such troublesome figures sent a shiver down Lulin's spine. Although he did not fear them, he wished to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Promise me, do not lay a hand on Thanos, at least until he completes his mission. He must remain alive. Is merely agreeing to your request sufficient? Lulin glanced at Gu-Yi. Are you not concerned I might renege? I have faith in your character. Gu-Yi replied with a smile. Lulin pondered for a moment and came to a clear understanding. Ancient One has laid all the stakes before her. As she aptly articulated, should Lulin resolutely refuse to trust him, there exists no recourse for him. Merely by virtue of Lulin's status as a Prince of Asgard, Ancient One is deterred from acting impulsively. Thus, whether to proceed rests solely upon Lulin's disposition. The so-called verbal commitment is merely a means for Ancient One to find solace in her own heart. Moreover, she has long contemplated relinquishing her duties. The emergence of Doctor Strange has transpired in less than a few years. Once Strange arrives, Ancient One can gracefully withdraw from her responsibilities. To ensure that Strange willingly embraces the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme and the accompanying responsibilities, she must convey to him the significance he holds for the future. However, if Lulin were to vanquish Thanos, how would he explain the subsequent events to Strange? How could he persuade Strange to willingly accept his destined obligations? Merely confronting Dormammu is insufficient. Strange could only endure for a decade or two at most, as he is but a mortal. When Strange begins to grow weary of the responsibilities of the Sorcerer Supreme, another antagonist must emerge to compel him to persist. This antagonist is none other than Thanos. In essence, one could summarize this as the aging Sorcerer Supreme meticulously orchestrating the future of her apprentice in hopes of retirement. Very well, I acquiesce, Lulin responded coolly. Seeking to avoid unnecessary complications, it is preferable that those villains and their narratives remain within the realm of his control. Armed with the advantage of being well-versed in the plot, Lulin finds himself at ease. Should he lose even this last advantage of narrative familiarity, he fears that, despite possessing a golden finger, His future days would not be particularly pleasant. There is but one aspect I do not comprehend. Why do you ardently seek death? Lulin lamentably shook his head. As an immortal, he struggles to grasp the mindset of mortals. Human thought evolves with the passage of years. Even the same soul, placed in different vessels, exhibits varied manifestations. The most profound distinction between the immortal and the mortal lies in their perception of the passage of time. Though both experience the same day and year, their encounters differ vastly. Lulin has lived for 8 centuries, perceiving time as fleeting, whereas Ancient One, having lived for 7 centuries, has begun to grow weary of existence. Countless individuals cling to life in the pursuit of immortality, yet she seems eager for her own demise. The burden I carry is exceedingly heavy, Ancient One remarked with a faint smile. It is so weighty that I have nearly forgotten the concept of time. Each person's pursuit is unique, Lulin. Death bestows meaning upon life. Do you comprehend? Lulin shook his head. I do not understand. But I am aware of an Eastern saying, do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. Lulin rolled his eyes. If you yourself are reluctant to be the supreme sorcerer, how can you expect others to take your place? Ancient One's expression stiffened. That is entirely different. It is fundamentally dissimilar. Moreover, the realm beyond death remains an enigma that no one can elucidate. Ancient One elaborated. Perhaps after death, I will continue to guard our universe. Who can say? Furthermore, Strange is destined to be the next supreme sorcerer. The more Ancient One spoke, the more she stammered, losing confidence. The matters of sorcerers cannot be generalized. You would not understand, would you? Chapter 48. How can one claim that the affairs of sorcerers align with the notion of do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself? Lulin laughed heartily. Indeed, great thoughts transcend the barriers of time. This scene reminded him of the days of Kong Iji. I promise you that. Ancient One maintained her pride as the supreme sorcerer, and witnessing her falter brought Lulin a sense of relief. Despite all this conversation with Ancient One, Lulin had no intention of provoking Thanos. After all, with several Infinity Stones in his possession, Lulin could not ascertain Thanos' true power. If fate allows, it would be splendid to encounter him. If not, it matters little, for it could very well be Lulin who ends up fleeing in haste. After a brief pause, I shall procure a spacecraft for you. Upon hearing Lulin's agreement, Ancient One's mood visibly improved. Approximately an hour later, Ancient One leisurely stepped through the portal. The spacecraft, supplies, and star charts are all prepared for you. She gestured towards the ship behind her. Remember your promise to me. Do not renege. Lulin glanced at the spacecraft and chuckled. Do not worry. I shall not interfere with your treachery against your own disciple. At these words, Ancient One's expression darkened once more. Yet, moments later, observing the scratches on the spacecraft, Lulin eyed Ancient One with suspicion. This ship and its supplies. Did you not just pilfer them from somewhere? Lulin scrutinized the scratches closely. He seemed to sense unmistakable traces of magic upon them. Such details are inconsequential. Ancient One, with a countenance that betrayed her discomfort, let a subtle green light flicker from her right hand. In an instant, the scratches vanished as if they had never existed. This is an illusion. It is undoubtedly your misconception. You must have seen incorrectly. Ancient One insisted repeatedly. Lulin rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his urge to jest. Is this truly how you wield time magic? Had Ancient One not performed that subtle maneuver, Lulin might have remained oblivious. For the traces of magic had indeed faded significantly. However, the moment Gu-Yi made a move, the unmistakable traces of magic were evident. Lulin was certainly not the ignorant fool his elder brother was. How could he possibly overlook the signs? A supreme sorcerer ought not to wield time magic frivolously. Is this not a well-established rule? Ahem, such matters are trivial details. Why do you cling to them so tenaciously? Gu-Yi's expression turned somewhat awkward. This is Earth. Without venturing out to procure a spaceship, where do you expect me to acquire one that meets your demands? Lulin shook his head in resignation. Had I known this would be the case, I would have taken matters into my own hands and seized a spaceship myself. If all else fails, purchasing one wouldn't cost a fortune. Gu-Yi forced a stiff smile. It was you who insisted on acquiring a spaceship. Yet now you blame me for attempting to commandeer one. It seems you wish to play both the hero and the villain, don't you? Gu-Yi silently berated Lulin in his mind. Consider this a debt I owe you. Feel free to seek my assistance whenever needed in the future. Upon hearing this, Gu-Yi's previously stern demeanor softened slightly, though she continued to inwardly critique Lulin. Requesting your help? I would be grateful if you merely refrained from causing me more trouble. Back at the bar, Lulin pondered for a moment before reaching out to Octavius and Connors at the laboratory. Upon hearing about the opportunity to venture into space and witness alien technology, both men were utterly thrilled. However, When they learned that such opportunities would arise again, they weighed their options and ultimately decided to forego this chance. Their experimental research was at a critical juncture, and to ensure its successful continuation, they resolved to wait for the next occasion. After all, opportunities are plentiful. But the flashes of inspiration during crucial research phases are not easily come by. As for Sif, she remained on Earth, assisting Lu Lin in managing the bar. Yet, Sif's melancholic gaze often led Lu Lin to suspect that she had uncovered something. In recent days, Lu Lin had indeed been returning to Asgard to rendezvous with Aisha from time to time. Sif seemed to have been aware of this, though she never spoke of it. Lu Lin felt somewhat guilty and avoided meeting Sif's eyes, allowing the situation to linger unresolved, just as he grappled with how to confront Sif on the other side. In Stark Tower, Tony found himself incapacitated by Obadiah's ultrasonic trap. Tony's eyes widened in shock as he fixed his gaze intently on Obadiah. Quite a handy gadget, isn't it? Obadiah remarked with a smile. It only induces paralysis. It does not lead to death. Thus, I can safely extract the reactor from your chest. As he spoke, Obadiah slowly bent down, gently removing the newly modified miniature reactor from Tony's chest. Look at him. Look at him. How beautiful. How full of rumors. Obadiah exclaimed, his voice brimming with emotion. What a magnificent thing. Why would you do this? Tony gazed at Obadiah, his eyes betraying a glimmer of desperation. He found it hard to comprehend that his mentor, whom he regarded as an almost familial figure, could act in such a manner towards him. Why would I do this? Obadiah's smile faltered. Tony, do you realize? From the very beginning, I have merely been a backdrop to you and your father. Howard was one, and you are another. People have always directed their attention towards you, towards your father. Is that so? Indeed, you are both extraordinary geniuses, father and son alike. But what about me? I have toiled diligently for Stark Industries. Who has ever acknowledged my contributions? I have always regarded you as an uncle, Tony said painfully. An uncle? Huh. What a ludicrous jest. Obadiah scoffed. When you left me standing awkwardly on that podium, when you offloaded all the troublesome matters onto me, why did you not refer to me as your uncle then? Now, as you face death, and I am on the verge of success, poised to take full command of Stark Industries, only then do you claim to have seen me as an uncle. Tony, you are far superior to your father. At least you know how to play the emotional card. But let me tell you, it is futile, utterly useless. Obadiah tucked the reactor into his embrace. Rest assured that, in light of your emotional appeal, I shall not take your life. However, on account of our years of camaraderie, and in consideration of the Bureau, Tony, you may await your demise in solitude. With that, Obadiah turned to leave. Do not worry. I will ensure your reactor is put to great use. Stark Industries shall be renamed Stain Industries, and it will become the largest arms dealer in the world. Without you, Tony, I will still succeed. Just watch. As he watched Obadiah depart, Tony painfully closed his eyes. Perhaps this was fate's retribution, perhaps the punishment he so rightly deserved. Time and again, he felt an overwhelming loathing for his former self. How could he have been so wretched? Yet, Tony did not relinquish hope for survival. The reactor, which he had deemed expendable, had been transformed into a gift by Pepper. If he could return to the laboratory and install that reactor, there remained a glimmer of hope, a hope to thwart Obadiah. After much inner turmoil, Lulin ultimately decided to confront Sif directly. Regardless of whether one extends their head or withdraws it, it ultimately results in a single strike. In any case, it is but a single blow. Thus, it is better to lay all cards on the table. I had anticipated that you would wait another decade or two before revealing this matter to me. Sif cast a melancholic glance at Lulin. You are aware of it? Lulin stared blankly at Sif. Of course I am aware, Sif replied, her tone laden with discontent. The entire realm of Asgard knows. How could I possibly remain oblivious? Lulin awkwardly scratched his head. So what you mean is what I mean. Sif shot a glance at Lulin. What do you think I would mean? What thoughts could I possibly entertain? After all, you are the Prince of Asgard, while I am merely an ordinary woman. I dare not harbor any aspirations or desires. Lulin contemplated for a moment and, without hesitation, leaned in to kiss her. At that instant, words became superfluous. A kiss was all that was needed. Sif was evidently taken aback by Lulin's boldness, momentarily rendered speechless. Yet, after a brief moment, she fervently reciprocated. At that moment, she cast aside all reservations. Just then, Lulin heard a commotion outside. However, this was a critical juncture, and he could not allow external disturbances to intrude. With a decisive wave of his hand, he cast a soundproofing spell, obstructing all sound from the room's interior and the outside world. To ensure they would not be interrupted, Lulin executed dozens of spells, determined that nothing would disrupt their evening. Lulin could only remark on the unmatched prowess of the Valkyrie. Were they not on Earth? A mere room would hardly suffice for their endeavors. Is this all you can do? Sif glanced at Lulin, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Initially, he perceived Sif to be quite fatigued and had intended for her to rest. However, he was astonished that she showed no signs of yielding. It seems you are unaware of what true prowess entails. Lulin let out a cold chuckle and lunged at her once more. If he did not showcase his masculine vigor now, could he still be regarded as a man? He decisively kissed her again. Sif's body stiffened slightly. This was an experience unlike any she had encountered before. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and responded with equal fervor. Sif, now a bit dazed by passion, became bolder in her replies. Lulin was immensely grateful for the soundproofing spell he had enacted. Otherwise, the sounds they produced might have been quite compromising. He finally understood why some likened fervor to fire. The flame of Sif's passion blazed ever brighter, until it wholly consumed Lulin. As reason returned to his mind, Lulin realized that he had lost track of time. In that moment, he felt as if time were slipping away. Due to Lulin's lack of restraint that day, Shifu had even closed her eyes. Lulin could not discern whether she had fainted or simply fallen asleep from exhaustion. After a brief moment, Shifu awoke, still somewhat dazed. It took her a while to comprehend what had just transpired. Reflecting on the recent events, Shifu wished she could vanish into the earth. What had she been doing? Was that truly her? Shifu was utterly bewildered by the changes that had overtaken her. She attempted to escape, but Lulin would not permit her to leave so easily. Now feeling shy, Lulin teased, "You were not like this just now. I still remember what you said earlier. Don't stop." "Stop it, Lulin," Shifu exclaimed. Lulin tightened his embrace around her and gently stroked her hair. "Shall we do it again?" he suggested. Upon hearing this, Shifu, filled with indignation, retorted, "Do you want me to die?" Yet, unable to contain herself, she turned and bit Lulin's chest. He gasped at the sudden pain. The bite felt no less intense than a kick to a more sensitive area. Humph. Shifu hesitated for a moment, then extended her tongue to lick the spot. "Did I bite too hard?" A tingling sensation surged through Lulin's chest, igniting a fire within him. Sensing the shift beneath her, Shifu whimpered, "Why are you so annoying? Should we continue?" She then rolled over, turning her back to Lulin. However, Shifu was unaware that her movements only stoked the flames of desire within Lulin. "Really? You're asking for more?" Shifu began to plead for mercy. "Shall we try a different approach?" Observing Shifu's cherry-like lips, Lulin nodded slightly. By the time Lulin noticed what was happening outside, it was already late into the night. Staring at the brilliant lights from Stark Industries, he was momentarily stunned. Could it be? What was happening? Had the fight ended? "Are you going out?" Shifu, still bleary-eyed, inquired. "Aren't you going to stay and sleep a little longer with me?" "Something seems to be happening outside. I need to take a look," Lulin said, gently kissing her forehead. "All right, I'll wait for your return. I'm going back to sleep." "I'm too tired," Shifu replied, before drifting off once more. Lulin then dispelled the surrounding soundproofing magic, allowing the external noises to flood into his ears. He promptly cast a soundproofing spell around Sif, ensuring that her rest remained undisturbed. What a commotion outside! Lulin furrowed his brow. Perhaps this is the inevitable trade-off? Lulin smiled wryly. Having gained Sif, he seemed to have forfeited the opportunity to witness the clash with Ironmonger. Yet, Lulin felt this exchange was not entirely regrettable. It was time to check on Tony. Chapter 50. Upon arriving at the site of the explosion, Tony lay on the ground, breathless. "What on earth have you been doing?" Upon seeing Lulin, Tony couldn't help but curse. "I've called you a dozen times, and you were out of the service area. Do you realize I thought I was going to die just now?" Lulin glanced at the pile of scrap metal that was once Ironmonger. "Really? You struggled so much against such a behemoth? All those enhancements to your armor, and they went to the dogs?" With a bitter smile, Tony recounted the events. His armor had indeed undergone significant improvements, but correspondingly, the energy consumption had escalated considerably. Absorbed in refining his suit, Tony had neglected to work on enhancing the reactor. Consequently, the reactor in his chest was not markedly superior to the one he had initially created. If he donned the latest Mark armor, its combat duration would barely exceed 40 minutes. Just as Tony was preparing to enhance the reactor's power output and endurance, Obadiah launched a surprise attack. Resolving just one Ironmonger should have taken a mere 10 minutes. Yet the misfortune lay in the fact that Obadiah had managed to seize the reactor from Tony's chest. Left with no choice, he resorted to the original version of the reactor. In a bid to prevent Obadiah from acquiring the research data on the Mark armor, Tony had not even had the chance to replace the palladium core within the reactor. This led to the Mark armor being powered by less than 50% of its energy when Tony took flight. In comparison to the original narrative, The enhanced Mark armor found itself in a far more arduous battle. Moreover, the latest Mark armor consumed energy at an alarming rate. Even maintaining its operation proved to be a challenge, let alone engaging in combat. Most of the offensive weaponry installed on Tony's armor was rendered inoperative. Even after narrowly escaping danger, the recollection of recent events still sent shivers down Tony's spine. 3 hours earlier, with the timely assistance of Pepper, Tony had finally succeeded in installing the outdated reactor. I saw Obadiah heading towards your underground lab. At this moment, Pepper was still somewhat shaken, having just escaped from the clutches of those men. Despite her lingering fears, she attempted to reassure herself. It's all right. Remain calm. There's no need to panic, Tony urged, striving to soothe her with a steady voice. All you need to do is find a safe place to hide. I will handle the rest. Trust me. Everything will be all right. Believe in me, won't you? Taking a deep breath, Pepper replied, It's fine. I can manage. You don't need to worry about me. Stay here and don't go anywhere. Just wait for my return. With that, Tony flew out of the nearby window. Meanwhile, Obadiah leisurely descended the elevator to the basement, intent on copying Tony's experimental data. However, at that moment, he glanced at his phone and erupted into a furious tirade. Damn it, I should have killed him outright. Obadiah cursed vehemently. He had long since installed surveillance in Tony's residence to monitor his every move. A momentary glance at his phone revealed the scene of Pepper rescuing Tony. Faced with this revelation, Obadiah abandoned his data theft and swiftly exited, driving back to his research facility. On the other side, Tony was desperately attempting to track Obadiah's whereabouts. Where are you? Where are you? He muttered incessantly. Although he was uncertain of Obadiah's intentions regarding his reactor, he was convinced that it could not bode well. Just then, an enormous robot suddenly emerged from behind Stark Industries. Ha ha ha. Tony, take a look at my mech. The Ironmonger towered at an impressive 4 meters. Rendering Tony's Mark armor appear diminutive in comparison. The sheer size of the Ironmonger did not signify enhanced power. Rather, it underscored a lack of technological refinement. Unable to miniaturize critical components. This resulted in an unwieldy design. Furthermore, for the sake of secrecy, the Ironmonger had not undergone any practical testing nor improvements since its creation. Its stability and combat performance remained uncertain. Nevertheless, its colossal size allowed Obadiah to load it with an array of heavy weaponry. Although he could not develop weapons that matched the balance of lightness and power found in the Mark armor, the brute force of the Ironmonger was deemed sufficient for his purposes, though both are humanoid mechs. Tony's Mark armor is less than a third the size of the Ironmonger, yet its energy consumption is comparable, illustrating the formidable power of the Mark armor. However, the unfortunate reality for Tony is that he is currently plagued by a critical energy deficiency. Come, let me demonstrate my Ironmonger, Tony. Obadiah chuckled, promptly initiating the launch of his weapons. Yet, the performance of the Mark armor far exceeds that of the Ironmonger, rendering its weapon systems incapable of locking onto Tony. With a mere shift, Iron Man effortlessly evaded all of Ironmonger's attacks. Sir, I must caution you that if this pace of battle continues, in 10 minutes your energy will dwindle to less than 1%. Once depleted, shrapnel will begin to flow into your heart alongside your blood. Jarvis's voice echoed in Tony's ear. Upon donning the armor, Tony realized that his energy reserves had plummeted to a mere 47%. In just a fleeting few seconds of movement, he had already consumed 1% of his energy. This was merely from action, without even activating the weapon systems for an attack. Should he engage the weapon systems, it was likely he wouldn't last even 3 minutes. Jarvis, prepare to charge the repulsor. Sir, a full-powered repulsor blast will consume 12% of your energy. Then reduce the power to half. No, to 30%. As he unleashed a repulsor blast, it struck Ironmonger's chest directly. The Ironmonger staggered back, but before Tony could revel in his moment of victory, Obadiah's voice emerged from the smoke. Ah, Tony, your weapon indeed retains its formidable might. As the smoke cleared, several scratches marred Ironmonger's chest. Yet it sustained no significant damage. Reinforcing the Ironmonger's armor beforehand was undoubtedly a wise decision. To breach my defenses, your attacks must be at least doubled in strength. Obadiah's triumphant tone ignited a burning frustration within Tony. Tony resolved to refrain from using the repulsor again. Heaven knows if Obadiah speaks any truth. Although Tony was confident that a single blast could breach Ironmonger's defenses, what would follow? The extent of Ironmonger's resilience remained uncertain. Even if he managed to penetrate the defenses, how much damage could he inflict thereafter? All of these variables were shrouded in uncertainty. Now, with only 40% energy remaining, a blast would consume 12%, and should he unleash 2 blasts without incapacitating Ironmonger, Tony would be left helpless, merely awaiting his demise. If I turn back now, I might still forgive you. Obadiah, Tony attempted to appeal to their past camaraderie. Turn back, Obadiah, it is not too late. If you choose to return, I assure you, there will be no repercussions. No repercussions? Obadiah chuckled. Tony, you have quite the audacity. Do you truly believe I still seek your forgiveness? All I require are 30 Iron Titans, and I shall sweep across the world. Who could possibly stand in my way? I will do as I please. Tony, you must die. Only then can I find peace. With that, Obadiah activated the weapon systems, countless guns aimed at Tony, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon him. He had no interest in engaging in idle chatter with Tony. His earlier dialogue was merely a ruse to buy time for his weapon systems to lock onto Tony. As the targeting systems honed in, Tony's pupils dilated sharply, and instinctively, he activated his energy shield. This shield had been developed specifically to counter Lulin's magic. While its protective capabilities against magic were somewhat lacking, it provided decent defense against conventional weaponry. However, it was a significant energy drain. Once activated, the shield consumed energy at a rate of 1% per second. Tony was certainly not foolish enough to remain stationary, facing Obadiah head-on. After weathering the initial barrage, he swiftly initiated his armor and soared into the air. What followed? Lulin, seizing Tony from the ground. Please assist me in replacing the reactor, if memory serves. The last one should be located in the basement. Would you be so kind as to retrieve it? Tony offered a wry smile. I am utterly spent. Lulin nodded and descended to the basement, where the remains of the Iron Titan lay quietly. Upon closer inspection, Lulin inadvertently triggered the system's sign-in reward. Gazing at the reward interface, he wore an expression of surprise. So this can also trigger a sign-in reward? The reward was utterly unexpected. With a mere thought, a ring appeared in his hand, the Mark 783 magic version. Lulin was bewildered. Which parallel universe produced this iteration of Iron Man's armor? It had reached the 783rd version? Soon, Lulin grasped the purpose of this generation of Mark armor. True to Tony's ultimate evolution of the Mark series, its functionalities were astonishingly advanced. The foremost consideration for the magic version of the Iron Man armor was its energy source. In addition to the built-in magical reactor, the armor could also absorb the magical elements present in the air, storing them as an additional energy supply. Moreover, the magical version of the Mark armor is capable of harnessing external energy sources for propulsion. This implies that in the event of energy deficiency, Lulin can indeed utilize the divine power within himself to operate the magical Mark armor. As for the weaponry, the magical Mark armor is devoid of any remarkable armaments that would captivate Lulin's attention. The only noteworthy feature of the entire magical Mark armor is the palm cannon. However, to Lulin's astonishment, this magical armor exhibits an extraordinary adaptability to his magic and various abilities. It can even amplify all of Lulin's attack methods by 30%. This armor seems to be tailor-made for him. With Tony waiting above, Lulin refrained from delving too deeply into the magical armor and instead sought out the reactor that Tony had mentioned, promptly ascending towards it. He resolved to examine this so-called Mark armor when he was alone. Thank you. I feel as if I have truly come back to life. Tony exhaled deeply, rising from the ground. What transpired next, and how did you defeat that behemoth? Lulin inquired. Next, Tony sighed. Do you remember when I mentioned the potential for icing phenomena at high altitudes? Lulin nodded slightly. You lured it to a high altitude, caused it to freeze. And then it fell to its demise? If only it were that simple, Tony replied with a hint of exasperation. The Ironmonger's resilience far exceeded Tony's expectations. Consequently, the icing at high altitude had little effect on the Ironmonger. It merely plummeted a few hundred meters and swiftly regained its composure. Soon after, Tony found himself firmly grasped by the Ironmonger, rendered immobile. In desperation, Tony had no choice but to unleash the full power of the palm cannon. The cannon's might was indeed formidable, striking the Ironmonger and rendering it inoperative. However, at that moment, Tony's energy reserves were nearly depleted. Yet, the fallen Ironmonger was still not dead. It remarkably stood up once more. Coincidentally, both their descent points aligned in front of the Stark Tower's large reactor. Thus, with a resolve to face death, Tony remotely triggered an overload of the reactor, releasing a vast surge of electromagnetic pulses. Are you insane? Lulin gazed at Tony in disbelief. If the reactor explodes, half of New York will be obliterated. But if he survives, half the planet may be at risk, Tony retorted helplessly. Lulin fell silent for a moment. Have you ever considered that perhaps I am here, or that there are others who can thwart Obadiah? Tony's expression stiffened. He had never contemplated this possibility. How can you even say that? Just look at how many calls I made to you. Chapter 52. Tony suddenly snapped back to reality. What on earth have you been up to? Lu Lin's gaze wandered restlessly. It's hard to say, truly hard to articulate. Who could have foreseen that Obadiah would choose this moment to strike? He was unaware of the events unfolding outside, which was beyond his control. One could only say that everything happened to coincide. But let me emphasize, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure or take on too many responsibilities. Lu Lin patted Tony's shoulder. I am not mocking you. Rather, the earth will continue to revolve in your absence. Even if you were to vanish, others would still uphold peace and ensure the stability of the world. Trust me, there are countless individuals who desire a more peaceful and stable existence than you do. After a brief hesitation, Lu Lin continued, do not fret over matters of life and death. As long as you draw breath, even if your soul ascends to the divine, I can bring you back. This is something you need not worry about. What? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying you can bring someone back from the dead? Sort of, Lu Lin replied vaguely. Provided you leave behind a complete body, at least some fragments of your remains would be necessary. Otherwise, I would be unable to retrieve you. Tony's eyes widened further. You keep telling me, is this really true? Resurrection? All I can say is that it is possible. I cannot guarantee it entirely, Lu Lin said with a hint of resignation. The probability of successfully reviving you at this moment may not be very high. But if you wait a year or two, even if nothing remains of you, I believe I could still manage to bring you back. Lu Lin's sudden declaration was not a sign of madness, but rather a realization that he had received two rewards from the previous task. One was the magical mark armor, and the second was an intriguing ability, greater healing. This skill is said to heal all wounds, and when mastered to its fullest extent, it could even restore life. However, Lu Lin had just tested it on Tony, and at this stage, the greater healing could not fully mend even a mere scratch. The effectiveness of this ability did not rely on Lu Lin's divine power, but rather on his proficiency. After casting the skill several times, Lu Lin sensed a slight improvement in its effectiveness, accompanied by an increase in its energy consumption. Currently, Lu Lin lacked the power of resurrection, but he believed that as his proficiency grew, he might genuinely achieve it. Setting aside that ability, Lu Lin was confident he could save Tony before his demise. After all, once Tony passed away, his soul would either descend to hell or ascend to heaven, as long as he did not encounter that old pervert known as God. Lu Lin felt assured he could reclaim Tony's soul. As for the subsequent events, Lu Lin possessed numerous spells that could save lives among his magical repertoire. Thus, he was not entirely deceitful with Tony. It's hard for me to trust you, Tony remarked skeptically, casting a glance at Lu Lin. Never mind. Let us not dwell on that. I need to tidy up Stark Tower. I have my own tasks to attend to. He waved his hand dismissively. After tonight's ordeal, he appeared considerably aged. This evening, Tony had personally taken the life of his beloved uncle's partner and had devastated half of Stark Tower. Now, both mentally and physically, he felt utterly drained. Lu Lin patted Tony on the shoulder and discreetly cast a spell to alleviate his fatigue. You should return and rest well. Did you just cast a spell on me? Tony turned back, astonished to look at Lu Lin. It was merely a simple enchantment to relieve mental and physical exhaustion. No need for gratitude. Tony found himself bemused. He had merely wished for a good night's sleep, yet Lu Lin's intervention had completely robbed him of any desire to slumber. You truly are a good person, he said, rolling his eyes. Just you wait. I shall repay you well in the future. No thanks are necessary. Lu Lin smiled and waved his hand, returning to enjoy his time with Sif. Meanwhile, back on the rooftop, Tony struggled to remove his armor with the aid of his mechanical arm. How did it go? Pepper Potts rushed over, her concern evident. It's all resolved, Tony replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, he reached out and embraced Pepper. What's the matter? Pepper stiffened, entirely bewildered by her boss's unexpected behavior. Nothing, Tony snapped back to reality, offering a faint smile. You can go rest now. I'll handle the rest. I appreciate all your help today. Observing Tony, who had collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion, Pepper opened her mouth in surprise. Her boss was utterly unpredictable, failing to clarify his reasons and suddenly embracing her without warning. Feeling somewhat flustered, she awkwardly replied, All right. Then I'll take my leave. Please rest well. With that, her arms felt uncertain, and she stiffly exited the room. Tony was well aware of Pepper's thoughts, yet he had no intention of dragging her into this whirlwind. Moreover, he was not yet prepared to confront the complexities of their relationship. Just as Tony was about to settle down for a good night's sleep, Nick Fury appeared at his door. I thought I told you to go back? Tony opened his eyes, only to be greeted not by Pepper, but by a bald figure clad in black. How did you get into my room? Tony furrowed his brow. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, and you may refer to me as Nick Fury. What country? Tony's tongue seemed to stumble. You may call us S-H-I-E-L-D. Is it you? Tony exclaimed in surprise. You know us. Now it was Fury's turn to be astonished. Tony furrowed his brow, opting not to respond to Fury's inquiry. In a prior fit of pique with Lulin, Tony had investigated the origins of Lulin's building. After extensive probing, he ultimately encountered a dead end at an entity known as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. However, after reconciling with Lulin, Tony had chosen to disregard that department, not expecting them to seek him out instead. I wish to formally invite you to join us, Fury stated matter-of-factly. I'm afraid I cannot join any organization. Tony promptly declined Fury's overture. Regardless of your department or power, I will not align myself with any faction, nor will I relinquish the technology in my possession. Chapter 53. You misunderstand. I do not wish for you to surrender your technology. I simply seek to employ you as our consultant and guide you on how to manufacture armor. Is that it? Tony scoffed. J-A-R-V-I-S. Show him out. Trust me, Tony, Fury insisted. I have made it clear that I will not join any organization. Tony, suppressing his fury, warned, if you continue to prattle on, do not blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Tony appeared on the verge of employing his armor, Fury nodded slightly. Very well, since that is the case, let us discuss compensation and how to explain to the public what transpired this evening. Even if you do not join us, these matters must be addressed. Then tell me, how should we manage this situation? Tony's expression was frigid. He initially suspected Fury intended to use this incident as leverage against him. However, as Fury elaborated, Tony's demeanor gradually softened. Fury maintained a demeanor of professionalism, showing no inclination to exploit the situation. That is all the arrangements. You need only adhere to the script we have prepared, and you need not worry about anything else. Fury stated calmly. What do you truly intend to do? Tony hesitated. Believe me, Tony, our connection runs deeper than you realize. You will understand in time. The outcome is, of course, unnecessary to elaborate upon, as Tony did not comply with Fury's instructions. He boldly declared himself Iron Man, and instantly, a multitude of waves surged toward him. Even Fury found himself exasperated, having never anticipated Tony's audacity and lack of cooperation. Shall we go? A stroll to clear our minds? Lulin gently rapped on Tony's window. I say, when will you learn to use the front door? With a resigned sigh, Tony opened the window for Lulin. No matter where I go, I am besieged by reporters. I can't even seek solace without being hounded, he lamented. This predicament is of your own making, Lulin replied with a faint smile. Where shall we go? Naturally, to the cosmos for a respite. To the cosmos? Have you forgotten our previous agreement to seek inspiration among the stars, while exploring? Tony hesitated momentarily. Shall we go or not? If not, I can simply depart on my own. Let us go, why not? Tony placed down the object in his hand with determination. This time, I shall don my armor. Lulin shrugged, as you wish. After preparing their belongings, Tony left a brief message for Pepper and promptly departed Earth alongside Lulin. Their first destination was Xander. The technology there was relatively advanced, catering to Tony's quest for inspiration while Lulin sought specific materials. Vaguely, Lulin recalled that in the comics, the Nova Corps was depicted as a team of superheroes. Yet, he pondered what their role would be in this reality. Although they had previously traversed the cosmos, Tony had merely skimmed the surface, overwhelmed by the experience. This time, he intended to truly appreciate the beauty of the universe. However, Tony's enthusiasm waned quickly. In truth, the universe is often desolately vast. The asteroid belts portrayed in films are largely fictional. Each asteroid within those belts is separated by immense distances, akin to dust particles in the air. Therefore, the dramatic scenes of spaceships dodging asteroids are merely figments of imagination. The tedious journey did not last long. Within half a day, they traversed a wormhole and arrived at Xander. Isn't the scenery delightful? Lulin turned to Tony, only to freeze in shock. Tony seemed poised to touch the surface of a nearby pillar when Lulin rushed forward to restrain him. A question mark appeared above Tony's head. At that moment, a 3-meter-tall alien ambled by, casually expelling a large glob of dark green mucus, which the pillar promptly absorbed. Now you understand? Lulin rolled his eyes. That is their extraterrestrial spittoon. Tony's expression stiffened. He nearly stumbled upon such an abomination, and just the thought of it filled him with revulsion. With this translator, you would comprehend over 90% of the universal languages of the cosmos. Universal language? Tony paused, surprised. Does such a thing truly exist? The structure of society remains relatively unchanged over time. Powerful forces inevitably exert their influence upon weaker factions. In addition to the universal language, The currencies of certain nations are also recognized throughout the universe. As Tony accepted the translator and affixed it to his ear, the cacophony around him transformed into a language he could comprehend. The capabilities of this translator were remarkably advanced, even rendering alien slang with striking accuracy, bordering on the surreal. During his previous excursion, Tony had lacked such a device, rendering most alien languages to him as meaningless, bizarre sounds. Now, with understanding, the world seemed to pulsate with vibrancy. Shall we explore the alien marketplace? Marketplace? Tony couldn't help but wonder, do aliens possess such establishments? Naturally, Lulin replied confidently. There are even black markets. The void we visited last time was indeed the black market of the universe, remember? Reflecting on that experience, Tony nodded thoughtfully. Come, let me introduce you to the technological advancements of the aliens. The civilian technology of a planet signifies the lower limit of its technological capabilities, whereas military technology represents the upper limit. While it is not impossible for military technology to be inferior to civilian, such instances are rare. After all, individuals like Tony frequently traverse the cosmos. In summary, by observing the level of civilian technology on a planet, one can roughly infer its overall technological prowess, as weaponry does not encompass the entirety of civilization. Before long, the two arrived at the largest trading area on the planet. Whether you call it a market, a mall, or an exchange, it is the principal hub for commerce on Xander. Upon arriving, Tony was utterly dazzled by the array of goods surrounding him. During his previous journey through the cosmos, he had never encountered a place resembling this. As for the Void, given its title as the universe's largest black market, the items available for legitimate sale were indeed limited. Moreover, Tony had not taken the time to thoroughly explore the Void last time. Therefore, he was determined to indulge in a delightful exploration this time. Meanwhile, Lulin focused his entire attention on the alien delicacies. The food of the extraterrestrials emanated an eerie glow, and after pondering for a moment, Lulin ultimately refrained from tasting it. Theoretically, the food sold here should be consumable by carbon-based life forms, albeit with a distinct difference in taste. Even if there were a hint of toxicity, it would not concern Lulin. However, overcoming the psychological barrier proved to be a formidable challenge. After all, these items appeared exceedingly bizarre, whether viewed through the lens of Earthlings or the Asgardians. Interestingly, Jochen was not particularly enamored with Asgardian cuisine either. The culinary offerings of Asgard predominantly showcased a robust and unrefined character. Even the feasts of the royal elite lacked finesse. Of course, the flavors were undeniably exquisite, aligning well with Lulin's palate, even if something did not suit his taste. The dedicated cooks would swiftly prepare dishes that did. Yet, Lulin felt that something was amiss. In comparison to the culinary techniques of the distant East, Asgard's method seemed overly simplistic. It was not that the food was unappetizing. Rather, it simply did not evoke the flavors lodged in his memory. Consequently, upon arriving in Midgard, Lulin promptly set off for the east to indulge in the delicacies he remembered, finding little satisfaction in the local cuisine. Lulin decided to observe what Tony intended to purchase. Upon locating Tony, Lulin discovered he was eyeing a device resembling a personal terminal. Intrigued, Lulin wondered about its function. The communication technology within seemed fascinating and might prove beneficial for his future developments in mech design, Tony reflected thoughtfully. However, just as Tony prepared to make the purchase, he suddenly realized that Earth currency was not applicable in the cosmos. Consequently, he turned his gaze toward Lulin. Just as Lulin was about to retrieve his wallet, he awkwardly realized he had brought no money. The urgency of their departure left him unprepared, and as a Prince of Asgard, he typically had no need for universal currency. Even during his last foray into commerce, he had engaged in barter. Thus, the two found themselves utterly penniless. In other words, they were both entirely destitute. Lulin was even unaware of which currencies were accepted on Xander. If you have no money, you might as well leave, the shopkeeper grumbled, shooing them out. Amidst the peculiar gazes of onlookers, the two departed the marketplace in shame. How about selling your armor? Lulin suggested, albeit rather foolishly. Tony rolled his eyes in response. Why not propose selling the spaceship? Furthermore, I doubt anyone would be inclined to purchase it, Tony remarked with a shrug. My armor hardly qualifies as a remarkable item. It likely won't fetch much at all. This was not the sort of statement one would expect from him. Lulin regarded Tony with a peculiar expression. Don't be ridiculous. Tony dismissed Lulin's hand with a wave. While the design concept of my armor is relatively sound, the technology remains rather rudimentary. For instance, when comparing a flintlock pistol to a modern rifle. Even if the flintlock's design is exquisite, few would be tempted to buy it. The preference leans towards the modern rifle. This disparity arises from differing applicable contexts. and it does not imply that my armor is entirely devoid of merit. After a moment of contemplation, Llewellyn conceded that Tony's assertion was indeed valid. It was not that Tony was inferior to these extraterrestrial beings. Rather, his time for growth had been insufficient. Given a few more years to encounter a broader array of adversaries and advanced technologies, his armor would undoubtedly emerge as a coveted treasure, even on a cosmic scale. Wait a moment, is that Star-Lord? Tony exclaimed, astonished. What a coincidence. Hey, Star-Lord. He waved enthusiastically. Turning to Llewellyn, he proposed. Perhaps we could seek some financial assistance from Star-Lord. What a stroke of luck. Did you not return to Earth? What brings you back to Xander? Star-Lord approached with a look of delight. Left, then returned, Tony replied with a mischievous grin. But enough about that. Do you have any cash to spare? I promise to repay you once I turn a profit. Why would you need money? Star-Lord eyed Tony suspiciously. You're with the Prince of Asgard. Surely you're not short of funds? Llewellyn shrugged helplessly. I forgot to bring any money with me. I left without a thing, and even if you could use mobile payments, one needs a phone for that. He found himself in the awkward predicament of having forgotten his phone at home. Very well, Star-Lord scrutinized the duo. What do you intend to purchase? I happen to have a bit of cash on hand. I recently spotted a communication device priced at a mere 30,000 Xandarian credits. How much? Star-Lord jumped in disbelief. 30,000? No way. Wait, is it really that dire? Are you so broke that you can't spare 30,000? Tony regarded Star-Lord skeptically. Well, Star-Lord scratched his head awkwardly. I'm just about unable to afford fuel for my ship. That can't be right. I remember you being quite extravagant before. What has caused this change? Tony observed Star-Lord with sympathy. You haven't gone bankrupt, have you? Not quite bankrupt. Star-Lord shook his head in resignation. But it's a long story. Would you care to hear it? With a sigh, Star-Lord began to recount the recent events that had unfolded in his life. His plan succeeded. Indeed, he finally escaped the clutches of Yongdu. However, the ensuing dilemma was that he also lost his logistical support. During his time under Yongdu's command, despite his discontent, he never had to worry about supplies. Each mission brought him the highest bounties. Yet, after severing ties with Yongdu, Star-Lord had to fend for himself in every regard. Ship repairs, fuel, intelligence, each aspect necessitated expenditure. Star-Lord had botched several missions, resulting in considerable financial loss, plunging him into a state of dire straits, a veritable pauper. If not for the timely arrival of Llewellyn and Tony, Star-Lord would have languished in this predicament for quite some time, only gradually adjusting to the realities of independence before life improved. At present, he found himself a nameless entity adrift in the cosmos. After recounting his experiences, the three exchanged glances, each unable to muster even a single coin. It was not that he was unwilling to lend them assistance, but rather that he had so little left that any loan would risk his own shelter for the night. Star-Lord awkwardly regarded the two. I apologize, but I am powerless to help. Yet, soon enough, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. I recall your abilities are quite commendable, Star-Lord teased with a mischievous grin. Why not join me on a bounty mission? We could split the earnings 50-50. Llewellyn pondered for a moment. That seems like a decent proposition. What is the bounty for your current task? This one amounts to 30,000. Star-Lord beamed with delight. If you find that insufficient, I have another task worth 200,000, though the journey is rather long. It may take half a month to resolve. Llewellyn rolled his eyes. Is that all? You might as well get some rest. Are you suggesting that's too little? Star-Lord retorted, growing anxious. My current rank as a bounty hunter is still quite low, so naturally, I cannot take on larger contracts. If you assist me with a few tasks, trust me, we will soon be able to tackle bigger bounties. Bounty hunters indeed had ranks. If one lacked sufficient standing, clients would not trust them. Star-Lord had toiled in the cosmos for quite some time, earning a certain reputation before he could take on the monumental contract concerning the Power Stones, worth 300 million. But for now, he remained relegated to minor endeavors. Not to mention, just purchasing a communicator costs 30,000. Working with you on a mission? It would take ages to save up. Llewellyn smiled slightly. Do you know of any quick ways to earn money? Quick ways to earn money? Star-Lord paused momentarily. Then a sly grin spread across his face as the two reached an unspoken agreement in that instant. The plan devised by the two individuals was deceptively simple, to masquerade as a distressed cargo ship awaiting rescue, while engaging in a form of entrapment against unsuspecting space pirates traversing their designated route. Those dim-witted pirates could hardly discern that they were walking into an elaborate trap, especially with the formidable presence of Llewellyn and Tony, whose combat prowess was unparalleled. Soon enough, their modest treasury began to swell substantially. Goodness, what have you been through in just a few days? How on earth did you develop such an extraordinary mech? Star-Lord remarked, gazing enviously at Tony's creation, his mouth nearly watering with desire. It's a long story, so perhaps I shall refrain from sharing it, Tony replied with a subtle smile. In the vastness of the cosmos, spacecraft are equally precious resources. After all, not every civilization possesses the capability to construct vessels capable of interstellar travel. Even if they can be created, the costs, performance, and whether they fulfill specific needs remain uncertain. Thus, each spacecraft appears to the pirates as dearly as a beloved spouse. During their time engaging in this deceptive enforcement, the group intercepted a considerable number of spacecraft. Transporting these vessels to the void promised substantial profits, as their undertakings were devoid of any initial investment. Among the captured cargo, there were numerous items of little utility to them, making it impractical to carry everything away. Consequently, they selected only a few intriguing goods to take along, discarding the rest. The intercepted ships exhibited a variety of wild styles, as no reputable planets or civilizations would be inclined to assist pirates in repairing their vessels. Therefore, most pirates resorted to unconventional repairs, such as the adage if you can't see it, it isn't broken, or simply sealing leaks with gel. In summary, even among the seized ships, few could fetch a decent price upon sale. To enhance their technical knowledge and ensure that the spacecraft could be sold at a favorable price, Tony undertook considerable modifications on these vessels. After all, a ship equipped with formidable firepower, in good operational condition, and abundant energy resources is a coveted asset in the universe. Tony quickly grasped the intricacies of alien technology, transforming each ship into a visually stunning marvel that perfectly aligned with extraterrestrial aesthetics. He even generously installed a lower-tier version of the arc reactor aboard the ships. The modified arc reactor was a premium component, undoubtedly adding value to the vessels, and Tony was confident he could secure a handsome price for them. Upon once again encountering the imposing visage of the void, Tony remained profoundly awed. No matter how many times I see it, it never ceases to astonish me, he marveled. You simply haven't seen enough, Star-Lord replied with a hint of pride. Having witnessed it many times, I no longer find it shocking. Isn't it merely a larger head? What is this? Tony rolled his eyes, disregarding the fool. Put on your armor. Be cautious, Lu Lin cautioned. Valuing his own life, Tony promptly donned the Mark armor. A fleet boasting a dozen ships arriving in this desolate realm was indeed quite conspicuous. Thus, as soon as the trio descended, they were surrounded by a throng of onlookers. A fleet of this magnitude certainly constituted a considerable force, at least earning a modicum of fame in the cosmos. However, the peculiar design and style of the vessels were unfamiliar, piquing the curiosity of the crowd regarding the origins of these formidable individuals. Yet, it was not long before these aliens prepared to strike, for this fleet astonishingly consisted of only 3 individuals. This situation was utterly unacceptable. The void was, after all, a lawless territory where one could pillage and slaughter without consequence. In the next moment, an alien who dared to approach the ship was reduced to a puddle of flesh. I am unaccustomed to anyone approaching my vessel without permission, Lu Lin remarked coolly. He was well aware of their intentions, and thus, upon his arrival, he asserted his dominance. Well, you certainly are ruthless, Star-Lord exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he observed the multitude of extraterrestrial beings outside. Having spent considerable time with Lu Lin, he was well aware of his prowess. Initially, Star-Lord was somewhat reluctant when Lu Lin suggested robbing others, as the risks were exceedingly high. However, after witnessing the might of the two, he transformed into a guide, seizing all of his previous adversaries. What a joke! With such 2 deities by his side, why should he worry about his safety? What was he waiting for if not to seize a grand opportunity? Chapter 56. Thus, even when surrounded by so many, Star-Lord felt no fear, but rather immense exhilaration. You dare to lay a hand on one of us? An irate blue-skinned alien stepped forward. Do you have any objections? Lu Lin smiled faintly. Yet, the alien remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, brandishing an oddly shaped weapon and lunging forward. Brothers, charge. Eliminate this guy. Before he could finish, Lu Lin delivered a punch, instantly reducing the pirate before him to a gruesome pulp. However, this only incited the ferocity of the remaining pirates, who seized their weapons and commenced battle. Unless they could directly perceive the disparity in strength, they would never concede easily. Consequently, dozens of aliens charged forward, howling in fury. In an instant, various hues of light danced through the air, and countless projectiles hurtled toward Lu Lin. Yet, Lu Lin remained unperturbed. He first erected a magical barrier, then unleashed a powerful punch. In the next moment, a streak of light flashed by, and the air fell eerily still. Before the onlookers lay nothing but a cloud of crimson mist. How revolting, Tony remarked, frowning. Could you not employ a cleaner method? Lu Lin rolled his eyes. Do you wish for these individuals to damage the vessel you painstakingly modified? Perhaps I should be more gentle next time. Forget I said anything. He cast a glance at the two individuals who remained unscathed, then surveyed the pirates, who had left no remains but scattered bones, prompting the others to fall silent in fear. Taking a step forward, Lulin noticed the crowd instinctively retreating. Humph, he scoffed, then cleared his throat and proclaimed, "If anyone is interested in purchasing a spacecraft, I would be quite willing to negotiate, provided the offer is fair. Rest assured, the performance and quality of the vessels will exceed your expectations." "Are you selling the ship behind you?" someone boldly inquired. Lulin turned to look, and the individual shrank back. "Quite literally. Aside from the two vessels behind me, everything else is available for sale, contingent upon a reasonable price," he replied. He then patted Star-Lord on the shoulder. "The rest is in your capable hands." Lulin and Tony were not well acquainted with the cosmic market, and such transactions naturally required the expertise of a professional like Star-Lord. After a brief moment of hesitation among the crowd, a muscular man with red skin, resembling a governor, approached. Lulin glanced at him and noted that aside from his crimson complexion and lack of hair, this extraterrestrial bore a striking resemblance to humans. "How good is your spacecraft's performance?" At last, someone was willing to inquire about the price, and Star-Lord felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he had worried that fear might deter potential buyers from engaging in negotiations. But upon seeing a customer approach, Star-Lord eagerly began to expound on the merits of the vessels. As a seasoned operator in the cosmos, he was well acquainted with the desires of these individuals. Indeed, his presentation quickly captivated their interest. Most importantly, the pricing was exceedingly fair. The muscular man was undoubtedly intrigued. "Can I take a closer look?" "Of course," Star-Lord replied nonchalantly. "If you're not satisfied, feel free to voice your concerns. We can modify anything at any time." Tony rolled his eyes nearby, thinking that since he was not the one taking action, he could speak freely. After soaring through the skies, the burly man descended with satisfaction and promptly purchased 2 spacecraft. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were instantly intrigued. This group of individuals, possessing remarkable audacity, dared to permit a solo test flight in such a location, which naturally implied they had confidence in their offering. Consequently, there were no fools contemplating an escape in the spacecraft. With the first transaction successfully completed, others began to feel the allure as well. Given that Lulin possessed such a plethora of high-quality spacecraft at reasonable prices, what was there to wait for? If they hesitated any longer, the vessels would surely be sold out. Most importantly, these individuals were rational. They were not mindless, bloodthirsty maniacs. In the vastness of the cosmos, one could never predict when they might encounter some peculiar race that would ensnare them. If fortune turned against them, they would soon find themselves in a fate worse than death. Furthermore, there were those who, over the slightest disagreement or even a mere glance, would unleash a massacre. Such individuals were universally avoided. Conducting business fairly, maintaining a gentle demeanor, and exercising reason made one the most sought-after trading partner in the universe. As for those who had perished earlier, who would care about such fools? Everyone understood that Lulin and his companions had established their authority over this group, and their objective had been achieved. Did anyone truly believe that their adversaries would dare to unleash a bloodbath? Would they still be able to conduct business? In the realm of interstellar pirates, brute strength reigns supreme. The one with the mightiest fist dictates the terms. Lulin not only possessed great strength, but also offered superb spacecraft at fair prices. In an instant, throngs of individuals rushed forward, some nearly eager to lick the shoes of the 3 men, hoping for a slight concession in price. One could only say that in the universe, all manner of monsters and anomalies exist. Before long, the spacecraft of the group was sold out, and those who had missed the opportunity were even willing to pay handsomely for assistance in modifying their vessels. Skilled labor was a scarce commodity everywhere, especially among these star-level pirates, most of whom had received inadequate education. Thus, after their departure, the reputation of Lulin and his companions spread rapidly. Counting the currency acquired from this transaction, Star-Lord's mouth curled into a broad grin. The 3 soon divided the spoils, with Star-Lord receiving the least. After all, he had contributed little more than acting as a guide and engaging in conversation. He held no grievances over the division of labor for remuneration, even with the smallest share. He remained immensely satisfied. Where else could one find such a lucrative venture? In just a few days, his funds had surpassed his previous savings. So what if he received the least? Their wealth was substantial. Naturally, Lulin received the lion's share, as he had exerted the most effort from beginning to end. However, Lulin remained indifferent to such matters. Jokingly, he thought, as a prince of Asgard, would he truly concern himself with material wealth? Thus, he retained only a modest sum, leaving the remainder for Tony to squander at will. In exchange, Tony promised to develop specialized armor for Lulin in the future. Tony had no objections to this arrangement. With newfound wealth in his possession, he swiftly reverted to his extravagant ways. Yet soon, he found himself curbing his lavish spending as he realized he had been deceived. The funds he possessed were the fruits of his labor, earned through painstaking modifications to his spacecraft, and could not be squandered lightly. Who would have thought that a wealthy man like him would find himself in a position of frugality? Nevertheless, Tony's attention was soon ensnared by the dazzling array of merchandise, and he felt compelled to purchase a little of everything. "I have a lucrative deal for you. Are you interested?" quipped Star-Lord, sidling up to Lu Lin. "A lucrative deal? How substantial?" Lu Lin inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. 300 million. 300 million? Lu Lin furrowed his brow, the figure strikingly familiar. "Indeed, have you heard of the orb? I just received word from a fellow who purchased our ship. A collector is willing to pay 300 million for the orb." Lu Lin echoed, "The orb?" It dawned on him that this was none other than the Power Stone. "Are you interested? Shall we go take a look?" At that moment, Tony was still deeply entrenched in the underworld, but after Lu Lin conveyed a message, he followed Star-Lord to seek out the legendary orb. However, Lu Lin couldn't help but ponder why this seemed to align so closely with the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy. Why was it unfolding so prematurely? If he were to locate the Power Stone, what would become of the Guardians' narrative? After all, it was the orb that had brought that motley crew together. Yet soon, Lu Lin grew weary of such thoughts. If there were to be consequences, so be it. He could not resist the urge to seek out the orb. Unbeknownst to him, news of the orb's existence had spread far more swiftly than he could have imagined. Following the clues, the duo eventually arrived at a desolate and remote planet. However, this planet was anything but tranquil at that moment. Countless spacecraft engaged in fierce combat above the surface, with the opposing factions appearing to be the Kree Empire and the Skrulls. These two civilizations were long-standing adversaries, and their ceasefire was still years away, now embroiled in a fervent conflict. "What do you think?" Lu Lin asked Star-Lord. "Based on the clues, the cosmic sphere lies within this planet." Star-Lord glanced at the fierce battle unfolding on the surface and hesitated momentarily. Fortune favors the bold. He steeled himself and piloted his ship for landing. However, as soon as the vessel touched down, the duo realized they had alighted in an unexpected location. "The Power Stone is now in my possession," boasted the blue-skinned Ronin with a brazen laugh. "Prepare to meet your doom, you wretches of Xandar. I shall crush you all in quick succession." With that proclamation, Ronin unleashed a purple laser beam from his hammer. In the blink of an eye, countless ships belonging to Xandar erupted in flames. Witnessing this catastrophic scene, the soldiers of the Kree Empire erupted in cheers, while the inhabitants of Xandar could only watch in silence, knowing that defeat was inevitable. "The Power Stone, what is it?" Star-Lord stammered. "Should we not leave? It seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment." "That is the cosmic sphere," Lu Lin replied with a slight smile, deftly maneuvering the ship to descend slowly. "Wait for me inside the vessel." On the eerily silent battlefield, Lu Lin's ship attracted the gaze of all present as it landed. He stepped out with measured grace. "Surrender the Power Stone, and I shall spare your life." "What?" Ronin, now in possession of the Power Stone, seemed to lose his wits. He erupted into maniacal laughter. "Who do you think you are to demand the Power Stone from me? Prepare to die." A purple beam shot directly towards Lu Lin, yet he remained unfazed. With a calm smile, he summoned his inner cosmos. In an instant, the entire battlefield was enveloped in a blinding white light. When the luminescence faded, Lu Lin stood alone. He advanced steadily, ready to claim the Power Stone. "What accusations? Ronin is but a petty fool." Suddenly, a bald woman approached. "Sir, I implore you to relinquish the Power Stone for safekeeping. It is far too perilous for someone like you." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Lin raised an eyebrow. "Is it too dangerous for me, yet not for you?" "Indeed, we of Xandar are confident in our ability to safeguard the Power Stone, ensuring it is not exploited by nefarious individuals," the bald woman asserted with unwavering confidence. Seeing Lu Lin's dismissive demeanor, her expression soured. "Sir, I hope you will cooperate, otherwise we shall be forced to take stringent measures." Lu Lin could not help but laugh at the woman's audacity. "Stringent measures? Why did you not take such measures when Ronin wielded the Power Stone?" The corners of Lu Lin's mouth curled into a mocking smile. "Oh, so it turns out you cannot defeat him. Then, is there nothing to worry about?" He continued, "Please show some respect for the planet Xandar." The bald woman's expression darkened significantly as her fingers twitched, and a multitude of weapons pointed menacingly at Lu Lin. "What does this mean?" Lu Lin scoffed. "Do you think I am easily bullied?" "I apologize." The bald woman's demeanor turned icy. "You aided us in vanquishing Ronin, for which I am grateful. However, I implore you to refrain from actions that cause discontent among us." "Repaying kindness with enmity?" Lu Lin retorted with a sneer. "You dare not confront Ronin, yet you come to threaten me?" Do you truly possess any semblance of intelligence? The bald woman pressed her lips together. I will repeat myself. Surrender the Power Stone. Lanos, step back. Do not be disrespectful. From the crowd emerged a woman with silver hair. She bowed slightly to Lu Lin and spoke with a measured tone. We are immensely grateful for your contributions to Xander. In appreciation for your assistance, I am willing to offer you a suitable reward. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin's expression softened slightly. Yet, she swiftly altered her tone. However, I hope you will allow us to safeguard the Power Stone. After all, it is far too perilous for any one individual to manage. Please trust us. Xander is a civilization that cherishes peace. I assure you, we will merely preserve it and will never employ it for aggression or weapon research. Likewise, we will not permit anyone to do so. The woman fixed her gaze on Lu Lin intently. Please understand our position. Oh, is that so? Lu Lin raised an eyebrow. But why should I place my trust in you? Chapter 58. The short-haired woman was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for how to counter his statement. Lu Lin made it abundantly clear that he did not believe them. Could they truly shamelessly demand that he relinquish the Power Stone? After all, it was he who had defeated Ronan, and from any perspective, they seemed to lack a valid reason to forcibly claim the Power Stone. Lu Lin let out a cold laugh, dismissing the woman as he turned to grasp the Power Stone that floated in midair. This action astonished everyone present. The Power Stone, while formidable, was indisputably dangerous. The reason the Power Stone needed to be concealed within the orb of cosmic energy was precisely due to its extreme peril. Ordinary individuals would not only be unable to touch the Power Stone, even approaching it would result in annihilation from the energy it emanated. Even Ronan dared not make physical contact with the Power Stone. He could only embed it within his weapon to harness its power. Nonetheless, the energy he could wield was but a mere drop in the ocean when compared to the Power Stone. Yet, in Lulin's hands, the Power Stone appeared as docile as a little white rabbit, effortlessly lifted and tucked away into his pocket. Such power was utterly unprecedented, never before witnessed. This alone sufficed to demonstrate Lulin's formidable strength. Ordinarily, they would never dare provoke a being of his caliber. After all, as the supreme leader of the Skrull Empire, the silver-haired woman was no fool. However, the significance of the Power Stone was immense, should they manage to master it. The Skrull Empire would experience a monumental leap in development. The allure of the Power Stone was irresistible. Furthermore, if they could thoroughly investigate its potential and even weaponize it, they would no longer need to fear the threat posed by the Kree Empire. Talk of peace and the reluctance to employ the Power Stone for military purposes was mere nonsense. The conflict between the Skrull Empire and the Kree Empire raged fiercely, an agonizing stalemate. Although the Skrulls were not at a disadvantage, they had been mired in the quagmire of war for far too long. This desperation fueled an urgent desire to conclude hostilities with the Kree Empire. Such temptation made it exceedingly difficult for her to relinquish the pursuit of the Power Stone. Had a few years passed, their urgency might have waned, especially as they would have then signed a truce with the Kree Empire, diminishing their immediate need for the Power Stone. At that juncture, should Lulin assertively remove the Power Stone, they would likely offer little resistance. But that was not the case now. By all means necessary, they must devise a way to secure the Power Stone. This was merely an unexpected turn of events. The silver-haired woman explained, however, we now possess the experience and confidence to safeguard the Power Stone adequately. She stated earnestly, we of the Skrull Empire do not fear any challenge nor any provocation from our enemies. Even the mighty Kree Empire has been held firmly at bay, unable to advance or retreat. Therefore, please trust in our strength. Lulin listened with indifference to the silver-haired woman's words. I understand your implication. He interrupted with a wave of his hand. You suggest that the Power Stone is unsafe in my possession, yet secure in yours, correct? Moreover, what do you intend to do with the Power Stone once acquired? Will it be utilized for military purposes? If not, I find it hard to believe that, given your capabilities, you could adequately protect the Power Stone. In fact, in the original narrative, the Power Stone was indeed seized from the Skrull Empire by Thanos, who exacted a grim toll, resulting in the death of half the beings on Skrull Prime. Furthermore, when you claim to fear no enemy, does that imply a threat against me? The silver-haired woman's expression stiffened. No, we are a civilization that cherishes peace. We would never wield the Power Stone for military purposes. Thus, we cannot possibly leave such a thing in your hands. Lulin chuckled lightly. Are you familiar with Thanos? Thanos. The silver-haired woman and those present immediately fell silent, taken aback. Thanos' reputation resounds throughout the cosmos. Even the rogues traversing the stars are well aware that provoking that madman is ill-advised. As for those among the pinnacle of civilizations, none are unaware of Thanos' existence. He has carved out a fearsome legacy across the universe, instilling terror in countless lesser civilizations at merely the mention of his name. Such a scourge, if it were anyone else, would have likely been eradicated by a coalition of civilizations long ago. Yet, this madman possesses formidable power. His strength is beyond question. Born of the ancient civilization of Titan and the eternal race, making him immensely powerful. The technology he wields and the Chitauri at his command render him a daunting figure that many civilizations cannot hope to rival. Curiously, this individual operates with a certain logic. Although he slaughters half the life on each planet he visits, he has never provoked any colossal empires. He understands that should he dare to do so, even if he fears not his foes, the armies at his command would surely face annihilation from the united civilizations. For the sake of grander ambitions, he has chosen to lie low for the time being. However, others are oblivious to this. They only know Thanos as a dangerous madman. Even the Kree Empire and the Skrulls, as leading civilizations, harbor great trepidation towards him. You mean that madman? Indeed, Lulin replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Perhaps you are unaware, but he is currently gathering all the Infinity Stones. To my knowledge, he has already acquired 2 of them. Can you imagine? If Thanos learned that you possess an Infinity Stone, would he not come directly to seize it from you? Lulin was merely spinning a tale to intimidate this group. He had no idea how many Infinity Stones Thanos currently possessed. If the narrative had not deviated significantly, Thanos should only have 1 stone, the Mind Stone, embedded in the scepter. The Space Stone remains on Earth, yet to be retrieved by Fury. The Reality Stone, known as the Ether, is still hidden, its whereabouts unknown. The Soul Stone is guarded by Red Skull, resting in a desolate place, patiently awaiting someone to claim it. The Power Stone, however, is currently in Lulin's possession. Yet, to instill fear, Lulin spoke with ease. Therefore, when Thanos arrives, what will you wield against a being who possesses 2 Infinity Stones? Chapter 59. This is utter nonsense. It is simply impossible. The silver-haired woman retorted immediately. What purpose could he have for collecting the Infinity Stones? No one has ever succeeded in gathering all the Infinity Stones at once. Does he even need a reason to collect them? Lulin shrugged and replied. Perhaps he simply seeks to enhance his capacity for slaughtering beings? Moreover, even if he cannot gather them all, does that impede his ability to collect the Infinity Stones? None of those present believed Lulin's words. I still believe it is best for us to safeguard the Power Stone, the silver-haired woman said coolly. We kindly ask that you hand over the Power Stone to us. Very well, it seems you are unwilling to relent today, Lulin sneered, then soared into the air. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame us for being impolite. At the command of the silver-haired woman, countless weapons locked onto Lulin. Although the Power Stone was currently in Lulin's possession, the woman felt no concern. In her view, Lulin must have employed some means to directly touch the Power Stone. If Lulin were truly capable of wielding the Power Stone, he should at least exhibit some sign of it. For instance, he ought to be radiating a purple glow. Yet, Lulin displayed no such signs. Perhaps he was entirely incapable of harnessing the power of the Power Stone. The silver-haired woman harbored a flicker of hope. What if Lulin had merely ambushed Ronan when he was unprepared, striking him down? What if Lulin's strength was not as formidable as it appeared? In summary, it was a mere gamble. Oh no, oh no. Star-Lord on the ground turned pale with fear. You are going to get me killed. Please, do not engage. Can you at least look at me? Star-Lord was on the verge of tears. With such an overwhelming barrage, could a mere ordinary human from Earth possibly survive? It was undoubtedly a death sentence. You have truly put me in a dire situation. Star-Lord lay flat on the ground, praying to emerge with a whole body. Lulin chuckled lightly. There is no need to panic. After gathering strength for a moment, the air around Lulin began to warp under the influence of divine power. This was a concentrated punch fueled by the essence of a small universe and divine strength. In the next instant, Lulin delivered a punch. Immediately, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Star-Lord witnessed the most magnificent fireworks of his life. The entire sky was set ablaze with the flames of the Shandar fleet, casting a crimson hue across the horizon. What on earth? A multitude of question marks appeared above Star-Lord's head. Is this truly something a carbon-based life form can achieve? Am I imagining things? As he gazed at the fragments falling from the sky like snowflakes, Star-Lord felt utterly overwhelmed. Lulin gracefully descended before the woman, raising an eyebrow. So? Shall we exchange another blow? After a moment of stunned silence, she emerged from the dazzling spectacle of fireworks. How is this possible? Stammered the silver-haired woman, her astonishment nearly causing her to bite her own tongue. After enduring a prolonged conflict with the Kree Empire, the losses suffered by the fleet of Shandar, Star were still within an acceptable range. However, in that fleeting instant, the main force of Shandar Star had been utterly annihilated. Restoring their previous strength would likely require several years. The sole consolation was that the Kree Empire's fleet was not faring much better. They were also within Lulin's striking range. That previous blow had indeed inflicted severe damage upon the Kree Empire, and for the foreseeable future, they would have no opportunity to continue their invasion of Shandar Star. Gazing at the sky engulfed in thick smoke, the Shandar people were momentarily rendered speechless. The smoke was so dense that even the light of the stars was obscured. Why you? The silver-haired woman stuttered, her lips trembling. That blow had effectively shattered the backbone of Shandar Star. They dared not boast any longer. A surge of rage coursed through her veins, and she yearned to see Lulin torn to pieces. Yet, after a brief moment, she regained her composure. It was a fundamental quality expected of a leader of a civilization. If she could not maintain her calm in this situation, who could? Moreover, with the fleet completely obliterated, what would be the point of seeking revenge? Could the lost fleet ever return? As for vengeance, such thoughts were absurd. With Lulin's overwhelming strength, capable of obliterating the entire fleet with a single strike, what could they possibly use for retribution? If they were truly intent on a fight to the death, they need not wait for the Kree Empire to conquer them. Today could very well mark the end of Shandar Star. Circumstances were beyond their control. No matter how discontented they felt, their only option now was to bow their heads in acknowledgement of their mistakes. Acting out of spite was a childish endeavor, and individuals of their stature had no entitlement to such folly. Thus, they could only submit humbly. You jest, the silver-haired woman managed to force a smile. She then spoke respectfully. You have resolved the significant issue of Ronan for us, for which we are profoundly grateful. Indeed, our words were somewhat inappropriate earlier. I now understand that the power gem is best wielded by someone of your caliber. I hope you can overlook our previous offenses. If you would be so gracious, I invite you to join me on Shandar Star, where I shall ensure a grand celebration in your honor. In that moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded the silver-haired woman's mind. Should they seize the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with this formidable individual, they might effortlessly resolve the significant dilemma posed by the Kree Empire. As for the destruction of the fleet, as long as Lulin concedes to their terms, the loss of the fleet becomes inconsequential. They could simply claim it was destroyed during a skirmish with the Kree Empire. If the annihilation of so many warships leads to the resolution of the Kree Empire, then whether it be the power gem or the fleet's demise holds little weight for her. The next step would be to devise a strategy to persuade Lulin to assist them. If all else fails, simply encouraging this powerful figure to embark on a leisurely tour of the Kree Empire would suffice. Once Lulin sets foot in the Kree Empire, there would be ample opportunities for conflict to arise between them. Moreover, Ronan had just made an aggressive move against Lulin. Seizing this moment to incite Lulin is not an impossible feat. Lulin let out a disdainful laugh. There is no need for a banquet. I have no desire to associate with your group. However, if you have any requests, feel free to voice them. I remain quite interested in engaging in trade with you. The woman felt a wave of embarrassment. She had not anticipated Lulin's blatant disregard for their feelings. Yet, upon reflection, it was entirely reasonable, considering they had just been adversaries. In such circumstances, a lack of cordiality is to be expected. The silver-haired woman quickly composed herself. In that case, I shall be forthright. We indeed have a transaction to propose to you. May I invite you to savor the distinctive culinary offerings of Xander while we discuss the particulars of our deal? Why not join us at the banquet? Star-Lord interjected, shamelessly approaching. He had long coveted the exquisite delicacies from Xander, and since they were extending an invitation, the feast could hardly be subpar. Seizing this rare opportunity, he was determined to take full advantage. Moreover, I have heard that Xander possesses numerous unique materials not available to the public. Tony would surely be thrilled. Why don't we explore together? To forego such a bargain would be foolish. Upon hearing Star-Lord's words, the silver-haired woman beamed with delight. She had been at a loss for how to persuade Lulin, and now Star-Lord had come to her aid. She eagerly turned her gaze toward Lulin. Lulin furrowed his brow momentarily before gradually nodding in acquiescence. Although he had no inclination to engage with these duplicitous individuals, given that they had already clashed twice today, it would indeed be remiss not to extract some benefits from Xander. Having struck you, you still come eagerly to offer me gifts, such as the advantage of strength. In the cosmos, might is truth. Should Lulin's prowess fall short of these individuals, or should he fail to exhibit overwhelming strength today, he might be compelled to relinquish the power gem. Power, indeed, remains the immutable truth within the cosmos. Lulin recalls fondly his previous excursion with Tony, where they came across numerous intriguing items. Seizing this opportunity, perhaps they could access their arsenal and select some fine weaponry. All right, sounds good, Lulin affirmed, prompting Star-Lord to erupt in jubilant cheers. Observing Star-Lord's gleeful, albeit awkward, dance beside him, Lulin couldn't suppress a smile. His sentiments towards Star-Lord were not particularly negative. The man was merely lacking in intellect, a consequence of his scant formal education. Although in the original narrative, Star-Lord's impulsive actions led to a catastrophic outcome during the Infinity War, it is essential to acknowledge that he is not inherently malevolent. After all, his beloved had been sacrificed by Thanos, and in such dire circumstances, few could maintain their composure. In essence, Star-Lord is a simpleton, occasionally driven by matters of the heart. It is indeed challenging to lay all the blame on him, considering his thought processes do not delve into complexity. He is simply rather foolish. Viewed from another perspective, during a moment of existential peril for the universe, his immediate concern was for his beloved, which, in a certain light, reflects genuine emotion. Furthermore, during their time together, Star-Lord often exhibited a quirky demeanor, endearing him to Lulin, who does not appreciate a friend who revels in jest and merriment. In contrast, while Captain America epitomizes the ideal hero in many respects, Lulin would certainly not yearn for constant companionship with him. The old-fashioned soldier is rather dull. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, Lulin felt compelled to inform Tony, "Hey, little brother, I have endured much to secure a lucrative opportunity for you. No, a trading chance. Hurry to this location." Upon hearing this, Tony's excitement was palpable. His innate penchant for bargain hunting kicked in, and he abandoned any notions of exploring the black market, instead piloting his spacecraft directly to Xander. Star-Lord, squinting, remarked, "You really ought to be more discreet with your words. Some of us are right here." The silver-haired woman nearby coughed lightly, signaling her pretense of ignorance. Seeing her expression, Star-Lord couldn't help but smile. Indeed, such is the advantage of possessing strength. Soon enough, Lulin and Tony convened on Xander. It must be said that the highest standard banquet on Sandar Star is quite exquisite, and at the very least, Lulin was thoroughly satisfied. The feast catered perfectly to his palate. During this gathering, the leadership of Sandar Star presented their trade proposition. They were willing to pay any price for Lulin's assistance in delivering a significant blow to the living forces of the Kree Empire. Whether it be starship weaponry or information, anything that Lulin desired could be taken. It is well known that the Kree Empire is divided into factions, the radicals and the moderates. Among them, Ronan, who invaded Sandar Star, belongs to the stubborn radicals, while the moderates stand in solidarity with Sandar Star, continually striving for peace and coexistence. These individuals are undoubtedly allies, and their strength must not be undermined. If there must be setbacks, they should be minimal. This was the sole condition put forth by the people of Sandar Star in their trade proposal. To facilitate Lulin's actions, they even provided him with what they knew of the Kree Empire's defense layout. However, this intelligence was not a complete depiction of the defensive arrangements. If they had access to the full extent of the Kree's defenses, there would be no need to delay. They could launch an immediate attack. Lulin cast a sideways glance at Tony, who appeared somewhat foolishly demanding resources and technology from the Sandar Star inhabitants with a glib tongue, and he rolled his eyes. At that moment, Tony's overly animated grin was so exaggerated that Lulin could not resist capturing a couple of photographs of him in a near-manic expression. In response to the trade request from Sandar Star, Lulin readily agreed. However, he held the Kree Empire in little regard. After all, he was quite full from the banquet. Treating the mission as mere postprandial exercise, boarding the single-person shuttle meticulously prepared for him by Sandar Star, Lulin promptly set off. Yet, within less than 2 hours, he returned. "Done. The transaction is complete." What? The people of Sandar Star were utterly bewildered. Was it possible to wrap things up so swiftly? Were they being played for fools? Lulin's round trip was so quick that the banquet had not even concluded. Tony was still engaged in a round of banter with Star-Lord. Yet he had already completed his task. The inhabitants of Sandar Star assumed Lulin would be away for at least 10 days. Even if exaggerated, 3 to 5 days seemed inevitable, but he had returned in mere moments. How could this be real? Chapter 61, I Never Lie. Lulin remarked nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had just deceived these unsuspecting Sandar Star inhabitants with tales of Thanos. Moreover, how could such a vast empire lack even this basic intelligence capability? "I have finished off all my foes. Surely you do not intend to wait several days before receiving any news?" Upon noticing Lulin's disdainful gaze, the inhabitants of Xander felt an immediate sense of discomfort. A few among them exchanged hurried instructions, and soon the intelligence personnel began to bustle about. Meanwhile, Star-Lord approached Lulin, inquiring, "When do you plan to return to Earth?" "I have no idea," Lulin replied languidly. "What? Do you wish to accompany me back?" "I have no intention of returning to Earth." Star-Lord waved his hands dismissively. "What is there so entertaining on Earth? I fail to understand your persistent desire to go back. Why not join me as a bounty hunter? It's quite the exhilarating adventure." Not interested, Lu Lin replied, still nonchalant. What is so enjoyable about being a bounty hunter? The toil may not even yield a decent reward. Ah, look here. Star-Lord nudged Lu Lin's shoulder with his elbow and gestured toward Tony. Tony is developing new weapons and enhancing his armor. Surely he requires practical training? What better experimental method exists than being a bounty hunter? Besides, since you have nothing to do upon your return, why not experience the diverse cultures of various worlds? Upon hearing Star-Lord's words, Lu Lin felt a flicker of intrigue. Setting aside his reservations, he waved to Tony to share their plans. Tony had no objections. In fact, he was eager to encounter more extraterrestrial technologies. The prospect of becoming a bounty hunter was indeed enticing. After acquiring intelligence, Lu Lin and his companions departed Xander laden with the spoils of their dealings. Not extortion, mind you, but trade. They had effectively upgraded from a mere bird gun to a cannon. After all, they had secured military-grade spacecraft, no matter how formidable the armaments of space pirates may be. They paled in comparison to such advanced civilizations' military vessels. Following Tony's modifications, the spacecraft had become even more dazzling and potent. The inhabitants of Xander watched them leave with predatory gazes, for with Star-Lord's assistance, Tony had absconded with numerous highly classified secrets. Originally, these materials would never have been disclosed to outsiders, yet with Lu Lin's presence, they had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, they surrendered their technology, particularly after learning of the events unfolding in the Kree Empire, leaving them utterly chastened. Once they departed Xander, Star-Lord was brimming with exhilaration, exclaiming with delight. This was a moment of unadulterated joy for him, an experience unlike any other. A well-performing spacecraft, to someone like Star-Lord, was akin to the affection one holds for a beloved spouse. They brought 2 spacecraft from the Xander belt, but with only 3 individuals, operating both vessels proved somewhat cumbersome. Consequently, Tony ingeniously modified the 2 ships, merging them into a singular entity. This innovation was largely attributed to Tony's recent significant advancements in nanotechnology. Speaking of which, one must mention the state-of-the-art experimental terminal Tony had procured from the Xander belt. This terminal catered to over 99.9% of Tony's experimental needs. As long as the raw materials were sufficient, he could fabricate any product he desired. Under the influence of his nanotechnology, the 2 spacecraft appeared as one seamless unit, devoid of any visible seams. Should the need arise, the vessels could instantaneously separate into 2 distinct entities for independent navigation. Tony even crafted a program for the rear vessel, enabling it to autonomously navigate and launch attacks in the absence of human control. This is simply miraculous, Star-Lord exclaimed. Incredible. You are nothing short of a deity. Star-Lord could not contain his excitement. May I recruit you as the engineer for my team? Although I am presently the sole member, trust me, our crew will soon expand. Even a vice-captain role would suffice. Star-Lord enthused. With your prowess, the vastness of the galaxy will be ours to traverse. Lu Lin, observing Star-Lord's exuberant demeanor, punctured his fantasy. I must remind you that Tony is the wealthiest individual on Earth. What? The wealthiest in the world? Star-Lord's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate a light bulb. Though Tony held the title of Earth's richest man, Star-Lord would never belittle him, for he understood that those who stand atop a planet's hierarchy are rarely ordinary. In that moment, Star-Lord realized how ludicrous his earlier suggestion had been. Hey, I meant, Star-Lord began to awkwardly clarify, just forget about it. Tony retrieved a glass of pale green liquid from the spacecraft and took a sip. This was a specialty drink from Xander, and they had brought back quite a bit before departing. The beverage exuded a fruity aroma, yet had a texture reminiscent of thick yogurt. Moreover, it served as an invigorating energy booster with absolutely no adverse effects. Thus, this drink was immensely popular across the stars. For someone like Tony, who often burned the midnight oil for research, this beverage was undoubtedly an excellent source of energy. However, akin to its effects, its exorbitant price in the cosmos rendered it a luxury for the affluent. With a slight smile, Tony tossed a bottle of the drink to Star-Lord. While I cannot become your engineer, before I depart, I can certainly assist you in modifying the spacecraft. Star-Lord accepted the drink, raising an eyebrow. I might just grasp the true worth of the world's wealthiest. Each engineer in the cosmos is an exceedingly valued entity, particularly those capable of enhancing spacecraft. They are among the rarest of the rare. The cost of such individuals is far beyond what someone like Star-Lord could afford. Most engineers are self-taught, tinkering haphazardly, as long as it can get moving. However, the amicable atmosphere between the two was soon disrupted, for Tony could hardly tolerate Star-Lord's taste any longer. What kind of rubbish are you listening to? Let me introduce you to something electrifying. To Tony, the so-called golden oldies favored by Star-Lord were utterly antiquated, verging on the absurdly pedestrian. Chapter 62. Tony tapped lightly on the control screen of the spacecraft, and in an instant, exhilarating music filled the cabin. What is this nonsensical drivel? Star-Lord rolled his eyes and returned to his own playlist. Mine is the quintessential classic. Yours is trash. What are you, an ancient relic? How are you still listening to this? Tony retorted, rolling his eyes back. Wait, I'm not yet 30 this year. Star-Lord exclaimed loudly. Mind your words. What, 30? Tony exclaimed, staring at Star-Lord in astonishment. Hold on, what year were you born? I was born in 80, what's the issue? Star-Lord replied with a dismissive eye roll. What, you're actually 10 years younger than me? Tony observed incredulously. I thought you were a decade older. Born in the 70s. Tony was now a 40-year-old man, yet he appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. In contrast, Star-Lord seemed to embody a more mature visage, akin to someone in their 30s or 40s. You're 10 years older than me? Star-Lord echoed incredulously. You can't be serious. That's not evident at all. Tony cast a sympathetic glance at Star-Lord. You are such an old relic from the last century, I can hardly comment. Although you're younger than me, you still strike me as an out-of-touch elder. Your taste. Tony clicked his tongue, his disdain unmistakable. What do you mean by that? But at that moment, Star-Lord realized something was amiss. What? Wait, when? His finger emphatically jabbed at the screen, only to find himself utterly incapable of switching the music. He glanced at the self-satisfied Tony. Damn it, when did you infiltrate my ship? Just a moment ago, Tony replied nonchalantly, snapping his fingers. The ship's system was too easy to breach. I couldn't resist, and simply unlocked it. Don't worry, I haven't altered anything but the music. Tony smiled lightly. Star-Lord, in a fit of frustration, struck the control panel of the spaceship. You, my friend, return my explosive hit songs at once. Tony smirked, shrugged, and watched with amusement as Star-Lord seethed in his impotent fury. This incident was merely a trivial interlude. After traversing the cosmos, the group once again parted ways. It had been a month since Tony and Lulin had embarked on their journey, during which Tony had acquired the technology he sought. Lulin had also enjoyed his time out in the vastness of space, and the two were now preparing to return home. Before departing, they extended another invitation to Star-Lord, but he resolutely shook his head in refusal. In truth, long ago, he had stealthily boarded a ship and returned to Earth. However, upon his arrival, he found that everything had changed. The loved ones he once knew, his family, had long since vanished. Disheartened, Star-Lord returned to the cosmos to continue following Yondu, partly because he had nowhere else to go, and partly because he wished to avoid causing trouble for Earth. Star-Lord knew that if he remained on Earth, Yondu would stop at nothing to track him down. He did not want to bring trouble to his once-beloved home, even if it had now become a place of sorrow for him. After severing ties with Yondu's crew, Star-Lord now aspired to be a free-spirited bounty hunter in the universe. As for family, that was a relic of the past he had long since abandoned. Upon hearing Star-Lord's sentiments, Lulin refrained from speaking further and merely placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Star-Lord was still young, having experienced little thus far, in a few years. When he forged bonds with his companions and uncovered the truth of past events, his perspective would undoubtedly shift. Lulin had no intention of revealing the truth to Star-Lord at this moment, as it would serve no purpose and might not be beneficial for him. It was better to leave everything to the passage of time. After parting ways, Tony and Lulin swiftly returned to Earth. As soon as they arrived, Tony eagerly dove into the laboratory to process the research findings he had brought back. Meanwhile, Fury sought out Lulin. What brings you here? Lulin asked, exasperated. Can't I have 2 days of peace? I wish to invite you to join us, Fury replied, gazing earnestly at Lulin. This was not a spontaneous idea. It had been a long-considered plan. Indeed, this was the Avengers team, the coalition of superheroes that Fury envisioned. He had previously extended an invitation to Tony, only to be turned down. Having spent considerable time with Lulin, Fury now held a deep trust in him. Many agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. are deemed less trustworthy in Fury's eyes than Lulin. This judgment is not based on Lulin's assistance to S.H.I.E.L.D. on several occasions, nor on the invaluable information he has provided. Rather, it is founded upon a meticulous analysis of Lulin's behavior, corroborated by reports from numerous behavioral analysis experts. After extensive evaluation, Fury became inclined to place his trust in Lulin. Initially, he did not intend to extend an invitation to Lulin so soon, as he believed the timing was not yet ripe, just as he would not expect Tony to join at this moment. Fury felt it prudent to await a more opportune moment to broach the subject. However, he has begun to sense a lurking force operating in the shadows. He remains unaware of the nature of this power or who controls it, yet Fury is certain of one thing. There is a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D. H-I-E-L-D. Fury, by nature a suspicious individual, now finds it nearly impossible to trust anyone, which is why he seeks out Lu Lin, eager for him to join their ranks. Join you? What a preposterous notion. Lu Lin cast a sidelong glance at Fury, saying, join you only to be manipulated by those foolish politicians on your planet? I have no such peculiar inclinations. Rest assured, this small team was formed in secrecy. Aside from myself, no one is aware, ensuring that those individuals will not meddle in your actions. Fury regarded Lu Lin with utmost seriousness. Do not engage me in such games of semantics. Lu Lin replied coolly. I can indeed choose to disregard the politician's commands, but I must heed yours, correct? What gives you the delusion that you hold sway over me? Lu Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 63. No, you misunderstand my intent. Fury quickly clarified. You will possess the highest authority under my command. I shall grant you my utmost trust. Your every action need not be reported to me. I apologize, but I have no interest in your child's play of superheroes. Lu Lin unhesitatingly declined. May I inquire why? Fury fixed his gaze upon Lu Lin. No particular reason. I simply understand the nature of the mob too well. Lu Lin glanced at Fury. I do not wish to be constrained by Earth's rules, nor held captive by your ethical standards. What do you mean by that? Fury's eyes narrowed, as unsettling thoughts crossed his mind. You are aware, are you not, that the universe can be exceedingly cruel? Lu Lin remarked coolly. Do not speak of mere dozens of lives. Even hundreds of thousands, millions, or tens of millions pale in comparison on the cosmic scale. Countless civilizations, billions of lives, have vanished mysteriously, lost to obscurity. Under such dark laws, the order of survival of the fittest has emerged. Undoubtedly, as the Prince of Asgard, I reside at the zenith of this hierarchy. Do you comprehend this? As the Prince of Asgard, I possess the authority to judge any citizen of Asgard at my whim. Thus, can you grasp the essence of kingship? In Asgard, Odin stands as the singular, supreme monarch, akin to the kings of your ancient times. However, I must clarify that the kings of your realm do not wield such immense power. Simply put, beneath the royal lineage, all are but slaves and servants to the king, bound to honor the king's existence. Lu Lin unflinchingly lays bare the stark reality of the universe. What you perceive now is merely a facade of benevolence that Odin projects. Surely, you do not believe that Odin's conquests of the 9 realms were achieved through love and peace? Lu Lin scoffed. The number of lives extinguished by his hand surpasses the totality of all life on Earth. Furthermore, allow me to remind you that the strength of the Asgardians evolves with age. Even if I were to remain idle, millennia hence, I would still attain the stature of my father, such is the nobility of royal blood. And beneath this, you, Lu Lin gestured towards Fury and then to the world outside, are merely ants in my eyes. Lu Lin gently swirled the wine in his glass and remarked, even if I were to step out and slaughter every inhabitant of New York City, what could you possibly do? You dare. Fury glared coldly at Lu Lin. In that moment, I would stop at nothing to exact revenge. I regret to inform you that your concept of revenge is, in my eyes, as futile as a child's threat. Lu Lin replied with a sly smile. What means do you possess to retaliate against us? Perhaps your so-called nuclear weapons? With a snap of his fingers, Lu Lin continued, to dispel any misconceptions regarding your perceived power, allow me to show you a recording. He pushed a communicator towards Fury. Drawing a deep breath, Fury activated the video within the device. It displayed the scene captured by Tony, wherein Lu Lin annihilated an entire Chitauri fleet with a single blow. As Fury beheld the rain of fire, he fell silent. In my view, your technology, along with that of 99% of beings in this universe, amounts to little more than oversized toys. Until now, Lu Lin had refrained from disclosing such truths, but upon his revelation, Fury felt a creeping sense of regret. Regret for having allowed such a harbinger of death to dwell upon Earth. I refuse to believe there is no one on Earth capable of stopping you, Fury said with great difficulty. Even if only one remains, we shall unleash the most fervent vengeance upon those who slay our kin. Rest assured, there is no need for such agitation, Lu Lin remarked with a faint smile. My intention in sharing all this is not to convey that I genuinely plan to act in such a manner. Consider yourself fortunate. Odin, in his advanced years, has long since lost interest in warfare, and my brother is nothing more than a dim-witted fool. With just a modicum of strategy on your part, he will remain steadfastly devoted to Earth. As for myself, I am disinclined to engage in grand affairs. The perpetual cycle of violence and conflict is quite tiresome. Is it not? You should be grateful that I still possess a semblance of what one might call a sense of justice, a moral baseline, which compels me to assist the inhabitants of Earth without any expectation of recompense. All I seek in return are trivial monetary gains and the pleasures of life. Allow me to illustrate what could transpire should I ascend to the status of a superhero on Earth. becoming a member of the team you speak of. If that day were to arrive, and a crisis were to befall Earth, I would undoubtedly intervene. In doing so, I would attain the heroic status you envision, earning the adoration of the earthly populace. It appears splendid, does it not? Yet herein lies the crux of the matter. Being a superhero is far from straightforward. For among the masses are countless anti-intellectuals. You cannot fathom the thoughts that traverse their minds. Even as late as 2022, there remains a substantial cohort that believes the Earth is flat, dismissing the spherical model as a fabrication, and some even contend that the moon landing was a ruse. Though Lu Lin possesses formidable strength, he cannot save every individual. Should he falter, any misstep would be magnified in the public eye. Those seeking notoriety or profit would eagerly endeavor to tarnish his reputation. Why? Because denigrating a superhero serves to highlight their own uniqueness, drawing attention to themselves. Under the influence of unscrupulous media, animosity will inevitably arise among the populace, with many attributing their grievances to heroes like Lu Lin. There is no need to doubt the likelihood of such occurrences. Consider the example of Spider-Man, who has long upheld justice in the city. How many individuals clamored for his arrest? The evidence is starkly before you. Lu Lin is no hapless target like Spider-Man, subject to ridicule. What folly it would be for him to abandon his noble status as Prince of Asgard, descending to Earth to champion your lives, only to be met with scorn. What logic is there in that? Lu Lin cannot guarantee that, in moments of indignation, he would not retaliate against these so-called keyboard warriors and trolls with considerable force. Chapter 64. Is a superhero who slaughters those who speak ill of him still a superhero? Lu Lin languidly stated, thus, from the very beginning. Do not harbor any expectations of me. You know, if I were oblivious to this, it would be inconsequential. However, should someone dare to insult me face to face, I would indeed retaliate. Therefore, as long as I reside on this planet, it would be prudent for you to manage public opinion with care. Lu Lin remarked with a faint smile, I am, after all, someone who cannot endure injustice. Fury welled within fury, yet he felt utterly powerless. For he was incapable of taking any action, even to expel Lu Lin from Earth. Ah, by the way, you may have some acquaintances scattered throughout the cosmos. Lu Lin softly stated, do not expect that these individuals would pose any challenge to me. Observing Fury's expression, Lu Lin chuckled, ah, judging by your demeanor. It seems you have heard of him. Unfortunately for you, I too have come across some tales regarding Captain Marvel. She is indeed affiliated with the Kree Empire. Regrettably, I surmise you have been unable to reach this woman for some time. What have you done to Carol? Fury exclaimed, astonished. Well, you should be aware that the Kree Empire does not enjoy a favorable reputation in the universe. Though their strength is formidable, they are an aggressively ambitious empire. High emotional intelligence, aggressively ambitious. Low emotional intelligence, incessantly waging wars of conquest. The conflicts between empires in the cosmos are predominantly instigated by the Kree Empire. Thousands of years ago, they even descended upon Earth, conducting inhumane biological experiments. To this day, Earth bears the remnants of their nefarious experiments. The inhabitants of the moon are also products of their genetic trials. Although Carol is a human from Earth, she hails from the Kree Empire and naturally harbors a sense of affinity towards it. Thus, when Lu Lin obliterated the Kree fleet, it came as no surprise that Carol appeared. Since she sought to thwart my destruction of the Kree fleet, Lu Lin, without hesitation, delivered a severe beating to Carol. That individual may not fully recover for a year or more. During that prolonged encounter, half the time was spent relentlessly striking Carol. Had it not been for her presence, Lu Lin estimates he could have completed his task in merely an hour. I still act from the side of righteousness, Lu Lin remarked nonchalantly. The deeds I undertake are far more just than those of any cosmic guardian. Fury remained silent. Perhaps he should not have sought out Lu Lin today. Nor should he have placed his hopes in him. Look at how frightened you are. Lu Lin laughed heartily. There is no need to concern yourself too much. As long as I am content, I generally refrain from acting against Earthlings. However, since you are in dire need of trustworthy individuals, why not venture to the Arctic? You might find the person you desire there. The Arctic ice cap? Fury's gaze sharpened, and he instantly associated it with a certain individual. Are you referring to the captain? Who knows? Lu Lin replied lazily. After all, he is a superhuman, and it is entirely reasonable that he is still alive. Fury scrutinized Lu Lin closely. How do you possess such knowledge about Earth's affairs? Because you are a member of the Nine Realms, as a lord. It is only natural to have a deeper understanding of the matters concerning your domain. After all, you are the only one among the Nine Realms who has liberated themselves from Asgard's control, Lu Lin remarked meaningfully. Fury cast another penetrating glance at Lu Lin before rising to leave. He found it impossible to discern which of Lu Lin's words were true and which were false. However, One thing he could be certain of was that he must not provoke the man before him lightly. Fury believed it wise to comply with Lulin's demands. Until he possessed the strength to contend with him, it was prudent not to defy his wishes. As for the matter concerning Captain America, he planned to investigate further. Why not give it a try? What if Lulin's words hold truth? If the captain is indeed alive, Fury's burdens would be considerably lightened. He is a person one can undoubtedly trust. Come out. I have long noticed your presence, Lulin said while stretching lazily. Have you grown weary from eavesdropping for so long? Lulin drew back the curtains and opened the window, glancing at Tony floating outside. What? Do you not intend to enter and have a chat with me? Tony flew in, showing no awareness of his role as a listener. Is what you said earlier true? Which part? Lulin replied nonchalantly. The bits about slaughter and accusations. Would you truly unleash carnage over mere allegations? Lulin did not address Tony's inquiry directly. Let us consider a hypothetical situation, Tony. Whether it be aliens or some mad, malevolent scientist, there emerges a lunatic causing great chaos. In the process of eliminating this madman, you might inadvertently affect innocent bystanders. Even if you do not harm anyone, given your limitations, it is impossible to save everyone. There will inevitably be casualties, correct? Tony hesitated. What do you mean? Do not dismiss this as impossible, Lulin stated calmly. Look at the chaos wrought by Octavius and Connors. If they were not targeting me, consider how many innocents would have suffered dire fates. This time, the absence of personal involvement is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. However, what if, on a subsequent occasion, someone seeks retribution against me, inadvertently affecting innocent individuals? Do you believe that these individuals would not attribute the demise of their relatives and friends to my actions? Such occurrences are inevitable when one appears frequently in the public eye. Furthermore, there are the media reports and news mentioned by Lulin previously. Those who crave attention and seek financial gain will strive to tarnish his reputation for the sake of notoriety. Under the influence of unscrupulous media, hostility will undoubtedly arise among many, who may perceive the enemies as a consequence of the actions of heroes like Lulin. What then? Will you become disheartened and cease your noble pursuits? Or do you intend to disregard the matter entirely? Lulin shrugged and remarked, apologies. But I do not possess the habit of spitting in the face of my own grievances. Chapter 65. I would never truly take a life. However, should my ire be provoked, I cannot guarantee my actions. Lulin spoke with a calm demeanor. You know, I have never been one to concern myself with the opinions of the foolish mob. Yet, what if the mob is being manipulated? My restraint towards the common folk does not imply that I would refrain from dealing with those who lurk in the shadows. What do you mean? What do you need to inquire about? Lulin found it somewhat amusing. Just take a look at the individuals within the U.S. government. What heinous acts are they incapable of committing? He glanced at Tony. You should be more aware of this than I. Lulin smiled as he turned on the television, which broadcasted news of the military attempting to coerce Tony into surrendering the Iron Man suit. Observe their current actions and compare them to their past conduct. Lulin remarked, here's an interesting fact. Since the founding of the United States over 2 centuries ago, there have been only a mere few years devoid of war. This represents less than a tenth of the nation's history. Given such a backdrop, what caliber of politicians can you expect them to cultivate? Tony, you are of Earth. I am not, Lulin continued. You may be compelled to relinquish your suit, and you may confront them in court. But if I were in your position, and someone demanded my magic and power, I would simply soar before them and twist their head off to use as a ball. Thus, to prevent certain individuals from harboring unrealistic fantasies, it would be prudent to take preventive measures. If these repugnant beings truly attempt to extract something from me, Lulin chuckled softly. Perhaps they will find much common ground in hell. Hell is indeed a tangible reality. These individuals will not ascend to heaven. They shall not even receive forgiveness from God. Do you still expect me to pardon them? Hell and heaven. Tony believed in the extraterrestrial claims, yet he remained skeptical about the existence of hell and heaven. Did that egghead not approach you before? You might inquire with him, Lulin remarked nonchalantly. My initial purpose for coming to Earth was to send Mephisto and his intellectually challenged son back to hell. What was the name of the agent beside Fury? Coulson. He witnessed me expelling them one by one. Lulin glanced at the television before looking at the time and date on the clock. Oh dear. It seems it's time for the hearing. Are you not attending? Tony regarded Lulin, slowly closing his helmet before turning to fly away. Damn it, little brat. Come back and fix the glass. Lulin muttered as he watched Tony's departing figure. Observing the news broadcast on television, Lulin smirked as he saw Tony triumphantly confront the military, exposing their secrets. Tony's actions were merely futile struggles. As long as he identified himself as an American, he was inevitably bound by the rules of this nation. Compromise was inevitable for him. After all, did he not surrender the Patriot? Although they could not crack Tony's technology, the United States had salvaged its pride. The mark armor of the Patriot that Tony relinquished was quite practical, and that sufficed. Once Tony surrendered the armor, their objectives were accomplished. There would be ample opportunities and means to target Tony in the future. What they perhaps did not foresee was that the coming years would grow increasingly arduous for them, until Thanos snapped his fingers, rendering everything meaningless. Tony, who had struck a blow against the military, found his circumstances unchanged, for the military had not truly relinquished their pursuit of his mark armor. On another front, Tony discovered he was beginning to succumb to palladium poisoning. In such a predicament, he merely needed to seek Lu Lin, who could remedy his affliction with a snap of his fingers. Yet, Tony had no intention of doing so. Ever since overhearing the conversation between Lu Lin and Fury, Tony's attitude towards Lu Lin had shifted considerably. He had not visited Lu Lin in some time. Lu Lin was indifferent. If Tony were to sever ties over such trivial matters, he felt there was no need to meet him again. After all, they were destined to become adversaries sooner or later, were they not? Meanwhile, Steve slowly opened his eyes. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, he momentarily envisioned Peggy. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely another woman who bore a striking resemblance to her. Hearing the sounds of a football match emanating from the television, Steve slowly sat up. "Who are you? How did you get here? Where am I?" "Good morning, Captain," the woman smiled, glancing at the time. "Or should I say good afternoon?" Steve fixed his gaze upon the agent. "Where am I?" "You are in a rehabilitation ward in New York City." "Where exactly am I?" Rogers began to feel a surge of anger. He suspected he had fallen into an enemy trap, yet he was uncertain whether the figure before him was foe or ally. "I'm afraid I cannot comprehend your meaning, Captain Rogers." "The match," Rogers suddenly interjected. "What? I was there in person. It was in May of 1941. For I was present." The female agent discreetly pressed a button on her device, and two armed men burst through the door. However, in the next moment, the two agents were sent flying as Steve dashed out, only to discover that this was merely a makeshift film set. The overhead broadcast incessantly repeated the alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, Rogers charged outside. Yet upon reaching the street, a wave of disorientation washed over him. "Where's this?" "Soldier, please remain calm." Fury appeared before Steve, donning an eye patch. "I apologize for the performance. I merely wished for you to acclimate." "Acclimate to what?" Steve gazed about, bewildered by his surroundings. "I'm sorry, Captain. You have been asleep for nearly 70 years. 70 years? An overwhelming sense of helplessness pierced through Steve's heart, rendering him breathless with anguish. Chapter 66. "Captain, is something wrong?" Fury observed Steve with curiosity. "No, nothing," Steve replied vacantly. "I still owe someone a date." Upon awakening, Steve gradually began to engage with modern life, slowly learning to embrace new experiences. Meanwhile, due to the influence of Lu Lin on Fury, the Insight program had entered its concluding phase ahead of schedule. The Insight program aimed to analyze the global population through big data and artificial intelligence, assessing behavioral patterns to identify individuals who might become criminals in the future, thereby eradicating criminal activities before they could occur. Originally slated for completion in 2014, this program would ultimately serve as the catalyst for SHIELD's downfall. However, due to Lu Lin's premature emergence, Fury had become acquainted with threats from beyond the stars several years in advance. Initially, Fury harbored reservations about the Insight program. Despite the fact that the celestial mothership was already in production, he remained contemplative regarding the execution of the program. However, after witnessing the extraterrestrial threat and experiencing intimidation from Lu Lin, Fury resolved to take decisive action. He determined to embark on the Insight program, understanding that to confront external dangers, the internal issues of Earth must first be addressed. Unity among humanity was imperative to face potential future threats. Thus, without hesitation, Fury commenced the Insight program. According to the original timeline, the mothership was scheduled to launch around 2014. Yet, under Fury's unwavering support, the construction of the mothership progressed far beyond Hydra's expectations. In order to ensure the smooth advancement of the Insight program, Hydra, disregarding the risk of exposure, accelerated their plans. Initially, the Insight program aimed to analyze behavioral patterns to identify individuals who might become criminals in the future. However, after Hydra altered the algorithms, the program morphed into a scheme to eliminate anyone deemed a threat to Hydra. This was the true intent of Hydra. Yet, due to Fury's premature change of heart, Hydra found itself compelled to align with Fury's pace, lest unforeseen issues arise. Ironically, it was this disruption of their original plans that led Fury to uncover the internal problems within S.H.I.E.L.D. As the construction of 3 celestial carriers approached completion within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Steve adapted to contemporary life. After undergoing S.H.I.E.L.D. scrutiny, Steve finally met Peggy Carter. "Steve, you still owe me a dance." At this moment, Peggy was gravely ill, suffering from advanced dementia, and relying on a respirator for daily survival. Nevertheless, she still remembered Steve. Tears welled in Steve's eyes as he whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm really late." In his embrace, Peggy peacefully closed her eyes. She was the architect of S.H.I.E.L.D., and in her time, it was no small feat for a woman to achieve such accomplishments. "You know those people," the narrator began, but Steve interrupted, "You needn't continue. I understand. I comprehend that she has married and had children." He gazed tenderly at the woman in the hospital bed, his eyes filled with compassion. "This is only natural. I harbor no grievances. You need not explain on her behalf, nor does she owe me any explanation." Watching Peggy depart peacefully, Steve ultimately chose to let go and quietly walked away. Given a second chance at life, he resolved to cherish it deeply. He wished to thoroughly observe this nation, to gaze upon the world, to reflect upon the peace for which they had once fought valiantly with their lives, and to determine whether it aligned with his imaginings. Since Peggy was the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., at Fury's invitation, Steve joined the organization, becoming an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Given that this was Peggy's creation, he was eager to uncover the true nature of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, before embarking on this journey, he required a place to reside. Upon arriving at the accommodations arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve unexpectedly met a girl named Sharon. There seemed to be a spark between them, and for reasons unknown, Steve felt an uncanny resemblance to Peggy and Sharon. At times, gazing at Sharon's face or her silhouette, he was struck by the notion that she mirrored the vibrant Peggy from decades past. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Sharon was also an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, she was the niece of Peggy Carter, which explained why Steve perceived echoes of Peggy in her. Gradually, Steve began to assimilate into this new society, during which he undertook several missions assigned by Fury. These counterterrorism tasks posed no challenge for a super soldier who had once emerged from a pile of corpses. Throughout his missions, he also became acquainted with his colleague, Black Widow. Steve held a favorable impression of Black Widow, as they had once been comrades in the same camp, even though they had never met face to face. Just as Steve believed his life would continue in this manner indefinitely, a particular mission dramatically altered his course. "What is the task?" he inquired. "Here are the documents," Coulson replied, handing Steve a file. "Remember to destroy it once you have read it." Observing the flustered Coulson, who rushed in, perspiring profusely, Steve casually offered him a can of soda. "Have a drink and take a moment to rest." Coulson accepted the soda and tucked it away, stating, "I need to ensure you have read the mission requirements and that you will destroy them completely." Steve nodded, understanding the necessity of such protocols. A glance at Coulson led him to believe the man was merely diligent, not indulging in leisure during work hours. Little did he know, Coulson was, in fact, a devoted admirer. His abstention from the soda was not due to professionalism, but rather because he intended to cherish that can for a lifetime. After reviewing the paper document, under Coulson's supervision, Steve meticulously destroyed it. Yet, once Coulson departed, a sense of perplexity washed over him, for the mission had been permeated with an aura of peculiarity. It was a rescue mission. However, concurrently, he was tasked with safeguarding Natasha in the completion of another mission. Fury had not disclosed the nature of Natasha's assignment. Yet the soldier's keen intuition led Steve to sense an underlying disquiet. Chapter 67. Nevertheless, he remained merely a soldier, with his sole obligation being to obey commands. Thus, he refrained from questioning Fury's orders. Yet, throughout the execution of the mission, Steve discovered that this task diverged significantly from his expectations. Natasha was, astonishingly, duplicating classified S.H.I.E.L.D. documents. Steve began to harbor doubts about his companion, but Natasha urged him to directly confront Fury. Under Steve's pressing inquiries, Fury ultimately acknowledged the existence of the Insight program. This revelation incited great displeasure within Steve. "Do you comprehend the current situation?" Fury glared at Steve, his anger palpable. "I can understand your perspective, which is precisely why I acted without your knowledge. However, you should not presume to critique my actions." Fury's voice was icy. "You have accompanied me to meet Lulin and even engaged with him. You should grasp the implications of such a person for Earth. You must also recognize that within the cosmos, numerous entities pose a threat to our planet. Indeed, due to Captain's affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D., he was entitled to access a plethora of intelligence and resources, including information concerning Lulin." Fury even escorted Steve to Lulin's bar, where Steve found himself in amiable company. He would often visit the bar for a drink, engaging Lulin in discussions about cosmic matters. Lulin was generous with his knowledge, readily answering any inquiries from Steve regarding the state of the universe and the looming threats it faced. Steve harbored a sense of urgency within, yet this did not equate to his endorsement of Fury's methods. He perceived Fury's actions as excessively radical, believing that such an approach would inevitably lead to significant complications. After departing from the SHIELD headquarters, Steve returned to Lulin's bar, albeit this time with a clouded demeanor. However, he found himself unable to confide in Lulin, even though Lulin was also a consultant agent of SHIELD. Lulin noticed Steve's despondency but, recognizing his reticence, refrained from probing further. Upon returning to his residence, Steve was unexpectedly ambushed. It was only then that he realized his neighbor was also affiliated with SHIELD, and to his astonishment, the girl he had developed a faint affection for was indeed a SHIELD agent. And most troubling of all, she was Peggy's niece. This filled Steve with a surge of indignation. However, this was hardly the moment to dwell on such matters. For news had arrived from the other side. Fury had been assassinated. The situation had taken a dramatic turn, and the only person Steve could now trust was Natasha. "You're being rather elusive today, Captain. How did you even recognize me?" The captain removed his hat, revealing his resolute visage. He cast a glance at the urgent news broadcast flickering on the nearby television and let out a wry smile. "You are aware, aren't you, that I have now become a fugitive?" The entire police force and agents of New York were currently on a manhunt for Steve. Given the secrecy surrounding Steve's resurrection, Fury had not disclosed this information to the public. Thus, even if Steve proclaimed to everyone that he was Captain America and that he would never betray his country, no one would believe him. As for Steve's face, it was of little concern to the masses, who would bother remembering the appearance of a wanted criminal. After all, during his missions in World War II, Steve had always donned a mask, so few truly knew his real visage. Captain America has betrayed his country. Lulin furrowed his brow and then spoke. "Go on, explain what happened." A sense of foreboding arose within him. Shouldn't this resemble the plot of Captain America 2? Following this incident, SHIELD would be entirely disbanded. Moreover, Hydra had been exposed and would retreat underground. If events unfolded as they had in the past, after SHIELD fell, who would confront the impending Chitauri invasion? The butterfly effect had exceeded Lulin's expectations. Now, with Steve's premature awakening, the narrative of Guardians of the Galaxy 1 had been irrevocably altered. Aisha had been brought back by him, and the once anticipated sorcerer Adam had vanished. If SHIELD were to collapse at this juncture, even the plot of Avengers 1 would undergo substantial changes. After all, Loki was still mischievously residing in Asgard. Lulin was not overly concerned about these developments. As long as Thanos did not acquire all the Infinity Stones, he felt little apprehension regarding any upheaval Thanos might incite. What truly troubled Lulin was the Ancient One. In his mind, she posed a far greater threat than Thanos. If the Ancient One were to decide to expel him, or even take action against him due to these alterations, it would spell significant trouble. Hydra is Hydra, the captain struggled to articulate. I believe they had been entirely eradicated. I never anticipated that they not only survived but had infiltrated SHIELD from top to bottom. So you have come to seek my assistance? Lulin regarded Steve with a scrutinizing gaze. No, I have come merely to advise you that unless matters reach a point of absolute desperation, it is best not to interfere. Why? This left Lulin perplexed. Hydra intends to execute the Insight program. Steve remarked. You may not be aware of the Insight program. He then articulated Hydra's scheme. Should the plan succeed, tens of millions of innocent lives would be extinguished in an instant. However, I am prepared to thwart them. Steve gazed at Lulin and stated, I understand that my own strength is minimal, and the likelihood of failure in this endeavor is considerable. Hence, I hope that, should I falter, you will intervene to stop Hydra. Why? Lulin inquired. Would it not be more efficient for me to act now? Because this is a matter concerning the people of Earth. It is my responsibility to resolve this personally. Then why do you still place your final hope in me? Lulin replied coolly. After all, I am not one of your Earthlings. And these affairs do not concern me. No, they do concern you, Steve chuckled, for I have discovered that you too are on Hydra's kill list. Thus, should the plan succeed, you would also be targeted. Is that so? Lulin looked at Steve and replied calmly. But I do not accept that your reasoning is so simplistic. So naive. Chapter 68. Steve regarded Lulin, ultimately offering a resigned smile. Very well, I cannot deceive you. They have infiltrated countless individuals, an overwhelming multitude. I cannot even ascertain how many of those politicians are not in their employ before exposing their plans. They will collude with these politicians to vilify anyone who attempts to thwart them. Steve pointed to himself. I am a prime example. And you, Steve hesitated. Fury has informed me about you. So I think it best to avoid involving you unless absolutely necessary. You refer to my purported threat against Fury, I presume? Lu Lin remarked with a faint smile. Steve appeared awkward, surprised that Lu Lin would so openly acknowledge the notion of a threat. In that case, I shall agree to your request, Lu Lin replied with a gentle smile. After all, you have not specifically asked anything of me. As a friend, I am willing to assist you in this matter. Lu Lin's eagerness was not solely due to such simple motives. He had received a mission from the system and intended to witness those pivotal moments. Despite the significant deviations in the plot and the potential events that would not transpire, Lu Lin's intuition assured him that this venture would yield rewards. The task was to thwart Hydra's plan, and in accomplishing this mission, he would also gain experience, an opportunity too advantageous to decline. Thank you. Steve cast a glance at Lu Lin, then donned his hat and turned to leave. Beyond the reasons he had just articulated, there lay another motive for Steve's reluctance to allow Lu Lin to take action. One must ponder. How did Hydra manage to remain concealed within S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years without detection? What measures had been taken by those initial members? Many individuals within Hydra are unequivocal war criminals, deserving of immediate execution. Yet, why have these individuals survived? They have even brazenly assumed new identities to continue their research endeavors. The previous director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was, in fact, a leader of Hydra. It is evident that the U.S. government played a most disreputable role in this affair. Those who collaborated with Hydra undoubtedly understand the true nature of this organization. However, they remain indifferent, as do the esteemed members of Congress. Politicians and military officials are equally unconcerned. Their sole focus is on their own interests, particularly since the notorious dictator has been dead for so many years. Hydra? Merely a pack of stray dogs. What harm could they possibly inflict? Yet now, Hydra is poised to dominate the world. And the architects of this tragedy are precisely those who care for nothing else. It is entirely plausible that they will continue to enjoy their privileged lives, maintaining their elevated status. Steve cannot reconcile the fact that his beloved country would engage in such actions. He cannot accept that the upper echelons of his cherished homeland consist of such individuals. Rather than asserting that Steve intends to personally address these offenders, it is more accurate to say that he has developed a longing for death. His beloved woman is gone, and his cherished country has become a mere shadow of its former self, utterly corrupted. He is just a soldier, powerless to effect change. And now he has even become a fugitive. A fugitive? How absurd. Such thoughts swirled in Steve's mind as he slowly exited the bar. Perhaps dying in the line of duty would be his most fitting conclusion. He glanced back at Lu Lin. Surely, with Lu Lin present, Hydra's plans would not succeed? Watching the captain depart, Lu Lin fell into deep contemplation. Steve epitomizes the ideal American man. He embodies all the virtuous qualities of this nation, having genuinely realized the promises proffered by politicians. Indeed, within the entirety of the Marvel Universe, Steve is the sole individual deemed worthy of wielding Thor's hammer. As for the subsequent female Thor that cannot be equated, she is, after all, a beneficiary of connections. With time on his hands, Lu Lin smiled slightly and followed Steve to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The captain was preparing to infiltrate the headquarters to thwart Hydra's launch of the airborne mothership. Lu Lin arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters ahead of schedule. Under ordinary circumstances, it would have been utterly impossible for him to gain such easy access. However, the entire agency was engulfed in chaos. The orders from Hydra and Fury's men collided, leading to a tumultuous atmosphere. Both factions were engaged in purging dissenters, and at that very moment, Steve infiltrated the headquarters, poised to create a significant uproar. Consequently, the headquarters was in a state of extraordinary disarray. Lu Lin effortlessly slipped deep into the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., where he witnessed the iconic elevator fight unfold. I could do this all day, Steve remarked, catching his breath. The scene had been successfully enacted. With a faint smile, Lu Lin proceeded to Pierce's office, patiently awaiting the captain's arrival. Steve did not keep Lu Lin waiting for long. As he approached, Pierce was engrossed in discussions with several politicians, envisioning a bright future. Following consultations with Fury, Steve resolved to disclose all information. This included every secret held by S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as those of Hydra. Given the urgency of the situation, there was no time to discern which information belonged to whom. Moreover, even in the absence of chaos, Fury would struggle to distinguish the authenticity of the intelligence and its rightful ownership. Thus, he opted to employ hacking methods to make all information public online, rendering Hydra exposed and vulnerable. However, this came at the cost of SHIELD's complete obliteration. After all, many of the agency's actions would be deemed unacceptable in the public eye. The daunting task fell solely upon Steve, with Natasha as his only ally. At this juncture, Steve was yet unacquainted with Falcon, and Coulson was merely a mediocre agent, more akin to a clerical worker than an operative. Though he possessed some combat ability, it was negligible, rendering his presence almost inconsequential. After making the information public, Steve would also have to single-handedly thwart the launch of the helicarrier. Time was of the essence. Even merely disseminating the information proved to be exceedingly challenging. Ideally, Steve should have prioritized halting the helicarrier's launch. If that could not be accomplished, he would need to destroy the core responsible for controlling the Zola algorithm on each helicarrier. Eliminating the algorithm's core would render the Insight plan ineffective. However, upon reflection, Steve calculated that accomplishing both tasks single-handedly was utterly unattainable. Therefore, he resolved to disclose all information first. Subsequently, he would exert every effort to persuade those within SHIELD who remained oblivious to the truth. Only through their collective endeavor could they hope to thwart the launch of the helicarrier. With Natasha's assistance, Steve successfully acquired Pierce's authentication and made all that information public. "Steve, you are committing treason," a general from the military rebuked vehemently. SHIELD and the military shared a profound collaboration, both entities harboring their own dubious secrets. Once this information surfaced, many unsavory matters concerning the military would inevitably be revealed, particularly those instances of insider trading. Once exposed, it could spell disaster for numerous individuals within the armed forces. Steve did not respond, but instead activated the public broadcast. "I am Steve Rogers. Indeed, Captain America, Steve Rogers. Some of you may be aware of my existence. I did not perish, but was encased in ice for 70 years in the Arctic, only recently emerging. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. Listen closely to what I am about to disclose." As Steve unveiled the existence of Hydra and their nefarious plans, the expressions of all present froze in disbelief. Simultaneously, with Coulson's assistance, Steve's visage graced major television networks across the nation. The world learned that Steve had not died. He had returned, and they also became aware of Hydra's existence and their intentions. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the United States and indeed the world. Is this for real? What is happening? Is he truly Captain America? Can the information he provided actually be verified online? In the room, those who had been kept in the dark suddenly reacted, eager to resist. However, in the next moment, a squad of agents burst in, showing no hesitation as they opened fire, eliminating everyone within the room. Witnessing the unfolding disaster, Steve and Natasha swiftly fled. "You could have relished the final 30 minutes of your lives," Pierce lamented, "but alas, that is no longer the case. Inform everyone, the plan has been expedited. The helicarrier will launch half an hour early." At the launch center, after hearing Steve's account, numerous employees began to strike. Yet, under the threat of Hydra's firearms, they were compelled to persist in their tasks. Within mere minutes, the helicarrier was fully prepared and on the brink of launch. Originally, the plan had entailed the launch of 3 helicarriers, but that was a scheme slated for 4 years hence. Due to Fury's last-minute change of heart and the hastened timeline, the originally planned 3 aerospace carriers were reduced to a single vessel. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. One ship, while not ideal for Hydra, would suffice. Around the corner, Pierce unexpectedly encountered Steve. Upon seeing Steve, Pierce exhibited no hesitation, immediately commanding his subordinates to take action. He understood that he could never sway someone of Steve's caliber. However, as most of his personnel had been dispatched to maintain order and ensure the launch of the aerospace carrier, Pierce found himself with scant resources at his disposal. He had presumed that 3 elite squads would be adequate to confront Steve. Yet, he had underestimated both the super soldier and Steve himself. These men faltered under their captain's command. Barely lasting 5 minutes, Pierce began to feel a sense of panic. In a one-on-one confrontation with Steve, he had no chance of escape. If Steve were to subdue him, threatening his life, the outcome could be dire. Yet, soon, Pierce regained his composure. "You dare not lay a hand on me. You cannot even threaten me," Pierce asserted confidently. "Even if you threaten to kill me, I will not allow the Insight program to falter. Surrender now, and perhaps I can offer you a position in the new world as a member of Hydra." "I will never compromise with you," Steve replied coolly. "Perhaps we could make a wager to see who falters first." He looked at Pierce with a hint of malice. At your age, you surely cannot hold out for long. Just then, a voice rang out from behind Pierce. Hail Hydra! Turning around, he found Lulin standing behind him. What does this mean? Steve stared at Lulin, bewildered. You are one of Hydra? Both the captain and even Pierce were taken aback. What? The Prince of Asgard is one of us. How can that be? If he is not one of us, why would he utter Hail Hydra? It was entirely reasonable for Pierce to be uncertain about Lulin's allegiance, given the numerous factions within Hydra and his ignorance of their activities. However, this did not diminish the surge of elation within him. Hail Hydra! Pierce echoed back. Excellent. Now you will ensure my safety and eliminate Steve. Once the task is accomplished, I guarantee you will not be left wanting. Before Pierce could utter another word, Lulin raised a hand, and Pierce was instantaneously reduced to ashes. What just happened? Steve felt as though he were on the brink of combustion. First, Lulin inexplicably exclaimed, "Long live Hydra," and then he proceeded to kill Pierce. So is he truly one of Hydra's? Lulin turned to Steve. Do you have any final words? What exactly is going on? Steve looked at Lulin in despair. Who are you really? Quite simply. Lulin replied. Hydra is my subordinate. I am the true leader of Hydra. With a calm demeanor, Lulin added, after 5 centuries, Midgard shall once again fall under the dominion of Asgard. Fry had maintained contact with Steve, and upon hearing this revelation, he was equally bewildered. What the hell? How is this possible? If what Lulin claims is true, why should they even bother striving? They might as well sit down and await their demise. Ironically, Steve had previously attempted to regard Lulin as a final safeguard. Now, it appeared he had merely been a jest from the beginning. Regret could still come, however. Lulin smiled. Is it not a privilege to become a citizen of Asgard? Do you not realize how many in the universe cannot attain this honor? I shall never betray my kin, nor forsake my nation. Steve tightened his grip on his shield. Even in death, I shall never yield. Well said, I admire your resolve. Lulin remarked with a faint smile. Unfortunately, starting today, you shall forever vanish from this world. As Lulin approached, Steve suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Lulin inquired with curiosity. I just realized, if you truly are Lulin, with your strength and that of Asgard, you likely wouldn't need to resort to such tactics, would you? Is that so? Lulin replied with a subtle smile. Perhaps it is due to some irresistible factors that we devised this plan? No, I still believe in my hypothesis. Steve gradually straightened his posture. Either you are not Lulin at all, or your claim of being a prince of Asgard is entirely fabricated. Are you so certain of your conjecture? The truth will reveal itself through trial. With that, Steve resolved to strike first, but in the next moment, an overwhelming sense of danger compelled him to raise his shield before him. The captain's shield is reputed to absorb all kinetic energy. However, this is not entirely accurate. It can only absorb a significant portion of the energy when facing the incoming force. This maximizes the protection of the user, ensuring they are not harmed by external forces. Nevertheless, when that punch landed, Steve felt as though he had heard the shield's mournful cry. Even though the shield could absorb most of the kinetic energy, Steve was still propelled backward. The force of that punch not only bore physical energy, but was also imbued with Lulin's divine power. Even someone as robust as Steve found himself lying on the ground after shattering 2 concrete pillars, completely devoid of the ability to resist. His vision began to blur. Yet he did not succumb to unconsciousness. He yearned to rise again through sheer will, for this was a moment when his country needed him most. How could he afford to falter now? Willpower is a mysterious force, enabling individuals to perform astonishing feats, even when grievously wounded and seemingly devoid of strength. Humanity can achieve far beyond the limits of imagination through sheer determination. Though Steve was a super soldier, he was still bound by fundamental laws of nature. At this juncture, every nerve and bodily function had been utterly dismantled by Lulin. Thus, no matter how formidable his willpower, he could not genuinely rise to resist. He could hardly feel his body anymore. Aside from his neck, he was rendered immobile. As he beheld Lulin approaching slowly, a flicker of despair emerged in Steve's heart. If he had harbored any glimmer of hope before, it had now been thoroughly extinguished. If the Lulin before him were an illusion, he could never have been overwhelmed by a single blow. Therefore, Lulin must indeed be the authentic Lulin. This was his true power. If Lulin were merely toying with him, he would not have struck with such ferocity. Even if Steve were to recover, he would likely become a mere shadow of his former self, unable to stand again. He sensed the damage to his spine. It seemed his future would be one of incapacitation. Ha, 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 Steve gasped, striving to meet Lulin's gaze. What is so amusing? Lulin inquired, frowning. It is truly laughable. I once placed my unwavering trust in you, Steve replied, resigned. What is it that you did not anticipate? Lulin replied nonchalantly. Did you truly think I would not act against you? I am curious as to why you strive so hard. Why you exert yourself to such extremes when you could lead a better life. You deserve a more favorable existence. Because I love this country. I cherish the land that has nurtured me, Steve declared. No matter the circumstances, I shall always oppose acts of aggression. I shall forever fight against them. Is that so? Llewellyn replied with a faint smile. Perhaps, Captain, you have retired too early and awakened too late. There are many matters of which you remain unaware. Your aversion to the internet and reliance on newspapers have left you in ignorance of much. You are not alone in this. Many citizens of this nation are equally uninformed. Llewellyn crouched before Steve, speaking softly. Allow me to enlighten you on the actions undertaken by the American government following the conclusion of World War II. They comprehensively assimilated all research findings from Hydra, along with scientists who ought to have faced execution or imprisonment. You are likely already aware of this. Just observe the disorder that prevails here. Such evidence is irrefutable, is it not? This is indeed a rather commonplace occurrence. Steve closed his eyes. After all, those individuals from back then were utterly finished, merely a cadre of scientists. Who could have anticipated that they possessed such capabilities? Science knows no borders, indeed. Llewellyn remarked casually. While science transcends national boundaries, scientists themselves possess nationalities and political stances. Surely, you are cognizant of this fact? Do you understand why they gathered these individuals, these scientists? Llewellyn smiled softly. It was to contend with that red nation in the East. Ah, by the way, Fury may consider you too newly awakened to engage with such matters. I hear you have only just begun to grasp the history of the 60s, correct? Are you aware of the Cold War? Do you know that in the 50s, under America's leadership, the West initiated yet another invasion of the East? Are you also aware that in the 70s, there was the Vietnam War? This, too, was an act of aggression, was it not? No, Steve opened his eyes wide, fixating intently on Llewellyn. If you doubt this, you might inquire with Fury. As an agent hailing from America, he undoubtedly possesses far greater insight than you. Otherwise, why do you suppose Fury has always been reluctant to place his trust in the government or any politician? Fury, is that so? Steve asked coldly. To ensure timely communication. The dialogue between both parties had remained uninterrupted. In Steve's earpiece, Fury, who had been persistently encouraging him, suddenly fell silent. Answer me, Fury. Chapter 71. Yes, Captain. There are many matters that are perhaps better left unknown to you. Politics is a sordid affair. Indeed, politics is indeed sordid. But that does not serve as justification for your invasions of others, Llewellyn stated calmly. If you can invade others for such a laughable reason as self-interest, then conversely, when your strength does not match that of others, their invasions upon you would also be entirely justifiable, would they not? Fury remained silent. Listen, Steve. Do not be swayed by his words, Fury cautioned. Every nation harbors its share of shameful history and shortcomings. Yet, you must believe that our nation is improving. Believe that we can make this world a better place. A better place? Llewellyn chuckled lightly. Are you referring to coercing Tony into relinquishing his armor? Or conducting inhumane experiments on soldiers to create super soldiers? We are no longer in the era of war, yet countless soldiers still perish annually under the guise of human experimentation, all in pursuit of the elusive serum for the super soldier. Ah, by the way, Steve, you may not be acquainted with Dr. Banner, but should the opportunity arise, I could facilitate an introduction between you two. TSK, poor Dr. Banner. He is merely a benign scientist who, due to unfortunate experimental mishaps, occasionally transforms into an enraged beast. Can you guess how the military treats this creature? Llewellyn chuckled. They actually intend to capture this monster and replicate it for military use. Steve Rogers, the nation you hold dear is far from the image you envision. Llewellyn remarked coolly. So, what reasons do you have left to fight desperately? I will strive to make him better, Steve said with difficulty. However, it seems I am not afforded the opportunity to do so. Do you know? Rather than patching up an old house, it is better to demolish and rebuild. Llewellyn laughed. You ought to understand the concept of a regime change. As long as the people of this land remain, and the cultural and spiritual legacies endure, what does it matter if we alter the ruling class? Even if the very name of the nation changes, as long as the essence and spirit remain intact, does the nation not continue to exist? If the government is ineffective, simply replace it with a functional one, Llewellyn stated matter-of-factly. With so many inept individuals in positions of power, when will you manage to address them all? Vast interest groups are intertwined, and you will never be able to eradicate them. The best course of action is to eliminate them entirely and cultivate a new generation. Do not heed his nonsensical ramblings, Steve. Fury exclaimed anxiously. What he is saying is sheer nonsense. Although the purpose behind Llewellyn's words remained unclear, The implications were unmistakably evident. Llewellyn was indeed attempting to incite Steve to overthrow the American government, seeking to plunge the nation into chaos and disarray. Why are you sharing this with me? Steve stared blankly at Llewellyn. Use your eyes to observe the world around you. Do not remain ensnared in the information cocoon woven by others. Open your eyes. Suddenly, Steve laughed. So can you act now? If you delay any longer, the celestial mothership will truly commence its assault. Or have you already resolved the issue with the mothership? What are you talking about? I do not comprehend, Llewellyn said, casting a puzzled glance at Steve. Steve said nothing, merely smiled, a grin lingering on his lips as he continued to gaze at Llewellyn. Ultimately, Llewellyn let out a resigned sigh. How did you discern that? Steve realized he had indeed become perceptive, and he promptly rose to his feet. Moments ago, Llewellyn merely employed magic to restrict his movements. It was not as if Steve had been struck with a blow so severe that he could no longer care for himself. However, Llewellyn's earlier punch did indeed lack the necessary restraint, and Steve could still feel the lingering pain in his lower back. If he were truly affiliated with Hydra, the airborne aircraft carrier would have completed its mission long ago and would not have lingered until now. Your prolonged discourse with me indicates that the aircraft carrier has already been neutralized, has it not? Llewellyn smirked, acknowledging, you've caught on. He then snapped his fingers, and Steve noticed an astonishing transformation in the scenery outside. Turning around, he was astonished to see that, unbeknownst to him, the aircraft carrier had already plunged into the sea. The Insight program had not been activated, and remarkably, there had been minimal casualties. The expensive and labor-intensive creation of the aircraft carrier by S.H.I.E.L.D. had met its demise. Steve even observed individuals in small boats attempting to salvage useful materials, presumably to keep or sell. What? When did this happen? On the other side, Fury was equally bewildered. He had been kept in the dark, unaware that Llewellyn had eliminated the aircraft carrier. Were your previous statements truthful? Steve suddenly inquired. Llewellyn glanced at the earpiece in Steve's ear, prompting Steve to remove it and crush it underfoot. You might consider researching various sources or consult university professors who specialize in history, Llewellyn remarked nonchalantly. Of course, due to potential biases. Their accounts may not be entirely accurate. You could also venture to the east and ask the citizens and soldiers of the nations that have been invaded how they perceive the United States. Experiencing it firsthand, seeing, hearing, and understanding will undoubtedly be more convincing than anything I could convey. How do you possess such knowledge? Steve asked, bewildered as he regarded Llewellyn. Because I am a god. It is entirely normal and reasonable for a deity to possess a greater breadth of knowledge. Then why do you wish for me to know this? Steve questioned, perplexed by Llewellyn's motives. Because it is entertaining, Llewellyn replied matter-of-factly. Entertaining? Steve echoed, incredulous. Indeed, entertaining, much like this moment, Llewellyn said, retrieving his phone to display the footage he had clandestinely recorded. Look at these expressions. They are quite amusing. Steve cast a glance at the screen, and his expression darkened immediately. Chapter 72. He could hardly fathom that this was his expression moments ago. I can only say, you possess quite the range of facial expressions. My friend, Llewellyn exclaimed, do you know what it means? It is essentially what people in our country refer to as meme images or reaction pictures. If you are unfamiliar, you may perceive it as images that convey one's emotions. For instance, as he spoke, Llewellyn proceeded to create a series of limited edition expressions of Captain America, despair, disappointment, joy, and madness. Wow, these are truly rare materials. Once shared online, they shall undoubtedly garner enthusiastic reception. They are exclusive Captain America expressions. How precious they are. Delete them, Steve said with a grim countenance. Delete them? Llewellyn was instantly amused. On what grounds do you dictate deletion? Do you have any idea how much effort I expended for this photograph? At that moment, Nick Fury finally arrived with his team. After dealing with the remnants of Hydra, he hurried over, eager to uncover the situation between the captain and Llewellyn. Upon his arrival, Fury observed Steve's scowling gaze directed at Llewellyn. What transpired? Fury inquired, glancing up to see the reaction images in Llewellyn's hand, momentarily taken aback. Is this? He asked cautiously. You want what I have in my possession? You must pay a price. Llewellyn chuckled mischievously. So, what price do you intend to offer for this set of photographs? Loan me some money. I need to purchase the photos. Steve turned to Fury, gritting his teeth. Having only recently regained consciousness, Steve possessed not a single penny, and his previous inheritance was long lost. Now, all his expenses were covered by S.H.I.E.L.D. Previously, Fury would not have flinched at any amount. However, the issue was that they had just disclosed all intelligence to confront Hydra. Forget about funding. Everyone was now distancing themselves from them. Fury could only rely on his personal reserves to reimburse Steve. How much do you require? Steve inquired of Lu Lin. A flat rate of 800,000. Why don't you go rob a bank? Fury erupted in outrage. 800,000? For a few photographs? Have you lost your mind over money? They are exclusive photographs, and this modest sum is already a generous offer from me, Lu Lin replied, dissatisfied. Believe it or not, if I were to market them, not 800,000, but 8 million would find buyers. Fury had no doubt about the shamelessness of potential buyers. Steve merely perceived them as reaction images and did not wish for others to see them. Yet, the concern was that someone might have their own agenda. If someone were to purchase these photographs and demand a meeting with Steve, would he truly refuse to comply in order to destroy them? The crucial point was that if he went, it would indeed spell disaster. If an organization seeks to confront Steve or desires the serum within his blood, it would be quite straightforward to trace the leads and apprehend them all. However, if the purchaser of the photographs is merely an obsessive fan or admirer of Steve, perhaps even someone wishing to take him home for the night, then allowing Steve to venture forth alone would be akin to sending a meat bun to a dog, an endeavor fraught with peril and devoid of return. Of course, Fury is not incapable of procuring the sum of $800,000. After all, he has accumulated considerable savings over the years. As the director of SHIELD, he possesses the authority to utilize public funds and occasionally embezzle a modest amount to bolster his ranks. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that once this money is lent, it is unlikely to be recovered. The captain is not a wealthy individual. If Fury lends him 800,000, when could he expect to reclaim that amount? Furthermore, would he truly have the audacity to demand repayment from the captain? Even the most brazen individual would find such a request distasteful. Had this been yesterday, Fury would have acted without hesitation, as he could have simply accessed the public account to settle the matter. However, given the tumultuous events of today, the very existence of SHIELD is now in jeopardy. Where could he possibly seek reimbursement for such an amount? Surely, you cannot also be unable to produce this sum, can you? Lu Lin observed Fury with a bemused expression. It is indeed absurd that the esteemed director of SHIELD cannot muster $800,000. Lu Lin chuckled. Do you believe that, Steve? Personally, I do not. I merely think he is unwilling to assist you. What many are unaware of is that, despite being a septuagenarian returning from the last century, Steve harbors his own celebrity burdens, being particularly concerned about his image. He cannot tolerate the thought of unflattering photographs of himself circulating. Fury, Steve finally snapped, reaching his breaking point. I'm truly sorry, Captain, but I cannot assist you. Fury replied stiffly. It's just a few photographs. It's not a big deal. My reluctance to help stems from the fact that SHIELD is on the brink of collapse. Where am I to procure these funds? Fear not. Rest assured that once these images surface online, I will promptly arrange for their removal and declare them to be forgeries. Wow, is this what American freedom looks like? Lu Lin remarked with a slight smile. You see, I was right all along, wasn't he? Do you really believe people care whether these photographs are genuine or not? If it merely resembles you, that is sufficient. Lu Lin stated nonchalantly. They couldn't care less whether this is the real Captain America. Fury recognized that he was no longer suited to remain in this setting and hastily departed with his subordinates. Seeing that you are unharmed brings me relief, Captain, Fury proclaimed loudly. Rest assured, once I have dealt with the affairs of SHIELD, I will certainly assist you in resolving this matter. I am truly sorry, Steve. Lu Lin spoke with a distinct lack of sincerity. Let's be clear, while our relationship is amicable, business matters must be settled precisely. Steve sighed, resting his forehead in his hand. How had he ended up entangled with such a motley crew? At a critical juncture, not a single individual was of any assistance. At that moment, despair enveloped Steve, and he found himself vaguely contemplating a return to the confines of ice. Decades had slipped by, and the world had transformed at an astonishing pace, rendering it almost unrecognizable to him. Observing the dark scowl on Steve's face, Lu Lin chuckled heartily and turned to depart. Steve was undoubtedly a fascinating individual. Lu Lin's ambitions extended far beyond this encounter. In a previous life, Lu Lin had relished the moment when Steve proclaimed Hail Hydra with unabashed enthusiasm. However, it seemed that this iteration of Steve might not have the same opportunity, especially with Lu Lin's presence. Whether Thanos could even snap his fingers remained uncertain. Yet, this did not imply that Lu Lin was devoid of prospects. If Lu Lin were willing, perhaps Steve could still have the chance to become the captain of Hydra. After all, Hydra had not been entirely vanquished. It was merely the faction within SHIELD that had been extinguished. The adage of severing one head only for two to emerge in its place held true, and in the shadows, countless Hydra operatives remained alive. Naturally, there was an opportunity to explore his audacious notion, unbeknownst to Lu Lin after his departure. His unintentional actions had sown a seed within Steve's heart. Although this had been his original intent, he had not anticipated such a profound effect. The thoughts within Steve were beginning to germinate at that very moment. Upon returning home, Steve immediately immersed himself in the study of history, both related and unrelated to America, endeavoring to observe it from an objective and authentic perspective. In pursuit of this knowledge, he even learned how to navigate the internet and conduct research online. As his understanding of history deepened, so too did his comprehension of the nation of America, and his patriotic sentiments began to transform subtly. A small seed had quietly sprouted in Steve's heart, and given time, it would undoubtedly grow into a towering tree. When Tony awoke, bleary-eyed, and beheld the scene before him, he was left utterly astonished. What on earth? What has happened? Am I seeing things? Gazing at the distant, wrecked battleship adrift in the sea, Steve stood in a state of shock. Hey, Lu Lin, could you possibly enlighten me on what transpired? Well, that's a long story. Lu Lin shrugged. In simple terms, you could say Hydra has risen from the ashes. After a moment of silence, Tony raised his hands in exasperation. And then what? What is the situation? What has occurred? Lu Lin, feeling a sense of helplessness, recounted the sequence of events and the intricacies involved. So you are saying that my father is one of the founders of SHIELD? Lu Lin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is the case. If you find this information intriguing, why not conduct your own research online? There is an abundance of material available now, with various media outlets interpreting those so-called classified documents. I have already begun perusing them. If there is one decision that Nick Fury regrets the most in his life, it is undoubtedly the choice to mutually annihilate with Hydra. Had he known Lu Lin would intervene, he wouldn't have exerted so much effort. He should not have feigned death. Instead of seeking Lu Lin immediately after the attack to have everything resolved, he resorted to a false demise and entrapment tactics, which has now led to this predicament. Now, SHIELD faces imminent ruin alongside Hydra. The critical issue is that Hydra can retreat underground and commence their terrorist activities anew, whereas SHIELD, being a United Nations-funded agency, finds itself incapacitated. They are left with the burden of accountability, needing to provide the public with explanations for these events. The cumulative weight of these matters is nearly overwhelming fury. Generally speaking, such a significant incident would warrant the dissolution of SHIELD. However, it remains a mystery how Fury managed to persuade the Council to extend SHIELD's existence. Consequently, SHIELD was allowed to endure, albeit at the cost of increased oversight and constraints, stripping away the once unfettered freedom they enjoyed. Fury expressed his understanding of the situation. After all, given the magnitude of Hydra's actions, enhanced scrutiny is only reasonable. The dilemma, however, is that many operations now require approval, and many initiatives are no longer permissible, complicating Fury's plans. This urgency has driven him to assemble a team of his own. The Avengers initiative has resurfaced in his mind. Naturally, Fury's first choice was Captain America, as he regarded Steve as the linchpin of the team. Without Steve, the Avengers would inevitably splinter, falling apart rather than functioning cohesively. Yet, when Fury approached Steve, he was met with an unequivocal rejection. I need some time to rest and acclimate to this new world, Steve stated calmly. I wish to venture out alone and explore this world. Venture out? Where do you intend to go? Fury asked, taken aback at the notion of Steve going off by himself. He had anticipated that Steve would step up to support SHIELD during this critical juncture. Without Steve's intervention, it seems that SHIELD is on the brink of collapse. One must not underestimate the power and influence of a symbol of an era. Once Steve steps forward, many of the challenges faced by SHIELD will be swiftly resolved. Observing Steve's determination to depart, Fury, feeling helpless, resorted to an emotional appeal. The moment Fury uttered the name Peggy, Steve understood that he could never refuse Fury's request. However, Fury was also aware that this topic must not be over-discussed. Once the emotional bond was depleted, Steve would no longer be inclined to assist. After persuading Steve to remain for a few more days, Fury breathed a sigh of relief and sought out Lu Lin and Tony. Upon Fury's arrival at Lu Lin's bar, he found Lu Lin engaged in conversation with Tony regarding SHIELD. So this is how it unfolded? Tony's expression turned grave. There is no need for concern. Once their leader is dealt with, the remaining threats will be mere trifles, hardly worth worrying about. The only caution lies in the absence of restrictions, as they may veer towards more extreme measures, and some minor factions could even devolve into terrorism. There will certainly be much to attend to thereafter. Tony gently touched his chest and nodded slightly. What brings you here? Llewellyn glanced at Fury by the doorway. Fury entered and shared his thoughts. I have already stated that I will not join S.H.I.E.L.D. Llewellyn replied coolly. I am aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current predicament. I declined to join even when you had considerable freedom, and now that S.H.I.E.L.D. is so heavily regulated. Do you really expect me to join? Llewellyn unhesitatingly rejected Fury's proposal. I share the same sentiment, Tony said languidly. I am currently preoccupied with legal battles against Congress, leaving me no time. Perhaps after I relinquish my armor or, should I perish, you may extend an invitation to my successor. As for now, I decline. With that, Tony staggered away. Chapter 74, Farewell. Llewellyn glanced at Fury and said coolly, You truly should reconsider. Fury, undeterred, pressed on. If you were to join us, Tony would undoubtedly agree to my request. Name your terms. Is that so? Llewellyn replied with a faint smile. Then how about you hand over the Tesseract? The Tesseract? Fury's gaze sharpened. How did you come to know about this? How could I not be aware that the Tesseract is in your possession? Llewellyn chuckled. Not only that, but I also understand what the Tesseract truly is. Llewellyn stated nonchalantly, this object is far beyond your control. I strongly advise you to surrender it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, should any irreversible events transpire, do not blame me for not having forewarned you. Fury remained silent, downing the last sip of ice water before turning to leave. You haven't settled the bill, Llewellyn reminded him. $10. Thank you for your patronage. How much? $10? Why don't you just rob a bank? Fury exclaimed. His irritation palpable. That's already quite a bargain, Llewellyn replied nonchalantly. People outside are hoarding supplies, believing war is imminent. And a bottle of mineral water now costs $30. Damn capitalists, damn Hydra. Fury grumbled as he begrudgingly paid and stormed out. Noticing that Tony seemed somewhat off, he resolved to investigate what was amiss with him. If persuading Llewellyn proved futile, perhaps convincing Tony would yield better results. If Tony were to join his team, subsequent matters would become considerably easier. After all, if Tony were to speak up, Llewellyn would undoubtedly acquiesce. As for the cosmic cube, Fury had no intention of relinquishing it. Having witnessed numerous dangers, Fury began to realize the pressing need to develop formidable weaponry. Yet, given the current pace of technological advancement on Earth, it seemed unlikely that any significant breakthroughs would materialize in the next decade. The issue, however, was that time was running short for Earth. Today it is Hydra. But what tomorrow holds remains uncertain. The specter of another alien invasion lingers, reminiscent of events from decades past. If it were to occur again, Fury pondered how he would respond. Could he truly rely on Captain Marvel, who roams the cosmos endlessly? Ultimately, humanity requires the means to safeguard itself. With the failure of the Insight program, Fury found himself placing all hope on the cosmic cube. Though he had considered the prospect of acquiring Tony's suit of armor, that notion remained merely a fleeting thought. Tony was not someone to be trifled with, and persuading him to part with his armor seemed far-fetched. Fury would be better off contemplating how to convince Llewellyn to join S.H.I.E.L.D. At least there remained a glimmer of possibility in that direction. Having Tony assist S.H.I.E.L.D. in developing conventional weaponry posed no significant issue. However, those were not the assets Fury sought. What he truly required were potent weapons capable of determining the outcome of battles. Although these individuals were notoriously difficult to manage, Fury contemplated another candidate who might be more amenable, the Hulk, Dr. Banner. He lacked the complexities of thought and motivation. With generous incentives and the promise to lift his wanted status, Dr. Banner would likely be quite willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D. The sole concern lies in the fact that the Hulk, once transformed from Banner, is not easily manageable. Should the Hulk encounter any issues, it is not just the enemies who would be at risk. Even allies might find themselves crushed. Yet, the strength of the Hulk is undeniably formidable. Fury even speculated that had the Hulk been present during the recent Hydra incident, it could have been resolved without the need for Llewellyn's intervention. It is a classic case of gain and loss. Acquiring a powerful asset necessitates tolerating its inherent flaws. It has come to my attention that Banner has been studying yoga and Buddhist philosophies in the East. Thus, Natasha should be contacted. After all, as a strikingly beautiful woman, She possesses a distinct advantage, which may significantly enhance her chances of success. However, before that, she must first ascertain the nature of the changes occurring with Tony. Given Tony's character, it would likely not be a challenge for Natasha to disguise herself and infiltrate Stark Industries as his secretary. Soon enough, she would presumably uncover the truth behind Tony's situation. While Fury was orchestrating these plans, at Stark's residence, Pepper Potts gazed at Tony with a look of incredulity. "Tony, what on earth are you thinking?" she exclaimed, baffled. "How could you entrust me with such a crucial position?" Unbeknownst to Pepper, Tony had appointed her to a significant role within Stark Industries. Henceforth, although Tony remained the nominal head of the company, the true authority would now rest with Pepper. "Why did you not inform me of such a monumental decision?" Pepper questioned, her voice tinged with anger. "Because I am the boss, and you are the employee," Tony replied, casting a casual glance at her. This left Pepper momentarily speechless. His words were rather callous. It is difficult for anyone to bear such unfeeling remarks at such a moment. Yet, having worked alongside Tony for many years, Pepper was well acquainted with his personality and habits. Although Tony had changed significantly, the essence of one's character remains constant. And Pepper quickly discerned that he was troubled. "What is it? What has happened to you?" she asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. Reflecting on Tony's recent actions, she felt an ominous premonition. A pertinent question. What could possibly trouble me? Tony averted his gaze, focusing on the tool in his hand. "I am merely returning to my previous state," he said with a faint smile. "So much has transpired. I thought it prudent to take a break and lighten my load." "Is that not permissible?" Observing Tony's demeanor, Pepper became increasingly convinced that he was harboring something within, yet remained unwilling to disclose it. As she recalled the events orchestrated by Tony, Pepper felt an unsettling premonition arise within her. "Surely, you are not contemplating your final arrangements, are you? What on earth has transpired?" Upon witnessing Pepper's disquiet, Tony was taken aback. He never anticipated that she would so swiftly discern his thoughts. Chapter 75. How could this possibly relate to final arrangements? "Do not overthink it. It is absolutely not the case," Tony fervently insisted. "I am merely fatigued, truly. I am not deceiving you." Observing Tony's flustered demeanor only solidified Pepper's suspicions. "Pray, tell me honestly what has occurred. Why have you begun to make provisions for the inevitable?" Pepper inquired, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I assure you, I am perfectly fine, I swear," Tony proclaimed earnestly. "Indeed, you must trust me. Nothing untoward has happened to me." "What do you mean by making arrangements? Are you wishing for my swift demise?" Pepper's sorrow transformed into a smile as she cast a playful glance at Tony. "How could I possibly wish for your demise?" She dabbed her tears with a tissue, remarking, "Since you are unharmed, I can finally breathe easy. I can manage the company's affairs for you, but you must understand, my capacity is limited. You may enjoy your respite for a while, yet when the time comes, you must return. Hey, you are the employee, I am the employer. You cannot issue commands in such a manner," Tony retorted with mild annoyance. "Indeed, you are the employer, and I am the employee," Pepper replied, her gaze fixed on him with discontent. "I possess the right to resign at any moment." "No, you would not dare." "I most certainly would. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I will resign without hesitation," Pepper countered. "That seems fundamentally unjust to me. Why do you have the liberty to resign at will?" Tony spread his hands in exasperation. "Very well, I hereby declare that you are fired." "Is that so?" Pepper laughed. "Indeed," Tony affirmed with unwavering certainty. "Really? Then I shall pack my belongings and depart immediately?" "That is out of the question. You cannot leave." Tony stepped forward and grasped Pepper's hand. Suddenly, Pepper was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a gesture from Tony, leaving her momentarily flustered. "I cannot be without you. I need you. You know this," Tony murmured softly. Pepper raised her gaze to meet his, and in that shared moment, sparks ignited between them. Their faces inched closer, drawing nearer with every heartbeat. Just as they were on the precipice of a kiss, Tony abruptly regained his senses. Oh, my alarm is sounding. I must attend to my experimental apparatus." Tony stumbled backward, flustered and at a loss for words. "Ahem, indeed, I must also sign some documents, and Pepper has tidied up her attire. Well then, I shall take my leave. After all, having just ascended to this position, I have numerous matters to attend to." Upon exiting Tony's chamber, Pepper took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. She was bewildered by the events of the day and perplexed by Tony's sudden cessation. However, Tony's behavior had irrevocably shattered the delicate equilibrium that once existed between them. As Pepper departed, Tony fell heavily onto his sofa. In times past, he would have faced his emotions head-on without hesitation. But now, circumstances had shifted. Realizing the brevity of his existence, Tony concluded that it was best not to impede Pepper's future. If he were to be with her, what would become of her once he departed from this world? How would she confront his absence? Although both had nearly laid their feelings bare, Tony was still reluctant to break through that thin veneer. Should he truly pierce that fragile barrier, he could not bear to contemplate the life Pepper would lead after his demise. He preferred to spare her the haunting memory of a love that could never be fulfilled, believing it wiser to halt matters now. While this would leave her with a sense of regret, it was preferable to the anguish of suddenly losing him after they had come together. With this resolve, Tony silently steeled himself. Following the day's events, he increasingly indulged in his desires. Unbeknownst to him, however, a revenge scheme against him was slowly unfurling in a dilapidated slum. Miles away, Thor, my dear brother, it has been far too long since we last met, he lamented, casting a forlorn glance at Lulin. You've been in Midgard all this time and haven't thought to visit me. Each time you return, before I can find you, you vanish again. Do you no longer hold me in your heart? Of course I do. Without a doubt, Lulin replied with a grin, but as you know, I am currently undergoing my own trial. Hence, my time is rather scarce. And what exactly is your trial? Odin and Lulin had informed Thor that Lulin's reason for coming to Midgard was indeed a trial, which had prevented Thor from hastily rushing to find him. Otherwise, given Thor's nature, he would have sprinted to Earth the moment he learned of Lulin's arrival. Now, Thor too faced a trial of his own. This trial was designed to determine who among them would truly become the rightful heir to Asgard. The trial comprised numerous stages, each following the last, until someone ultimately faltered. Ultimately, the one who overcomes the most trials shall ascend to become the next ruler of Asgard. The competition hinges on the number of trials conquered. And since each individual's ordeal is unique, the order in which they embark on their challenges holds little significance. It is not necessarily advantageous to be the first to commence the trials. Of course, this is merely a ruse concocted by Odin and Lurien to deceive Thor. Ensuring that Loki remains oblivious to their true intentions, they even manage to mislead Loki himself. What Thor remains unaware of is that while the trials are indeed real, the method of selecting Asgard's sovereign through them is a fabrication. Odin had long since orchestrated a plan to have Lurien inherit his position upon his demise. The so-called trials are, in essence, merely a means to temper Thor's character. Should Thor successfully navigate these challenges, he would come to realize the true nature of the trials, which would no longer concern him. Conversely, if he were to fail, it would matter little whether he comprehended their essence. After all, should he not pass the trials? What relevance would their nature hold for him? I cannot disclose the particulars of my trials, Lurien hastily asserted. He had no trials of his own. It was merely a tactic to mislead Thor, prompting him to concoct an excuse. After all, we are rivals now. Thor paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. You are absolutely correct. We are indeed competitors. Chapter 76. Since you won't reveal the nature of your trials, I, too, shall keep mine a secret, Thor said with a mysterious grin. As you wish, Lurien shrugged. However, since you are new here, Midgard has undergone significant changes since centuries past. Would you benefit from a small bit of assistance? Not necessary, Thor confidently replied. I am the great Prince of Asgard. What could possibly challenge me? Just watch. Thor laughed heartily. Though your trials began before mine, I shall swiftly catch up and even surpass you. Just wait and see. Observing Thor stride away with determination, Lurien shook his head in resignation, choosing to remain silent. This fellow would likely only grasp what needed to be done once he truly encounters adversity. Externally, Thor appeared brimming with confidence, yet internally, he was beset by anxiety. Ever since being cast into Midgard by the Rainbow Bridge, Thor had discovered that he had lost all of his divine powers. Presently, he bore little distinction from mere mortals. Yet, more pressing was the fact that his beloved hammer, Mjolnir, had gone missing. It refused to answer his call. This was what truly unsettled Thor. If Mjolnir ceased to respond to his summons, could he still be considered the god of thunder? Can he still be regarded as the Grand Prince of Asgard? Thor found himself uncertain. Thus he endeavored to seek a response from Mjolnir. Yet, regardless of the postures he assumed, the incantations he uttered, or the strength he exerted, Mjolnir remained unresponsive to his summons. In his fervent shouting, some even mistook Thor for a madman, nearly leading him to be apprehended by the authorities. When, devoid of any coin, Thor felt the pangs of hunger, he unhesitatingly approached a roadside tavern, indulging in copious amounts of meat and drink. However, as he attempted to depart, he was halted by the waiter. What? Payment? Thor declared his ignorance of such a concept. Thus, he was cheerfully escorted to the police precinct for a cup of tea. Admittedly, this experience was far from pleasant. Although Thor had lost all his divine powers, his robust physique was not easily subdued by mere mortals. After toppling 6 officers in succession, Thor emitted a derisive snort. Was this truly my trial? How exceedingly simple. Soon thereafter, he was rendered unconscious by a taser wielded by an arriving officer. Upon arriving at the precinct, Thor faced a barrage of questioning. Yet the officers deemed him nothing more than a lunatic. The notions of trials and the Prince of Asgard sounded utterly absurd to them. Fortunately, amidst his incoherence, he divulged Lulin's identity and address, prompting the police to locate Lulin. When Lulin learned of Thor's predicament for dining and dashing, he was left speechless. Nevertheless, being his brother, Lulin felt compelled to bail him out. What on earth are you doing? Lulin gazed at Thor in exasperation. How did you end up in the police station? I single-handedly overpowered 6 warriors with my sheer physical strength, Thor proclaimed proudly. So, tell me, have I not proven my valor? Have I not passed the trial? No. Lulin sighed, shaking his head. If you continue down this path, I can assure you that you will fail your trial imminently. Witnessing Thor's reluctance to believe, Lulin proceeded to enlighten him on the common knowledge of Midgard. Upon realizing that he had been combating police officers, Thor gaped in astonishment. No wonder Lulin had warned him that his trial was on the brink of failure. It all made sense now. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Thor fell into a deep gloom. When Lulin offered to assist him with some funds, Thor resolutely declined. I am the Grand Prince of Asgard. I am your brother. If you can accomplish it, so can I, Thor asserted defiantly. Do not underestimate my strength. Unable to sway him, Lulin acquiesced to his resolve. Lulin discreetly dispatched someone to shadow Thor, to prevent him from causing further disturbances. Thor's first day was exceedingly miserable. Aside from being apprehended by the police, he found no place to rest at night. Ultimately spending the night in a park, a passing woman mistakenly believed him to be a vagrant and tossed him a few bills. Upon awakening and discovering the money, Thor was elated, thinking it a lifelong boon, and he promptly tucked it away, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. As a confirmed alcoholic, he found it intolerable to have gone an entire day without drink. The proprietor of the liquor store was no fool. Upon observing Thor's disheveled appearance, he insisted on payment before allowing the sale of any alcohol. Unsurprisingly, Thor was swiftly shown the door, for his scant funds were insufficient to purchase even a drink. After a day of relentless setbacks, Thor finally grasped the workings of Midgard. However, this also exhausted Sif, who had been assigned to monitor Thor. She could not comprehend why. Despite being brothers, the disparity between individuals, nay, between gods, was so vast. She was nearing her wits' end with Thor's foolishness. It had taken him an entire day to understand that living here required money, which must be earned through work. Though he had endured a day of hunger, Thor remained cheerful, believing he had unraveled the essence of this trial. Tomorrow, he simply needed to find a job. With money, he could fill his belly, drink, and thereafter seek his hammer, Mjolnir. Thor was now nearly certain that Odin's trial was to locate his hammer. The arduousness of this quest rendered the challenges he faced along the way a necessary part of his journey. However, had Thor been attuned to the television news, he would have discovered reports of a peculiar hammer in Mexico that no one could lift. Of course, Thor cared little for such matters, and he had no inclination to watch the so-called news. He was lost in his own world, envisioning the scenarios of his trial. On the following day, as he prepared to seek employment, he unwittingly found himself in a situation that left Lulin both amused and exasperated. Thor nearly fell victim to a scheme to become an actor in the San Fernando Valley. What kind of place is San Fernando Valley? Many may have heard of its famed reputation. In summary, San Fernando Valley is another Hollywood in the United States. Though the films produced here are not suitable for theatrical release, the actors working here are affectionately referred to as teachers by those across the ocean, and countless individuals have gleaned a significant portion of physiological knowledge from this place. For American teenagers, the films produced here mark the awakening of their youthful, exuberant hormones. Had it not been for Lulin's timely intervention, it is likely that Thor would have already embarked on a career as an adult film star. In summary, Thor has become a source of great concern. After several days of acclimatization, Thor finally began to grasp how to navigate life in Midgard, prompting him to set off in search of his hammer. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Lulin briefly showed Thor the news on television. With that, Thor set off alone, exuberant and unencumbered, on a quest to find his hammer in Mexico. The events that transpired along the way are of little consequence, as Thor inevitably encountered those he was destined to meet. Just as Lulin thought he would enjoy a few days of respite after sending Thor off, Tony arrived. In recent days, Tony had been frequently visiting, rambling on about nonsensical matters, as if delivering a final testament. Lulin understood the underlying concerns, but with Tony remaining silent and Fury offering no commentary, he felt it inappropriate to interject. As they exchanged idle chatter, Jarvis's voice suddenly interrupted. Mr. Hogan has been affected by a terrorist attack and is in critical condition. I believe you should be informed of this. Hogan, known as Happy, is one of Stark's most trusted individuals, serving as both his driver and bodyguard. Although Tony may not have deemed a bodyguard necessary, Happy embraced the role, and Tony was more than willing to engage in this charade. In essence, aside from Pepper Potts, Happy is Tony's most trusted and closest confidant within Stark Industries. Thus, it is easy to imagine the extent of Tony's fury upon learning of Happy's predicament. Who did this? Tony's face contorted with rage. Jarvis did not provide a direct answer, but instead listed similar terrorist attacks. Calculations suggested an 83% likelihood that this incident was connected to Hydra. Despite the multitude of ongoing attacks, the true nature of the situation remained elusive, with officials unable to ascertain the cause of the explosions. Speculation arose that these acts of terror might indeed be linked to Hydra. Observing the scene of devastation, it took Tony mere seconds to deduce that these so-called terrorist attacks were, in fact, the work of human bombs. Damn it, these lunatics! Tony exclaimed, cursing vehemently. He rose from the bar and began to leave. Do you need my assistance? Lulin inquired. This is my affair, Lulin. Do not meddle. Tony resolutely dismissed Lulin's offer of assistance. With the specter of death looming over him, he resolved to embark on a course of audacious actions. Approaching Happy's hospital room, he cast a glance at the unconscious figure within, and his fury intensified. Upon exiting the hospital, a throng of journalists, having been tipped off, eagerly awaited Tony's emergence. Ever since he donned the mantle of Iron Man, Tony had harbored a disdain for facing the press. Yet today, to everyone's astonishment, he acquiesced to their inquiries. Listen here, you wretched lot, Tony declared with palpable anger. I care not whether you are Hydra, the Ten Rings, or some other disarrayed terror group. I am utterly indifferent. You have provoked me, and for that, I shall unearth you, the vermin lurking in the shadows. Just then, a reporter shouted, Mr. Stark, please take a look at this video. Tony seized the journalist's phone, revealing a bearded man who proclaimed the Ten Rings' responsibility for the terror attacks. The Ten Rings, is it? Tony replied coolly. Before I find you, feel free to come to me. My home is at this address. Come, let us see who ultimately prevails. Meanwhile, Lulin was intently watching the news broadcast. Upon hearing Tony disclose his home address, he could not suppress a sigh. This man, it seemed, had yet to learn his lesson. When Stark returned, Lulin, exasperated, remarked, I believe it would be prudent for you to exercise caution. Am I to fear those individuals? Tony retorted defiantly. You know this is a quest for vengeance. Lulin, this is revenge. Do not interfere with my pursuit. Have you forgotten what I previously said? At the very least, consider Pepper's safety, Lulin urged. He shrugged nonchalantly. If they truly launch a terror attack against you, do you honestly believe you can protect her? Tony's expression hardened. You must have faith in my defenses. Trust me, they shall never breach my security. Is that so? Lulin replied, unimpressed. You doubt me? Tony scoffed. Come, I shall show you the fortifications of my estate. I believe, does that not suffice? Lulin responded, resigned. No, you must accompany me today. With no other option. Lulin entrusted matters to Sif and followed Tony to his seaside villa. Behold, I have equipped it with comprehensive defenses. Lulin glanced out the window and smiled faintly. Look, they have arrived. What? Who has come? At that very moment, Pepper walked in, grumbling as she did. Tony, you have no idea what those board members are up to. To Tony's horror, he noticed 3 combat helicopters outside the window, targeting him. He could even discern the fierce countenance of the pilot. A menacing bald man who maliciously pressed the weapon launch button. Instantly, a barrage of missiles erupted from the helicopters, hurtling towards Tony's villa, while heavy-caliber machine guns mounted on the aircraft began to rake the residents with gunfire. Lulin shrugged helplessly, realizing that this was likely a scene from the plot of Iron Man 3, with company personnel launching an assault on Tony. Perhaps due to the twists of fate, Hydra had somehow become entangled in this affair. It was possible that Hydra had provided technical support, precipitating the events of Iron Man 3 ahead of schedule. By the time the narrative of Iron Man 3 unfolded, Tony had already endured the trials of Iron Man 2, evolving through those experiences, and had faced the cataclysm of the Battle of New York, which had significantly heightened his sense of urgency and strength. He was now equipped to confront the company. Though his hubris had led him into a precarious situation, nevertheless, it was undeniable that without his prior growth, Tony would have been at a considerable disadvantage. Yet Lulin felt no trepidation. Under his tutelage, Tony had become far more formidable than in the original storyline. Thus, Lulin harbored no concerns about Tony's safety. Pepper, Lulin, help me protect Pepper, Tony shouted vehemently. Lulin sighed, waving his hand to conjure a magical barrier before Pepper. Shall I take her away? Lulin glanced at Tony. Are you truly certain you don't need my assistance? Tony donned his armor, declaring, This is my affair, Lulin. You need not interfere. It's my responsibility. Lulin observed Tony's strained demeanor, sighing resignedly. The pressure on Tony seemed indeed overwhelming. Anyone facing imminent peril would feel the weight of such anxiety. He decided to afford him a measure of relief. With another sigh, Lulin escorted Pepper away. In the next moment, the ground trembled violently as countless stones cascaded down. From the outside, the villa perched precariously on the cliff began to collapse, perilously close to plunging into the sea. Inside the villa, despite being caught off guard and in a state of disarray, Tony remained uninjured. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Amidst a flurry of expletives, Tony sprang forth from the rubble. Lulin, witnessing Tony's disheveled state, could not suppress a mocking laugh. They've already completed their business and departed, you know? It appears that the defenses of your villa are rather inadequate, Lulin remarked casually. Do you truly not require assistance? Tony's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white. Lulin was entirely correct, and he felt thoroughly embarrassed. Yet, he had no desire to counter Lulin's words, for had Lulin not been present today, he could scarcely fathom the dangers Pepper might have faced. First it was Happy, and now it was Pepper. Tony's simmering anger was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Nevertheless, I am grateful to you. Are you not pursuing them? Those individuals will soon vanish from sight. Lulin gestured toward the helicopter that was nearly disappearing into the horizon. Or do you intend to concede defeat? Tony cast a glance at the distant helicopter, his voice filled with ire as he declared, I shall teach them a proper lesson. With that, Tony soared into the sky, albeit with an erratic ascent and descent. It was evident that his armor had sustained significant damage during the previous battle. Yet in his desire to maintain appearances, Tony refrained from disclosing this and did not wait for repairs to be completed before taking flight. Lulin could not suppress a chuckle. This fellow's obsession with pride remained unchanged. What on earth is happening? Is Tony in danger? Pepper gazed anxiously at the retreating figure of Tony. Do you know what has transpired with him recently? He is gravely ill. What? A multitude of question marks appeared above Pepper's head. Have you not noticed that he is severely poisoned by palladium? He requires medication daily to alleviate his condition. What? How could that be? Pepper was on the brink of despair. There's no need to fret. I am here. Lulin replied with a faint smile. Rest assured, he will be fine. This is merely a necessary part of his growth. He is resilient and not easily perishable, and we will not allow him to perish. Upon hearing Lulin's words, Pepper finally regained her composure. This man has been concealing everything from me. Pepper exclaimed in anger. I must resign. I absolutely must resign. Do not worry. We too have been kept in the dark. Lulin remarked nonchalantly. Tony simply underestimated my ability to perceive the truth. In any case, I must express my gratitude to you. Pepper bowed slightly. Had it not been for your care of Tony, I truly would not know what to do. It is of no consequence, Lulin replied. You should also exercise caution in the coming days. Those who cannot contend with Tony may turn their attention toward you. Consider whether you have encountered any suspicious individuals recently and best keep your distance from them. Is that so? Pepper pondered thoughtfully. I will be vigilant. Tony pursued those individuals, leaving all remaining matters in the hands of Pepper. In order to assist Tony, Pepper Potts must convene a press conference and contend with the journalists. In short, she has a multitude of responsibilities. Tony has entrusted this matter to you. I hope you ensure his safety. Rest assured. Lulin waved his hand dismissively as he departed. I will keep a vigilant eye on him. Although the narrative has shifted, Lulin remains convinced that Tony's journey will ultimately be devoid of peril. Moreover, let us not forget the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury is eager to curry favor with Tony, hoping to recruit him into the Avengers, and thus, he would never allow any harm to befall Tony. The most crucial factor is that Lulin is also present. Should Tony find himself in mortal danger, as long as there is breath in his body, Lulin is capable of rescuing him. To prevent S.H.I.E.L.D. from being unaware of the situation, Lulin took the initiative to place a call to Fury. Your opportunity has arrived. What opportunity? Fury queried, slightly puzzled. The matter concerning Tony, Lulin replied. He is currently under immense pressure, making it an opportune moment for you to intervene. If you delay for a few more days, persuading Tony to join your Avengers may become impossible. Upon hearing Lulin's words, Fury became immediately excited. He scarcely had time to express his gratitude before rushing off to devise a strategy to approach Tony. After hanging up the phone, Lulin's eyes flickered slightly. He had received a mission from the system. Initially, Lulin had no intention of meddling in Tony's personal grievances, as they were ultimately the consequences of Tony's own youthful indiscretions. However, since the system had issued a task, he felt compelled to act. motivated by the necessity of completing his daily check-ins and obtaining rewards. After some contemplation, he realized that he could not locate the hideout or the laboratory of those individuals on his own. Therefore, Lu Lin contacted Fury once more, requesting intelligence support. Upon receiving Lu Lin's call, Fury was taken aback with delight. He had not anticipated Lu Lin would be so eager to assist, and without hesitation, he provided Lu Lin with all available intelligence. Chapter 79. It is important to note that due to the recent terror attacks, both the Congress and the Council had placed tremendous pressure on him. To navigate these challenges, Fury was nearly at his wit's end. With Lu Lin stepping forward to offer his help, there was no reason for him to decline. He promptly shared all the intelligence he possessed with Lu Lin and allocated half of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. agents to assist him. Lu Lin was pleasantly surprised by Fury's overwhelming support, which would undoubtedly save him considerable time and effort. Meanwhile, in Texas, Tony, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, let out a tremendous sneeze. He wiped the mucus from his face with his frozen fingers and glanced at the armored suit behind him, which had finally acknowledged its limitations. Letting out a resigned sigh. Damn it. Tony surveyed his surroundings, but ultimately found himself unable to continue. If this persisted, he would succumb to the cold. During the recent skirmish, his armor had sustained damage and crashed to the ground, rendering the communication module utterly inoperative and nearly impossible to repair. It wasn't that his defenses were inadequate. Rather, he had rushed out in haste, lacking sufficient energy, and the components of his armor had not been fully assembled. Furthermore, his energy circulation system had malfunctioned, transforming his once formidable suit into a mere heap of scrap. Why is it always an energy issue? Tony cursed inwardly, wondering when this energy dilemma would ever be resolved. As he felt his strength waning, he reluctantly sought assistance from Lu Lin. Lu Lin, are you there? Lu Lin, help me. In the biting wind, snowflakes fell as Tony shouted foolishly at the sky. However, after a full 10 minutes of waiting, silence enveloped him, with no one in sight. Damn it, Tony muttered, chastising Lu Lin for promising to help only to abandon him in his time of need. What good are you? High above, Lu Lin observed Tony trudging along in his armor, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. He was rather petty, wasn't he? I'll remember that insult. This isn't over. After casting a glance at a nearby gas station and a farmhouse, Lu Lin turned away from Tony and departed. He was off to eliminate the designated target. The task assigned by the system was not particularly stringent. It merely required the reduction of enemy forces. Meanwhile, after an arduous half-hour of struggling forward, Tony finally stumbled upon civilization. Starving and cold, he intended to find a tavern to rest, but alas, he was perpetually without money, and the innkeeper naturally refused him accommodation. Even claiming to be Iron Man was of no avail. Fortunately, the innkeeper, seeing his dire state, offered him a coat, preventing him from freezing to death on the street. Tony had hoped that his visage would at least earn him some food and clothing, yet everyone he encountered regarded him with suspicion. No one was willing to extend a helping hand. He felt that if he failed to find clothing or sustenance soon, he might very well perish from the cold. With no other options, he ultimately resolved to spend the night in a pile of straw within a nearby warehouse. The straw was surprisingly warm, providing a degree of comfort. Even though Tony knew it was trespassing, he had no choice. The streets were simply too frigid. Damn the 10 rings. Damn Lu Lin. Damn it all. Tony shivered as he cursed. He intended to wait a while, hoping his body temperature would recover slightly before he got up to steal some clothing. At the current pace, if he did not hasten to find some garments, he might perish from the cold before he could locate those individuals. Just then, the warehouse door was suddenly flung open, and a young boy entered. The boy was momentarily taken aback. Harry's gaze flickered between Tony and the Iron Man armor. He could scarcely believe he was in the presence of his idol. As a child, he did not harbor complex thoughts. He accepted what he saw at face value. Upon seeing Tony in the Iron Man suit, he naturally assumed that Tony was indeed Iron Man goodness. Could you possibly be sure? Tony quickly raised a finger to his lips. Fortunately, being merely a child, he was still manageable. Had it been an adult, they might have drawn a weapon immediately. Harry hastily covered his mouth. How did you end up here? Were you defeated by the bad guys? I encountered some difficulties, Tony replied, somewhat awkwardly. Not exactly defeated. Just, I understand. Harry exclaimed excitedly. You plan to make a comeback, right? How can I assist you? Half an hour later, Tony was eating the cold sandwich that the boy had pilfered from the refrigerator while using a garage battery to recharge his armor. He was clad in the clothes the boy had stolen from his father. As he repaired the armor, Tony reassured Harry, urging him not to disclose his presence. Meanwhile, Rillian was launching a raid on the 10 Rings gang's stronghold. To be precise, he was going in to eliminate the leader, leaving the rest to the agents to handle. Although known as the Ten Rings, these individuals were essentially corporate operatives, deeply entwined with the military. After all, where else would the disabled veterans come from? Initially, Killian had operated with great discretion, and no one was aware of the gang's connection to him. Thus, despite the gang's ongoing acts of terror, it had not adversely affected their operations. However, now that the situation had escalated so dramatically, it was no longer tenable, and no one dared to risk their necks to provide protection at this juncture. In a matter of a single night, the entire New York was in utter ruin. The military had initially attempted to shield Killian, as they were researching super soldiers and had made some significant progress. How could they bear to abandon such an individual? It is well known that the U.S. military has long coveted the super soldier program. Nevertheless, they were adamant about avoiding any association with acts of terrorism, especially with S.H.I.E.L.D. now involved. The military personnel expressed their indifference towards the individual in question, leaving the matter to unfold as it may. Consequently, Lu Lin's actions faced no hindrance. He effortlessly eliminated all strongholds and subsidiaries in New York. Beyond these locations, other branches existed across the United States. Yet Lu Lin deemed it unnecessary to intervene personally, entrusting those matters to S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the headquarters, it was merely a toy for Tony, and Lu Lin had no desire to contest it with him. His sole objective was to secure Killian's head. Chapter 80. Regrettably, Killian seemed to have received some prior warning. As Lu Lin could not find any trace of him in New York, he speculated that the individual was likely entangled in a love-hate relationship with Tony at the headquarters. Ultimately, Lu Lin intended to make his appearance at the critical moment to seize the prize. As for the events transpiring with Tony, they were of no concern to Lu Lin. As long as Tony remained unharmed, that was sufficient. Lu Lin was not Tony's caretaker, and it was not his responsibility to ensure Tony's safety. Such matters were meant to be resolved by Tony himself. Lu Lin bore no grudges, absolutely not. Meanwhile, Thor encountered a group of scientists while en route to Mexico. What did you say? Jane asked, looking at Thor with amusement. You are the god of thunder? Indeed. Thor replied with a serious demeanor. I am participating in a trial for the throne of Asgard. Thor, lacking in subtlety, divulged all details without hesitation. Although my brother has embarked on the trial ahead of me, he added confidently, I believe I can succeed before him. We are scientists, Jane chuckled. And we subscribe to materialism. We do not believe in gods, ghosts, or monsters. Materialism? Thor inquired, perplexed. Is that a product of Midgard? One must admit, Thor, you possess some knowledge of mythology, Jane remarked with a smile, but I cannot place my faith in you. That remains to be seen, one of Jane's companions interjected. You must acknowledge that strange occurrences have emerged before. Are you about to claim that you've heard tales of demons or skeletal knights from a friend? Jane rolled her eyes. I have told you, those are merely urban legends, unworthy of belief. The woman shrugged. I do not wish to quarrel with you. Yet I can only assert that many mysteries remain unsolved in this world. You ought to know this better than I, Jane. Jane inhaled deeply, unwilling to engage in a dispute with her companions. This was not their first debate on the subject, and they had yet to reach a conclusive resolution. Jane is a steadfast materialist. She harbors no belief in magic or deities, and although she identifies as a Christian, she seldom attends church. Nor does she entertain the notion of embracing such fanciful ideas. In stark contrast, her friend possesses a profound fascination with mysticism and urban legends, often delving into studies related to these enigmatic subjects. This journey to Mexico is, for Jane, an opportunity to validate her conviction that such absurdities as ghosts and supernatural phenomena do not exist in our world. Only science prevails. Jane is resolute in her belief that if she can make her companions recognize the tangible reality of the world, they will inevitably come to trust her. She dismisses the notion of any hammer that no one can lift as mere nonsense, asserting that such possibilities are non-existent. It is undoubtedly a trick employed by the locals to attract tourism. There must be some mechanism at play, she asserts with unwavering confidence. No, only those deemed worthy by Mjolnir can wield it. I am absolutely certain of this. Thor interjects with self-assurance. Silence. If you continue to spout nonsense, I shall throw you off this vehicle. Jane retorts fiercely. Thor promptly falls silent, conceding to her demand. Having endured the trials of modern society, Thor has matured considerably. Moreover, he has lost his divine powers. In the past, he would have ensured that this woman learned the consequences of belittling the god of thunder, but now, in pursuit of his trials, he deems it prudent to adhere to Jane's rules. After all, should she choose not to take him along, he would be forced to trek to Mexico on foot. Given the distance, it is uncertain how long that journey might take. Meanwhile, as Thor bickers with his future companion en route to Mexico, Stark has finally dealt with Killian. Killian had attempted to kidnap Pepper in order to threaten Tony, but fortunately, with Lulin's warning, Pepper was well prepared. Unsurprisingly, Killian's plans swiftly unraveled. At this juncture, although Killian's research is nearly perfected, he has yet to establish a deep collaboration with the military, resulting in a severe shortage of experimental materials. Aside from a handful of trained ordinary individuals, he possesses very few genetically modified warriors enhanced by the extremist virus, and most of those available are unstable. The only stable specimen remains the extremist virus within Killian himself. Consequently, although Tony lacks the extensive armor battalion present in the original narrative, he now faces only Killian in combat. Their confrontation unfolds as a back-and-forth exchange, each evenly matched. Lurking in the shadows, Lulin seized the opportunity to strike Killian, successfully claiming his head and securing the mission's reward. This was executed with such stealth that even Tony remained oblivious. Following this incident, Tony dove headlong into his laboratory. Remarkably, he emerged after only half a day, having thoroughly refined his armor. He even employed nanotechnology, elevating the combat capabilities of his suit to an entirely new level. Regarding the energy issue, he opted to install several additional reactors. When Lulin next encountered Tony, he was taken aback by the transformation. "Why do you insist on putting on a brave face?" Lulin sighed, shaking his head. With a snap of his fingers, Tony's complexion visibly improved. What? What happened? What did you do to me?" Tony exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Lulin. "It was merely a minor case of metal element poisoning, considering your ghastly appearance," Lulin retorted with a roll of his eyes. "I was merely testing your current physical condition." Tony glanced at the life signs monitor he had on him, astonished to discover that the palladium levels in his body had plummeted to 0. "How did you achieve this?" Tony gazed at Lulin in amazement. "Just a little healing magic." Lulin replied nonchalantly. "I told you, I am proficient in various forms of magic. Have you forgotten?" He added, "If you truly cannot resolve this issue, perhaps you should consult Fury. He might possess some insights." "How do you know this?" Tony regarded Lulin with skepticism. "Have you forgotten? I am a god, a deity of Asgard," Lulin shrugged. Chapter 81. Tony found himself at a loss for words. He understood that when Lulin made such declarations, it indicated his reluctance to divulge the truth. Having spent considerable time with Lulin, Tony had long since discerned his temperament. If Lulin was unwilling to share, Tony deemed it pointless to press further. Unless Lulin chose to reveal it, he knew he would not extract any information. "Wait, we have some old friends arriving," Lulin remarked, glancing at the sky. "Shall we go out to greet them?" "Old friends?" Tony mused, looking thoughtfully at the sky before soaring into space alongside Lulin. In the vastness of space, Star-Lord was startled to see the two figures floating before him. However, upon recognizing their identities, he immediately waved his hands in excitement. Soon, the spaceship opened, and Tony and Lulin stepped inside. Upon entering, Lulin was astonished to find several remarkably familiar faces aboard the ship. The green Gamora, the red Drax, a small raccoon, and a tree-like creature that can only utter the phrase "I am Groot." What an astonishing assembly. Lulin stole a curious glance at Star-Lord, intrigued by how these individuals had come together, particularly in the absence of the narrative from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. "Hey, remember the bounty hunter team I mentioned before?" Star-Lord exclaimed with enthusiasm. "These are my crew." "No, you are my crew," Rocket Raccoon retorted indignantly. "I am the captain." "I am." "No, I am the captain," Star-Lord declared with utmost conviction. As the two seemed poised to engage in a heated argument, Lulin quickly intervened. "Perhaps we should begin with mutual introductions." After a round of introductions, the group became somewhat acquainted. "So, why have you strayed from your bounty hunting to come to Earth? Are you feeling homesick?" "Not quite," Star-Lord replied with a mischievous grin, revealing the backstory. Driven by a sense of vengeance, or perhaps some other motive, the events of that day on Xander had been broadcast across the cosmos. Now, the entire universe was aware that the Power Stone was in Lulin's possession. However, as the rumors spread, they morphed, leading many to believe that it was Star-Lord who had vanquished the Kree Empire. Upon hearing this, Lulin understood the situation. It was not merely a distortion of rumors. Star-Lord had likely boasted before others, allowing his words to twist the narrative. As he contemplated this, Star-Lord felt a twinge of guilt and swiftly brushed it aside. Nonetheless, Star-Lord had come because he had learned of another Infinity Stone's whereabouts. Someone was willing to pay handsomely to hire Star-Lord to retrieve that stone. Although he did not know which Infinity Stone it was, he was certain of its authenticity. Yet, given their current capabilities, they would be unable to obtain the stone alone, which is why Star-Lord thought of Lulin and Tony on Earth. "What do you say? Are you interested in this venture?" Star-Lord rubbed his hands together excitedly. "If you're intrigued by the stone, I only require a small portion as commission upon its recovery. If you are not interested in the stone, we can sell it afterward and split the proceeds 50-50. How does that sound? Lulan glanced at Tony. What do you think? Care to consider it? Each Infinity Stone possesses immense power. The Power Stone could potentially resolve the issues you face. Tony was evidently swayed by Lulan's proposal. Although he had Lulan's protection and need not worry about death at present, he realized that continuing in such a manner was not a sustainable solution. Thus, he resolved to embark on a quest with Lulan to seek out the legendary Infinity Stone. As for what to do once they succeeded, the group tacitly chose to avoid that topic. After all, the stone had yet to be discovered, and discussing matters of division at this juncture seemed rather premature. During their journey to locate the Infinity Stone, they casually undertook several bounty missions. These tasks were trivial for Star-Lord and his companions, naturally consuming minimal time. Soon enough, amidst the skirmishes, the group began to bond. Meanwhile, Tony gradually found himself intrigued by Star-Lord's companions, particularly Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Drax, who possessed a fascinating charm. Rocket Raccoon, a product of genetic engineering, also displayed remarkable mechanical ingenuity. However, upon learning of Rocket's past struggles, Tony would never dare to offend him. To exploit another's wounds for the sake of mockery transcended mere wit. It reflected a profound flaw in character. In his former self, Tony might have engaged in such behavior, but he had since transformed, incapable of such actions. Gamora and Drax, at first glance, bore a striking resemblance to ordinary humans aside from their skin tones. Yet their combat prowess far surpassed that of Earthlings. It is well known that many mechanical designs draw inspiration from biological forms. The study of how to maximize efficiency in mechanical design and how to conserve energy is of paramount importance. Thus, Tony developed a keen interest in Gamora's muscular composition. Drax's strength stemmed from the battle markings adorning his body, which Tony speculated were akin to electronic circuitry. This curiosity led him to ponder whether these markings could be integrated into his armor. Should these battle markings be applicable to his suit, they could potentially yield significant enhancements, perhaps even unlocking the gateway to arcane research. Conversely, if they could not be utilized, the reasons behind such limitations warranted thorough investigation. Before delving into these inquiries, however, Tony recognized the necessity of fostering amicable relations with his companions. He was acutely aware that expressing a desire to study Gamora and Drax's physiological structures would likely lead to discord, especially upon discovering that Drax was the last surviving member of his civilization. With the battle markings being utterly unique, Tony became increasingly cautious. After all, these markings represented a nearly lost heritage, and the value placed upon them would undoubtedly be exorbitant. If a solid rapport were not established, it was likely that discussions regarding such matters would never even commence. Thus, Tony exercised considerable caution. However, after spending a few days together, he began to develop an affection for this small team. Chapter 82. For Tony could discern that they were indeed the kind of individuals who would recklessly rush to protect their friends in times of danger. Although he was unaware of their past experiences, the bond they shared was undeniably genuine. Perhaps some might deny it vocally, yet when a friend faces peril, they would undoubtedly step forward without hesitation. This is a certainty. Such camaraderie was precisely what Tony yearned for. Around him were only Pepper and Happy, and, oh yes, Obadiah. But since Obadiah had betrayed him, there was no need to mention him further. Do you know, Star-Lord, there is a renowned individual on Earth named Douglas Adams, who articulated a rather intriguing set of 3 laws of technology. These laws are, naturally, divided into 3 tenets. First, all inventions created before my birth are taken for granted. Second, all inventions conceived between the ages of 15 and 35 are destined to change the world. Third, all inventions developed after the age of 35 are deemed anti-human. Furthermore, the implications of these technological laws extend to the realm of culture as well. You could straightforwardly label me as an antiquated relic of culture without the need for such circumlocution. Star-Lord rolled his eyes. If you dislike it so much, may I at least wear my headphones? Upon witnessing this scene, the others erupted in laughter. Star-Lord's exasperated expression was indeed quite comical. Moreover, the group had their fair share of critiques regarding Star-Lord's taste, except for Gamora. At that moment, a streak of light flashed outside the spaceship. A gentle elderly man appeared before them. I presume you are my child. The group exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately directing their attention toward Lulan. What? Lulan exclaimed, his face riddled with confusion. You mean me? Indeed, Ego replied with a kind smile. Who else could possess such formidable power? Lulan rolled his eyes. I am a prince of Asgard, not your child. Asgard. Ego paused momentarily. He was, of course, aware of Asgard's existence and its significance. However, the claim that Lulin was a prince of Asgard made Ego somewhat reluctant to believe. Lulin gestured toward Star-Lord. He is your son. Ego hesitated briefly before responding with a gentle smile. How could this earthling possibly be my child? Ego shook his head. There is no need for pretense any longer. I have heard the whispers throughout the cosmos, and I can sense the presence of the Power Stone within you. Admit it, you are not the Prince of Asgard. But my child, though I am uncertain as to why you chose to masquerade as an Asgardian, the time has come for you to return to my embrace. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt the undeniable connection of our bloodline, Ego stated earnestly. Regardless, this fool could never be my offspring. I warn you to tread carefully with your words. I am the illustrious Star-Lord. Star-Lord exclaimed in fury, leaping to his feet. Do not be so harsh. A lack of intelligence is not your fault, Rocket Raccoon interjected mischievously. Drax, meanwhile, laughed heartily. Even if you are more foolish than I shall not discriminate against you. As tensions mounted and it seemed a brawl was imminent, Lulin spoke calmly. You have truly mistaken your identity. However, since you refuse to believe me, I shall demonstrate it for you. With that, Lulin produced the Power Stone and pulled Star-Lord towards him. Before anyone could react, Lulin slapped the Power Stone into Star-Lord's hand. In the next instant, a violet radiance erupted from Star-Lord. Waves of destructive energy surged throughout the spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, the ship was utterly annihilated. Thanks to Tony's quick thinking, he provided everyone with protective suits that would allow them to survive in the vacuum of space. Without them, asphyxiation would have been inevitable. Lulin was taken aback by the unexpected intensity of the Power Stone's reaction upon coming into contact with Star-Lord. Star-Lord's cries of distress echoed as Lulin delivered a sharp slap to awaken him. That is quite enough. By this time, Lulin had retrieved the Power Stone from Star-Lord's grasp. And in Lulin's hands, it once again assumed its docile demeanor. Star-Lord, coming to his senses, exclaimed, Wait, am I all right? Lulin shrugged, casting a resigned glance at Ego. Admit it, he is indeed your son. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Ego ultimately acquiesced to this revelation. Although this man appeared somewhat dim-witted, his ability to touch the Power Stone and the magnitude of its reaction served as sufficient proof of his lineage. Despite a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, such as why Ego would be his father and how Lulin possessed such knowledge, the group decided to accompany Ego to his planet. However, due to the spacecraft being rendered inoperable by the Power Stone's energy, they were forced to make an emergency landing nearby. After deliberation, though it was more akin to a draw, Rocket Raccoon and Groot volunteered to remain behind to repair the spacecraft. Damn it, my luck is abysmal. Rocket Raccoon grumbled. I am Groot, Groot replied. With a sigh, Rocket declared, Let us commence. We must expedite this task and catch up with them. They have already sent us their location. We simply need to head there directly. With that, the two commenced their diligent repairs on the ship. Hurry, hurry. We might still catch the tail end of their gathering. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, the others exchanged silent glances at a loss for words. On Ego's vessel, they encountered a peculiar woman, adorned with two antennae atop her head and eyes as dark as night. Indeed, she was Mantis. Though curiosity piqued within them, none dared to inquire about her antennae, as it would be deemed exceedingly rude. However, Drax, with his forthright demeanor, paid no heed to such considerations. Without hesitation, he bluntly asked, What purpose do those antennae serve? Mantis, though somewhat anxious and shy, proceeded to share her origins with the group. Her name was Mantis, and she had grown up alone on Ego's planet. Possessing an innate ability to empathize with others, her antennae were the instruments of this ability. Chapter 83. The two antennae atop Mantis's head enabled her to influence the emotions of other beings. On Ego's planet, her primary task involved aiding Ego, who had an unstable temperament, in falling asleep. Mantis looked at Ego with a somewhat mystical expression and said, I need to help him sleep. Wow, how extraordinary, Drax exclaimed, then inquired, So, does that mean you are his pet? Why are you pulling me? Drax looked at Star-Lord with curiosity. No, I am merely Star-Lord feeling a bit awkward. He never anticipated Drax would utter such an absurd remark. Such an offensive question would surely provoke anyone. Yet, to his surprise, Mantis merely smiled and shook her head in denial. I am not a pet. I am myself, and Ego is Ego. I have never been anyone's pet. Does that not anger you? Star-Lord asked cautiously. Why would I be angry? Mantis tilted her head, innocently questioning. He merely asked me a perfectly normal question. Why should I feel anger? Now it was Star-Lord's turn to be rendered speechless. Mantis possesses a certain innocence, having never been tainted by notions of malevolence throughout her life. She remains unperturbed by any circumstance and is never offended by the troubles of others. As a being attuned to the hearts of those around her, her mind is a realm of purity, evoking a subtle sense of contrast. This may be attributed to her singular companionship with Ego since birth. In truth, Ego harbors a degree of wariness towards Mantis, never revealing the depths of his innermost secrets to her. The convergence of various factors has ultimately shaped Mantis's naive and endearing disposition. Star-Lord shrugged, suddenly recognizing that, in a certain light, Drax and Mantis seemed an impeccable pair. Drax is consumed by thoughts of muscle, rarely contemplating anything beyond that. This leads to his being somewhat of a perplexing individual in terms of both intellect and emotional intelligence. Mantis, too, shares this trait. Although she can sense the emotions of others and read minds through touch, her innocence renders her oblivious to the complexities of the world. In a sense, despite their differing reasons, the outcomes for both are strikingly similar, thus their paths converge in an unexpected manner. As they conversed, time swiftly passed, and the group finally arrived at their destination, Ego's planet. Though small in size, this celestial body is extraordinarily beautiful, perhaps driven by an appreciation for aesthetics. Ego has adorned this planet splendidly. After all, it is his essence, and embellishing one's own form is a perfectly natural inclination. On Ego's planet, a harmonious blend of architecture and natural flora exists. In certain areas, plants have even become integral parts of the structures, serving as the very foundation of the buildings. Some rooms feature furniture and beds crafted from the growth of these plants, creating a scene of exquisite harmony. Anyone who sets foot here would find it difficult to resist the allure of such breathtaking beauty. However, upon arriving on this planet, Lulin keenly sensed an underlying disquiet. Moments later, he discerned the source of this unease. Ego's essence emanates an unusual psychic field, affecting any beings that arrive on his planet. Yet, for Lulin, the influence is almost negligible, merely leaving him with a sense of discomfort. Even Tony, a fellow Earthling, feels little to no effect, experiencing no unusual sensations. Nevertheless, it is certain that prolonged exposure to this environment would inevitably leave Tony altered in some way. However, the precise manifestation of this influence remains elusive to Lulin. He is unaware of Ego's methods, leaving him unable to form a judgment. Yet, Lulin can surmise certain aspects. Ultimately, the outcome is likely to be an overwhelming adoration for Ego, elevating him to the status of a deity within their hearts. The fate of such beings may well be to become mere sustenance for Ego, vanishing from existence. Although this psychological impact is not overtly apparent, one could easily remain immune to it unless they reside here continuously. Only an individual as peculiar as Lulin could discern this subtlety. Concurrently, Lulin notes that this seemingly negligible influence on individuals like them becomes markedly different in the case of Star-Lord. He keenly observes that, over time, Star-Lord's hostility and estrangement towards his so-called father are gradually diminishing. At this rate, it may not be long before Star-Lord succumbs entirely to Ego's grasp. Nevertheless, Lulin harbors no concern regarding this development. Historically, Star-Lord has been able to awaken from such a state, ultimately turning the tables on Ego. Lulin has faith that the current Star-Lord is equally capable. Thus, he refrains from intervening in Star-Lord's descent, believing it to be a crucial part of his growth. Moreover, if he were to abruptly declare that Star-Lord should not acknowledge his father, labeling him as a villain, and then proceed to eliminate Ego with a single blow, it would likely breed resentment rather than gratitude in Star-Lord. Such a thankless endeavor is one Lulin is unwilling to undertake. Upon disembarking from the spacecraft, Star-Lord and his companions dashed outside with great enthusiasm. The breathtaking natural scenery they beheld is a rarity, even amidst the cosmos. Beautiful and harmonious landscapes are few and far between. Planets capable of supporting life are exceedingly scarce, and most of these harbor intelligent beings. Planets without the evolution of such beings lack any significant beauty to speak of. When intelligent life exists, the natural environments of these worlds are invariably altered and utilized by them. Thus, pristine ecosystems, untouched by intelligent life, are exceedingly uncommon throughout the universe. In contrast, bizarre extraterrestrial technology and desolate landscapes are far more prevalent. While Star-Lord and his companions hurriedly ventured forth, Gamora lingered, burdened by a persistent question. Chapter 84 finds her standing beside Ego, confronting the ever-gentle visage of Ego, unable to quell the inquiries swirling within her mind. Although she joined this group solely in pursuit of the Infinity Stones, to her, these individuals were merely instruments for mutual exploitation. Nonetheless, It must be acknowledged that Gamora had been an active participant in this small circle for a considerable period. To assert that there were no feelings among them would be a statement even Gamora herself could not wholly believe. Despite her constant admonitions to remain emotionally detached from these individuals. However, can feelings truly be governed by mere will? While she professed the need to control her emotions and to avoid entanglements, in reality, Gamora had already succumbed to her affections. The fact that she shared a room with Star-Lord at night was indicative of a deeper issue, was it not? Regardless of how much she attempted to conceal her emotions or admonish herself, the dynamics of their interactions spoke volumes. Therefore, even though this man claimed to be Ego's father and exuded a subtle sense of menace, she ultimately voiced the question that lingered in her heart. Who are you, truly? Or rather, what are you? Others may have overlooked this matter, yet she had observed clearly that when Ego first appeared, he traversed the cosmos solely by the strength of his physical form. This was most unusual. Do not be deceived by the seemingly empty vastness of the universe, which may appear peaceful and serene. In truth, the beings capable of surviving in the cosmos solely through their corporeal forms are exceedingly rare. Each such being, or rather, each of these races, is immensely powerful within the universe. For instance, the Asgardians, one of whom stood before Gamora, Loki. Consider also Thanos and his formidable subordinates. Although Gamora herself was a distinguished operative under Thanos, to navigate the universe freely, she required life support systems and devices. The fact that Ego could achieve this indicated that he was an exceptionally powerful entity. Yet Star-Lord had always believed himself to be merely an ordinary man. How could his father possess such extraordinary strength? Gamora sensed something was amiss, profoundly so. Ego said slowly, wearing a disingenuous, benevolent smile, I am but an ordinary being. Please, follow me. The group trailed behind Ego into a chamber imbued with a futuristic technological aesthetic. Within this room, Ego began to recount his origins. Initially, he was merely a brain, devoid of any powers, possessing only a nebulous awareness of the external world. He spent millions of years gradually mastering the power of molecules, ultimately constructing a planetary shell outside his own brain. Through millions of years of evolution, it transformed into the diminutive planet they now behold. Ego introduced himself as one who could wield molecular-level power. What a concept that is. It is important to note that this was his capability from millions of years ago. The extent of his growth in the present remains a mystery to all. In fact, within the original Marvel Universe, Ego was designated as a member of the Celestials. Yet he is perhaps the most tragically defeated among them in history. To elaborate, Ego's strength is far from negligible. Upon his initial appearance, he effortlessly obliterated the vast fleet of Sovereign with a single blow. His true form possessed at least the minimum ability to manipulate molecular forces. To perish at the hands of a mere Sovereign battery bomb is rather humiliating and somewhat arbitrary, no matter how formidable he may be. This is the standalone film of the Guardians of the Galaxy, and even the mightiest cannot contend with those who operate beyond the ordinary. In truth, should anyone attempt to replicate such a method to vanquish Ego, the only outcome would be their own disintegration at his hands. Setting aside the challenges of confronting a manifestation of Ego, whose powers rival those of a celestial, even if one were to fortuitously breach the crust, Ego could still manipulate it to reduce them to dust. Who can fathom the extent to which his abilities have evolved over the years? It is conceivable that he might even control atomic level or even more subatomic particles. Regarding the original Marvel Cinematic Universe, Ego's essence was significantly influenced by his adversary, Star-Lord. Not only was he incapable of controlling molecular substances, but he could not even govern the very shell that constituted his being. Under Star-Lord's influence, Ego ultimately met a tragic end at the hands of a small bomb, wielded by the youthful Groot. Though Lulin was aware of Ego's past and his intentions, he did not intervene. He desired to witness the full extent of Ego's powers and to ascertain whether he himself had reached the level of the Celestials. Despite his rather undignified demise in the original narrative, Ego appeared to lack the grandeur typically associated with the Celestials. Consider the nature of the other Celestials. Creating races and annihilating worlds is but a fleeting gesture for them. In stark contrast, Ego was defeated by a handful of ordinary individuals, which is indeed a slight against the Celestial legacy. However, it cannot be denied that Ego is a legitimate Celestial. Had he not fallen victim to a narrative contrivance, he possessed truly formidable strength. Lulin yearned to ascertain his current prowess as a benchmark for evaluating his abilities. The formidable Ego from the God Squad undoubtedly served as an apt comparison. However, at this moment, he had no intention of indulging in Ego's idle chatter. Suddenly, a thought struck Lulin, prompting him to discreetly access the system panel. where he discovered he could indeed sign in. This was the legendary God Squad, a rare entity seldom encountered, and he was eager to uncover the rewards that such a signing might bestow upon him. In the next instant, his mouth fell agape. Superman's physique, silver, Lu Lin could hardly believe his eyes. Was Ego truly this generous? He promptly delved into the manual provided by the system. Upon finishing the reading, he realized that this so-called Superman's physique was far more potent than he had ever imagined. In his previous life, there had always been classifications of Superman, such as Golden Superman, Silver Superman, and Bronze Superman. In truth, these classifications referred to different entities. Some denoted superheroes from particular eras, while others described specific forms of Superman. For instance, the Golden Superman refers to the pinnacle of Superman's evolution within a certain narrative. In this form, Superman's power vastly surpasses that of the so-called God Squad, equating him to a being of ultimate cosmic caliber. He possesses omniscience and omnipotence, capable of manifesting in any location at any time. The notion of a temporal paradox is merely a jest to him. Nothing can inflict harm upon him. Conversely, the Bronze Superman represents the iteration following the Silver Age, characterized by considerable diminishment in power and the emergence of numerous vulnerabilities. This version of Superman is most frequently depicted in contemporary media. The Silver Superman, on the other hand, resides in the era preceding the Bronze Age. The strength of Superman during this phase is still within acceptable limits, yet it far exceeds the limits of human imagination. How formidable is the Silver Superman? With a mere breath, he could extinguish the sun. A sneeze could obliterate a stellar system. He could tether planets with chains and drag a multitude of them through the cosmos. He could even reposition Earth into its rightful orbit with just a gust. This era's Superman is so immensely powerful that it borders on tedium. Aside from kryptonite, he bears no apparent weaknesses, and even magic fails to thwart him. The Superman's physique that Lu Lin acquired through signing in belongs to this era's Superman. However, despite the formidable nature of this physique, its powers necessitate gradual development by Lu Lin. For now, he is far from capable of such exaggerated feats as extinguishing the sun with a single breath. Although development is necessary, it also implies that Lu Lin's future is virtually limitless. The concept of a being like the Silver Surfer, who can effortlessly manipulate the existence of the multiverse, may be a fanciful notion. However, the transformation into a Golden Surfer is not beyond the realm of possibility. Given sufficient time, Lu Lin believes he can evolve his Silver Surfer capabilities to that of a Golden Surfer. In the original narrative, the Surfer's evolution to the Golden form took nearly 10,000 years, during which he encountered myriad experiences. Lu Lin is not overly ambitious. If it took the Surfer 10 millennia, with the aid of a system, he feels that achieving a similar evolution within 1 or 2,000 years should be quite feasible. Yet, Lu Lin is not one to become easily overzealous. He promptly began to investigate the Surfer's vulnerabilities. It is well known that the greatest weakness of the Surfer is kryptonite. However, therein lies the dilemma. This is Marvel, is it not? Where would kryptonite even come from? Despite this uncertainty, Lu Lin found some solace. Although he possesses the abilities of the Silver Surfer, it does not imply that the Silver Surfer has supplanted his own physical form. Rather, the Silver Surfer is merely one of his abilities. The lethal flaw of kryptonite remains. Nevertheless, even if kryptonite were forced into Lu Lin's mouth, he would not be adversely affected. The impact of kryptonite solely diminishes his efficiency when utilizing the Surfer's powers. In simpler terms, if Lu Lin were to ingest a substantial amount of kryptonite, all of his powers, apart from the Surfer's physique, would remain unaffected. Lu Lin would still be capable of unleashing a fully charged punch to obliterate a small asteroid. This revelation filled Lu Lin with exhilaration, as it signified the addition of numerous trump cards to his repertoire. Just imagine, when someone believes they have discovered Lu Lin's weakness and eagerly attempts to exploit it, only to be met with a fully charged punch to their face. The mere contemplation of such a scenario brought Lu Lin immense joy. In his excitement, Lu Lin decided to venture out and admire the scenic beauty. As for the development of his abilities, that could wait until a later time. He would seek a secluded opportunity to gradually cultivate his powers in a lifeless galaxy. At present, attempting to enhance his abilities might lead to him inadvertently squashing Ego with a single slap. The wilderness, snow-capped mountains, grasslands, and dense forests, interwoven with hues of red, white, and green, indeed creates a feast for the senses. Of course, this is all contingent upon disregarding the subtle mental influence inherent to Ego's planet. In a certain sense, the entire planet serves as a corporeal manifestation crafted by Ego for himself. However, this does not imply that Quill is presently traversing the very essence of Ego. In truth, Ego's authentic form is solely that singular brain, while everything external is merely a faade of his own design. If one were to draw comparisons, this asteroid resembles Ego's armor, thus allowing Quill to revel in the splendid vistas without a shred of psychological burden. At this juncture, Star-Lord has nearly reached the poignant moment of familial reunion, resembling a father and son who have not seen each other for many years, their bond intensifying with each passing moment. Soon enough, the others began to find the scene somewhat difficult to bear. Drax, utterly unfazed by the unfolding drama, found himself rather intrigued by Mantis, and the two quickly slipped away to share whispers. Clearly, Mantis reciprocated Drax's interest. Meanwhile, Tony was captivated by the asteroid itself, eager to uncover the nature of its existence within the vast cosmos. Thus, he discreetly initiated an investigation into the planet. As for Gamora, she turned away, seeking solitude to clear her mind. Witnessing this tableau stirred a sense of melancholy within her heart. Perhaps it was a reminder of her merciless adoptive father that darkened her mood, whether it was envy or some other emotion. Gamora felt an urge to distance herself from Quill. From the outset, Ego's demeanor had been remarkably unoffensive, particularly as he is Star-Lord's father. As Quill's friend, and perhaps even lover, Gamora understood that this was not the moment to intrude upon their reunion. Yet now, she found herself increasingly displeased by Ego's presence, prompting her to retreat from sight and seek solace alone. Under Ego's guidance, Star-Lord began to unearth the latent powers within himself, drawing upon Ego's divine abilities. It took Ego millennia to master his own powers and control his capabilities, ultimately learning to tap into his potential. Star-Lord, not being a prodigy and merely several decades old, naturally cannot access his innate divine strength. Therefore, the powers he currently wields are essentially borrowed from Ego. This explains why, in the original narrative, upon Ego's demise, Star-Lord lost all his abilities, as they were never truly his to begin with. Regarding Ego's claim that Star-Lord would revert to an ordinary person upon his death, it was merely a deceitful ruse to ensure his own survival. Star-Lord's lineage is undeniably divine. How could he possibly be an ordinary individual? Surely, there lies untapped strength within him. He simply remains oblivious to this truth. If he truly possessed no potential or strength, why would Ego still rely on him to execute his grand design? The notion that one can inherit the attributes of a celestial being cannot merely be reduced to serving as a conduit to amplify Ego's power. Clearly, this is not the case. Thus, from the very beginning, Ego has been deceiving Star-Lord, leading him to believe he is utterly devoid of capability. This deception allows Ego to maintain a firmer grip on Star-Lord, compelling him to assist in the fulfillment of his plans. However, Ego did not anticipate that despite his meticulous guidance, Star-Lord would ultimately choose not to align with him. As Star-Lord learned to harness the power of the cosmos, he began to swell with newfound confidence. This sensation, infused with raw energy, intoxicated him. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could unleash devastating energy attacks, effortlessly obliterating a small hill. This omnipotent feeling emboldened Star-Lord, prompting him to seek out Drax for a sparring session. Historically, the disparity in their abilities had rendered Star-Lord no match for Drax, often finding himself immobilized by the unintentional force exerted by Drax. Yet now, the tides had turned. Unsurprisingly, Drax proved no challenge for him. With his confidence soaring, Star-Lord set his sights on Tony. Drax no longer sufficed. Facing him merely felt akin to bullying a child. However, Tony unequivocally rebuffed Star-Lord, as he was engrossed in studying the wonders of this planet. Star-Lord's persistent nagging soon tested Tony's patience. Ultimately, exasperated, Tony offered Star-Lord a rather dubious suggestion: to seek out Lulin, who could help him gain self-awareness. Unaware of the hidden agenda, Star-Lord pondered for a moment, then, like a wild dog unleashed, joyfully set off to find Lulin. Observing Star-Lord's departing figure, Tony wore a sinister smile. Yet soon, his brow furrowed. Despite being merely a mortal, his exceptional intellect endowed him with an extraordinary mental acuity that alerted him to something amiss. What does it mean to be a mere mortal standing alongside deities? This encapsulates the brilliance of Tony's mind. Initially, he had no intention of scanning the planet, as Ego had proclaimed it his very body. To initiate a scan without caution could be perceived as an affront by Ego. Even with his penchant for mischief, Tony would not engage in such recklessness. Thus, he resolved to proceed discreetly, starting with an analysis of the surface flora before gradually delving deeper to ultimately scrutinize the entirety of the planet. However, no matter how earnestly Tony endeavored, the data analysis consistently indicated that this was an ordinary asteroid, devoid of any anomalies. Yet, How could Tony possibly acquiesce to such a conclusion? An immobile asteroid adrift in the cosmos, teeming with life, and surrounded by an expanse devoid of even a single star. Can this be deemed normal? It is anything but. Soon, Tony discerned the source of his peculiar sensation. Although the planet appeared to be brimming with vitality, it lacked a cohesive ecological system. The visible flora may align with ecological norms, yet the microscopic bacteria were nearly non-existent. As for fauna, only a scant few species could be found. This was far from a standard ecosystem. This fragile system could scarcely endure for 3 days before collapsing entirely. Yet, according to Mantis, the various landscapes on this planet had remained unchanged for many years. Tony felt he had grasped the crux of the issue and promptly began to investigate this anomaly. Meanwhile, when Star-Lord located Lulin, he found him reclining on the grass, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. On the surface, Lulin appeared to be resting, but in truth, he was slowly attuning himself to the formidable power within, pondering how to harness it. Just then, Star-Lord's cheeky voice broke the tranquility. Take that. Absorbed in his introspection, Lulin was entirely oblivious to the external world, and Star-Lord's playful attack was but a mere tickle to him. Consequently, Lulin was caught entirely off guard, receiving the energy blast directly to his face. His expression darkened as he slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Lulin's grim demeanor, Star-Lord's mischievous grin vanished, replaced by a sense of foreboding. Although he hadn't exerted much force in his attack, he was taken aback that Lulin had not flinched, absorbing the blow with his face. This is troublesome, Star-Lord thought. Realizing that with his assault failing to elicit any reaction from Lulin, there was no point in continuing their sparring. It would only result in humiliation for him. He merely wished to test his abilities. He had no inclination to be treated as a punching bag. With this in mind, Star-Lord resolved to make a swift exit. My apologies for not noticing you were resting. Please, continue your repose as if I never came, he declared, turning to leave with determined strides. Spare me. I was wrong, Star-Lord exclaimed, attempting to flee. You think you can escape after offending me? Lulin replied with a cold scoff, instantly propelling himself to stand before Star-Lord, delivering a gentle yet impactful punch. Indeed, he was exceedingly light, having ceased to exert any force. After all, it was merely a playful scuffle between friends. Had he inadvertently delivered a fatal blow to Star-Lord, it would have transformed into quite the predicament. He would then need to devise a method to resurrect Star-Lord, lest Ego also turn against him, which would lead to further complications. It was not that he feared Ego, but rather, the thought of having inadvertently slain Ego and the consequent ramifications for Star-Lord's growth was troubling. However, Lulin was taken aback. Perhaps he had indeed restrained himself excessively, for his punch was unexpectedly blocked by Star-Lord. Even Star-Lord appeared momentarily stunned by the turn of events. What is happening? Before Star-Lord could finish his thought, Lulin exerted a tad more force and struck again. Ah, splendid. Let me see just how long you can endure, Lulin remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 87. Star-Lord had no time to explain and could only raise his hands to defend himself. As Lulin's attacks grew increasingly rapid and forceful, Star-Lord found himself struggling to maintain his stance. This is not good. Please, I beg you spare me. I can't hold on any longer. Not yet. It's far too early for that. Lulin laughed heartily, increasing his strength once more. During their exchanges, he had already exercised considerable control over his power, and even now, he had yet to unleash even a fraction of his true potential. Lulin sensed that Star-Lord's limits extended beyond what was currently displayed. He believed Star-Lord still possessed some capacity to defend himself, even if Lulin's force had not reached its zenith. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a fist collided forcefully with Star-Lord's face. It was evident that Lulin's strength had surpassed Star-Lord's threshold, leaving him utterly defenseless. Nevertheless, Lulin did not relent. 5 minutes later, he withdrew his hand, feeling invigorated, while Star-Lord had been transformed into a sight akin to a bruised melon. Star-Lord gasped. A pained expression etched upon his face as he lamented, I feel as though my teeth might be knocked out. I was exceedingly measured in my approach. Lulin replied with a smile. With a sidelong glance at Star-Lord, he added, Would you not agree that I am correct? Though Star-Lord's earlier strike held little significance for Lulin, he had been so engrossed in his own world that he had failed to notice the events occurring around him. Star-Lord's attack was akin to someone engrossed in a comedic film, suddenly startled by an unexpected shout from behind, startling, yet not entirely unpleasant. This encapsulated Lulin's desire for retribution against Star-Lord. Star-Lord, gazing at Lulin's face, managed a labored nod. Yes, quite measured indeed. This is merely a spar. Just a spar. Then perhaps you ought to express gratitude for my guidance? Lu Lin teased with a mischievous grin. Yes, yes, thank you for your guidance, thank you. Star-Lord hastily replied. Star-Lord, with his lips barely holding together, contemplated fleeing from this terrifying situation. How dreadful it was. How could that scoundrel Lulin be so petty? Star-Lord resolved to maintain a safe distance from Lulin in the future, vowing never to provoke him again. If Lulin were to harbor a grudge, it would spell utter disaster for him. Wait. Lulin's voice echoed once more. Star-Lord felt his face contort with anxiety. What now? Is something wrong? Nothing. Just hold on a moment, Lulin replied, casting a contemplative glance at Star-Lord. He surmised that the potency of the abilities granted through the system's sign-in was inherently linked to the nature of the sign-in target. His previous sign-ins had yielded little more than trivial skills, unworthy of mention. They were not without strength, but merely lacked significance for Lulin. The prowess and status of the sign-in target seemed to influence the outcomes significantly. However, Lulin had hesitated to squander his precious sign-in opportunities on someone as foolish as Star-Lord. Yet now, considering Star-Lord was an enhanced version due to his father's influence, perhaps signing in would yield something worthwhile? This was precisely why Lulin had called for Star-Lord to halt. Limit break. Super Scion. Lulin's eyes sparkled at the thought. A Super Scion was indeed a remarkable acquisition. Can I leave now? Star-Lord nervously swallowed, cautiously inquiring of the dazed Lulin. It's all right. You may go. Lulin waved his hand dismissively. With that, he began to delve into the abilities he had just acquired. The concept of Super Scion was widely recognized, stemming from the beloved Dragon Ball series. Scions could transform into Super Scions to exponentially enhance their combat power, achieving a staggering 50-fold increase with the mere act of transformation. Not to mention the myriad forms that followed. The well-known forms of Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3 are nostalgic memories for many. Later, the transformations evolved into the formidable Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan Blue, and Super Saiyan God, among others. However, the Great Ape Transformation and Ultra Instinct do not fall under the category of Super Saiyan transformations. Thus, to attain the exceedingly powerful Ultra Instinct, Lulin would need to embark on that path through personal mastery. Is Super Saiyan powerful? Undoubtedly, it is immensely potent. The might of a Super Saiyan is such that they can effortlessly obliterate a planet, and as the narrative progresses, their battles venture into the realms of the multiverse. However, when contrasted with Lulin's current capabilities, they appear somewhat inadequate. Should the system merely bestow upon him the powers of a Super Saiyan, Lulin would find little interest in such an offering. The endeavor of developing the Silver Superman is already an arduous task, sufficient for his use. Pursuing the study of Super Science would be akin to discarding a watermelon to retrieve a sesame seed. Even if the combat prowess of a Super Saiyan is formidable, can they extinguish a star with a mere breath? Yet, Lulin's perspective soon shifted. He discerned the rationale behind the system's reward being labeled as limit-breaking Super Saiyan. The system's true gift was not the lineage of a Super Saiyan, but rather the ability to transform. The concept of breaking limits provides Lulin with the opportunity to transcend his own boundaries. According to original lore, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires an abundance of cells within one's body. However, Lulin is not even a Saiyan, so the matter of cells is moot. Thus, the transformation granted by the system is merely an emulation of the Super Saiyan form and abilities, rather than a true metamorphosis into a Saiyan. If one were to articulate it accurately, should Lulin succeed in transforming, he might more appropriately be termed a Super Asgardian. Traditionally, the initial transformation into a Super Saiyan is a formidable challenge. Moreover, to achieve this transformation necessitates a heart of purity. Whether it be the righteous fury of benevolence or the unadulterated wickedness of malevolence, a pure intent is essential for a Saiyan transformation. In truth, the transformation demands the most extreme and pristine emotions. This alone poses a significant hurdle for Lulin. He harbors no national grievances, nor does he share the plight of a character like Goku from the Dragon Ball universe, who is on the brink of peril. Where would he conjure such pure emotions? Setting that aside, generally speaking, the higher one's power level, the easier it becomes to transform into a Super Saiyan. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. Lulin is neither a Saiyan nor is his strength merely high. It is exceedingly elevated. This predicament renders the prospect of a successful transformation all the more daunting. The combat power of a Super Saiyan, when compared to their normal form, can increase by 50-fold. Imagine a Superman at his zenith, augmented by such a staggering multiplier. It is a concept that sends shivers down Lulin's spine. For him, even a mere doubling of strength would suffice to instill confidence in confronting the vast majority of adversaries in this universe. What then? of a 50-fold increase in combat prowess. Should he truly attain such heights, Lulin believes he would be poised to transcend the confines of a singular universe. The prowess is indeed formidable. Yet the challenge of Lulin's transformation pales in comparison to that of Sun Wukong in the original narrative, reaching what could be deemed a hellish level. In juxtaposition, Sun Wukong's metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan resembles a mere child's play. The prerequisite for this transformation lies in the necessity to first unlock one's potential. Only upon exhausting the limits of one's normal state can one transcend those boundaries and achieve the Super Saiyan form. Subsequently, continued training and accumulation of strength are required to traverse to the next stage, thus reiterating the process of surpassing one's own limits. Had Lulin acquired this power mere hours ago, he would have rejoiced, regarding the surpassing of his limits as a trivial endeavor. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that just a few hours prior, he had only recently completed his signing with Ego, thereby receiving the abilities of the Silver Superman. At this juncture, he found himself not only unable to unlock his potential, but also grappling to fully master his current strength. By the time he truly develops his potential, even he could evolve into a golden Superman. There is no greater anguish than this. The sequence of these two signing rewards has been utterly reversed. Had he first obtained the ability of Limit Break Super Saiyan, Lulin could have transformed into a Super Saiyan and experienced that sensation firsthand. Mastering that form would have made it relatively easy to revert back, even with the abilities of the Silver Superman. Yet now, the reversed order of rewards necessitates that Lulin must first develop the potential of the Silver Superman before he can aspire to become a Super Saiyan. Once he harnesses the potential of the Silver Superman, his overwhelming strength would only make surpassing his limits all the more arduous. As for that extreme emotional state, it seems utterly far-fetched. Lulin feels he is unlikely to ever encounter such a phenomenon. Thus, the question arises, how should Lulin effectuate his transformation? Even he struggles to conceive a method at this moment. Sighing, he reflects that being in a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed aptly encapsulates his current sentiment. Nevertheless, Lulin is an optimist. He soon relaxed and ceased to be troubled by this predicament. Although this reward appears almost inconsequential, he still possesses the abilities of the Silver Superman. Viewing it from another perspective, the Super Saiyan form could serve as his trump card. Should he ever confront an insurmountable foe in the future, it is conceivable that he might unleash his latent power in battle, transforming into a Super Saiyan and overpowering his adversary with ease. However, through this, Lulin could ascertain that the rewards bestowed by the system during sign-in were likely directly correlated with the strength of the sign-in target. The more formidable the individual he encountered, the greater the reward provided by the system. Henceforth, should he encounter any renowned figures, Lulin could gauge their worthiness for sign-in based on their prowess. Although not infallible, this method would at least prevent the waste of precious sign-in opportunities, as each one held immense value for Lulin. Star-Lord observed Lulin, who fluctuated between expressions of joy and despair, and felt a shiver of apprehension. Surely, he hadn't gone mad. Fearing he might be subjected to another beating by Lulin, Star-Lord quietly prepared to make his exit. At that moment, Gamora rushed over, her urgency palpable. "Peter, I sense something is amiss." Peter Quill, known as Star-Lord, was affectionately called Peter by the rest of the Guardians of the Galaxy, while Lulin, adhering to Star-Lord's wishes, consistently referred to him as such, which greatly pleased him. Others, however, remained more accustomed to calling him Peter. Upon catching sight of Star-Lord's expression, Gamora gasped in surprise. "What on earth happened to you?" Star-Lord, casting a glance at Lulin, began to explain but quickly swallowed his words. "It was my own fault. I fell." Gamora exchanged glances between the two, quickly deducing the situation. Star-Lord was the type who felt uncomfortable unless he stirred up trouble, and it was abundantly clear that he had provoked Lulin, who had retaliated. "Let's not dwell on that." Star-Lord decisively shifted the topic. "You mentioned something was off? What is it?" "I can't shake the feeling that this planet exudes an eerie vibe," Gamora replied, her brow furrowed in concern. "This vast planet seems almost devoid of any animal life. Don't you find that rather peculiar?" "Not at all," Star-Lord replied nonchalantly. "I think it's perfectly normal." "So what if there are fewer animals? What is the issue with that?" He continued, chuckling at his own jest. "After all, my father is a celestial being. How could he permit mindless creatures that leave their mess everywhere to roam about? That would be utterly revolting." While his reasoning seemed flawless, it failed to elucidate the peculiar ecological conditions of the planet. Moreover, he was part of the Celestial group. "Do you know about the Celestials?" Star-Lord animatedly gestured. "The void is essentially the colossal remnant of a Celestial's head. This place is far too perilous for you. Gamora continued to implore Star-Lord. What does it mean for a stranger, a celestial being, to suddenly declare himself your father? Star-Lord's countenance darkened. What do you mean by too dangerous for me? He repeated the phrase, clearly agitated. It struck a nerve, intensifying his already volatile emotions. Am I not entitled to such a formidable father? He retorted with palpable anger. Unquestionably, Gamora had not anticipated the profound impact her words would have on Star-Lord, and in that moment, she found herself momentarily flustered. No, that's not what I meant, she stammered, retreating 2 steps. I merely what? Star-Lord advanced, his fury mounting. What is it that you wish to convey? No. What do you mean by I? Star-Lord's agitation escalated. Am I destined to remain a wretched interstellar pirate? You cannot allow your troubled childhood to hinder others from finding their own happiness. Unaware of the full extent of Gamora's past, he merely sensed that her life had not been one of joy. He glared at her, wielding the most cutting words to inflict pain. I see you are merely envious of my divine father. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Gamora trembled with rage. This was not her first altercation with Star-Lord, nor was it her first act of violence. Yet the nature of this slap was entirely different. For a moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. Even Lulin, who had been observing the unfolding drama, felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. We're doomed. Absolutely doomed. Gamora exclaimed in fury. You have no idea what I have endured, nor the environment in which I was raised. You are utterly ignorant of my past. She jabbed a finger at Star-Lord's chest. You have no right to judge me. You are an irredeemable scoundrel. We are finished, Mr. Quill. I wish you and your so-called celestial father a splendid future. With that, Gamora turned on her heel and departed. Star-Lord stood there, taken aback. Beneath his jovial facade lay a tender and sensitive soul, concealing a multitude of emotions. His past was well known. Having grown up on Earth without a father, the absence of paternal love left him profoundly sensitive. Subsequently, he was thrust into the realm of interstellar adventures, becoming a pirate of the cosmos. If it had merely been this, it would have been tolerable. After all, Yondu was once a member of the Ravager Corps, a group that boasted a respectable reputation throughout the universe. However, Yondu was soon expelled, leading him down a path of utter degradation, committing numerous acts that tarnished the Ravager Corps name. Consequently, even in the vastness of space, Star-Lord and his companions became akin to pariahs, reviled by all. Accompanying Star-Lord was nothing but a cassette player, a memento left by his mother. This instilled in him a profound yearning for validation and a desire to rise above the fray. His resentment toward Yondu was palpable, despite the fact that Yondu had never truly wronged him. Or perhaps this was not hatred, but rather the immature grudge of a child towards a father. One fundamental truth that a child must grasp is that no father is perfect. No parent can provide all that a child desires. Nonetheless, Star-Lord longed desperately for a genuine paternal figure. Before him stood a figure he envisioned as the epitome of fatherhood, mysterious, powerful, and benevolent. Ego would not coerce him into actions he loathed. Instead, he offered to share his formidable power. Countless souls throughout the universe aspired to greatness, often at exorbitant costs. Now, here was a being willing to bestow his strength without expectation. Who else could fulfill such a role but a father? It was a sweet poison, and Star-Lord willingly embraced it. Moreover, under the influence of the planet's magnetic field, he had evolved beyond his former self. You've hit the nail on the head, haven't you? How infuriating. Star-Lord remarked nonchalantly. Do you know how powerful I am now? He called out to the retreating Gamora. Once I fully mature, throngs will flock to my side. I have no need for a mere green-skinned alien like you. Gamora did not look back. She continued forward, raising a middle finger in defiance. F you. What do you think? Star-Lord turned to look at Lulin, feigning indifference, yet his eyes were brimming with hope. Lulin understood precisely what Star-Lord sought, simply a form of acknowledgement. But he would not grant him the validation he craved. No, Gamora is right. You are indeed an irredeemable scoundrel. At that moment, Lulin felt a twinge of sympathy for Gamora, as Star-Lord's complexities were overwhelming. Yet upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary to fret over their entangled affairs. Star-Lord finds himself entangled in a myriad of chaotic matters. Is the situation concerning Gamora any simpler? Setting aside other issues, even the mere mention of Thanos is enough to give Star-Lord a headache. Not to mention that Gamora has a cold, relentless assassin sister, Nebula, who adds to the turmoil. Thus, one could say that these two are truly a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for one another. What do you mean? Star-Lord's expression darkens. If you think Gamora is jealous of you, then I certainly cannot be envious of you. Lulin replied calmly, consider this. I am a prince of Asgard. the next ruler of the 9 realms. I have no need to envy your father, do I? The celestial order is not so remarkable, ultimately. My powers will grow to rival theirs, wouldn't you agree? Though his words may sting, one cannot deny their validity. Star-Lord reluctantly nodded in response to Lulin's assertion. So, what are you trying to convey? Do you mean to imply that everything I hold dear is insignificant in your eyes? Lulin shook his head. That is not my intention. I merely wish to convey that my words are entirely impartial, devoid of any ulterior motives. Your so-called celestial father is not as admirable as you perceive him to be. What? Star-Lord felt a dryness in his throat, staring at Lulin in bewilderment. What do you mean? I want to explain myself, for even if I did, you would not believe me, Lulin stated coolly. Ego is enigmatic, yet that does not imply that no one knows of his affairs. You may inquire with your father, Yondu, or embark on your own journey of discovery. I have said all I can, the rest is for you to discern. Witnessing with your own eyes is far more persuasive than hearing it from others. With a wave of his hand, Lulin turned to leave. Before departing, Lulin cast a seemingly casual glance at a nearby thicket, and with a flick of his wrist, a single eye hidden within the underbrush was silently obliterated. In the distance, Ego straightened, his expression shifting from one of contemplation to another of uncertainty. Indeed, he had been observing the unfolding events. Star-Lord's current state was, in fact, by Ego's design. Ego aimed to isolate Star-Lord, ensuring he had no friends to interfere with his choices. His plan was yet to fully materialize, granting him ample time to patiently condition Star-Lord without urgency. Therefore, before molding Star-Lord into his desired form, he must assist him in discarding those superfluous emotions. What purpose do these inferior beings serve? Their lifespans are fleeting, and their mode of existence is, quite frankly, primitive. Ego has never considered these individuals worthy of comparison to himself. Naturally, he is aware that Star-Lord would never permit such a thing. Thus, he unilaterally made decisions on Star-Lord's behalf. Ego is confident that Star-Lord will eventually comprehend his intentions. He will understand that only deities are of the same ilk. Among this group, the only one Ego harbors any concern for is Lulin. After all, Lulin's prowess is undeniably formidable, and until the plan reaches fruition, Ego lacks the confidence to confront Lulin directly. He has always sensed an elusive threat emanating from Lulin. This is precisely why he has meticulously concealed his true self. Were it not for Lulin's presence, his methods might have been even more audacious. However, the current situation remains manageable, especially since Lulin has chosen to withdraw. As he observes Lulin's departing figure, Ego's gaze flickers. The remaining individuals pose no significant worry. With but a mere flick of his finger, he could effortlessly crush them all. Of course, such actions must not be executed in Star-Lord's presence, for doing so would necessitate additional time to address Star-Lord himself. Such an approach would be entirely counterproductive. He merely needs to orchestrate Star-Lord's alienation from his allies. Perhaps the only considerable challenge lies with the armored creature. Lulin's departure is not due to a desire to ignore Star-Lord, but rather because he has received a distress signal from Rocket Raccoon and Groot. He is unaware of the circumstances surrounding Groot and the others, yet Lulin feels compelled to investigate. 3 hours earlier, Rocket Raccoon set down the wrench in his hand, exclaiming, "Finally done. The tools left behind by Tony are surprisingly effective." Glancing up, Rocket Raccoon frowned slightly. How is it already so late? He checked his calibrated watch, astonished at how much time had elapsed. Preparing for launch, Rocket Raccoon stretched lazily before pressing the ship's ignition button. However, after a thunderous roar, the engine abruptly ceased. "We're finished. It seems we can't leave now," Rocket Raccoon lamented. There must be a malfunction within the engine. He eyed the nanotech repair tools left by Tony and grumbled, "This damned thing has run out of power. We must wait until tomorrow when the star rises to recharge with solar energy." Resigned, Rocket Raccoon exited the ship, noting that the lounge had yet to be repaired, indicating that they would have to camp outdoors for the night. Fortunately, they had previously established protective measures in the vicinity, ensuring that even while camping, they need not fear a wild beast attack. However, the raccoon was not entirely at ease, for sleeping on this planet posed threats beyond just the indigenous inhabitants. Thus, he had taken the precaution of setting multiple defensive traps, just as he lit a fire and prepared to relax by its warmth. All of his surrounding alarms were suddenly triggered. Hearing the cacophony of alerts, the raccoon swiftly realized that someone was preparing to launch an assault against him. He needed to hide. He hurried to retrieve his weapon. Damn it, where did these intruders come from? With the spacecraft grounded, their only recourse was to resist. Unfortunately, it was too late. He had already been targeted. A flash of red light revealed a silver arrow hovering ominously before him. Groot, lower your weapon and do not make any sudden movements," the raccoon shouted, raising his hands. I am Groot. Groot reluctantly relinquished his weapon, standing obediently with his hands raised. From the shadows emerged a blue-skinned alien. The raccoon's eyes brightened. I recognize you. This is all a misunderstanding. You are Star-Lord's father, are you not? A member of the infamous Ravagers. He exclaimed excitedly. Look, this is all a misunderstanding. Can we not lower our weapons for a moment? Yondu's expression darkened. This is no misunderstanding. Tell me, where is Star-Lord? Hey, wait a moment. You didn't say that before. One of Yondu's subordinates grumbled. Weren't you just saying you'd lead us to riches? Why are we now discussing that traitor? Silence. Yondu snapped, his voice laced with menace. If you truly seek wealth, heed my words and do not interrupt. Or do you wish to sabotage our path to fortune? The subordinate promptly fell silent. Answer me. Do you? Yondu pivoted sharply, glaring at the individual. Or do you plan to defy my orders and betray us? Indeed. I find it infuriating that you continually mention that traitor. As soon as the words left his mouth, the arrow pierced through his skull. I do not show mercy to traitors. Yondu turned back, coldly surveying the group. Now, who else wishes to speak? Silence enveloped his crew. Now tell me, where the hell has that wretched fellow gone? The raccoon hesitated to divulge the information, but given the circumstances, he reluctantly acquiesced. He went to find his father, a man who claimed to be his progenitor. Rocket Raccoon recounted this matter in fragmented sentences. Yondu, you believe that fellow is your son, but it seems he has no intention of recognizing you as his father. Chapter 91. I knew it all along. He is nothing but an ungrateful little wretch. Yondu's expression turned grim, as his greatest fears had indeed come to pass. As for the two who had dared to challenge his authority, he could no longer afford to deal with them. Although he was unaware of Ego's true intentions, he was all too familiar with the fates of the children he had previously entrusted to him. After years of care, Yondu had long regarded Star-Lord as his own child. Otherwise, he would not have indulged him so. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of mutual misunderstanding between the two. Are you going to find Star-Lord? Rocket Raccoon inquired tentatively. What do you want with him? What do I want with him? Yondu's countenance darkened. You have no idea what that so-called father of his is truly like. Yondu exclaimed in anger. You fools have endangered Peter. I'm a bit unclear about your meaning, Rocket replied, somewhat baffled. Isn't it a good thing that Peter has found his biological father? A good thing? Yondu scoffed. You comprehend nothing. You all understand nothing. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and the controller used to manage the arrow above Yondu's head was completely destroyed. This arrow was linked to his neural pathways, and its sudden malfunction caused him to lose all consciousness in an instant. Rocket Raccoon was utterly stunned by the scene before him. What is going on? What is going on? I've always found him insufferable, said the shooter. In his heart, he has always cared only for that Earth monkey. There is no room for us brothers. So we've decided to go solo. Moreover, we will find Peter and kill them all before Yondu. Yes, kill Peter first. Then Star-Lord. Rocket Raccoon felt a wave of trouble wash over him. His greatest fear was encountering such mindless, bloodthirsty fools. Since I am not aligned with Yondu, could you possibly let me go? Rocket offered a forced smile. Let you go? The man sneered. You little creature are worth a fortune. Just wait. I'll sell you and your acquaintances for a handsome price. 1 hour later, Yondu regained consciousness. At that moment, he found himself confined alongside Rocket Raccoon and Groot, awaiting the arrival of death. You're awake, Rocket said weakly. It seems we are utterly doomed. Yondu struggled to sit up, staring blankly at the galaxy outside the window. Lost in thought. They have executed all your crew members who supported you, and they intend to find Star-Lord and kill you both. How can you appear so indifferent? Rocket Raccoon inquired with a note of incredulity. What does it matter? We are destined to die soon, Yondu replied dismissively. Do you not hope for someone to come and rescue us? Yondu ignored Rocket's question. However, Rocket could not remain silent. He was intrigued by the past. Come on. Tell me, why did you choose to keep Peter? Why? Because he was small enough to sneak into places we could not reach to steal, Yondu replied matter-of-factly. Isn't that something you've mentioned many times before? Rocket scoffed, clearly unconvinced. They were interstellar pirates. What need had they for a child to steal? Moreover, this did not explain why Yondu had always been so protective of Star-Lord. Are you really not willing to share more? Rocket pressed curiously. Since you know we are all about to die, do you intend to take this secret to the grave? Are you truly that curious? Yondu slowly closed his eyes. He had kept these matters buried in his heart for many years, never confiding in anyone. Yet, given the current circumstances, perhaps it would do him good to talk. As a member of the Marauders, Yondu had adhered to their strict code, one tenet of which prohibited harming children and women. Initially, he was not trafficking children. Rather, he had been tasked by Ego to find his lost offspring. Although it felt odd, Yondu thought little of it. After all, it was merely a search assignment. And it could be profitable, so why not? Truth be told, reuniting a family was a noble deed. However, over the years, Yondu began to sense something amiss. He had helped Ego locate countless children, yet he had never seen a single one of them again. Eventually, he discovered Ego's cruel truth. He had slaughtered all his children, one after another. Thus, Star-Lord was the sole child Yondu chose to keep. He understood that he could not return Star-Lord, for that would inevitably lead to the boy being found by others and delivered back to Ego. To protect Peter, Yondu fabricated a lie, claiming the child was one he had stolen. Consequently, he became infamous and was expelled from the Marauder ranks. Honestly, did Yondu feel any resentment towards Star-Lord? Certainly not. After all, his greatest pride in life was being a part of the Marauders. The act of being expelled from the ranks of the Marauders struck him profoundly, shaping the essence of his current being. Yet, despite this setback, he had never once transgressed the unyielding laws of the Marauders, not once. He had never confided in Peter about these matters. No one was privy to his inner turmoil, and he silently bore the weight of it all. Aware of Ego's formidable strength, he refrained from making his grievances known. As for Star-Lord's rebellious nature, he remained indifferent, confident that with his protection, Star-Lord would face no peril. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Star-Lord would ultimately be exposed. Not only that, but his subordinates had betrayed him, leaving him isolated and awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. Wow, Rocket exclaimed, the story behind this is far more intricate than I imagined. I am Groot. At the same time, Tony had located Lulin. I've made a breakthrough. What? The Power Stone, Tony declared with palpable excitement. Lulin immediately grasped the significance. In truth, Tony had long desired to harness the Power Stone's potential upon learning of its existence. Since the Power Stone held little utility in Lulin's possession, he naturally supported Tony's endeavors. However, the sheer strength of the Power Stone rendered Tony's experiments with it less than seamless. Thus, the Power Stone remained securely in Lulin's custody. Once Tony discovered a method to utilize the Power Stone, Lulin would gladly share it with him. For Lulin, a single Power Stone held minimal impact on his prowess. He held no desire to wield such an artifact himself. Instead, he was intrigued by the prospect of seeing what would transpire should these stones be entrusted to individuals unacquainted with their power. For instance, what would the Power Stone mean for Iron Man? Lulin even contemplated whether he should acquire the Space Stone for Tony to experiment with as well. If he could procure additional stones in the future, such as the Reality Stone, he would readily provide them to Tony. In his past life, many had said that Tony, a mere mortal, stood shoulder to shoulder with deities. Now, Lulin was eager to witness whether a Tony adorned with such an array of stones could confront Thanos head-on. Moreover, as he envisioned the future, he mused that if Tony could be further enhanced, even the Celestial Group might not be insurmountable. Lulin found himself quite excited by this unfolding narrative. Tony delicately embedded the Power Stone into the reactor at his chest. In the next moment, a brilliant purple light erupted. The Power Stone did not remain nestled in Tony's chest. Instead, it floated to his forehead. His armor transformed to predominantly feature a purple hue, and Tony's physique grew significantly larger. A formidable force surged through Tony's body, compelling him to emit a long howl. Your current condition is quite concerning, Lulin remarked, furrowing his brow. Yet, Tony was far from feeling lonely enough to engage in conversation with Lulin. His armored visor lifted, revealing an exhilarated expression, as purple veins began to creep across his face. Clearly, Tony had succumbed to the allure of the power gem. Lulin sighed softly, realizing that not just anyone could harness the power of the gem. Tony, too, was no exception. Much like the Mind Stone in the original narrative, its mere existence exerted influence over all the Avengers. For ordinary beings, the might of the Infinity Stones proved excessively perilous. Presently, Tony resembled a previously inflated Star-Lord, cackling as he prepared to launch an assault on Lulin. However, the harsh reality was that even with the power gem at his disposal, Tony remained no match for Lulin. In mere moments, Lulin would teach him the error of his ways. Before Tony could even make a move, Lulin forcefully removed the power gem from his head. Subsequently, a torrent of magic was unleashed upon Tony, overwhelming him with such intensity that it briefly severed his consciousness. Moments later, as Tony regained his composure, he nearly stumbled. He staggered backward a few steps, collapsing onto the ground. The sensation was utterly dreadful. Tony continued to take deep breaths. I cannot control this power. Lulin frowned slightly. Logically, the power gem should not have been linked to emotional disturbances. Yet, he pondered the reason behind this occurrence. After much contemplation, he could only attribute it to the Infinity Stones possessing aspects unknown to him. Following this experiment, It was evident that Tony recognized his temporary incapacity to wield the Infinity Stones. Thus, he felt no lingering attachment and promptly returned to his research. For Tony, the Infinity Stones were merely an embellishment, not a necessity, a quality Lu Lin admired in him. Watching Tony depart, Lu Lin scrutinized the power gem in his hand. The stone lay quietly, akin to a well-behaved child, yet once it slipped from his grasp, it would become utterly uncontrollable. Lu Lin remained uncertain about the reasons for such phenomena. Perhaps the Infinity Stones were inherently beyond the reach of ordinary individuals? In the original narrative, all of the Infinity Stones existed in a unique form, allowing even ordinary beings to utilize their powers. For instance, consider the Space Stone, which has been fashioned into a cosmic cube, or the Mind Stone, crafted into the scepter of mental dominion. Most notably, the Time Stone has been transformed into the Eye of Agamotto. These artifacts serve a dual purpose. They enable ordinary beings to harness the powers of these stones while simultaneously constraining their might. Essentially, these tools act as a safeguard for their wielders. Even a formidable entity like Thanos requires the dwarven-forged Infinity Gauntlet to wield the Infinity Stones. After just a single use, Thanos nearly faced utter obliteration. Of course, this is partly attributable to his method of utilization. In a realistic context, Lu Lin harbors doubts about Tony's capability to execute that fateful snap years down the line, considering that Tony has always been an unenhanced, ordinary human. One need only observe the fate of a regular individual encountering an Infinity Stone. For instance, Thor's beloved nearly met her demise merely from an encounter with the ether, resulting in a cascade of complications. Yet, Tony, even while wielding the Infinity Gauntlet, simultaneously engaged with 6 Infinity Stones, reflecting on Thanos' state when he engaged with those stones. As he embedded them into his gauntlet, one cannot help but compare it to Tony's condition in the final moments. Lu Lin formed a bold hypothesis. Could these stones possess their own consciousness? Might they, in some capacity, partake in a recognition of their master? Otherwise, Tony's ability to execute that snap remains inexplicable. Theoretically, as an ordinary human, the moment he came into contact with all 6 Infinity Stones, he should have been reduced to ashes. Do you truly possess your own thoughts? Lu Lin squinted at the Power Stone in his hand, gently shaking it. In what seemed a response to his musings, a faint purple glow flickered across the surface of the Power Stone. Remarkably, did I truly guess correctly? Lu Lin weighed the Power Stone thoughtfully, chuckling softly. It appears I have underestimated you little beings. Behave yourselves. I am quite curious to see what reactions you can provoke. The Power Stone flipped in Lu Lin's palm, flashing twice. His expression turned peculiar as he discerned a hint of grievance emanating from the stone. You feel aggrieved? Lu Lin found himself both amused and bewildered. On what grounds do you feel wronged? Why would you feel such a sentiment? Lu Lin was left perplexed. However, he was destined not to receive the answers he sought from the Power Stone, for it remained silent and incapable of communication. Chapter 93. Lu Lin smiled gently and shook his head, stowing the gem away. It was indeed a sign of folly to converse with a stone devoid of thoughts. However, Lu Lin remained oblivious to the fact that once he placed the stone in his pocket, the Power Stone turned within its confines, seemingly expressing its discontent. As embodiments of the universe's rules, the Infinity Stones possess their own consciousness. Yet, due to the overwhelming magnitude of their power, the emergence of their wisdom is an exceedingly gradual process. Throughout this journey, many Infinity Stones have been sealed away by various individuals employing diverse methods. In order to be controlled or utilized, the Power Stone, confined within the cosmic sphere, stands as a testament to such containment, while the Mind Stone, sealed within the scepter, exemplifies a more accessible form of imprisonment. This sealing process has persisted for millions of years, significantly delaying the evolution of the stone's self-awareness. Yet, something remarkable seemed to transpire with the Infinity Stones in Lu Lin's presence, accelerating the development of their intellect. Currently, the Power Stone was capable of responding to external stimuli to a certain degree. Nevertheless, Lu Lin remained unaware of these changes as he continued on his journey. Meanwhile, as Star-Lord found himself engulfed in turmoil and doubt, Thor faced his own tribulations on Earth. Upon arriving at the location where his hammer had been discovered, he found it had already been commandeered and secured by S.H.I.E.L.D. Ignoring Jane's cautions, Thor charged forward. Predictably, the now powerless Thor was swiftly subdued by a mere stun gun. Contrary to the original narrative, upon declaring his Asgardian identity, he was immediately met with respect, especially in light of Lu Lin's earlier example, prompting Fury to tread carefully. Thus, Thor approached the mighty Mjolnir, attempting to lift his hammer. Yet, like countless ordinary souls before him, he found it unresponsive. This led the SHIELD agents to begin questioning the authenticity of Thor's identity. However, Thor's profound knowledge of Asgard raised doubts in Fury's mind about whether Thor might be a fraud. Unfortunately, with Lulin absent from Earth and unreachable for verification, Fury had no recourse but to interrogate Thor before ultimately releasing him. Devoid of Mjolnir's acknowledgement, the god of thunder was plunged into a profound sense of loss and self-doubt. In his life, when he first grasped the hammer, he had never questioned its loyalty. Yet now, with Mjolnir refusing to respond to his call, Thor began to wonder if he was no longer worthy of the hammer. When Jane found Thor, he was despondently seated by the roadside, lost in his thoughts. "What happened? Were you cast out by those people?" she asked with concern. "I warned you. Those are government agents, not to be trifled with," she continued, glancing at the bandaged wound on Thor's forehead. "What on earth happened to you? Did they harm you?" Jane's anger flared. "They have no right to do this. They made me see my hammer," Thor replied weakly. "But my hammer no longer responds to my call." He cradled his head in despair, crying out, "Why? Why is this happening? Am I unworthy of Mjolnir?" Jane exchanged an awkward glance with her companion, unsure of how to console him. "Such a strong man like you can't lift that hammer?" the woman inquired with curiosity. Then, a spark of excitement flickered in her eyes. "See, I told you I was right." Jane sighed. "I said we must trust science." Yet soon, doubt crept in. What exactly are these people doing? Are they con artists? Or are they conducting some illicit experiments? Driven by a sense of justice, Jane felt compelled to uncover the truth behind these events. She resolved to return at night when the guards would be fewer to investigate what these individuals were truly up to. Thor, too, could not fathom being forsaken by Mjolnir, and thus decided to accompany Jane that evening to see the hammer once more. However, the security of SHIELD was exceedingly tight, and with their limited skills, it was evident that they could not breach the defenses. Jane was an ordinary person, untrained in any formal capacity, while Thor was accustomed to charging in recklessly. To expect these two novices to excel in stealth was, indeed, a folly. Yet, against all odds, they managed to approach the mighty hammer. This occurrence could only imply one thing. Everything was orchestrated by someone. As Thor attempted once more to grasp Mjolnir, not far away in the camp, Fury observed the unfolding events through a monitor. As anticipated, Mjolnir showed no sign of response. Naturally, Jane and her friend stepped forward to try their hand as well, but it was no surprise that they too could not lift the hammer. Witnessing this scene, Thor knelt before Mjolnir, tears streaming down his face. Why do you no longer respond to me? Have I truly become unworthy of you?" At that moment, a tempest surged forth, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Thor couldn't help but laugh. "Is it you? Is it you, Mjolnir?" His excitement propelled him forward, eager to grasp the hammer of the thunder god. Yet, despite his fervor, he was unable to lift it. In fact, he was repelled by the very electric aura surrounding the hammer. Observing this spectacle, Jane realized they could no longer linger in that place. It wouldn't be long before those men came searching for them, necessitating their immediate departure. Reluctantly pulling Thor along, the trio managed to escape before the agents of SHIELD discovered their presence. Meanwhile, Fury and Coulson exchanged a significant glance. At this juncture, no further evidence was required. This was the most compelling proof. Thor had not lied. He was indeed an Asgardian, a prince of Asgard, and the rightful owner of that enigmatic hammer. However, the pressing concern now was how to navigate and resolve the complexities of their relationship. According to Lulin, they need not intervene in this matter. Yet Fury was unwilling to accept such complacency. Chapter 94. In truth, even before Thor's arrival, Fury had orchestrated numerous attempts to test the hammer of the thunder god. Understanding the hammer's properties was not particularly surprising to Fury. Much of this information had been gleaned from Lulin, and some had been disclosed by Thor himself during his interrogation, without a hint of reservation. Frankly, when Fury learned about the hammer's characteristics, he was profoundly intrigued. The mere ability to wield this hammer would bestow one with the powers of the thunder god. How could that not entice Fury? If one of his agents could lift the hammer, it would propel them to unimaginable heights. Would he even need to develop new weapons? He wouldn't even have to deliberate over whom to invite into his Avengers team. A candidate would already be at hand. Thus, prior to Thor's arrival, Fury had ensured that all individuals he deemed worthy of the hammer's acceptance had been tested. Unsurprisingly, none succeeded. Not a single person earned the hammer's approval. According to Lulin's official statements, only those of true integrity could claim the hammer's recognition. It appeared that his agents fell short of the hammer's expectations. Consequently, Fury summoned retired soldiers to attempt the feat, yet, after testing hundreds, even thousands, none met the criteria. Fury himself had even tried, only to find the hammer utterly unresponsive. Clearly, a minor complication had arisen. Fury cast a glance in the direction Thor had departed, choosing to remain discreet as he welcomed a formidable individual approaching. Indeed, this person was Steve Rogers. "Captain, it's been a while," Fury greeted him with a smile. "How have you been lately?" "Not too bad," Steve replied with a hint of nonchalance. "Things have been relatively easy of late," though Fury suggested that once the current tumult subsided, he might allow the captain some respite. The truth was that Steve had been ensnared in the political maelstrom, assisting Fury in navigating the incessant external pressures. It was rather peculiar for him to exhibit a favorable demeanor towards Fury at this moment. Fury, however, was unperturbed. He was acutely aware that his actions lacked integrity, yet his audacity was undeniable. Thus, he promptly escorted Steve to the presence of MJ Ulner. Prior to their arrival, Steve had perused all available documentation pertaining to the enchanted hammer and was fully cognizant of the purpose of his visit. Without a shred of hesitation, he approached it directly. Standing before the hammer, Steve inhaled deeply before seizing MJ Ulner with both hands, channeling strength from his core. Fury's expression shifted dramatically. For those present could distinctly observe the hammer shift slightly as Steve exerted himself. However, that was the extent of its movement, despite Steve's continued efforts. MJ Ulner remained resolutely unmoved. Fury's anticipation swiftly dissolved into disappointment. After a brief moment, Steve stood, shrugging to indicate his impotence. "If you cannot lift it, then I truly wonder who in this world is capable of wielding this hammer," Fury remarked half-jokingly. He was well aware that if even Steve could not earn MJ Ulner's approval, then no one else could hope to do so either. Consequently, he decisively abandoned his ambitions regarding the hammer. The risks were too great and the rewards too meager. Should this matter come to the attention of Loki or Thor, it could jeopardize relations with Asgard. The prospect of acquiring MJ Ulner was moot. Thus, he resolved to cease consideration of the matter altogether. Being able to study the hammer within the limited time available was sufficient for Fury, and he had little inclination to concern himself with subsequent developments, leaving them to be managed by others. Meanwhile, as Thor grappled with his inability to reclaim MJ Ulner, Loki stormed into Odin's presence, seething with indignation. "Why do they all have trials, while I am left with nothing?" Loki felt a profound sense of injustice within his heart. His father had always placed his affections upon his elder brother and younger sibling, while he, the middle child, seemed perpetually deprived of Odin's attention and approval. Odin was even reluctant to scold him, a fact that Loki found intolerable. When he learned that Thor was embarking on a so-called trial on Earth, and that his own trials had already commenced, Loki's frustration reached a boiling point. Why did they both have opportunities while he was left wanting? It was not the scarcity of fortune that troubled him, but the unfairness of it all. If everyone were deprived or all were favored, it would be bearable. However, the stark contrast of his own exclusion, while others enjoyed the privileges he so desperately craved, felt immensely unjust. At last, unable to contain his indignation, Loki confronted Odin directly. "Have you ever regarded me as your child?" he accused bitterly. "You are mistaken. This is not a trial," Odin replied with a calm demeanor. What could he say? Should he reveal that these were merely deceptions crafted to mislead Thor? The thought of Loki uncovering the truth and informing Thor was daunting. What if Loki's disclosure jeopardized the hard-fought trials? After all, Thor and Loki had shared a close bond since childhood, making it difficult for Odin to guarantee that Loki would remain silent. If Loki's revelations led to the collapse of all their endeavors, what then? Thus, Odin resolved to keep the truth from Loki. "If you desire, I could prepare the trials you seek," he offered. "If I desire?" Loki suddenly laughed bitterly. "What do you mean by if I desire? Did you not say that those who succeed in the trials would inherit the throne of Asgard? I have stated before. This is not a trial," Odin insisted, furrowing his brow. "If it is not a trial, then what is it?" Loki retorted with resentment. "Did you never intend to grant me the chance to inherit the throne? You wouldn't even afford me the opportunity to undergo a trial." Did Loki truly care for the throne? The answer was, of course, no. To put it plainly, even many years later, Loki remained merely a child yearning for attention. Yet, do not be misled into thinking Loki was merely an innocent and harmless soul. If you truly believe that, the countless lives lost due to the Chitauri, whom Loki had unwittingly drawn upon them, would have much to say about it. In a certain sense, Loki possessed an innate cruelty and indifference. One could discern this from his subsequent actions. Regardless of his past, committing such unforgivable deeds sealed his fate. The gravity of his transgressions was ultimately overshadowed by the tragic nature of his death. Contemplate, if you will, the ramifications that Loki has wrought upon Earth. In the original narrative, following the Battle of New York, the lives of countless individuals were profoundly altered and impacted. The mere endeavor of addressing the myriad remnants left by the Chitauri could easily fill an entire television series. Llewellyn even recollects a particular moment from a Marvel television show, wherein a peculiar epidemic spread through a certain region. Those afflicted with this disease would ultimately succumb to an eruption of plasma from within, resulting in their untimely demise. With no hope for redemption, to contract the illness was tantamount to a death sentence. Many firefighters lost their lives in this tragic ordeal. Through Coulson's investigation, it was ultimately revealed that this was, in fact, an extraterrestrial virus, originating from a helmet pried from the corpse of an alien in the aftermath of the New York conflict. For the aliens, this virus was merely akin to a severe cold. This scenario serves only as a microcosm of the devastation the Chitauri inflicted upon Earth, not to mention the countless humans who had already met a grim fate. Thus, Llewellyn's perception of Loki has never been particularly favorable, and their relationship has remained rather indifferent. Loki does not yearn for the throne of Asgard. Rather, his true desire lies in garnering Odin's approval. This yearning, steeped in relentless self-doubt, deepened over time, culminating in an intense hatred for Odin upon Loki's revelation of his true identity. However, after undergoing a series of transformative experiences, Loki ultimately found remorse. Yet, even in his repentance, the damage he has inflicted upon the world remains irreparable. So you never intended to consider me, did you? Loki gazed at Odin, his heart brimming with confusion and resentment. I understand. Without awaiting Odin's explanation, Loki turned abruptly, leaving no room for any defense. In response, Odin could only exhale a sigh. Indeed, he had never regarded Loki as a viable candidate for the throne. After all, despite being raised by the Asgardians, Loki is not one of them. The notion of placing a non-Asgardian upon the throne of Asgard is profoundly ironic. In many respects, Loki's sentiments are justified. He had recognized this dilemma long before, yet was unaware of its true source. Consequently, upon discovering his identity, he was engulfed in despair and sorrow, leading him to embrace darkness. However, the current Loki remains oblivious to these intricacies. All he desires now is to prove himself. Yet, at this juncture, Loki is but a child yet to mature, and his means of validation lies in vanquishing Thor to demonstrate that he is not inferior to his brother. Naturally, in a mere contest of strength, Loki is acutely aware that he cannot surpass Thor. Yet, he cannot prevail. He is indeed clever. The naive Loki believed that if he could vanquish Thor, he would earn his father's approval. Little did he know that Odin had always recognized him. It was precisely because of this acknowledgement that Odin had never wished to deceive Loki. He could easily have misled Loki, claiming that he too had a right to the throne, stipulating that if he could surpass his brother, he would become the king of Asgard. As for whether Loki could indeed best Thor, Odin was the arbiter. If he could not control such matters, he would have wasted many years as the king of Asgard. However, Odin chose not to do so, and thus he never granted Loki even the slightest opportunity. If he did not genuinely believe in Loki's abilities and methods, why would he act in such a manner? Therefore, Loki's schemes were destined to fail. Upon arriving in Midgard, Loki was elated to discover that Thor had lost the favor of Mjolnir. This filled him with unbridled joy. It was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Consequently, the first thing he did was seek out Mjolnir, attempting to gain its approval. After all, Loki was an adept in the arcane arts, and his understanding of magic far surpassed that of Thor, who was utterly inept in such matters. Yet, after his investigations, he was disappointed to find that even though Thor had lost Mjolnir's favor, it still refused to choose him. Nevertheless, this sense of disappointment did not linger long. Now that neither of them could claim the hammer's approval, Loki felt a newfound equilibrium within himself. However, seeing the despondent Thor, a bold idea began to stir in Loki's mind. We are nearing our destination, Yondu remarked, glancing out of the spaceship's window. Prepare to meet our demise. Why be so pessimistic? Rocket Raccoon retorted, displaying no sign of anxiety. Perhaps someone will come to rescue us. Rescue us? Yondu scoffed. Who do you think would come to our aid? A notorious intergalactic pirate? He gestured to himself. Or you, a neglected lab experiment? A mere squirrel? Yondu burst into laughter. Prepare for your demise. Not at all. We are not alone, Rocket Raccoon countered, glancing out the window with a slight smile. Look, reinforcements have arrived. In the next moment, Groot appeared in the room. What has happened? How did you find yourselves in this predicament? Hooray, you finally arrived. I thought you had forgotten us. Rocket Raccoon exclaimed joyfully, jumping up and down. I am Groot. Wait, who are you? Yondu asked, astonished as he stared at Groot. How did you get in here? How did you appear before us? Quite simply, it is merely magic. Lulin spoke softly. As soon as I received your message, I hurried over. Now tell me, what exactly is the situation? Rocket Raccoon elaborated on the events, embellishing the tale. Why do you appear so calm? He questioned, puzzled. It seems as though you already know. Indeed, I am fully aware, Lulin nodded slightly. As an Asgardian, how could I not be familiar with the matters concerning Yigo and the Celestial Group? I am even aware of his intentions regarding those children. What intentions? Yondu struggled to sit up, unable to remain composed when it pertained to matters involving Star-Lord. You know, the typical lofty ambitions of universal domination, Lulin replied, curling his lip in disdain. He is merely a madman. But why would he kill so many of his own children? You are aware, this individual belongs to the Celestial Group, Lulin scoffed. Perhaps it is the overwhelming power that has corrupted his mind. Throughout his prolonged journeys, he has come to believe that no beings in the universe are worthy of being compared to him. Yondu felt as though his worldview had been turned upside down. If he deemed these creatures unworthy of comparison, why then did he sire so many children? Lulin seemed to perceive Yondu's confusion and continued. The multitude of children was born from his desire to create beings that could stand on equal footing with him. Yet, as you can imagine, none of those children met his standards or requirements, regardless of their race. Thus, he disposed of them. To Yondu, any child that failed to meet his criteria was merely a defective product. He could dispatch those women with whom he shared intimate relations without a second thought. Those defective offspring meant even less to him. Each child he executed with such ease was a testament to his callousness. Is that so? Yondu's eyes glazed over in realization. In a sense, you were indeed trying to do something good, Lulin said, casting a glance at Yondu. Initially, your intention was to reclaim your child, provided it was the one you desired. Who are you, and how did you get in here? A pirate entered. Lulin glanced at the intruder, and a beam of red laser emerged from his eyes, instantly creating a gaping hole in the pirate's head. Indeed, this was the newly acquired heat vision he had just mastered. However, his lack of proficiency caused the laser to pierce not only the pirate's skull, but also several metal walls behind him. Wow! Rocket Raccoon whistled in admiration. Where did you learn that move? It's so cool. Wait. The Rocket Raccoon seemed to have a sudden realization, gazing at Lulin in astonishment. You haven't undergone some transformation, have you? What are you thinking? Lulin cast a glance at Rocket Raccoon and then rubbed his eyes. It was his first time employing this technique. He found his eyes somewhat dry and was still not entirely accustomed to it. Recently acquired abilities were merely for experimentation. How did you learn this move? Rocket Raccoon's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I could learn it too, right? First, you must be of Asgardian descent, Lulin replied with a faint smile. It's best if you possess royal blood. Then, Lulin mentally added, moreover, you would require an enhancement. Rocket Raccoon's gaze dimmed instantly. All right then. It seems they have already discovered us. Lulin rolled his shoulders. Should I leave any survivors? Yondu rose thoughtfully. Let us keep a few alive. We cannot operate this vessel with just the three of us. Then you shall wait here, Lulin instructed. In the next moment, the two lost sight of Lulin. Need assistance? Rocket Raccoon glanced at Yondu, who was struggling to stand. Yondu nodded. I have a backup controller in my cabin. Just fetch it for me. And I can swap it out. Rocket Raccoon nodded and dashed out. When he returned with the controller, Lulin reappeared before them, with the new controller in hand. Yondu regained his vigor. Since this device was interconnected with his neural pathways, a significant portion of his brain's nerves were entangled with it. The loss or damage of the controller meant far more than merely losing control over his arrow. It could lead to irreversible harm to his body if he were to be without it for an extended period, which had contributed to his previous lethargy. Now that he had the controller, his confidence was restored. Seeing Lulin return, he smiled faintly. Have you encountered any trouble? Yondu gently whistled, and in the next second, his arrow soared into his grasp. Leave it to me. Lulin shot an odd glance at Yondu. I've already tied everyone up. Just check which ones need to be kept. What did you say? You tied them all up? Yondu stared at Lulin in disbelief. You are still too young to grasp the significance of being a Prince of Asgard. Rocket Raccoon patted Yondu's leg as he passed by. You've only managed to reach this point. Do you understand the weight of being an Asgardian prince? Rocket Raccoon executed a tactical leanback, revealing a disdainful smile upon his furry visage. Regardless of how reluctant Yondu was to accept the truth, the sight of the neatly arranged crew within the spaceship's hull compelled him to believe. How did you manage this? Yondu gasped in astonishment. Lulin merely smiled softly, refraining from uttering a word. Yet, in that instant, a glimmer of hope ignited in Yondu's eyes. I heard from this little squirrel that you share a good rapport with Star-Lord. Lulin discerned Yondu's unspoken thoughts with ease. Do not fret for Peter's safety. He has his own path to traverse, Lulin stated nonchalantly. Should he encounter insurmountable challenges, I will intervene. Initially, Yondu had resigned himself to the certainty of death on this journey to the planet housing Ego's essence. However, upon witnessing Lulin's prowess, a flicker of hope surged within him. You are aware of Ego. Yondu still harbored a semblance of trepidation. After all, Ego was a member of the legendary celestial group. His very essence constituted that planet, and merely contemplating his colossal form evoked a sense of despair. Could a being of such magnitude lack formidable power? The void was a construct of a celestial's cranium, which leads one to ponder the immense strength such a creature possessed while alive. Despite Lulin's capabilities having far surpassed Yondu's expectations, a lingering concern persisted within him. Do not doubt my strength, Lulin remarked with a faint smile. To be honest, a mere celestial does not concern me. Moreover, we speak of Ego alone. Observing the lingering worry in Yondu's demeanor, Lulin chose not to engage in further debate. It is only natural for individuals to resist accepting notions that transcend their comprehension. When confronted with the undeniable truth, Yondu would inevitably come to trust his own observations. Chapter 97. As the planet loomed closer, Ego could not help but reminisce about recent events. Not long ago, he sought out the Ravagers, endeavoring to persuade them to allow his re-entry amongst their ranks. Yet, his earnest invitation was met with merciless derision. We shall forever bear the shame of your existence. The Ravagers shall never strike against a child. You have betrayed our principles. You are our disgrace. Do not expect to hear the call of freedom after your demise. The radiant colors of Ogre shall never shine upon your gravestone. Yondu attempted to articulate a response, yet ultimately fell silent. How could he explain such matters to his once beloved comrades? Even after being cast out from the Ravager Legion, he had never relinquished his honor, nor had he ever contravened their principles. But who would believe such words? Who would trust a shameless individual capable of harming children? The answer is glaringly obvious. No one would place their faith in such a person. Everyone presumed he had spared Star-Lord simply because of his youth, allowing him access to places where ordinary individuals could not pilfer. This only further attests to his shamelessness and vile nature. Gazing at the retreating figures of his companions, Yondu felt an acute pang of anguish. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. After all, this was not the first time such an incident had transpired over the years, and he had long grown accustomed to it. As his thoughts returned, Yondu beheld Ego in his true form, and his body involuntarily trembled. He had witnessed the man's formidable power firsthand. How could he not feel trepidation in his presence? Nevertheless, for the sake of Star-Lord, he resolved to advance resolutely. As the spacecraft touched down, Tony approached once more. I believe I may have discovered a safe method to wield the Power Stone, he said, rubbing his hands together with excitement. May I attempt it once again? Lulin cast a glance at Tony. It had only been a brief interlude since he last left, and he found it hard to believe that Tony had already devised a way to control the Power Stone. However, seeing the eager glint in Tony's eyes, Lulin could not bear to discourage him. Thus he retrieved the Power Stone once more. This time, Tony cautiously embedded the Power Stone into the reactor at his chest, and a brilliant violet light erupted forth. It seemed Tony had prepared for this, as his armor began to pulsate as if it possessed a life of its own. With the armor's rhythmic movements, the Power Stone appeared to encounter significant resistance, remaining obediently fixed at the front of Tony's chest. Success! Tony exclaimed with exhilaration. Yet, the Power Stone was not so easily tamed. In the next moment, a more intense wave of violet light surged, and the Power Stone once again floated toward Tony's forehead. An overwhelming force coursed through Tony's body, eliciting a piercing cry from him. Indeed, Lulin sighed softly. The reality was as he had anticipated. Tony remained unable to master the Power Stone, his arrogance proving to be his undoing. After all, the Power Stone was one of the Infinity Stones, embodying the most primal forces of the universe. If it were so easily controlled, countless individuals throughout history would not have needed to create the orb of the universe to contain it. At this moment, purple veins began to spread across Tony's face. In a fit of fury, he unexpectedly turned his aggression toward Lulin once more. In an instant, a torrent of purple energy struck Lulin. However, under the protection of Lulin's magic, not even the hem of his garments was harmed. In the next moment, Lulin decisively pried the Power Stone from Tony's forehead. Awaken! 2 ancient runes were expelled from Lulin's mouth, instantly striking Tony's soul. This time, Tony awakened much more swiftly than before. After 2 consecutive incursions into his essence, Tony's soul had sustained some damage. If Lulin did not assist him in alleviating the pressure exerted by the Power Stone, it was likely that Tony would soon become a mere fool. The sensation was unbearable. Tony engaged in deep breaths, lamenting, I cannot control this power. You are far too impatient, Lulin replied with a resigned shake of his head. You underestimate the Power Stone. After a moment's hesitation, Lulin proposed, very well. I shall leave the Power Stone in your care for a time, but you must exercise utmost caution and avoid reckless actions. If you experience another incursion, you may soon find yourself rendered utterly incapable. With that, Lulin handed the Power Stone to Tony. Tony, upon hearing this, hesitated briefly but ultimately resolved to contain the Power Stone. He endeavored to encapsulate it within his armor, yet no matter his efforts, he was swiftly met with erosion. Helpless, he could only watch as Lulin reclaimed the Power Stone. Nevertheless, he did not leave empty-handed, at the very least. His studies of the eroded areas would deepen his understanding of the Power Stone. Suddenly, Lulin had a thought and retrieved a delicate orb from his pocket. He placed the Power Stone inside, and then handed the orb to Tony. Indeed, this is the cosmic sphere. Back on that distant planet, no one noticed it, except for Star-Lord, who picked it up with the intent to deceive others. However, after the news disseminated from Xander, that plan fell through, with the cosmic sphere rendered useless. He handed it over to me. Now, it serves perfectly to contain the Power Stone. You may wish to study the cosmic sphere. It could prove beneficial to you. From the moment Tony laid eyes on the cosmic sphere, he was captivated. He was curious about the material that could keep the Power Stone so placid and immobile within. Yet, as Lulin presented the cosmic sphere containing the Power Stone to Tony, he keenly observed that the stone seemed somewhat restless. Just as it was about to be placed in Tony's hands, the cosmic sphere twisted and was drawn back by Lulin. What does this mean? Wait. Lulin opened the cosmic sphere and beheld the Power Stone lying quietly within, his brow furrowing slightly. You seem a bit insincere, don't you? Surely. You must have some ulterior motives. The cosmic sphere lay inert in its box, utterly motionless. Lulin cast a dubious glance at the Power Stone before stowing it away and handing it back to Tony. This time, he felt no surge of energy emanating from it. Despite his unwillingness to accept it, he had to acknowledge that the Power Stone indeed possessed self-awareness. Chapter 98. What are you saying? Tony regarded Lulin with a puzzled expression. It's merely a stone. Are you truly conversing with a rock? What of it? Can a stone not be a living entity? Lulin jested. In America, you would surely be facing a lawsuit from those human rights advocates. At the mention of this, Tony appeared somewhat despondent. He was baffled as to why those advocates had targeted him. They alleged that his company lacked black employees, thus accusing him of racial discrimination. Naturally, Tony would not indulge their claims, responding bluntly, because no black individuals meet our hiring standards. This statement stirred a hornet's nest. Tony found himself embroiled in numerous lawsuits, accused of discriminating against black people. The basis for the accusations was his supposed assertion regarding the intellectual inferiority of black individuals. Upon hearing this rationale, Tony nearly burst into laughter. Wasn't it these very individuals who articulated the reasons for his reluctance to hire black candidates? Yet, in America, racial discrimination is a taboo subject, and anyone entangled in such matters pays a steep price. Tony was no exception. Although he ultimately won the legal battle, he was compelled to allocate a quota of positions in his company for black employees as restitution. Now, whenever he thought of those black employees, he felt as though he had swallowed a fly. After learning of this situation, Lulin would occasionally tease him about it, leaving Tony feeling quite helpless. Moreover, after spending so much time in the universe, do you still believe in impossibilities? Lulin remarked, casting a glance at Groot in the distance. Following Lulin's gaze, Tony spotted Groot and suddenly comprehended. If a tree could manifest as a living being, then the notion of a stone possessing consciousness seemed less far-fetched. After all, this stone represented an embodiment of the 6 fundamental elements that constitute the universe, and upon realizing the Power Stone might indeed possess self-awareness, Tony began to feel a twinge of hesitation. If it were merely an inanimate stone, he could confidently pursue his research. However, upon realizing that he might possess his own consciousness, Tony began to hesitate. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather a sense of necessity to prepare more thoroughly before embarking on his research. Having experienced the events of the past, Tony now held his life in high regard. Moreover, the sensation of being controlled by the Power Stone was decidedly unpleasant. Don't worry, I'm here for you. What is there to fear? Lulin remarked, sealing the cosmic spirit ball and casually tossing it back to Tony. Even if you were to die and your ashes scattered, I would still be able to bring you back, he asserted confidently. Although Tony felt a lingering doubt in his heart upon hearing Lulin's words, he nonetheless accepted the cosmic spirit ball, placing his trust in Lulin. After all, if Lulin assured him that all was well, then it must indeed be so. Is that Star-Lord? Rocket Raccoon exclaimed as he observed a figure approaching from a distance. his mouth agape in astonishment. How is he capable of that? After all, he is a child of the celestial group. Isn't it rather commonplace for him to achieve such feats? Lulin remarked nonchalantly. Upon seeing the group together, Star-Lord's expression soured considerably. He had spent some time in solitary contemplation and realized that his previous remarks to Gamora had been excessively harsh. Thus, he resolved to seek her out for a heartfelt conversation and to extend an apology. However, after flying around the planet, he failed to locate Gamora and instead stumbled upon this gathering. Had it been merely an encounter with others, Star-Lord might not have been particularly concerned. But the presence of Yondu among them left him perplexed. The greatest desire of Star-Lord's early life had been to escape Yondu's grasp. And now that he had finally achieved that aspiration and discovered his biological father, he was taken aback to find Yondu reappearing at this juncture. "What are you doing here?" Star-Lord inquired. His countenance darkened with displeasure. "How did you find me? Come with me. This is not your home," Yondu implored earnestly. "This isn't my home," Star-Lord retorted, incredulous and incensed. "Then where, pray tell, is my home? Is it aboard that wretched ship of yours? How can you speak to me in such a manner?" Yondu, who had initially been composed, now found himself seething with anger. "Do you not remember that I once saved your life?" "Saved my life?" Star-Lord scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping him. "You merely pulled me from the clutches of that damned monster. Must you remind me of this for the rest of my days? In truth, if it were not for you, I would never have been thrust into the cosmos nor fallen into the jaws of that creature. You have no right to claim you saved my life." Yondu opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Star-Lord was right, yet also mistaken. Without Yondu, Star-Lord would never have been transported into the cosmos. However, it is equally true that, in the absence of Yondu, others would have come forth to assist Ego in his quest for his offspring, and Star-Lord's fate would have been no different. "You are mistaken," Lulin remarked coolly. "At this juncture, there is little left to conceal. Without Yondu, you would have perished long ago." "What do you mean by that?" Star-Lord glared at Lulin, his expression darkening. "You know nothing of my past. How can you utter such words? I may not be acquainted with your history, but those who are familiar with your past have arrived. You might consider inquiring directly with that individual," Lulin said, casting a glance at Ego, who was floating nearby. Star-Lord turned around, and, upon seeing Ego approach, his demeanor softened slightly. "I can explain myself without your interference," Ego stated as he descended, his tone unassuming. "I was the one who commissioned Yondu to bring you from Earth to my side." Ego continued, "I had long recognized that you are the true heir to my legacy." What does that mean?" Star-Lord was taken aback. He had no comprehension of Ego's words. Was it truly his father who had orchestrated his abduction from Earth? As this realization dawned, Star-Lord cast a resentful glance at Yondu. Had it not been for this man, he might have already begun to experience the affection of a father. How dare he claim to be his savior? Anger surged within Star-Lord at this thought. Chapter 99. What? Why? Is he telling the truth? Star-Lord gazed sorrowfully at Yondu. Despite his persistent desire to escape Yondu's grasp, his feelings towards him were far too complex to be articulated in mere words. Yondu had cared for him for so many years. Even if he had never particularly liked him, the bond forged over the years was undeniably genuine. Yet now, he felt as though all those years of emotion had become a mere farce. What fatherly love, what familial ties. His life had been a tragedy from the very beginning. "He speaks the truth, but there are reasons behind it," Yondu explained. "Reasons? What reasons?" Star-Lord glared at Yondu, his fury palpable. "Is it because you are a despicable, shameless traitor? Is that your reason? Enough. I no longer wish to hear your nonsense." Star-Lord turned away, his voice cold. "Leave now. Let this be the end of our ties. From this moment forth, we shall have no further connection." Ego stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Star-Lord's shoulder. While Yondu observed the unfolding scene, his heart aching, feeling as if he were struggling to breathe. It appears that Ego has found the child he desired. In this case, Star-Lord's presence here should render him quite content. At the very least, he is free from peril. Indeed, Ego, being a celestial being, offers far greater prospects than one such as himself, who has been cast out from the Ravagers. Drax remained silent, turning away with a somber expression. Lulin rolled his eyes. "What I detest most are individuals like you, who fail to communicate clearly," he remarked. "Matters that could be succinctly articulated are instead convoluted into a series of unnecessary complications. Why prolong the resolution when clarity could have sufficed from the outset?" Yet, at that moment, Star-Lord had no inclination to heed Lulin's words. "I consider you a friend. But this is a private matter. I would appreciate it if you refrained from intervening, if you would be so kind." His tone was laden with exhaustion. Tony stepped forward to gently grasp Lulin's arm, shaking his head. This is their affair. We, as outsiders, should not intrude. Lulin chuckled softly, snapping his fingers. Immediately, Star-Lord found himself immobilized, unable to move. What is the meaning of this? Star-Lord suppressed his rising anger. What do you think it means? Lulin replied nonchalantly. If you wish to leave, you may, but allow me to finish speaking first, and then you may go wherever you please. This is our personal matter. Please do not meddle. Ego approached, his gaze sharp and piercing as he regarded Lulin. Although he was uncertain of Lulin's intentions, he sensed that if Lulin were to speak freely, it could jeopardize his own plans. Do you wish to engage in a contest of strength? Lulin raised an eyebrow. You appear quite confident. After a brief glance at Lulin, Ego opted to retreat. His scheme was not yet fully prepared, and he was unwilling to complicate matters at this juncture. With the plan nearing fruition, it would be a grave miscalculation to delay it further due to a confrontation with Lulin. Though unsure of what Lulin intended to convey, Ego felt that his own eloquence would likely persuade Star-Lord. Weighing the consequences, Ego resolved to hear Lulin out. Are you not curious as to the whereabouts of your former siblings? Lulin regarded Star-Lord with a calm demeanor. You have long believed that Drax kept you around merely to pilfer from places they could not access. Yet, after years of traversing the cosmos, how many scenarios have you encountered that necessitate the involvement of a child? Drax is not alone. He commands a throng of ravenous space pirates. A band of pirates, despite possessing their own code of conduct and principles, are ultimately a ruthless crew. They must take their survival into account. In the vastness of space travel, resources are invaluable. No one would willingly harbor a useless burden aboard their ship. Even if Yondu is the captain, he must contemplate the thoughts and feelings of his crew. Failing to command their loyalty would invite rebellion, a rebellion Yondu has already faced not long ago. Thus, if he wishes to retain Star-Lord, he must provide a compelling reason that persuades the crew of Star-Lord's worth. This is why Yondu assigned Star-Lord the task of thievery. In truth, were it not for Star-Lord, Yondu possesses far more effective means to accomplish those tasks with ease. After all, his crew is merely a collection of dim-witted fools, incapable of discerning the reality of the situation. They can only see Star-Lord successfully completing his mission, which barely suffices to allow him to remain aboard. Nevertheless, Yondu's attitude towards Star-Lord breeds discontent among many, ultimately leading to a mutiny on his ship. Why not inquire with your biological father about the whereabouts of your siblings? Lulin remarked coolly. Perhaps the bones buried beneath the floor of your room may provide you with the answers. What? Star-Lord gazed at Ego in shock. He had always believed he was Ego's sole offspring, only to discover that Ego had numerous children. At this juncture, Ego chose not to conceal the truth any longer. If he was to earn Star-Lord's trust, he must convey his sincerity. If these individuals were not present, Ego could weave other fabrications to obscure the truth. But he knew that any lie would be swiftly exposed in their presence. Thus, it was better to speak plainly. I have told you, I am of the Celestial Order. Ego stated matter-of-factly. My life has spanned far beyond the measure of numbers. Merely mastering control over my own body took me millions of years. Do you not think it entirely normal that I would have had several children over such an expanse of time? Regrettably, they did not inherit my gifts, and thus, they perished. But you, my child, are different. Ego gazed at Star-Lord with a benevolent expression. You have inherited my gifts, my power. We are truly of the same ilk. Your lifespan will mirror mine, thousands, millions of years. We shall endure until the very end of the universe. Ego spoke tenderly. I am also willing to share my power with you, ensuring that we shall encounter no peril. Chapter 100. You and I are kindred spirits, unlike them. Ego's words were undeniably alluring. It would be a challenge for anyone in his position to remain unmoved, and Star-Lord was no exception. Yet, in the next moment, Lulin unmasked his deceit. Selectively concealing the truth often leads to misleading conclusions, Lulin remarked. For millennia, the demise of those children who failed to inherit his gifts was indeed a rather commonplace occurrence. However, he did not reveal how these children perished or at what age they met their end. Before Ego could retort, Lulin continued, asserting that these children all met their fates in their teenage years, typically within 1 to 2 years of being brought to this planet. Lulin didn't need to disclose who was responsible for the deaths. He merely needed to present the facts before Star-Lord, who would naturally deduce the correct answer. A conclusion reached independently is far more convincing than one handed down by another. Was his assertion true? Ego now regretted allowing Lulin to speak. Yet, with the words already spoken, he felt compelled to find a way to amend the situation. The facts were indeed as he stated. Ego maintained a stoic facade as he proclaimed, I have already stated that we are unlike them. They did not inherit my gifts. Thus they are no different from ordinary people in my eyes. To me, They resemble the lowest forms of life, indistinguishable from one another. Gazing intently into Star-Lord's eyes, he endeavored to influence his perspective through sheer mental force. Do you feel sorrow for beings outside your own race? Do you mourn the animals you consume daily? Indeed. To Ego, those who lacked his gifts were fundamentally no different from other creatures. You must understand, Peter, it is only you and I who are truly alike. We are the same. The companions you seek are not those mundane, inferior beings. You may invest your emotions in them, but do not become ensnared, for you are not like them. Ego incessantly reiterated the phrase "not the same," attempting to sway Star-Lord's mindset. However, Lulin was far from surrendering. He pondered who in the vast cosmos would assist him in retrieving the children. Those mindless, foolish pirates were undoubtedly unreliable, as the children could very well be devoured en route. Thus, he needed to seek out principled pirates. Lulin coolly suggested, such as Yondu, for only individuals of this caliber could ensure the children's safety. Lulin spoke slowly, affirming that Ego's choice was not erroneous. Indeed, it was the right course of action. However, this approach inevitably presents a significant dilemma. These principled pirates may refrain from separating children from their mothers. Consequently, Ego's reclamation plan faced considerable obstacles, nearly reaching a standstill. Fortunately, Ego's longevity afforded him the opportunity to rectify his missteps. Upon realizing this predicament, he resorted to the grim decision of eliminating the mothers of the children before he departed. The rationale behind not directly taking the children stemmed from his unwillingness to invest years in nurturing a child until adulthood. Yet, this led to the unfortunate possibility of the children going missing or failing to thrive without maternal care. Thus, Ego's tactics evolved once more. He harnessed his abilities to implant a disease within the mothers of these children. This affliction would claim the mothers' lives once the children matured, allowing him to subsequently instruct the pirates to bring the children to him without any complications. As he would be the sole remaining kin of these children, the pirates would have no justification to deny a child the opportunity to meet their biological father, even if Ego had fathered numerous offspring. So, how do you believe your mother met her demise? Lulin gazed at Star-Lord, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Could it truly be due to some form of cancer? At this moment, Star-Lord's demeanor began to shift. Did you kill my mother? The look in Star-Lord's eyes towards Ego became increasingly intense. You must understand my anguish. Ego seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In my quest to find my kind, to locate you with expedience, these sacrifices were indispensable. Do you think I possess not even a modicum of sentiment for those individuals? Ego's emotions surged, his silver hair swaying gently, his face a canvas of fury and despair. Child, do you know that among all these people, your mother was the one I cherished most? When I made that choice, my heart was equally tormented. Yet, you must grasp that all of this was done for your sake. Ego earnestly placed his hands on Star-Lord's shoulders. Everything I did was aimed at reuniting with you swiftly. Fortunately, my sacrifices bore fruit, and I have finally found you. Ego's voice softened. Trust me, will you? Trust me. I am the one person in this world who will never deceive you. To mask one's malevolence with beautiful lies is the most common tactic of such individuals. Silence. Ego roared, unable to contain himself any longer. At that moment, a silver-blue aura flickered around him, his eyes gleaming with a silvery hue, and faint blue lightning crackled around his form. Do you truly wish to engage me in battle, Asgardian? You shall bear the wrath of the celestial beings. Lulin narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? Threatening the future king of Asgard? To speak candidly, if Ego was resolute in opposing Asgard, Lulin would indeed find the situation rather troublesome. Ego, being a solitary entity, could incessantly harass Asgard with his exceptional mobility as long as he was not entirely subdued. He need not inflict significant damage upon Asgard. A mere occasional disturbance at the borders, the slaying of a few innocents, and then retreating would suffice. Such actions would be effortless for him, yet they could inflict considerable harm to Asgard's reputation. Should Asgard fail to resolve this predicament, its deterrent power within the cosmos would undoubtedly plummet. This would lead to a myriad of complications, potentially even inciting rebellion across the 9 realms under Asgard's dominion. Ego was evidently aware that uttering such words would plunge them into an irreconcilable conflict. Chapter 101. Did he truly wish for an unending feud with Lulin? The answer was, of course, negative. No one desires enmity with a formidable empire, particularly when its ruler is a being of unfathomable strength. The power of the Asgardians evolves with age. The older they grow, the mightier they become. Whether Odin possesses the strength of the Aesir is uncertain, but judging by his illustrious historical achievements, Ego was clearly disinclined to confront him. I do not threaten you, but as an Asgardian, You have no right to interfere in matters between my son and me, Ego asserted fearlessly. If you insist on this course, even in the face of war, I would not be daunted by your threats. I have never instigated trouble. Yet I fear no one's threats, not even those of a prince of Asgard. Is that so? Lulin replied with a faint smile. However, Quill is my friend, and I believe I am entitled to intervene in your affairs. Yet, it seems you have yet to consult Quill for his opinion, have you? Lulin continued with a gentle smile. Why not allow Quill to make his own true choice? With a subtle flick of his wrist, Quill's eyes regained their clarity. Sensing the magical fluctuations in the air, Ego's expression shifted drastically. What have you done? Ego stepped forward, his silver-blue magical energy shimmering in his grasp. I believe that when a person is faced with significant decisions regarding their own life, they should at least be in a sound state of mind. Do you not agree? Lulin remarked calmly. Quill clutched his head, feeling a twinge of headache. What was happening? His mind had been affected, yet he had not completely lost consciousness. Thus, he retained his previous memories. After the psychological impact inflicted by Ego dissipated, Star-Lord swiftly returned to a state of normalcy. You just claimed that my mother is the one you killed? Star-Lord gazed at Ego in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he had briefly felt an understanding of Ego's actions, even perceiving him as a kindred spirit. He shockingly found himself agreeing with Ego's assertion that, indeed, it was only the two of them in this vast universe who could share companionship. At that moment, his heart brimmed with fury. Ego took a deep breath, unprepared for the situation to escalate to this point. In truth, Ego's actions were not entirely misguided. His fault lay in his eagerness. How old was Star-Lord now? Not even 30. His mother had occupied the entirety of his early years. All his childhood and love stemmed from her. Having been thrust into the cosmos during his teenage years, he had experienced merely a fleeting existence. It was utterly implausible for Star-Lord to forsake his mother's love and instead embrace Ego's ideology within such a brief lifespan. Had Ego possessed sufficient patience to wait a little longer, perhaps 2 or 3 centuries, or even 50 to 60 years, he would have witnessed Star-Lord gradually acclimatizing to loss and the passage of time, ultimately forgetting those early memories. Ego believed that Star-Lord, being relatively young and still developing his powers, was easier to manipulate. Furthermore, having waited for far too long, he chose this moment to act. Yet, it was precisely Star-Lord's youth and the fervor of his spirit, infused with his mother's love, that rendered him resistant to Ego's claims. Had it not been for Ego's overwhelming influence, Star-Lord would likely have risen in rebellion upon learning the truth about his mother's demise. I have told you in time. You will come to understand my perspective, child. Ego, now unconcerned with further disputes with Lulin, prioritized calming Star-Lord. If he failed to soothe him, all his efforts would be in vain. Ego slowly approached Star-Lord, saying, You must grasp my anguish. Do you comprehend my solitude? Perhaps to you, she represents an inseparable facet of your existence. Yet her lifespan was tragically fleeting. In the expanse of my long life, she was but a fleeting mote of dust. Would you mourn the fate of a small creature that graces your life for merely half a second? Would you truly be invested in its existence or demise? The words of Ego possess an undeniable allure, compelling listeners to attentively absorb his sentiments and comprehend his psyche. Even individuals like Yondu are not immune to this charm. As they listen to Ego narrate his personal journey, they find themselves inadvertently relinquishing their weapons. Surely, you would not resist either, would you? Ego ultimately stands before Star-Lord, gently resting his hand on Star-Lord's shoulder. You would not resist, would you? Thus, can you now fathom my sense of helplessness? He meticulously presents himself as a victim, as if he were merely a pawn in a game of fate, forced into his actions. Yet, with a moment's reflection, one can discern the frailty of his reasoning. Villains often don the guise of victims to elicit sympathy from others. This tactic has been employed countless times by unscrupulous individuals on Earth, proving effective time and again. While speaking, Ego also leverages his innate psychic abilities to render his words more persuasive, fostering a deeper sense of empathy in his audience. However, Ego fails to anticipate the profound significance of Star-Lord's mother in his life. Although Yondu has always shown kindness to Star-Lord, as a father, he is far from exemplary. His affection is subtle, often imperceptible. It is only in adulthood that Star-Lord begins to grasp the depth of Yondu's unspoken love. Star-Lord is a man starved for love. The most vivid and unforgettable affection he has experienced without a doubt comes from his mother. Individuals often cling to the warmth of cherished memories, reluctant to move beyond them. And Star-Lord is no exception. He treasures only 2 possessions above all: the Walkman his mother gifted him before her passing and his spaceship. The spaceship represents his means of survival, and while significant, it can easily be replaced. In contrast, the Walkman holds a paramount place in his heart, and he would not allow it to suffer even the slightest damage. This illustrates the profound depth of Star-Lord's love for his mother. For Star-Lord, his mother is undeniably his Achilles heel. Upon learning the truth of her demise, all notions of paternal love, immortality, or cosmic dominion pale in comparison to the fury that ignites within him. For such a ludicrous reason, you dare to take my mother's life. Star-Lord's face flushes with visible anger. At that moment, a singular thought occupies his mind: vengeance for his mother. She was the entirety of his early life, the person he feels he has wronged the most. Tragically, Quill never had the chance to see his mother before her death, a regret that will forever weigh heavily upon his heart. If given the choice, he would forsake dominion over the galaxy and the vastness of interstellar travel. All he yearned for was to return to his mother's side, to be a good child. A being like Ego could never fathom the intricate yet simple emotions of humanity. Thus, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that Star-Lord would dare to strike him at that moment. A single punch sent half of Ego's head dissolving into shimmering blue particles, which drifted upwards into the ether. How dare you? Countless azure specks descended gently upon Ego's head, mending his wound. Splendid. I had thought you might grasp the depths of my intentions, Ego stated, his hand pressing firmly upon Star-Lord's shoulder. Perhaps due to the loss of half his head, Ego's voice had taken on a distorted quality. As his head gradually restored itself, his voice began to regain its former clarity. Yet I have come to realize my error. You are just as short-sighted as those ephemeral beings. With his head fully repaired, his voice returned to normal. What are you planning? Quill sensed an unsettling shift within his own essence. The divine energy seemed uncontrollable, surging wildly throughout his being. Unlike Ego, whose form was entirely composed of energy, Quill was merely flesh and blood. The tumultuous energies inflicted excruciating pain, forcing a cry from his lips. You must submit to my will. What do you intend to do? Lulin furrowed his brow, preparing to act. However, in the blink of an eye, the ground seemed to come alive, abruptly raising a towering wall that obstructed their path. This barrier, composed merely of earth, while somewhat solid, could only withstand small-caliber weaponry, let alone the prowess of a master like Lulin. With a single strike, the towering wall crumbled into dust, gradually descending. Lulin exhaled lightly, and a whirlwind arose from the ground, sweeping the obstructive debris into the sky. Yet, as Lulin had yet to fully harness his superhuman abilities, he lacked the power of X-ray vision. Thus, the airborne particles continued to impede his sight. In that brief delay, the two figures had vanished from sight. Lulin frowned, glancing skyward. It was implausible for them to have flown away in such a short span. This left only one possibility. They had escaped underground. Upon hearing Lulin's assertion, the others were left in stunned silence. If they had taken to the sky, they could have pursued them on the ground. But if they had burrowed away, how could they be tracked? Lulin's brow remained furrowed. Without the ability to see through the earth, he had no inkling of where the two had fled. He cannot directly act to obliterate this planet. For Star-Lord is allied with Ego. With Ego's formidable strength, before he is vanquished, it is certain that Star-Lord will perish. What shall we do? Following the recent upheaval, everyone has freed themselves from Ego's influence. Rocket Raccoon, in particular, gazes anxiously at Lulin, having placed all his hopes upon him. Do not panic. Consider the nature of Ego and the choices he would make under such circumstances. The others exchanged glances, uncertain of what actions Ego might undertake. Yet Lulin was aware of Ego's scheme. He had invested countless years sowing seeds of his own energy across numerous life-bearing planets. Once these seeds are activated, Ego's avatars will swiftly supersede these worlds, establishing dominion over countless beings. These seeds, having evolved and matured, would then provide Ego with an unfathomable reservoir of energy, sufficient to reign supreme over the cosmos. The inhabitants of these planets would become wholly subservient to Ego. Anyone who dared to defy him would face annihilation at the mere thought of Ego. Furthermore, under Ego's psychic influence, all life in the galaxy would gradually come to revere him as a deity. Decades hence, he would undoubtedly emerge as the unrivaled sovereign of the galaxy. However, achieving this ambition is no simple feat. Activating so many seeds simultaneously is beyond the capacity of Ego alone. He requires an immense amount of energy, which would burden his very essence. Should he fail to activate them concurrently, allowing the formidable forces of the universe to respond, Ego would be doomed. No individual could withstand the simultaneous onslaught of so many advanced civilizations. Thus, Ego requires a successor endowed with his gifts, namely, Star-Lord. Star-Lord could alleviate the burden of activating such numerous seeds and assist in providing the requisite energy. However, this necessitates that Star-Lord fully unlock the potential within him. This is precisely why Ego allowed Star-Lord to wield his energy. He intended for him to acclimate to this power in advance. Yet, with Lulin's intervention thwarting the plan, Ego is left with but one recourse: to utilize Star-Lord merely as a tool to alleviate his own strain, without enlisting his aid in activating all those seeds. The cost of this approach is that Ego can only activate half of the seeds, while the remainder will remain dormant. Although the activation of these seeds would grant Ego nearly limitless strength, it pales in comparison to the potential of awakening them all. However, Ego was now beyond caring for such matters. He recognized that the Prince of Asgard possessed formidable strength, and if he could not navigate through the impending crisis, not only would his ambitions of galactic dominance be thwarted, but he might very well meet his demise today. Thus, Ego was compelled to hasten the initiation of his plan, although this would inevitably provoke a reaction from the cosmic powers, making his future endeavors exceedingly arduous. He consoled himself with the notion that plans seldom withstand the chaos of change. "Damn you, foolish wretch," he muttered as he swiftly traversed the planet, his destination shrouded in mystery. At this moment, Ego was consumed by regret, pondering that he should have dealt with Star-Lord directly rather than indulging in the pretense of paternal affection. Yet, it was too late for such reflections. The world offers no elixir for remorse. The pressing matter at hand was to expedite the transformation of Star-Lord into a weapon that would fulfill his desires. Meanwhile, Lulin had closed his eyes, gradually attuning himself to the vibrations of the planet. Although unaware of Ego's destination, he sensed that whatever Ego intended to accomplish would surely create a significant disturbance, and he needed to intervene before Ego succeeded. However, as seconds ticked away, Lulin sensed no anomalies within the planet, which struck him as exceedingly unusual. Surely, they could not have escaped? He quickly dismissed that notion, for Ego's true form remained, and there was nowhere for them to flee. Frustration began to mount within him. If only he could develop superhuman vision, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Yet, in the next moment, Lulin felt a refreshing clarity wash over his eyes. He furrowed his brow, gently closing and reopening them, only to find the world around him transformed into an entirely different vista. As he surveyed his surroundings, a twinge of astonishment gripped him. Could the development of superhuman abilities be linked to intention? However, Lulin could not linger on such thoughts. He scanned the area, searching for Star-Lord's presence. Before long, he discovered Star-Lord being transformed and drained of energy by Ego. "Found you." Lulin smiled faintly, instantly vanishing from his location. On his own planet, Ego was acutely aware of the happenings within. Thus, upon realizing that Lulin was approaching, he felt a surge of anxiety. He had only made partial progress in transforming Star-Lord, and he could not afford any interruptions. Reluctantly, Ego prepared to confront the impending threat. "Let me see what you are truly capable of," Lulin remarked with a slight smile. Ego's expression was grave. "I harbor no intention of becoming your adversary, Prince of Asgard. This is a matter of my own, and I hope you shall refrain from interference." Even at this juncture, Ego endeavored to persuade Lulin through words. Yet, Lulin was impervious to such attempts. Words are futile. Let us see the truth unveiled through action. Thus, Ego felt compelled to respond accordingly. His demeanor was far from serene. If it were within his power, he would prefer not to oppose Asgard. However, with the situation escalating to such a degree, could he truly feign ignorance? It was evident that he was poised to retaliate. Ego had never underestimated Lulin. From the very first moment he beheld him, he recognized that Lulin was no ordinary character. Hence, when the battle commenced, Ego unleashed his full strength, striving for a decisive victory. The sky was ablaze with blue and white lightning, an abundance of frenzied energy suffusing the atmosphere. The earth trembled and fissured, while dark clouds loomed ominously overhead. Vicious energy particles swirled around Lulin, attempting to erode his very being. With a thunderous roar, Ego summoned a deluge of thunderbolts, all directed towards one target, Lulin. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Lulin remained utterly unperturbed. Were it not for the concern of damaging his attire, he would have scarcely bothered to raise a shield. "Is this all you can muster?" Lulin felt a twinge of disappointment. Was this truly the pinnacle of Ego's might? His disillusionment was palpable. The so-called pantheon of deities appeared rather underwhelming. This was a misjudgment on Lulin's part regarding Ego. A typical pantheon would not possess such feebleness. But Ego was fundamentally different from his peers. He was a player of growth. While the powers of other deities had likely stabilized long ago, with potential growth measured in eons, Ego's trajectory was distinct. Although he began as weak, his capacity for growth was boundless. His unique talent lay in the consumption of planets to augment his strength, particularly those teeming with life, each offering him immense power. However, the ingestion of living planets was no simple task. In a stroke of desperation, Ego conceived this current plan, hoping to devour all life-bearing planets across the galaxy in one fell swoop. Had Ego embarked on this course of action earlier, the present-day Ego would likely pose a formidable challenge, even to Lulin. As the tempest of energy gradually dissipated, Ego descended to the ground, conceding, "I admit that I am not your match. Speak, what is it that you truly desire? There is no need for us to engage in this senseless conflict." Lulin chuckled lightly, fully aware of Ego's intentions. In the next moment, Lulin appeared before Ego, delivering a punch that obliterated his upper body, with the physical form gone. The transformation of Star-Lord had also ceased. Nevertheless, Ego's body quickly began to regenerate. "Did you think I wouldn't notice your attempt to buy time?" Lulin scoffed. "Hand over Star-Lord, and we may discuss subsequent matters." Ego, being quite straightforward, complied without hesitation. "He has been compromised by my energy and will likely remain unconscious for some time," Ego explained. "But fear not, it won't be long before he awakens, and he will be just as he was before." Lulin nodded slightly. "Now, we can deliberate on how to address your situation." "I surrender," Ego stated decisively. He recognized that he was no match for Lulin. Rather than prolonging the inevitable, it was better to concede outright. After all, his lifespan was exceedingly long, and his opponent was merely an Asgardian. How lengthy could an Asgardian's life truly be? With a lifespan of only 5,000 years. Even if Lulin were powerful enough to live for 10,000, 50,000, or even 500,000 years, what did it matter? Since her voice first echoed through time, over 1 billion years had passed. Waiting a few 100,000 more was hardly a significant burden. What could he do against such formidable power? Ego calculated his position meticulously, so long as he remained alive, even if sealed away for 1 million years. What difference would it make? When he eventually emerged, would not the galaxy still belong to him? Lulin, discerning Ego's thoughts effortlessly, contemplated a brilliant idea. "Are you certain you can grant any request I make?" Lulin inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Ego. "Indeed, as long as you are willing to spare me, I can agree to any terms," Ego replied without hesitation. "I recognize that my actions have caused you significant harm, and thus I am willing to dedicate the remainder of my life to atoning for my misdeeds." Ego's words were imbued with sincerity, compelling one to instinctively trust his statements. If it were anyone else, perhaps they would be swayed by your deceitful rhetoric, but I am not so easily convinced. Lulin replied with a faint smile. "However, given your earnest acknowledgement of your faults, I shall grant you an opportunity." Lulin snapped his fingers. "Let Quill make the decision." In an instant, Quill awoke. "If you can seek Quill's forgiveness, I would not mind letting you off lightly." A look of remorse washed over Ego's face. "I have come to realize my wrongs. I am profoundly sorry for what I did to your mother." Ego turned to Lulin and said, "Your friend has convinced me. I am willing to devote the latter half of my life to atone for the harm I have caused you." Star-Lord cleared his throat twice, attempting to alleviate the discomfort brought on by his modifications. He gazed at Lulin, bewildered by the unfolding scene. "It is quite simple. I have afforded him a chance at survival," Lulin replied nonchalantly. "If he can seek your forgiveness, I shall spare him. However, should he fail to do so," Lulin shrugged, "I must express my apologies. I cannot permit a formidable adversary such as him to remain at large. After all, I am still a Prince of Asgard, and I must consider the welfare of my kingdom." Star-Lord fell silent. "When making your decision, do not feel compelled to factor my circumstances," Lulin stated calmly. "I shall not burden my friend. Simply prioritize your own considerations. My child, regardless of the path you choose, I will always be your father. A father who loves you dearly," Ego earnestly declared. "At the same time, I hope you will understand that I am not human, and thus cannot fully grasp the emotions you humans speak of. Yet now, with you, it is different. I have come to comprehend what emotions truly are. For I love you, my child. Therefore, I deeply regret my actions towards your mother and implore you to grant me the opportunity to make amends for the mistakes of my past." Star-Lord was engulfed in turmoil. "I feel that, in comparison to this father, you might consider another. A father who genuinely raised you as his own," Lulin suggested, gesturing towards Yondu, who had just disembarked from the ship. "I find myself unable to make a decision, let alone reach a resolution," Star-Lord confessed. He had never been a decisive person, often plagued by indecision, and this dilemma posed a significant challenge. After all, Ego was his biological father, a fact that weighed heavily on his heart. From an outsider's perspective, the most prudent choice for Star-Lord would undoubtedly be to eliminate one of them and align himself with Yondu. for the latter exemplified a paternal figure far more than the malevolent Ego. Yet, the quest to find his biological father had long been an obsession for Star-Lord. Having finally encountered him, how could he bring himself to commit such an act? Growing up in the societal framework of Milky Way, Star-Lord had been imbued with the belief that a wayward son could indeed redeem himself. Now that Ego had sincerely acknowledged his wrongdoings and expressed a desire for repentance, Star-Lord found the decision even more challenging. In the original narrative, it was only when his friends and loved ones were in peril that Star-Lord rose to resist. Even in the end, it was not Star-Lord himself who vanquished Ego, but rather his loyal companions. Ultimately, Ego's demise indirectly led to Yondu's death. Under such circumstances, it would indeed be peculiar for Star-Lord to possess any semblance of affection towards Ego. Yet now, despite their brief interaction lasting only a few days, an almost imperceptible connection of blood coursed between them, compounded by Star-Lord's long-held obsession since childhood. He found himself grappling with a profound decision. If you are unable to make a choice, it is perfectly acceptable to postpone your decision, Lulin remarked with a subtle smile. What does this mean? Star-Lord, filled with confusion, was not alone in his bewilderment. Even Ego cast a questioning glance at him. Lulin's smile widened as he conjured two exquisitely intricate magical circles, one red and one blue, which materialized in his hands. With a decisive command, he slammed the red circle onto the ground. In an instant, the earth began to tremble, and the very surface of the planet radiated a crimson glow. Then, Lulin pressed the blue circle against Star-Lord's chest. A sharp pain surged through Star-Lord, and as he tore open his shirt, he was astonished to find a blue magical circle inscribed directly over his heart. Do not worry. This circle is etched into your very soul. Even if your entire being were transformed into a mechanical entity, as long as your soul endures, you can eliminate Ego at any moment. Lulin smiled faintly. Should you perish, or if you so desire, in mere seconds, you can make him go boom. He gestured with his right hand, mimicking an explosion, as if turning into a cosmic firework. Rest assured, this mark can only be undone by an entity beyond the universe. No one else possesses the power to nullify it. Lulin patted Star-Lord's shoulder. From here on, the rest is entirely in your hands. Ego seethed with uncontrollable fury. He had merely sought to preserve his own life, believing that if he could endure this period, he would have the opportunity to devise a plan. However, now that the mark had been bound to him, he realized he had lost any chance of redemption. Lulin glanced at Ego, chuckling softly. Yet this also indirectly demonstrates that he possesses a genuine desire to repent. Had he fought against it, the mark might not have been inscribed at all. This magic was of Lulin's own invention, with a reliability that was beyond question, though the conditions for its use were exceedingly stringent. Not just anyone could wield such a spell. In a combat scenario, even with Lulin's strength, it would have been impossible to affix the mark upon an opponent. Ego could never have anticipated that his delaying tactic would ultimately become the very grave he had dug for himself. Yet, he understood that he must not reveal any signs of distress at this moment. His life was already in someone else's grasp. In that earlier moment, he had not resisted, and to do so now would be utterly foolish. Given that events had unfolded to this extent, it was now time to proceed with caution. Ego displayed a bright smile. It seems your friend does not trust me, does he? However, it matters not. Time will attest to my sincerity. Ego laughed heartily, as if he were entirely unconcerned. Observing Ego's demeanor, Star-Lord nodded with a mix of skepticism. Yet, in the next instant, Ego's expression shifted dramatically. What have you done to me? Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Lulin replied with a faint smile. I may have inadvertently applied too much force earlier, which has resulted in the majority of your abilities being sealed. But fear not, your avatar is certainly in no danger, as I have preserved your ability to be reborn. Even if you were to be shattered by a ship-mounted cannon, you could, if you so wished, restore yourself in a short time. So, there is no need to worry about encountering any mishaps outside. I trust Star-Lord will ensure your safety. What do you mean by that? Ego's face showed signs of displeasure. Even though he had been sealed, he did not perceive it as a significant issue. No matter how formidable Lulin's power might be, in Ego's mind, Lulin remained merely a prince of Asgard. He could not believe that there was truly no one in this universe capable of unsealing him. Thus, he resolved to seek out those who could assist him. Yet Lulin's words instilled in Ego a sense of foreboding. What else could it be? Lulin smiled lightly. You haven't seen your son in many years, and you profess your love for him. Do you not wish to spend some time together? Star-Lord's life is rather intriguing. I am sure you would not find it dull. Lulin's smile gradually faded. Or perhaps you are not truly repentant, willing to forego even the opportunity to bond with your son? A strained smile crept onto Ego's rigid face. How could that be? Of course, I wish to nurture my relationship with my son. This is an opportunity one have long sought. At this moment, Star-Lord appeared oblivious, entirely unaware of the gravity of the situation before him. Just then, Yondu approached, eyeing Ego with a vigilant gaze. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, Lulin winked. Yondu has also lost his crew and is now a solitary elder. I believe you two could complete a mission together and form a small team. What do you think? Watching the mutual animosity between Yondu and Ego, Lulin could not help but stifle a laugh. Is this not a form of a clandestine battleground? Speaking of which, where is Gamora? Why have I not seen her presence? Star-Lord suddenly recalled his girlfriend and hurriedly sought to apologize. The words I uttered previously were utterly despicable. I must express my contrition to her. Lulin, leaning against a cool shelter, gazed at the distant trajectory of the spaceship. Behold, she departed alone in her ship a mere 10 minutes ago. Departed? Star-Lord was instantly taken aback. Lulin smirked. After all the nonsense you've spouted, it's only natural for any sensible girl to flee post-haste. It would indeed be peculiar for her to linger and continue associating with you. With a sympathetic pat on Star-Lord's shoulder, Lulin reassured him. Worry not. Your future is vast, and there will be ample opportunities to encounter more remarkable individuals. Or would you prefer to seek her out? Well, that is your affair. I shall not meddle or concern myself further. The rest is left to fate. Are you departing? Star-Lord queried, momentarily stunned. My foolish brother seems to have stirred quite a few laughs on Earth. I must return to check on him. Lulin glanced at Tony, who was still engrossed in his study of the Power Stone, and sighed in resignation. As for Tony, he has likely exhausted his research. It has already consumed considerable time. It is time to return. Well then, let us forego farewells. We shall part ways here. Observing this peculiar group, Lulin's lips curled into a faint smile. Their journey is bound to be exceedingly intriguing, especially Star-Lord, caught between two paternal figures. How will he ultimately choose? It is indeed a matter of great curiosity. Few have the privilege to experience such a battleground. Alas, Lulin will not be privy to these unfolding dramas. At this moment, Star-Lord remained bewildered, entirely unaware of what awaited him next. After bidding farewell, Lulin set forth on the journey back alongside Tony. Meanwhile, Gamora found herself once again by Thanos' side. My sister, have you finally tired of your games and decided to return? Nebula emerged from the shadows, a sardonic smirk playing on her lips. What? Have you at last chosen to abandon your tedious charades and return to our father's embrace? Let me guess. Or was it that you were unceremoniously cast aside by a heartless man, prompting your reluctant return? Gamora's expression stiffened, and she remained silent. At that moment, Thanos slowly approached. Ah, my daughter, you have returned. How fared your mission? I regret to report that I did not complete the task you assigned to me. Gamora knelt on one knee in contrition. That individual was far too powerful. I was no match for him. Even the formidable Celestial Order cannot be deemed a match for him. I understood the futility of my mission. Thus I returned to seek your forgiveness. Thanos, in contemplation, remarked. Are you referring to the recently renowned Prince of Asgard? A glimmer of surprise illuminated Gamora's eyes. Indeed, it is him. Thanos nodded slowly. Indeed. Odin has borne a remarkable child. In that case, we need not concern ourselves further with the Power Stone. I shall address that matter myself. He continued. I have another task for you. The Space Stone has reappeared on Earth. If feasible, I would like you to retrieve it for me. Thanos stated with deliberation. I shall provide you with the necessary support. This time, I hope you will not disappoint me. Gamora opened her mouth, yet refrained from voicing any dissent. Before Thanos, she could only respond with a simple yes or no, not daring to utter anything more. It is unjust, utterly unjust. Nebula exclaimed in indignation. Her failure should warrant punishment. Are you questioning my judgment? Thanos glanced at Nebula, his tone measured. Nebula was taken aback. I would not dare. Go now. Gamora has her mission, and you, my daughter, have yours, Thanos remarked coolly. Chapter 106. At your command. Nebula appeared quite animated. Please, Father, grant me a task. I assure you I will fulfill it and not bring disappointment. Thanos nodded slightly. Since he is of Asgard, let us employ Asgardians to confront him. Thanos mused. Go. Find Loki and bring him to me. A peculiar glimmer sparkled in his eyes. In his estimation, if the younger prince possessed such formidable power, the elder and second princes should not be far behind. Though Loki is not of Asgardian blood, Thor certainly is of royal lineage. Even if there exists a disparity in strength, it may not be insurmountable. Should we incite conflict between the two, it would undoubtedly serve to aid my forthcoming plans. Yet Thanos did not realize that Lulin was an exceptional case. To measure the strength of his two brothers against Lulin's was, without a doubt, a foolish endeavor. At this moment, Thanos remained oblivious to the folly of his decision, reveling in his own perceived brilliance. Upon receiving Thanos' task, Nebula was filled with exhilaration. Under Thanos' tutelage, Nebula's existence revolved around the completion of the various missions assigned to her. In her prolonged rivalry with Gamora, Nebula had faced repeated failures, culminating in her transformation into a mechanical form. In her pursuit to surpass Gamora, Nebula underwent numerous mechanical modifications, some of which were actively requested by her. In doing so, she even relinquished her emotions. This led to a certain dullness in her intellect, reminiscent of the less astute interstellar pirates that roam the cosmos. In contrast, Gamora possessed a greater sense of humanity and exhibited formidable strength. This serves as a testament to the notion that forsaking one's emotions does not necessarily equate to enhanced power. However, at that moment, Nebula remained oblivious to this truth, her excitement mounting with the arrival of a new mission. As Lulan journeyed back, Thor emerged from his earlier despondency following failure. With Jane's companionship, Thor gradually transcended the shadow cast by Mjolnir's rejection. His attention was wholly captivated by Jane, who undeniably embodied the type of woman Thor found appealing. Initially, Jane harbored no particular feelings for the towering figure of Thor, unless one possessed an abundance of maternal instinct. It is unlikely that an ordinary individual could fall for a man who appeared somewhat dim-witted. As for Thor's claim of being a prince of Asgard, Jane found it utterly implausible. Thor, the god of thunder? Absurd. However, after S.H.I.E.L.D. intervened and discussed Thor's identity with Jane, she was compelled to accept the truth of his lineage. Consequently, her curiosity about Thor deepened. She yearned to uncover the nature of the so-called realm of gods, to learn what life was like for Thor therein, and to understand the essence of magic and divine power. Curiosity often heralds the beginning of one's downfall. Moreover, as Jane delved deeper into understanding Thor, she realized that his apparent folly was merely superficial. Indeed, as a prince of Asgard, he could hardly be considered unintelligent. In fact, he surpassed the intellect of most individuals on Earth, particularly in matters of combat. His interests, however, had never aligned with such pursuits. He reveled in visceral battles and a rugged demeanor, while contemplation was not his forte. Yet, this did not imply he was incapable of thought. When he began to learn, he exhibited a remarkable capacity for comprehension that astonished Jane. His initial display of ignorance stemmed solely from the unfamiliarity of his surroundings. Reflecting from a different perspective, Jane considered that if she were thrust into the divine realm of Asgard, she too might appear foolish. As she gained deeper insights, she found herself inexorably enamored with Thor. Despite his occasional clumsiness and his seemingly muscle-bound demeanor, he instilled a gradual sense of security. This sensation of safety is an elusive concept, difficult to articulate, yet profoundly felt. Yet, in Thor's presence, Jane felt a semblance of tranquility, a touch of serenity. Most importantly, she always experienced a profound sense of security beside him. In summary, two lifelong single souls found themselves irresistibly drawn together, igniting a passionate connection. As for matters of succession and trials, what are those? Thor claimed to have never heard of such things. This infuriated Odin beyond measure. I brought you to Midgard for trials, to mold you into a worthy heir to the throne. Yet, instead of striving for greatness, you have chosen to pursue romantic entanglements. Thus, Odin urgently summoned Lulan back. Tony piloted his vessel back to Earth, while Lulan traversed the Rainbow Bridge back to Asgard mid-journey. What should be done about this? Odin gazed at the image of Thor, lost in affectionate exchanges with Jane, his face betraying barely contained fury. Lulan cast a quizzical glance at Odin. Are you going to watch him like this indefinitely? Odin instantly grasped his implication. I am not that kind of person. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. What do you take me for? Enough of this. Think of a way to ensure the trials proceed smoothly. It's merely a romance. What's the big deal? Lulan waved his hand dismissively. If he likes her, let him pursue her. After all, mortals have but a fleeting lifespan. At most, 3 to 5 decades. Mortals age or perish. Are you truly concerned about Thor following suit in tragic devotion? Odin's expression momentarily faltered. Lulan's words held a kernel of truth. After all, she was merely a mortal. How long can a mortal's life span? Even with the best care, a mere 2 to 3 decades later, the visage of a mortal will fade. And in 30 to 50 years, their existence will vanish like whispers in the wind. If that is the case, what harm is there in allowing Thor to indulge for a few decades? From the perspective of an Asgardian's lifespan, such a brief indulgence is insignificant. Yet, Odin sighed softly. Though he acknowledged this, an undercurrent of worry stirred within him. He sensed that his time was limited. Asgard could not afford to let Thor squander precious moments. However, a thought crossed his mind as he glanced at Lulin, and suddenly, these concerns seemed surmountable. Though both Thor and Loki were sources of constant worry, Lulin's presence provided reassurance. As long as Lulin was there, everything could be managed. Odin felt a renewed sense of confidence. Chapter 107. Thus, even a century hence, events would not spiral beyond redemption. Perhaps, with Lulin's existence, Asgard might yet endure. Upon contemplating this, Odin felt a slight sense of relief. However, when his gaze shifted to Thor's endearingly foolish grin, his blood pressure surged dramatically. "I shall leave Thor in your care," Odin declared, resigned. "I am on the verge of entering a state of slumber, and I fervently hope that when I awaken, Thor will have transformed into a worthy prince." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "If that proves unattainable, then let him at least serve as a general devoid of complex thought." This, indeed, was Odin's minimal expectation for Thor. Should he fail even at that, Thor would be rendered utterly ineffectual. Even as a general, Thor must possess a fundamental awareness of the larger picture. Otherwise, a commander who disregards orders and is consumed by endless slaughter on the battlefield would only bring calamity upon Asgard. From the very outset, Odin had no intention of elevating Thor to the throne of Asgard. The mantle of kingship is not easily borne. In the original narrative, Asgard lay in ruins, reduced to a mere remnant of refugees dwelling upon Earth. At that juncture, the existence of a king became inconsequential. For them, Thor's symbolic significance far outweighed any practical implications. His role was primarily to shield them from harm in times of peril. Yet, what dangers could this band of Asgardians possibly encounter on Earth? Thus, Thor languished for many years, even becoming a slothful figure. Even if Asgard had not met its demise, Thor merely needed to fulfill his role as a mascot, causing no trouble for Asgard, and that would suffice. In other words, Thor found even the task of guardianship challenging, let alone any pursuit of ambition. As Odin relinquished his aspirations, a Thor who merely met the minimum standard became, without doubt, his most suitable choice. The crux of the matter was that he had little choice in the matter. However, with the emergence of Lulin, Odin's thoughts began to stir once more. In the past, he had only conquered the 9 realms and had not pursued further dominion. Yet now, Lulin's arrival instilled within him the prospect of further expansion for Asgard. Perhaps, reigning over the galaxy was not as distant a possibility as once thought. In this context, relying solely on Lulin was utterly insufficient. Was it not with the assistance of the goddess of death, Hela, that Odin had once conquered the 9 realms? Therefore, Odin set forth the goal for Thor to become a general with a strong sense of the greater good. He may be a skilled warrior, but he must never resemble Hela, who was solely focused on conquest. As for Loki, Odin envisioned him as an assassin, a strategist. Perhaps he would aid Thor in battle or assist Lulin in managing domestic affairs. In summary, among the 3 brothers, Thor commands the battlefield, Lulin governs affairs of state, while Loki serves as a lubricant between the two. Thus, this formidable triad is destined to be unstoppable and invincible. Alas, while ideals are bountiful, reality is often stark. Thor needs no further elaboration. He remains a simpleton devoid of any independent thoughts. As for Loki, he is a cunning trickster, and Odin suspects that Loki is on the verge of executing some grand scheme. The only one who seems somewhat reliable, Lulin, is preoccupied with revelry in Midgard and is reluctant to return. Contemplating this, Odin's gaze upon Lulin grew increasingly complex. "You brothers," Odin sighed. "Well, you have your own thoughts, and I shan't press you too much. It's up to you to decide." At that moment, Odin felt a tinge of paternal sentiment. His time to assist them was dwindling, and soon they would have to confront the world independently, bearing the weighty responsibilities of Asgard alone. Lulin's smile faltered. He had lived in Asgard for nearly a millennium. What does 1,000 years represent? In his previous life, he had only lived a little over 20 years. Those fleeting memories pale in comparison to the expanse of this millennium. Even though Lulin vividly recalls his past experiences, this 1,000-year span cannot be trivialized. The paternal love of Odin and the maternal affection of Frigga are palpable emotions that Lulin can genuinely perceive. Knowing full well what the future holds for Odin, how could he allow such events to transpire? Not only for Odin, but Lulin would also ensure that Frigga would not suffer even the slightest harm. "Rest assured, father, I shall not disappoint you." Odin gently ruffled Lulin's hair. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Odin gazed affectionately at Lulin. "You are a good child, and I believe in you." "Very well, I shall not intrude upon your reunion with your little girlfriend," Odin said with a smile. "Go on, meet your beloved. She has been longing for you immensely." Lulin's face flushed. Obviously, Odin was referring to Aisha. In truth, it had been less than a month since Lulin last saw Aisha. However, upon this meeting, Aisha's combat prowess had surged dramatically, to the point where even Lulin found it somewhat overwhelming. After spending some tender moments together, Lulin rose to depart. Aisha had no objections. She was quite content living here, and their bond did not necessitate daily encounters. The mere opportunity to see Lulin intermittently was already a source of profound satisfaction for her. She could certainly accompany Lulin to Earth, yet Aisha had no desire to venture into such a desolate and impoverished place. She had spent a brief period on Earth herself, but after merely 3 days, she found it unbearable and promptly returned to Asgard. In comparison, her life in Asgard was far more agreeable, allowing her frequent encounters with Lulin. Why subject herself to discomfort? After spending 2 days in Asgard, Lulin returned to Earth. At the moment of his departure, Odin succumbed to slumber. Concurrently, Nebula contacted Loki, revealing to him the truth of his lineage. During their conversation, Loki inadvertently divulged information regarding the trials. Upon learning this, Thanos felt an even greater sense of triumph and established direct communication with Loki through Nebula. Tempted by Thanos, Loki ultimately resolved to betray Asgard. Naturally, this was merely a facade for Thanos. In truth, how could Loki genuinely forsake Asgard? Though somewhat juvenile, Loki was far from foolish. He merely sought to exploit Thanos to achieve his own ambitions. In Chapter 108, under Thanos' command, Loki led the Chitauri in preparation for the invasion of Earth. His primary objective remained the acquisition of the Tesseract, which was Thanos' true aim. Aware that the Ancient One was still vigilant, Thanos understood that a direct assault would surely be thwarted by her intervention. Thus, he deliberately reached out to the dimensional beings, promising numerous conditions in hopes of enlisting their assistance in attacking Earth. After much persuasion, the dimensional beings ultimately consented to collaborate with him. As Loki initiated the invasion, Lulin was engaged in an intimate moment with Sif. What transpired? Sif, hearing the commotion outside, lazily inquired. Lulin gently kissed her forehead. Rest easy, I shall investigate. Stepping outside, he beheld countless cosmic ships floating in the sky, his brow furrowing in concern. What was the meaning of this? Where had these ships come from? What were their intentions? Lulin was perplexed. Just then, the Ancient One appeared before him. Lulin immediately recognized her presence as merely a projection. That person has arrived. That person? Which person? Lulin furrowed his brow in inquiry. Thanos, the Ancient One replied, her expression grave. He has summoned the dimensional beings. I am unable to assist you. It is up to you to confront him. Thanos. Lulin was at a loss. Why would he come at this moment? Who knows? The Ancient One's demeanor remained composed. In any case, this is not a good sign. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. Lulin shook his head. The arrival of Thanos on Earth at this juncture is tantamount to courting death. Setting aside his own capabilities, the likes of the Ancient One and Odin are beyond his reckoning. What gives him the audacity to launch an assault on Earth at this time? Moreover, are the Chitauri truly formidable? In the grand cosmos, they are merely of mediocre caliber, significantly outclassed by the elite forces. To contend with them, Lulin alone could effortlessly annihilate all the Chitauri. Yet, he refrained from acting hastily. He was curious to discern Thanos' hidden cards that emboldened him to strike now. When Lulin beheld Loki materializing before him, his expression soured considerably. What on earth is happening? Lulin inquired coldly. Why are you here? What do you mean? Why am I here? Loki retorted with a sardonic laugh. I am here to prove myself. In the presence of others, Loki might have maintained his composure. Yet before Lulin, he unabashedly revealed his innermost thoughts. This had become an instinctive reaction. As for why it had come to this, it was tied to childhood experiences best left unspoken. Prove oneself? Why the need for such validation? Lulin was taken aback, utterly bewildered by Loki's words. What reason? There is no reason, Loki murmured, suddenly realizing he was no longer the Loki of old. There was no necessity to lay bare his journey of introspection. It seems we have not sparred in quite some time. Is your skin itching for a challenge? Lulin remarked with a smile, rubbing his wrist. Is that so? Find me first, then we'll see, Loki scoffed. You have employed that trick far too often. Do you truly believe I would not recognize it? Lulin replied with a faint smile, effortlessly drawing Loki closer from his concealed state, leaving Loki momentarily bewildered. What? How is this possible? When a child misbehaves, a good spanking will suffice, Lulin said with a slight grin, raising his fist. Are you implying that you find this unfair? Lulin said, somewhat amused. Yes, it is indeed unfair, Loki retorted coldly. I know that my lack of Asgardian heritage has deprived me of such opportunities, correct? No, Thor has not been afforded such opportunities either. What? Loki was taken aback. I mean, Thor has not had such opportunities, Lu Lin reiterated. The so-called trials are merely a ruse to deceive Thor. There is no genuine trial. The next king has already been determined. It is I. Lu Lin spoke matter-of-factly. By the time I turned 100, my father had made his decision. Why? Loki found himself somewhat perplexed. Just look at what you two truly are. Lu Lin rolled his eyes. One is overly sensitive and suspicious, constantly feeling unloved, while the other is consumed entirely by muscle. Tell me, does our father have any choice in this matter? You should count yourself fortunate. At least you weren't deceived by Odin into participating in some so-called trial. Does Odin know? Loki appeared somewhat lost. Not only does he know, but we all are aware of your thoughts. However, everyone believed that perhaps with age you would come to understand. Lu Lin sighed. Yet it is surprising to see you remain so immature. Very well, go reflect upon yourself. I shall handle the remaining matters. With a sigh, Lu Lin waved his hand. Far away in Asgard, Heimdall promptly brought Loki back via the Bifrost, where Odin had already prepared a cell for Loki's contemplation. Lu Lin lifted his gaze, peering through the clouds. Next, it shall be you. In the blink of an eye, Lu Lin materialized before Thanos' ship. Thanos' expression was grim. He had anticipated that these two would at least engage in a fierce battle. Yet he was taken aback by Loki's utter weakness, who had not even had the chance to strike before being effortlessly defeated by Lu Lin, initially intending to spare your life. He was astonished that you would so readily present yourself. Lu Lin smiled softly. Then farewell. In the next moment, a barrage of attacks rained down upon Lu Lin. However, these assaults from the ships felt merely like a tickling sensation to him, serving only to accumulate his power. Lu Lin took a deep breath and unleashed a single punch. Instantly, countless Chitauri ships throughout the solar system were reduced to ashes. Then, with a gentle exhale, those that had already landed on Earth erupted in explosions. As for the remaining Chitauri, Lu Lin could not be bothered with them. There were simply too many to handle. Besides, these Chitauri possessed little combat prowess, requiring no concern from Lu Lin. Whatever changes they might bring to Earth were not his worry. After all, the greatest threat in the universe, Thanos, was now dead, and he no longer needed to fret about future matters. Soon after, Odin passed away, and Lu Lin successfully ascended to the throne, enjoying a blissful life with Sif and Aisha by his side. As for the affairs on Earth, they would be left in Thor's capable hands. The grand finale.